Thus concludes the objectives of today's field training. Has everyone understood? In the training grounds of Kanehagakure, the middle-level instructor of the advanced class, Shuji Mikami, was earnestly explaining the training regimen. Burp, I'm so full. This loud belch prompted an immediate surge of anger in Shuji Mikami, who was in the midst of his lecture. Yamasaka, you need to exercise some restraint. With a snap, he broke his wooden pointer in frustration. Though I, as a Chunin, lack the ability to discipline your strength, your repeated transgressions against the classroom rules compel me to take action. At this thunderous outburst, all the students in the class exchanged bewildered glances, beginning to murmur softly among themselves. I asked the teacher, all right? How dare he confront Yamasaka? Has he forgotten about the dozen or so former instructors lying in the ninja hospital? This is bad. Something significant is about to unfold. As they glanced towards the languid figure at the back, a sense of inexplicable dread washed over their faces. They knew that provoking Yamasaka could only lead to one outcome: death. Burp, were you speaking to me just now? Yamasaka, with a contented belch, began to pick at his teeth, exuding an air of leisurely nonchalance. Yet, such a simple act sent shivers of anxiety through everyone present. Yamasaka, I merely intended to advise against eating during training. It may lead to indigestion. As soon as the words left his mouth, Shuji Mikami regretted them. Oh, Shuji, why can't you control your own tongue? In Kanehagakure, the name Yamasaka is known all. Since the age of 1, he has harbored a penchant for snacks. Except for sleeping and using the restroom, he could be found clutching his treats throughout the day. Yet, this gluttonous and indolent individual possessed a ninja talent that astounded all of Konoha. Even Orochimaru, who had received the true teachings from the third Hokage, once found himself incapacitated for half a month by Yamasaka's casual strike. It was only through forbidden techniques that he regained his ability to move freely. This day, Shuji Mikami recalls the words spoken to him by the third Hokage upon assuming the role of homeroom teacher. Never provoke Yamasaka, otherwise the only outcome will be death. Even having endured the trials of a ninja world war, he had never witnessed such a grave expression on the face of the third Hokage. Long before his arrival, over a dozen elite instructors had already been confined to the ninja hospital. Rather than physical injuries, it was the psychological trauma that weighed heavily upon them. The previous homeroom teacher, having accidentally knocked a chip from Yamasaka's hand, was rushed to the ninja hospital that very day. His sole injury was a singular, dreadful gash inflicted by a blade. Though the wound healed swiftly, the teacher's mental collapse necessitated his transfer to the psychiatric department. This day, he persists in murmuring a singular phrase. How could I, an adult, have been defeated by an 80-year-old child? How is that possible? Thanks to the fact that Yamasaka did not utilize his true strength. Otherwise, even if he possessed 10 lives, it would not suffice. Upon hearing the words of Mikami Shuji, Yamasaka smiled faintly. Not eating? What ist? Delicious. Notification. The host has experienced exquisite flavor, mastery of swordsmanship 1. Notification. The host has experienced rich aroma, physique 1. Notification. The host has experienced refreshing taste, speed 1. Like many who have traversed realms, Yamasaka harbored a formidable system within him. As long as he consumed food, he would continually receive rewards. Moreover, the more delectable and rare the cuisine, the greater the rewards he would obtain. In simpler terms, consuming unfamiliar delicacies could yield double, or even more, skill points. Yamasaka found no interest in the intricate attributes aside from the inherent upgrades. He directly allocated all points to his swordsmanship training. There was no need to ponder over anything else. He simply aimed to wield his blade against foes. It was akin to his life motto: savor the most delicious meals, enjoy the deepest slumber, and vanquish the mightiest adversaries. In merely a few minutes, Yamasaka had devoured yet another packet of snacks. Gone again? I haven't had my fill. How vexing. His classmates, witnessing his voracious appetite, instinctively recoiled in trepidation. Hey, you still have snacks over there? Lend me some. At that moment, Yamasaka approached a girl amidst the crowd. She was petite and charming, her large, clear eyes sparkling like water, captivating all who gazed upon her. Yet, This was not the focal point of Yasaka's interest. His intuition informed him that her bag contained rare delicacies he had never tasted. With a startled cry from Noara Rin, Yasaka snatched the snacks from her bag and stuffed them into his mouth. Soon, a wave of rich flavor enveloped his palate. Under the influence of the system, Yasaka instantaneously acquired double the skill points. Yazaka-kin, that was my jelly, and it had already been touched by my lips. Noara Rin blushed, her admiration and infatuation evident in her gaze as she beheld Yasaka's handsome features. That it was no wonder, as the strongest boy in the class, Yasaka had long been the object of every girl's dreams. Yasaka, did you not hear what Rin just said? Remove your filthy mouth at once. From the crowd emerged a boy with silver hair and a deep blue mask. Unable to contain himself any longer, he was none other than Kakashi Hitaki, son of Konoha's White Fang, hailed as a super genius. He had harbored feelings for Rin since childhood. Had it not been for Obito's recent leg injury that led to a half-month leave, he would have likely challenged Yasaka alongside. Obito, why should I remove it? Did you not see that this lady offered no resistance? Yasaka chuckled lightly as he savored the jelly, his expression replete with disdain. Due to the ongoing Ninja World War, Konoha rarely had the opportunity to indulge in diverse culinary delights. The recently finished packet of chips was merely the most commonplace affair. In the face of food scarcity, he could only barely subsist on ordinary sustenance, making do with the ever-dwindling skill points. Now that he had finally encountered a rare delicacy, how could he let this splendid opportunity to enhance his abilities slip away? I advise you to step back with your capabilities. Confronting me recklessly will only squander your future. Curse it, Kakashi. Unable to contain his frustration, drew the short blade from his back and lunged with all his strength towards Yatsuka. Kakashi don't. Though he became a chunin before graduation, Yatsuka has possessed Jonin-level prowess since before entering school. If this continues, Kakashi is bound to lose his life. Kakashi's strength among his peers was indeed formidable, yet in comparison to Yatsuka, it was akin to an egg striking a stone. Utterly hopeless. Yatsuka, Kakashi, cease at once. Their speeds were so swift that even the class instructor, Hideshire Mikami, was unable to intervene. In that fleeting moment, Yatsuka set aside the jelly he had been savoring and unsheathed his waist-mounted blade. It was a humble, ordinary ninja sword, so lowly that even an apprentice blacksmith would disdain to forge it. Whoosh! As the blade was drawn, an immediate chill swept through the air, causing the temperature to drop several degrees. The palpable aura of murderous intent was suffocating. Even Kakashi, who had faced Jonin from enemy nations, felt his heart race in turmoil at the sight before him. Was this opponent truly human? He was nothing less than a silent harbinger of death. Swish! Yatsuka! Halt! In a moment that seemed to defy sound, a flash of the blade sliced through the air. To the astonished gaze of all, Kakashi's form disintegrated into a multitude of fragments, having not even the chance to strike before being cleaved to the blood-soaked grass. Someone has died. What now? Yatsuka has actually killed Kakashi. How terrifying. The students present were thrown into chaos, retreating in alarm. Clang. This brand of jelly is truly delightful. Yatsuka relished a sip of jelly, a satisfied smile illuminating his face. Are you also famished that you cannot see? I have not even made a move, he exclaimed in disbelief. How could this be? Amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd, it became evident that Yasaka's blade had not even grazed its target. Kakashi, who should have been shattered into pieces, remained unharmed, staring blankly as he collapsed to the ground. How could this be? I was once a pivotal ninja who defended the third Hokage against shadow-level assassins. And yet my vision has betrayed me? Mitsurugi Shuji gazed in disbelief, unable to fathom the reality before him. The vice-class instructor from the Hyuga clan, equally astonished, scrutinized the scene with his Byakugan multiple times, yet he could not discern how Yasaka had executed his technique. Could it be that he mastered the forbidden jutsu left by the second Hokage? The more Mitsurugi thought about it, the more apprehensive he became. If even he, an elite ninja, could not decipher Yasaka's ninjutsu, then one could only imagine the terrifying extent of Yasaka's power. However, Yasaka was utterly oblivious to any forbidden techniques. What he had employed was merely a refined blade aura, coupled with a hint of psychological suggestion. The so-called genius that I am, has I truly lost? Kakashi stared in horror at his own hands, his face a mask of fear. He was unaware of what technique Yamasaka had used, but he distinctly felt as though he had indeed been cleaved into fragments. The sensation of teetering on the brink of hell was something that no other means could replicate. A notification chimed in his mind. Host has successfully astonished the entire class, earning a random reward. Divine Blade, Heavenly Feather Slash. Just as Yamasaka savored the delightful jelly, the system's synthesis sound echoed in his mind. Heavenly Feather Slash? That name sounds rather impressive. Yamasaka took a bite of the jelly, his expression one of satisfaction. I shall set it aside for now. I will examine it when I find the time. With that, he resumed enjoying his snacks. Reluctantly, Mitsurugi Shuji pressed on with his explanation. Meanwhile, the students around them, having witnessed the spectacle, found their focus on learning utterly diminished. Yamasaka's formidable prowess instilled fear in all the boys, yet it garnered admiration and affection from the girls. His perfect features and commanding gaze captivated them, leaving them utterly entranced. In the slightly awkward atmosphere, the training session finally concluded, and everyone began to depart from the training grounds. As for Kakashi, he had vanished without a trace, having been overwhelmed by Yamasaka in front of the entire class. This immense humiliation rendered him unable to remain in the classroom. He longed for a secluded spot to engage in intense training. Yuyue, we had agreed to go shopping for ninja tools together yesterday. It is time to set off. Tsukiyakari Shippu, scratching the back of his head, approached Udzuki Yuyue with an embarrassed expression. The entire class was already aware of his secret crush on her. Their mutual feelings were evident. They just needed to break through the final barrier. With the current pace of their progress, Tsukiyakari believed that today could be the day he firmly establishes Yuyue as his girlfriend. Yet, at the moment when the moonlight and swift winds brimmed with confidence, Yuzuki Yuin did not cast even a glance at him, but instead strode directly towards Yamasaka. Yamasaka, your home is quite distant. Allow me to accompany you back. Yamasaka-kun, you have a fondness for that brand of jelly, do you not? I know the location of that shop. Let me take you there. Noera-rin and Yuzuki Yuin clung to Yamasaka's arms, the three of them sharing laughter and chatter. Not only could they procure snacks, but he was also flanked by two charming maidens. Was this not a blissful existence? Yamasaka wrapped his arms around the two girls, his face breaking into a hearty laugh. Yamasaka-kun, please don't. Feeling Yamasaka's broad shoulders and the masculine warmth of his embrace, the blush on the girls' faces deepened, rendering them even more enchanting. How dare you touch my Yuin? Yamasaka, you scoundrel. The moonlight swift wind, upon witnessing his future girlfriend being embraced by Yamasaka, was instantly consumed by rage. He disregarded the disparity in their strengths and charged fiercely at Yamasaka. Moonlight Swiftwind, what are you doing? Yuin's expression turned furious. Yet her body remained nestled closely against Yamasaka. But Yuin, you promised me. Observing Yuin's irate demeanor, Moonlight Swiftwind felt a surge of panic. Did you not see that I had matters to attend to for Yamasaka-kun's return home? Today, I'm not in the mood. We shall discuss the purchase of ninja tools another time. However, Moonlight Swiftwind found himself at a loss. Just moments ago, he had intended to rescue the bullied Yuzuki Yuin from Yamasaka, yet why was he now being dismissed by her? He pondered this thoroughly throughout the night upon returning, yet could not discern where he had faltered. Several hours later, when Yamasaka once again opened his eyes, the clock on the wall indicated it was already 9 in the evening. What happened? Did I really doze off while buying snacks? Glancing at the numerous bags of snacks surrounding him and the notes left by the two girls, Yamasaka recalled the events. As it turned out, he had begun snoring the moment he entered the snack shop. Ultimately, it was Noera-rin and Yuzuki Yuin who had carried him home, leaving behind some digestive fruits before returning on their own. Oh well, what's most important is the snacks. Why dwell on such trifles? Just as Yamasaka reached for a snack bag, his fingertips unexpectedly grazed a slender object. What is this? Looking up, he was astonished to find an exquisitely crafted broad-bladed longsword. With its ornate sheath and flowing blade, it emanated a hint of divine presence amidst the glimmering cold light. Swish. As Yamasaka attempted to swing it, an inadvertent blade aura effortlessly severed a steel shuriken on the table into two halves. What a magnificent sword! Truly deserving of its reputation as the strongest blade artifact from ancient legends. From a young age, he had heard tales of such a myth. It was said that at the dawn of creation, the celestial beings had left behind 3 unparalleled divine swords. Due to the ravages of war, 2 of them were lost to the flames of conflict, leaving only this one, the Heavenly Feather Slasher, to remain in the mortal realm. The first master of this divine blade was none other than the renowned father of the gods, Izanagi. Harnessing the power of this extraordinary sword, Izanagi became an invincible warrior, a paragon of martial prowess. Consequently, this blade transformed into the ultimate aspiration for countless swordsmen and ninjas alike. Presently, having successfully intimidated Kakashi in the training grounds, he had acquired this formidable artifact. In the past, he wielded a mere iron sword, the most rudimentary of weapons, solely because nothing could withstand his astonishingly immense strength. Now, with this unparalleled divine blade, Yamasaka could finally strike without the fear of shattering his weapon. It was indeed a superior tool, allowing him to unleash his full potential with confidence. A mysterious smile graced Yamasaka's lips, his gaze emanating a chilling intensity. Meanwhile, at the Hitaki residence on the eastern side of Konoha, Kakashi remained shut away in his room. There sat his father, the legendary White Fang of Konoha, Tsukumo Hitaki. At the dining table, his brow furrowed in concern. I wonder what is troubling him. Ever since he returned home today, he has locked himself away and refuses to come out. Mrs. Hitaki remarked anxiously as she emerged from the hallway. Very well, I shall go speak with him, Tsukumo replied. Weariness etched across his features, having just returned from a mission in a foreign land. During his passage past the ninja academy, he encountered a familiar peer, who subsequently informed him of Kakashi's predicament earlier that day. In Kakashi's room, he sat in a corner, his head buried deep in his knees, enveloped in fear. I couldn't even make a move before being defeated. The memory of his earlier confrontation with Yamasaka sent shivers through him, rendering him incapable of rational thought. A series of knocks on the door jolted him from his reverie. Who is it? Kakashi, it's me. Hearing his father's voice offered Kakashi a modicum of solace. I have heard about today's events at the training ground. What are your thoughts on it? Gazing at his father's compassionate visage, Kakashi initially felt a wave of relaxation, soon followed by a flush of shame. Having always aspired to emulate his father, he now found himself unable to face his idol. Both were prodigies of their youth, yet Kakashi had fallen short of his father's legendary accomplishments, bested by a classmate who seemed preoccupied with snacks. Before Yamasaka even struck, Kakashi had been paralyzed by fear. The image of the genius he had painstakingly cultivated had been utterly obliterated in that battle. Father, Kakashi was engulfed in profound dread, unable to articulate the turmoil within. Do not rush. First, let us calm ourselves, Tsukumo gently reassured him, patting his shoulder to ease his tension. Under the comforting presence of his father, Kakashi gradually regained his usual composure and recounted the events that transpired on the training field today. The child's name is Yamasaka, is it? Hitaki Tsukumo fell into deep contemplation, a barely perceptible bitter smile gracing his features. As a prominent figure in the Hidden Leaf Village, he was naturally well aware of Yamasaka's formidable prowess. It would not be surprising if Kakashi had indeed been bested by that child. After successfully soothing Kakashi, Hitaki Tsukumo returned to the living room, his head bowed in distant reminiscence. Among the elite ninjas serving under the third Hokage, there once existed an exceptional special jonin named Kiyama Kuniyuki. His strength surpassed that of all in the Hidden Leaf, to the extent that even the so-called strongest genius, the fourth Hokage, acknowledged his superiority. The third Hokage held this subordinate in deep regard, even personally naming his son after Kiyama. That child is none other than the present-day Yamasaka. Regrettably, during a covert assault by enemy forces, Kiyama Kuniyuki sacrificed himself to protect the Hidden Leaf, facing numerous adversaries alone. Outnumbered and overwhelmed, he fell on the battlefield. His wife, who had just given birth to Yamasaka, succumbed to despair upon learning of Kiyama's death, and not long after, she too departed from this world, leaving behind the infant Yamasaka to navigate life alone. To atone for his feelings of guilt, the third Hokage had discreetly arranged for Yamasaka's care over the years. On several occasions, he even transformed himself into a neighbor to encourage Yamasaka to strive for greatness. Unfortunately, Yamasaka remained indifferent, indulging in snacks with increasing frequency. By chance, the third Hokage discovered that Yamasaka's abilities had not diminished, rather, they had improved due to his penchant for treats. Thus, he ceased to hinder Yamasaka's snacking, allowing him the freedom to grow. As a fellow special jonin, Hitaki Tsukumo often received orders from the third Hokage to look after Yamasaka. He was instrumental in facilitating Yamasaka's enrollment in the Ninja Academy, and on several occasions, he intervened when Yamasaka injured his teacher. This support enabled Yamasaka to progress to his current stage. Kiyama, if you were to witness Yamasaka's present performance from beyond, would you feel a sense of solace or disappointment? Hitaki Tsukumo gazed towards the distant horizon, lost in contemplation for a considerable time. Time continued its relentless march. Ever since that day when Kakashi was startled by Yamasaka on the training field, Yatsuka's popularity at the Ninja Academy soared to unprecedented heights. Many girls found themselves gazing at Yatsuka, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Notably, Noera Rin and Yuzuki Yugugo arrived at school daily bearing an array of delicious snacks, each time inviting Yatsuka to dine with them. Yatsuka-kun, these are cookies I made myself. To give them a try. Let me taste and see how they are. As Yatsuka beheld the eagerly offered snacks from Noera Rin, a joyful smile adorned his face. After indulging in a delightful feast, a synthesized voice echoed in Yatsuka's mind. Notification. Host feels refreshed. Swordsmanship Precision 3. Indeed, the snacks crafted by hand are imbued with the creator's heartfelt intentions, while ordinary treats yield a mere 1 skill point. This time, the reward was a remarkable threefold. Yusaki-kun, if you enjoy them, I shall prepare them for you daily. Observing Yusaki savoring the cookies she had personally made, Noera Rin cast a glance at Yuzuki, a hint of pride gracing her features. Yuyuki, feeling a pang of annoyance, puffed up her cheeks. Had it not been for her accidental hand burn yesterday, she could have concocted cookies 100 times more delectable than these. Do not revel too much. I shall not concede. Yusaki-kun, after consuming such dry fare, you must be parched, yes? This is a fruit juice I procured from the land of clouds, rich and flavorful. Do give it a try. With that, Yuzuki unscrewed the cap and offered the juice she had prepared. Now that you mention it, I do feel a bit thirsty. The true delight lies in the harmonious combination of various snacks. Gulp, gulp, delicious. Upon tasting the juice, Yusaki could not suppress his contented exclamation. With that, he resumed his indulgence. The rich flavor transported him to a realm of ecstasy. Notification. Host experiences transcendent flavors. Physique 5. Notification. Host's physical attributes have surpassed limits, receiving breakthrough rewards. Chakra recovery speed 50. Notification. Host level ascends to special Jonin. Hearing this, a flicker of surprise illuminated Yusaki's countenance. Upgraded, he eagerly summoned the attribute interface. Ultimate Foodie System. Host, Yusaki. Age, 10. Ninja rank, Special Jonin. Physique, Special Jonin. Chakra recovery speed, 150. Slashing technique training. Elite. Special technique. Demon God Blade Aura. Overall rating. Approaching shadow level. This system diverges somewhat from the systems Yusaki was familiar with in his previous life. Under normal circumstances, it does not issue any notifications. Only upon experiencing culinary delights or achieving upgrades does it provide relevant alerts. However, Yusaki did not dwell on this. After all, a system is merely an auxiliary tool, and as long as it aids in enhancing his strength, other matters seem less significant. Despite his current prowess being rated at approaching shadow level, when he had startled Kakashi into submission, he had barely exerted himself. The true extent of his formidable strength remained an enigma. As for the special technique known as Demon God Blade Aura, it was merely a reward bestowed by the system after he had disciplined the teacher who accidentally knocked his chips away, leaving the entire Ninja Academy astounded. This technique wields an unfathomable power. At its zenith, even demons would tremble in fear. Without an exceptionally resilient will, one could succumb to illusions, leading to utter mental collapse and ultimately becoming a mere shell of a person. However, none of this truly mattered. As long as one can indulge in delectable snacks, what need is there for superfluous matters? Under the relentless onslaught of Yamasaka, yet another bag of treats has been devoured. The following day, at the ninja school's playground, Haishir Mikami finally concluded his lesson for the day, letting out a long sigh of relief. Delicious. Observing Yamasaka still voraciously consuming snacks, a hint of helplessness flickered in Hideshi's eyes. Fortunately, he did not unleash his anger today. Otherwise, should he resort to violence, it would likely culminate in a harrowing incident. Haishir had repeatedly brought this matter to the attention of the village's higher-ups, requesting a change of homeroom teacher. However, the third Hokage had flatly refused, instructing him not to mention the issue again. With no options left, Haishir could only continue to attend classes at the ninja school, lamenting his past folly of willingly stepping into this murky situation. Now, to assess everyone's recent academic progress, we shall conduct a proficiency test. As soon as Haishir announced this, a cacophony of murmurs erupted from the crowd. Another test? Haven't we already had several this month? Even if our abilities need evaluation, must it be done with such elaborate arrangements? One cannot help but feel curious about what this test will entail. In total, this month has seen 6 ninja theory examinations, 3 ninjutsu tests, 2 taijutsu assessments, and 1 outdoor training evaluation. Despite the frequency, everyone persevered and completed the requirements. as each test score directly influenced their chances of graduating from the ninja school, obtaining the Leaf Village forehead protector, and becoming capable ninjas. Alright, the test is about to commence. Everyone, prepare yourselves and regroup here in 5 minutes. After Hideshi's announcement, he lowered his voice and called over Lin Naira and Yuzuki Yuka. Lin, Yuka, since you both have a good rapport with Yamasaka, would you kindly assist him in getting ready and join us shortly? As the homeroom teacher, I sure could have conveyed this directly to the students. However, Yamasaka's formidable strength deterred him from risking his life to deliver such instructions. Though there had been instances in the past where he had done so, during previous evaluations, be it theoretical, ninjutsu, or taijutsu, Yamasaka had consistently scored a perfect 0. When it was Yamasaka's turn for the taijutsu assessment, the entire class had retreated a staggering 500 meters. It wasn't an overreaction. The fear was palpable. For without such distance, Yamasaka could easily have reduced the ground to rubble with a single punch. As the responsible party for grading and guidance, Haisher naturally wished to distance himself, but where could he hide? If it were any other student, even the most exaggerated displays would only result in a momentary ache in his hands. Yet Yamasaka was different. His speed and power surpassed all reasonable expectations. If damage were to be calculated for scoring, Yamasaka would undoubtedly achieve several times the maximum score. It was merely a self-inflicted predicament. Had it not been for Mitsukami Shuji's timely evasion, he would undoubtedly have transformed into a monochrome figure, displayed upon the wall. The examination of ninjutsu was, of course, a foregone conclusion, as Yamasaka had not participated at all, yielding a score of 0. As for the theoretical exam, it was even more dismal. Yamasaka had not touched a single question. Upon realizing his hands were greasy mid-snack, he wiped all the residue onto the answer sheet, leaving it permeated with the scent of snacks. Mitsukami Shuji, upon witnessing this, promptly awarded him a score of 0. In desperation, he could only place his hopes on Noera Rin and Yuzuki Yuyuki, urging them to devise a plan to bring Yamasaka in for the test. Should he fail to participate in this assessment, he would forfeit his chance of graduating from the Ninja Academy. Rest assured, teacher, we will ensure Yamasaka-kun participates in the test, declared Noera Rin and Yuzuki Yuyuki, each glowering defiantly at the other. Subsequently, they each took hold of one of Yamasaka's arms. Do you both wish for snacks as well? Yamasaka mumbled, his mouth full. All right. Seeing as you two are rather likable, I shall share a bit with you. I wouldn't do the same for anyone else. With that, Yamasaka inhaled a luscious mouthful of jelly and leaned towards Noera Rin's lips. Yamasaka-kun, I shall pass. I'm not hungry just yet, Noera Rin replied hastily, her cheeks flushed as she averted her gaze. Though Yamasaka was undeniably handsome, the thought of engaging in such an intimate act in front of others was quite daunting. And you? Would you care for some? Yamasaka turned his attention to Yuzuki Yuyuki. I too shall decline, Yamasaka-kun. The examination is about to commence, and we should prepare, she stated. The two girls laughed as they accompanied Yamasaka towards the classroom, radiating joy. Yamasaka, that guy. Nearby, Kakashi observed the scene, his temper flaring. He had previously suffered defeat at Yasaka's hands and was already harboring resentment. Witnessing Yasaka's closeness with the two girls only intensified his ire. What right did such an unambitious fool have to underestimate the significance of the strength assessment? Nevertheless, despite his anger, Kakashi quickly dismissed any thoughts of confrontation. Yasaka's formidable prowess was far beyond his capacity to handle. In contrast, Might Guy was different. This glutton had managed to defeat his strongest rival, Kakashi. If he did not bring Yamasaka to his knees today, he would lack the merit to stand as a capable ninja. 5 minutes later, everyone was prepared for the examination, returning to the training ground. After counting the participants, Mitsukami Shuji began to announce the rules for the day's assessment. Since everyone is ready, let us not delay any further. We shall commence today's strength test. At this, the crowd could not help but swallow hard. The content of today's test was a one-on-one combat exercise. However, there was a slight modification to the rules. Yamasaka was to be placed in a separate group, and any participant who could defeat him would be deemed successful. All other outcomes would be considered failures. As soon as Mitsukami Shuji's words fell, a profound silence enveloped the room. Only Yamasaka remained engrossed in her snacks, murmuring, "MMM. Delicious." Noticing the collective gaze upon her, Yamasaka looked up and inquired, "What? Did someone just call for me?" Noera Rin and Yuzuki Yuin hurriedly leaned in to quietly elucidate the test rules to Yamasaka. "What? We are all supposed to engage in one-on-one combat with Yamasaka? How is victory even possible?" "Teacher, surely you jest." Observing the expressions of terror etched on everyone's faces, Mitsukami Shuji realized he had struck a nerve. Just as he was about to explain further, Might Guy abruptly interjected, "Wait. Everyone else step back. I alone shall defeat Yusaki." He stepped forward, assuming a combat stance. What? This overly enthusiastic fool dares to challenge Yusaki? He doesn't even know ninjutsu and yet has the audacity to confront her. Does he wish for his demise? Might Guy's determination took Shuji by surprise. Although he had struggled with ninjutsu and illusion techniques, his physical prowess was indeed among the best in the class. The outcome of a duel between them was uncertain. I suggest you reconsider. Engaging in battle with you would be less entertaining than simply enjoying snacks, Yusaki remarked. Entirely dismissive of Might Guy's challenge, continuing to toss treats into her mouth. This blatant disregard ignited a fire of fury within Might Guy. How dare you belittle my youth? Prepare yourself. Unable to contain his frustration, Might Guy lunged forward. However, just as he was about to take a step, Mitsukami Shuji intervened, halting him. Might Guy disqualified. At these words, Might Guy was momentarily taken aback. Disqualified? Why? I have yet to engage in combat. Quite simply. The first lesson for a ninja is to exercise self-restraint and commit fully to the task at hand. Just now, you allowed your anger to cloud your judgment. Had I not intervened, you would have become yet another victim beneath Yusaki's blade. Once Mitsukami Shuji sensed that Might Guy had regained his composure. He released his grip on his shoulder. Thankfully, his timely intervention had averted a potential disaster at the Ninja Academy that day. Now, shall it be my turn to challenge her? Yusaki suddenly set her snacks aside, a wicked smile gracing her lips. No, Yusaki, you must hear me out. The arrangement is not as such. Seeing Yusaki prepare to engage Might Guy, Mitsukami Shuji broke into a cold sweat. Having narrowly averted one crisis, he wished to prevent another. This fellow with that atrocious hairstyle, Might Guy, is it? My hands are itching. You shall serve as my target. Turning to face her opponent, Yusaki cast a disdainful glance filled with contempt. You dare mock my hairstyle? You insufferable wretch. Provoked by Yusaka's taunts, Might Guy was once again engulfed in fury. The surrounding classmates, sensing the impending confrontation, hastily retreated several meters. This hot-blooded fool dared to insult Yusaka. His life was surely forfeit today. Yusaka, this is merely a test. Please do not take it too seriously. As the tension escalated, Shuji Mikami rushed forward to mediate. Given Yusaka's formidable prowess, any physical altercation would be no trifling matter. Yet, Yusaka disregarded his pleas, a menacing smile gracing his lips. You want me to get serious? Very well, it just so happens that I wish to gauge my full strength. Misinterpreting Mikami's entreaty amidst the clamor of the onlookers, Yusaka was taken aback to discover this seemingly frail homeroom teacher possessed a manly side today. In light of his genuine nature, perhaps a modicum of respect was warranted in the future. Hey, you with the bushy eyebrows. Did you hear the teacher's request? Hurry over here. Let me properly test my blade on you. Yusaka reached for the hilt at his waist, excitement radiating from his face. Surely, this was excessive. To compel Yusaka to unleash his full potential against Might Guy? Although Guy ranked at the bottom of the class, such brutality seemed unwarranted. This was utterly reckless. A sight too grim to behold. Upon hearing this, the classmates cast incredulous glances at Shuji Mikami. This fellow, who usually appeared quite genteel, revealed himself to be an utterly deranged instigator. What the hell? When did I ever allow you to get serious? Overwhelmed by the scrutiny of his peers, Mikami felt despair wash over him. They were all healthy young individuals. Please, do not be so deaf to reason. If someone were to perish, even diving into the ocean would not absolve him of guilt. You scoundrel, prepare yourself. In a flash, Might Guy lunged forward, arriving directly before Yusaka. He executed a fluid spinning kick, aimed squarely at Yusaka's face. Oh, not bad for a move. Yusaka remained unfazed, his right hand already resting on the hilt of his weapon. This was disastrous. Might Guy, the fool, dared to confront Yusaka with such a rudimentary technique. It was precisely because Kakashi charged headlong that he was swiftly dispatched by Yusaka. The classmates watched in anxious anticipation, their hearts pounding. If even a genius like Kakashi fell to Yusaka, was Might Guy not destined for demise? Realizing the situation had spiraled beyond redemption, Shuji Mikami swiftly produced a scroll and activated a summoning technique. Blade technique. As Yusaka's aura shifted, Might Guy was suddenly enveloped by an overwhelming pressure, making even breathing arduous. What kind of ninjutsu is this? An unprecedented terror surged within him. Retreat was no longer an option. One word: dragon flash. Boom. Swish. 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 Yusaka, it is time to cease. At the very moment when the long blade was about to be drawn, three figures suddenly materialized behind Yotsuka. All three were clad in the distinctive uniforms of elite Jonin, firmly restraining Yotsuka's wrists. No matter how much strength he exerted, he found himself utterly unable to break free. The abrupt appearance of these three figures startled everyone present, save for Shuji Mikami. The students could scarcely comprehend how they had arrived as they blinked and, in the next instant, the figures had manifested. "What is happening?" murmured Tsukiyakatsuki, bewildered. Being of lesser prowess, he was unaware that Yotsuka's previous strike, had it been unleashed, would have surely claimed Might Guy's life. He merely witnessed Yotsuka being subdued the moment he drew his blade. The three figures had utilized a unique transportation ninjutsu, which, upon their arrival, enveloped them in a cloud of smoke. Consequently, like Tsukiyakatsuki, the students present momentarily failed to recognize the identities of these three figures. "You three are rather dull, aren't you? To simultaneously intervene and thwart me, you certainly do flatter me," Natsuka remarked with a hint of resignation. He attempted to shrug, but the grip of the three was too tight, rendering him immobile. Thus, he resigned himself to standing still. "What could we do? Your last move was exceedingly perilous. Had it not been for our combined intervention, that thick-browed lad might well be in grave danger by now," came a slightly hoarse voice from behind him. Without needing to turn around, Yotsuka knew who it was. After all, there were many with hoarse voices in the Hidden Leaf Village. Yet only one could entwine others with arms as serpentine as his. "Humph, Yotsuka, if you continue this violent behavior, I shall not take you to the gourmet festival in the Land of Lightning next month," a voice, rich and magnetic, chimed in. Upon hearing this, Yotsuka immediately wilted like a frost-bitten eggplant, responding with utmost politeness. "Rest assured, I, Yotsuka, am quite the gentleman. How could I resort to violence? You must take me to the gourmet festival next month." As Yotsuka conversed with the figures behind him, the white smoke from the transportation ninjutsu gradually dissipated, revealing the true forms of the three figures. In the next moment, a series of gasps erupted from the crowd of students, the previously bustling discussions vanishing in an instant, leaving the atmosphere steeped in an eerie silence. But in the following second, the silence was shattered. "It's Lord Tsunade, and Lord Jiraiya and Lord Orochimaru. My goodness, all three legendary Sannin are here," Kakashi exclaimed, his voice trembling with disbelief as he gazed in awe at the trio revered as the Sannin. "What? It's the Sannin. The Sannin have personally come to stop Yotsuka. Am I dreaming? It's truly the Sannin." In an instant, a cacophony of astonished voices erupted among the students. Most of these youngsters had only heard of the legendary Sannin, but had never encountered them in person. Today, however, they were privileged to witness their formidable presence during the test, leaving them both awestruck and exhilarated. Yet, a sense of bitterness lingered in some hearts. Kakashi stood motionless, gazing blankly at Yamasaka, who had been restrained by the combined efforts of the Sannin, his emotions tumultuous like a raging sea. Had Yamasaka's prowess escalated to the point where it necessitated the intervention of the Sannin? Why was he so effortlessly formidable despite his carefree demeanor? What did that make me? The son of Konoha's White Fang, hailed as a prodigy since childhood, yet unable to match even the leniency of that fellow's strength. Moonlight Gale trembled, clutching his sword tightly, finally grasping why Tsukiya would choose Yamasaka and cast him aside. What girl wouldn't he admire such a man? One who required the Sannin's collective might to be subdued? But why was he so powerful? No, I must surpass him. I must prove to Tsukiya that I am the strongest man. At that moment, every student present was profoundly affected, experiencing a spectrum of emotions. Some idolized, others were shocked. Some felt envy, while a few were ignited with a fierce determination. However, none of this concerned Yamasaka. Clearing his throat, he resignedly remarked, all right. I've sheathed my sword. How much longer must you restrain me?" Upon hearing this, Jiraiya and the others released their hold on Yamasaka, who then returned to his nonchalant demeanor. He raised an eyebrow at Mitsuhashi and said, "So, I suppose this match is mine, correct?" "Indeed, it is undoubtedly yours," Mitsuhashi affirmed with a nod before turning to the assembled students and announcing loudly, "In this contest, Yamasaka emerges victorious." Meanwhile, Might Guy remained in a daze, fixated on Yamasaka. He was half kneeling on the ground, his entire body rigid with tension. The impact of Yamasaka's blow had been overwhelming. In the moment Yamasaka was about to strike, it felt as though an enormous blade had appeared, dominating the very fabric of reality. In that instant, his body became paralyzed, as if his very soul had been drawn from his corporeal form. Everything, the instructor, the training dummies, the arena, his classmates, even Yamasaka, faded from his vision, leaving only that colossal blade descending upon him. This vision had inflicted severe psychological trauma on Might Guy, rendering him immobile even now, as if he were completely incapacitated. "Hey, are you all right?" Yamasaka inquired, patting Might Guy's shoulder as he passed by. To his surprise, Might Guy, seemingly triggered by some unseen force, widened his eyes in shock and promptly fainted. "Talk about fragile," Yamasaka muttered, turning to face the remaining students and casually asking, "Is there anyone else?" Though the tone of Yamasaka was rather unremarkable, the 3 words he uttered transformed completely in the ears of his classmates. Noera Rin's eyes sparkled with admiration. Her small fist clasped to her lips, her cheeks flushed as she gazed adoringly at Yamasaka, murmuring, "So handsome." Similarly, Yu Yuen wore a love-struck expression. Captivated by Yamasaka on stage, convinced he was the most dashing man in the world, merely catching a glimpse of him filled her with overwhelming excitement and joy. The other girls, too, mirrored the awe displayed by Yu Yuen and Noera, which irked several male classmates. Yet, upon recalling Yamasaka's terrifyingly exceptional prowess, they were engulfed by a sense of impotent anger, as the disparity was so vast that they could scarcely envision surpassing Yamasaka. Observing the astonished and reverent expressions of his peers, Yamasaka remained unfazed, his mind solely focused on hastily concluding the test to indulge in culinary delights. He then inquired, "Is there no one willing to challenge me? If not, I shall take my leave." At that moment, a voice emerged from the crowd of students. "I will challenge you. Who dares to speak so boldly?" Upon hearing this declaration, Mikami Shuji felt a surge of exasperation. Had someone said such a thing before Yamasaka's battle with Might Guy, he might have deemed it somewhat reasonable. However, in light of Yamasaka's decisive victory over Might Guy, it was utterly reckless for anyone to make such a claim. Were they truly unafraid of death? In that instant, Mikami was at a loss to determine whether to commend the individual's audacity, consider their ignorance as bravery, or deem them simply unhinged. Although Yamasaka's previous strike had not genuinely cut through, Mikami sensed that had it been real, even he would have faced certain demise. Consequently, Mikami was left pondering who among the students was so weary of life, unable to appreciate the gift of existence. Simultaneously, after the challenge was proclaimed, the atmosphere among the students erupted into chaos, with countless heads turning towards the source of the voice. Wow, what is wrong with him? Why would he say such a thing? Those who were bold yet foolish, fully aware of the futility of their actions, in Mikami's view, were unworthy of being ninjas. For a ninja must learn the art of patience, something this individual clearly lacked. Ah, it's him. How dare he challenge Yamasaka? Has he lost his mind? In an instant, as the challenge was issued, the surrounding students began to murmur their disbelief, and no one held faith in this challenger. Even Kakashi, who had been taught by his father never to underestimate others, furrowed his brow and thought, "Even I, hailed as a genius, am no match for Yamasaka. What merit does Asuma possess to challenge him?" Meanwhile, Yamasaka, who was preparing to descend the stage to enjoy some chips, was entirely unconcerned. "Who cares who it is? They are no match for me," he mused. Upon recognizing Asuma, he casually remarked, "Ah, it's you, Asuma." Asuma, noticing Yamasaka's indifference, let out a derisive snort. His face contorted into a smug expression as he began to stride forward through the crowd. He strode towards the stage, his pace neither hurried nor lethargic. As he passed by his classmates, a cacophony of murmurs enveloped him, each whisper echoing doubt about his impending victory. Yet, Asuma remained resolute, impervious to the naysayers surrounding him. Despite the skepticism of those around him, he held an unwavering belief in himself, his conviction as solid as granite. He understood that to be deemed a true warrior, one must possess an indomitable will, unshaken by external forces. Only through such resolve could one earn the right to be called a true champion, and he, Asuma Saratobi, son of the third Hokage, was destined to become that champion. As he advanced, he reflected, people often say that Yamasaka is formidable, and indeed, he is extraordinarily strong. However, I, Asuma Saratobi, am the son of the third Hokage and the bearer of his will, a man destined to become Hokage. While others may falter before you, I, Asuma Saratobi, fear you not. At that moment, a palpable aura of confidence radiated from him, compelling his classmates to sense an intangible presence. Kurina Yuhi, who had previously doubted Asuma's ability to prevail against Yamasaka, now regarded him with a newfound perspective. Perceiving a giant-like determination in him that inexplicably instilled a sense of security within her. Perhaps, just perhaps, Asuma could triumph over Yamasaka. As Asuma approached the front row of students, mere steps away from ascending the platform, he was suddenly halted by someone tugging at his sleeve. "Asuma, heed my advice. Do not proceed. You are not his match." Asuma paused, slightly furrowing his brow at the one who had detained him. It was Kakashi. his usual nonchalant demeanor replaced by an unusual seriousness as he held a toothpick between his lips. You too doubt my capabilities, Kakashi? Have you lost faith in my strength? Asuma replied, a hint of displeasure in his voice. It is precisely because I am aware of your abilities that I urge you to reconsider. Do not engage him. You cannot defeat him. Humph. You all insist I cannot win, but today, before your very eyes, I shall demonstrate the prowess of Asuma Sarutobi. With a surge of indignation, Asuma shook off Kakashi's grip and ascended the stage. Ah, Asuma, you are quite spirited today. Fully aware of your impending defeat, yet you boldly confront me. Out of respect for your warrior spirit, I, Yamasaka, shall refrain from inflicting harm upon you. Yamasaka proclaimed, his chin raised. His mood buoyed by the anticipation of attending the food festival in the Land of Lightning with Tsunade next month. Humph, Yamasaka, while others may fear you, I, Asuma Sarutobi, am unafraid. Your days of arrogance are numbered. Today, I shall put an end to your undefeated streak. As he spoke, Asuma pointed his thumb at his chest. His countenance resolute. Well said. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out from the audience, shouting in admiration. Sarutobi Asuma glanced over and recognized it was Yamasaka. Filling him with silent delight, indeed, a true comrade. Yamasaka, absent-mindedly digging in his ear, nodded and, while contemplating his plans to visit Ichiraka Ramen that evening, addressed Sarutobi Asuma without raising his head. Have you finished speaking? If you're done, let us commence our battle. The sooner we conclude, the sooner I can make it to Ichiraka Ramen's anniversary celebration. Are you belittling me, Yamasaka? Today, Sarutobi Asuma shall ensure you learn what it means to be overshadowed. With that declaration, Sarutobi Asuma let out a thunderous shout and hurled 3 shurikens directly at Yamasaka. Simultaneously, Jiraiya utilized a special ninjutsu to transmit his voice solely into Yamasaka's ears, ensuring he was the only one present to hear it. Yamasaka, enough already. If you can manage not to injure Sarutobi Asuma, I shall take you to Ichiraka Ramen to try their latest specialty. I possess a voucher for it. Well, the latest specialty? Absolutely. You call the shots. Whatever you say goes. Upon hearing Jiraiya's promise of the new dish, Yamasaka eagerly nodded, exclaiming his agreement. This enthusiasm stemmed from the fact that whenever Ichiraka Ramen introduced a new specialty, they would distribute a limited number of tasting vouchers, allowing the fortunate holders to be the first to sample the dish. Without such a voucher, one would have to wait 2 months for it to appear on the menu. These vouchers were exclusive to elite jonin, making Yamasaka's excitement over the prospect of tasting the new delicacy all the more palpable. As a result, Jiraiya's conditions seemed trivial in comparison. With the 3 shurikens flying toward him, Yamasaka smirked and tilted his head, easily evading the first shuriken, which whisked past his cheek, narrowly missing him. Sarutobi Asuma, watching this unfold, lamented internally, wishing he had managed to land a hit, as he would have been the first in history to wound Yamasaka. He placed his hopes on the remaining 2 shurikens. The second shuriken aimed straight for Yamasaka's chest, since the first shuriken targeted Yamasaka's left cheek. He had tilted his head right to dodge it, leaving the second shuriken less than 2 meters from his torso. Such proximity made it nearly impossible for Yamasaka to evade without employing the body flicker technique. This was precisely the strategy Sarutobi Asuma had devised. Using the first shuriken to block Yamasaka's movement, creating a feint to increase the likelihood of the subsequent shuriken striking their mark. Hit him. Strike him. Asuma fervently urged. His gaze fixated on the second shuriken, his heart racing with anticipation. Upon witnessing this scene, Kakashi and the audience became increasingly anxious, his heart brimming with conflicting emotions. He yearned for the shuriken to strike Yamasaka, hoping to teach him a lesson. Yet, simultaneously, Kakashi wished for the opposite, as Yamasaka was his target. And he did not want anyone else to claim the honor of being the first to injure him. Similarly, Moonlight Gale harbored the same thoughts. In stark contrast, Noera Rin and Yugugo wore expressions of concern, fearing that the shuriken would hit Yamasaka, while Masumi Hideji and the 3 Sannin were eager to observe how Yamasaka would respond. In an instant, the second shuriken became the focal point of attention for all present. However, the next moment, Yamasaka disappointed some onlookers. He merely chuckled, remaining perfectly still. And with a swift motion of his foot, he kicked a small stone from the ground. With a whoosh, it shot forth like a bullet, directly aimed at the second shuriken. Upon impact, a sharp sound rang out as the second shuriken, mere half a meter from Yasaka's chest, was struck by the flying stone, altering its trajectory and sending it careening to the left, missing Yamasaka entirely. Alas, it was truly unfortunate that the shuriken did not connect. Yamasaka was exceptionally fortunate to have been saved by a mere stone. Moonlight Gale felt a pang of disappointment, mistakenly believing that the stone had merely blocked Yamasaka, unaware that it was Yasaka's own doing, as the speed of his kick had been too swift for him to comprehend. This scene, however, was crystal clear to the three Sannin nearby. Jiraiya chuckled, stroking his chin and remarking, "This kid is quite interesting. I never expected him to employ such a tactic. I thought he would simply draw his blade to block." Orochimaru scoffed, his voice hoarse as he said, "No wonder he defeated my man, although it was merely a trick. I still admire his prowess." Just as the group was astonished by Yasaka's deflection of the second shuriken, Sarutobi Asuma maintained a serious demeanor. His teeth clenched as he controlled the third shuriken. Among all present, only he understood that the third shuriken was his true trump card, while the first two were mere feints to set up for the third. As Yamasaka deflected the second shuriken, the third had already reached a mere 3 meters from him, a distance that was alarmingly close, almost fleeting in nature. Now was the moment. Sarutobi Asuma suddenly shouted, forming hand seals with great speed, and declared, "Prepare yourself." Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. In the next instant, the third shuriken appeared to split, 1 into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 16, in the blink of an eye. It transformed from one into a multitude of shuriken, sealing off Yamasaka's left, right, and above, rendering all escape routes futile. No matter where Yamasaka attempted to evade, he would be assailed by shuriken. As the shuriken surged forth like an impenetrable wall towards Yamasaka, the students present were rendered utterly astonished. Even Kakashi, who often proclaimed himself a genius, gazed in disbelief at the multitude of shuriken shadow clones. He never anticipated that Asuma Sarutobi would wield such advanced ninjutsu, techniques that even he had yet to master. Could it be that, at long last, someone might be capable of defeating Yamasaka? Kakashi's heart raced, nearly rising to his throat. His pupils constricted as he fixated on Yamasaka, fearful of missing the next unfolding moment. On stage, Asuma Sarutobi wore a victorious smile. The culmination of countless days and nights of arduous training leading to this very day, to triumph over Yamasaka in front of the entire class. Even in the presence of the legendary Sannin, to become the strongest man in the class. That was his ambition, Asuma Sarutobi. Yet, as many eagerly anticipated the sight of Yamasaka being inundated with shuriken, Yamasaka merely smirked, uttering a dismissive, a trivial skill. In the next instant, Yamasaka's right hand seized the hilt of his sword with lightning speed, drawing it with a swift motion. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, a flash of blade light illuminated the scene. The audience perceived a brilliant white glow, followed by a cacophony of clashing steel. Before they could comprehend what had transpired, the white light vanished, revealing Yamasaka resheathing his sword at his waist. What just happened? Was Yamasaka unharmed by the shuriken? Moonlight Hate stared at Yamasaka on stage, momentarily befuddled. The events had unfolded too swiftly for the students below to process. They only registered Yamasaka drawing his sword, a fleeting flash of white, and then saw him sheathing it once more, leaving them in a state of bewilderment. What had occurred? What was the outcome? In an instant, all the students were left utterly perplexed. Even Mikami Shuji, who stood nearby, felt dizzy. Only the Sannin observed Yasaka's silhouette with solemn expressions. "Orochimaru, did you see that?" Tsunade inquired, her voice trembling slightly after a brief silence. "Indeed, I witnessed it clearly," Orochimaru replied gravely. Beside him, Jiraiya, usually jovial, was uncharacteristically silent, his gaze fixed intently on the sword at Yasaka's waist. His swordsmanship. "I never imagined it had reached such a level," Jiraiya remarked solemnly. "Indeed." Tsunade responded with a simple affirmation, yet this utterance startled both Jiraiya and Orochimaru. Being the granddaughter of the first Hokage and the grandniece of the second Hokage, Tsunade possessed profound knowledge of the second Hokage's sword techniques. The second Hokage's swordsmanship was renowned. He had once defeated Uchiha Azuna, the brother of Uchiha Madara, with his signature technique, the Flying Thunder God Slash. It was noteworthy that Uchiha Azuna had been approaching the level of a semi-shadow, highlighting the formidable nature of the second Hokage's skills. Thus, it is evident how deeply Tsunade comprehends the second generation of the slashing technique as she evaluates it, showcasing the formidable prowess of Yamasaka's blade technique. On the arena, Asuma Sarutobi stood in a daze, staring at Yamasaka, who remained unscathed a short distance away, his heart overwhelmed by a tremendous shock. "What?" Asuma murmured to himself, his gaze vacant. The Shadow Shuriken technique was a signature ninjutsu of his father, the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. In a bid to defeat Yamasaka, Asuma had diligently learned this technique from his father, investing over 6 months of effort to master it. His ambition was to ultimately vanquish Yamasaka with this ninjutsu, thus proving that he, Asuma Sarutobi, was the strongest of the lower ninjas. However, after enduring numerous days and nights of relentless training, the outcome was starkly disappointing. Yamasaka had effortlessly neutralized his attack without even shifting his stance. Asuma found it difficult to accept this reality. I saw you enter the arena brimming with confidence, thinking you had mastered some powerful ninjutsu. And yet this is all you could muster? Yamasaka shook his head, nonchalantly kicking the fallen shuriken back to Asuma. The very shuriken he had utilized for the shadow shuriken technique. If you possess no other tricks up your sleeve, then this round of testing is mine to claim. Yamasaka stated coolly to Asuma. How infuriating. Asuma gritted his teeth, his right hand pressed against the ground, clenching into a tight fist. Carving deep grooves into the earth with his fingers. I shall not concede so easily. I am the son of the third Hokage. I am Asuma Sarutobi. With a roar, Asuma felt a surge of fury erupt from within, propelling him off the ground as he leapt up, swiftly hurling several kunai towards Yamasaka before rapidly forming hand seals. Yamasaka, having effortlessly dodged the incoming kunai, stood his ground, awaiting Asuma's next move. He refrained from launching an offensive, having promised Jiraiya not to harm Asuma, and a counterattack might inadvertently inflict injury. Although he could minimize this risk, the potential for mishap loomed large. A mere slip could lead to a cut on Asuma's skin, jeopardizing his chance to savor the new ramen. Thus, in pursuit of a guaranteed experience of the new ramen, Yamasaka chose to restrain his aggression and adopt a defensive stance, hoping that Asuma would recognize the disparity between them and concede voluntarily. Meanwhile, witnessing Asuma's hand seals, Kakashi gasped in astonishment, exclaiming, "Is that the tiger seal? Is he about to unleash a fire release technique?" In the next moment, Asuma puffed out his cheeks and unleashed a torrent of gray smoke towards Yamasaka. The ashen fog quickly enveloped Yamasaka's figure. What? Not a fire release. What technique is this? Kakashi was taken aback, utterly perplexed by Asuma's intentions. Could it be that technique? As Nara Shikamaru gazed at the vast expanse of gray smoke enveloping the stage, he paused, recalling a conversation he once had with Asuma Sarutobi. Could this be? His eyes widened in realization. This is the ultimate trump card I have prepared for you. Asuma bellowed from the stage, before producing a lighter from his pocket. Igniting it, he hurled the lighter into the billowing gray smoke. Fire release, ash accumulation burning. In the next instant, the gray smoke ignited with ferocity, engulfing everything in a rapid blaze. The flames surged violently, resulting in a tremendous explosion. With a thunderous roar, a massive shockwave radiated outward from the arena. The nearest contestant, Shusui Mikami, let out a horrified scream as he stumbled backward, hastily employing a water release technique. Meanwhile, students seated in the front rows were thrown into chaos, toppled by the ferocious gusts of wind. What had once been the spot of Yamasaka was now transformed into a raging inferno, flames soaring over 3 meters high, waves of heat sweeping across the arena. The scorching temperature incinerated the surrounding grass, with the fire claiming 3/4 of the stage, leaving only Asuma's position untouched. The 3 Sannin had already leapt from the stage at the first sign of danger. Haha, this is my secret weapon. Yamasaka, this time victory is mine. I am the strongest man in the lower ninja world, Asuma Sarutobi. At that moment, Asuma reveled in his triumph, hands on his hips, laughing maniacally, tears of joy streaming down his face. The students below had managed to rise, their eyes wide with astonishment at the sight of the raging flames and the absence of Yamasaka. Could it be that the invincible Yamasaka had been defeated by Asuma? How unexpected, how astonishing. Kakashi pondered, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Is it really possible that Yamasaka has been vanquished? I refuse to believe it. Linyahara cried, tears streaming down her cheeks. What a shame, to have let Asuma take the lead. How frustrating. Tsukuyami lamented. On the opposite side of the arena, Orochimaru suddenly narrowed his eyes, frowning. No, it's not over yet. Just then, a voice emerged from the inferno, causing Asuma's laughter to falter. Asuma, quite a creative move you have there, but do you truly believe you can defeat me with it? You underestimate me. The familiar voice sent a chill through Asuma, freezing the smile on his face, his eyes betraying a sense of horror. What? Asuma felt his muscles stiffen, his heart momentarily halting as that haunting voice echoed in his ears. How could this be? Sarutobi Asuma appeared almost robotic, his neck rotating with jerky movements as if it were stuck, his gaze filled with uncertainty as he stared into the raging inferno. In the next moment, A voice rang out from the arena. Slash technique. Breaking waves. Instantly, the onlookers witnessed an unforgettable spectacle. The towering flames, several meters high, split apart as if sliced through by a knife, dividing into two distinct sections. The flames then erupted violently to either side with a thunderous roar. And in an astonishing turn of events, the once mighty fire simply vanished into thin air. Was the blaze extinguished just like that? Kakashi's pupils trembled as he fixed his gaze upon the stage, the scene surpassing the limits of his comprehension. He had actually sliced through the flames. How was that even possible? Moonlight Gale stared in horror at Yamasaka on the platform, disbelief etched across his face. This defied all rational thought. How could anyone sever fire? Observing Yamasaka wielding a katana with serene composure, unharmed amidst the chaos, Sarutobi Asuma felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, his entire being frozen in place. Struggling to grasp how Yamasaka's blade could cleave through the flames. Impossible. This was utterly inconceivable. No matter how sharp the blade, it could not cut fire. Sarutobi Asuma roared in anger, yet his body remained rigid, the image of the flames being sliced having inflicted a severe psychological blow, rendering him immobile. Though he was not ensnared by an illusion, Yamasaka's extraordinary strike had a mesmerizing effect akin to genjutsu, perhaps even surpassing its influence and its intensity. If one were to describe it, it could only be termed as a true illusion. At that moment, scattered embers flickered across the arena, resembling fiery rain descending from the heavens, dotting every corner of the platform. Yamasaka stood amidst the flames, then lifted his right foot and took a step forward, advancing towards Sarutobi Asuma with deliberate strides. Don't come any closer. As Yamasaka approached, Sarutobi Asuma lost all composure, his voice spiraling into frantic cries. In his eyes, Yamasaka resembled a demon emerging from the depths of hell, advancing from the inferno with a katana that glimmered with a chilling light, as if come to claim his life. Stay back. I command you to stay away. Sarutobi Asuma shouted hoarsely, desperate to retreat, to turn and flee. Yet, in his terror, he found himself paralyzed, unable to move, as if invisible tendrils of dread had ensnared his very bones and muscles, rendering him utterly immobile. Move. Move now. Damn it. At this moment, Asuma Sarutobi found himself engulfed by a wave of terror, his entire being overwhelmed by fear. As he witnessed Yamasaka drawing ever closer, his body began to tremble uncontrollably. Yet he remained paralyzed and unable to move. On the opposite side of the arena, Tsunade stood with her arms crossed, her expression grave as she observed Asuma's state. In a hushed tone, she remarked, "What is happening?" Asuma appears to be ensnared in an illusion, yet there is something distinctly different about it. Nearby, Jiraiya furrowed his brow, his voice low and deliberate as he began to speak. If I am not mistaken, he is experiencing a form of mental shock, resulting in effects akin to those of an illusion. It resembles the condition of individuals who, upon being startled, become rigid and collapse, unable to move. Indeed. That must be the case, Tsunade concurred. Yamasaka's earlier strike was not merely a simple severing of flames. From the insights provided by my sensory abilities, it seems that Yamasaka's blade also inflicted a kind of mental impact upon Asuma, creating an illusionary effect that is far more profound than it appears at first glance. Upon hearing this, Tsunade fell into contemplative silence. Having grown up in proximity to the first and second Hokages, she had absorbed much knowledge, including the concept of mental shock as described by Orochimaru. This form of attack was intangible, resembling an illusion, but unlike traditional illusions, which mislead the mind with false perceptions, mental shock directly assails the spirit. The destructive potential of such psychological attacks exceeded that of mere illusions. Illusions typically have fleeting effects, whereas powerful mental shocks can leave lasting scars on the psyche, akin to the adage once bitten by a snake, one is afraid of the rope. Tsunade recalled the second Hokage mentioning that if such a mental shock were potent enough, it could even extinguish a person's soul on the spot, leading to cases of death by sheer fright. Reflecting on this, Tsunade's eyes widened with an indescribable astonishment as she regarded Yamasaka anew, realizing the depth of his potential. Meanwhile, Yamasaka remained oblivious to the shock he had instilled in the three legendary ninjas. His sole focus was on compelling Asuma to surrender, lest he be driven to take action himself. With a decisive step, Yamasaka approached Asuma, towering above the incapacitated figure. "Asuma, I am the strongest genin of Konoha, Yamasaka," he declared coldly. However, as soon as the words left his lips, he pondered whether he had been too severe, worried that he might inadvertently frighten Asuma to death. After all, in his earlier strike aimed at cutting through the flames, Yamasaka had also infused his attack with a psychological assault. hoping to shatter Asuma's will and prompt an immediate concession. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Yatsuka quickly donned a smile, his pearly whites glistening in the sunlight. He reassured, "Asuma, do not be disheartened. Your inability to defeat me is not a reflection of your weakness, but rather of my formidable strength." Hearing Yatsuka's words, Sarutobi Asuma felt a sudden bitterness in his throat, followed by a wave of distress, and he ended up spitting blood, collapsing unconscious. "Hey, Jiraiya, you must pay attention. I have not laid a finger on him throughout. Just now, when he set fire to me, I merely defended myself by slicing through the flames. His bloodshed is not my concern. You cannot use this as an excuse to deny me a meal of the new ramen." Upon witnessing Asuma's bloodshed, Yatsuka grew anxious. Urgently turning to Jiraiya, with a resigned smile, casually flicked his wrist, sending a coupon emblazoned with the Ichiraku ramen logo soaring towards Yatsuka like a shuriken. Yatsuka caught the new ramen voucher, cradling it as if it were a priceless treasure, carefully tucking it into the inner pocket of his clothing, his face instantly lighting up with joy. Meanwhile, upon seeing Sarutobi Asuma collapse after spitting blood, Mikami Shushi rushed forward to lift him, checking to find that he had merely been overwhelmed with anger, which brought a sigh of relief. After all, he was the son of the third Hokage. Any incident occurring during his class would spell considerable trouble. Medical team, quickly take Sarutobi Asuma to the hospital. After summoning the medical team, Mikami entrusted Asuma to their care. Simultaneously, the students and lower-ranked ninjas observing from the sidelines erupted in a flurry of reactions. Nara Shikamura sighed, biting on a toothpick as he lamented, "I warned you not to engage him. You cannot win, but you chose not to listen. Well, here we are. Yatsuka is indeed extraordinarily strong." Kakashi gazed gravely at Yatsuka on the stage, his heart awash with complex emotions. He felt an immense distance from Yatsuka, almost disoriented. Ever since he was defeated by Yatsuka last year, he had aimed to surpass him. Yet, could he truly transcend Yatsuka? His heart was now beset with uncertainty. Sukiakari Shippu clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh, oblivious to the pain, as his gaze fixated solely on Yatsuka, the man standing on the stage, seemingly 2 centimeters shorter, yet radiating overwhelming strength. The moment Yatsuka sliced through the flames had left Sukiakari breathless. That stunning scene inducing a vision wherein he appeared diminutive before a towering giant. He lifted his head, straining to gaze upward, only to see that the giant's visage was none other than Yatsuka's. As someone who specialized in sword techniques, Sukiakari understood the sheer might required to cleave through flames with a single strike, at least for now, even with the aid of wind release. The Moonlight Gale cannot match up. Moreover, he is acutely aware that the recent strike from Yamasaka did not employ wind release, but rather relied solely on his swordsmanship to cleave through the flames. "Cursed be you, Yamasaka. I shall surpass you," Moonlight Gale fervently screamed within, driven not just by the desire to prove his swordsmanship superior, but also by the bitter truth that his longtime crush, Yue, had cast him aside to chatter incessantly around Yamasaka. This was the true source of Moonlight Gale's resentment. In his heart, Yue was his guiding light. Yet she had been drawn to Yamasaka. How could he endure this? The allure Yamasaka held over Yue stemmed from his formidable swordsmanship, which led Moonlight Gale to believe that if he could defeat Yamasaka, then Yue would be captivated by his own charm and return to him. "Yamasaka, I shall surely surpass you. Yue belongs to me," Moonlight Gale thought through gritted teeth. Not far away, Noera Rin gazed at Yamasaka on stage with adoration, her eyes sparkling like stars. Clenching her tiny fists under her chin, her cheeks flushed, her heart raced as if a fawn were bounding within. "He is so handsome. So cool, especially that line, 'It's not that you are weak, but that I am strong,' absolutely thrilling. This is the man I desire. Oh no, I think I'm in love." Among those present, several other girls shared Rin's fluttering sentiments, wearing expressions of similar infatuation, which stirred feelings of envy and resentment in the hearts of some boys towards Yamasaka. However, one girl stood apart, Hinata Kurenai. Upon witnessing Sarutobi Asuma's defeat, her heart ached alongside his. When Sarutobi coughed up blood, she nearly rushed to his aid, only to be preempted by Mikami Shusuke. Unbeknownst to Yamasaka, who stood on the arena, the audience harbored a mixture of jealousy, admiration, affection, and resentment towards him. His thoughts were solely consumed by culinary delights, particularly a new ramen dish from Ichiraku. The silky, chewy noodles paired with a unique broth and exquisite toppings promised a taste that transcended earthly pleasures. A single bite would surely yield extraordinary rewards from the system, enhancing his prowess significantly. With this in mind, Yamasaka was eager to partake in the tasting. Yet he remained bound to the ongoing class assessment. Consequently, he turned to the students below and called out loudly, "Is there anyone else?" Yamasaka meant no harm, merely inquiring if anyone wished to challenge him. If not, he would indulge in ramen. However, upon hearing those 3 words, the atmosphere shifted among the students. Some boys felt a surge of indignation, thinking to themselves how brazen he was. Did he truly believe they would shy away from confronting him? Perhaps they would indeed confront him. Some contend that the mere utterance of Yamasaka exudes an overwhelming aura of dominance, reminiscent of a grandiose declaration of supremacy, an assertion that the heavens and the earth are inconsequential in the face of one's might, accompanied by an intimidating resolve to vanquish any challenger. In that moment, the audience below harbored various thoughts, yet none dared to confront him. Although defeating Yamasaka would signify a successful test, the question lingered: who could possibly triumph over him? The recent defeat of Asuma Sarutobi served as a poignant illustration. Despite his unwavering confidence and ambition to become the strongest genin, he now lay in a critical condition in the ninja hospital. Observing the lack of challengers, Hiragi Shuji sighed, relinquishing any expectation for someone to step forward against Yamasaka. After all, even he, as an instructor, lacked the confidence to defeat him. Recognizing the absence of challengers, he declared that regardless of whether today's tests were deemed successful, everyone should proceed to practice shuriken throwing. His gesture toward the nearby target range elicited an unexpected silence from the students, unlike before, where sighs of discontent would have echoed. They now welcomed the reprieve from battling Yamasaka. Thus, a throng of students hastened to the range to hone their shuriken skills, leaving only Yamasaka, the 3 legendary ninjas, and Hiragi Shuji on the stage. Approaching the 3 ninjas with utmost reverence, Hiragi expressed gratitude for their assistance, admitting that without their presence, he would struggle to withstand Yamasaka's onslaught. Inwardly, he felt fortunate for Might Guy's timely alert to the legendary ninjas. Had he not acted, Guy might have found himself in a predicament akin to Asuma's, if not worse, given Yamasaka's seriousness during their earlier encounter. After all, our primary concern is the safety of the students, and that is of no consequence, Tsunade replied, though she privately harbored doubts about her ability to best Yamasaka in a one-on-one confrontation. Prior to witnessing Yamasaka severing flames with a single stroke, she had been quite confident in her skills. However, that display of power left her feeling somewhat uncertain. While Yamasaka indeed possessed formidable close combat capabilities, Tsunade believed him not invincible. Even the mightiest attacks would falter against her monstrous strength, for Yamasaka's physique remained within the realm of ordinary humans, unlike Orochimaru, who was impervious to physical harm. Nevertheless, even Orochimaru had nearly met his end at Yamasaka's hands, a fact Tsunade once inquired about, though Orochimaru, concerned for his pride, had remained reticent. Thus, she speculated that Yamasaka's assaults might not be as straightforwardly physical as they appeared. At that moment, Jiraiya turned to Yamasaka, suggesting, "Yamasaka, soon we shall venture to Ichiraka Ramen to sample their new offerings. I've heard that the latest creation was inspired by a moment of enlightenment experienced by the proprietor after meditating in the mountains for 3 months, triggered by the sound of a fish leaping from the water. I anticipate it will be delightful." Indeed. Hearing that has certainly ignited my anticipation. Yamasaka, drooling with anticipation, was filled with excitement not only for the delectable cuisine but also for the imminent system rewards that would follow the indulgence. Upon noticing Orochimaru, Yamasaka was taken aback and exclaimed, "Ah, Orochimaru, you've recovered from your injuries. Your healing is truly remarkable." Orochimaru's lips twitched. It had been over 3 months, and naturally, he had long since healed. Even if he had suffered broken bones, they would have mended by now. Thus, he offered an awkward smile and hoarsely remarked, "Your previous attack was exceptionally fierce. I have never encountered such a formidable assault before. I truly bear witness to your prowess." Orochimaru spoke with genuine admiration. He was not one to harbor resentment over being struck by Yamasaka. Rather, he felt a profound respect after witnessing Yamasaka's formidable attack. Simultaneously, he harbored immense curiosity about Yamasaka's physique, contemplating how wonderful it would be to study it, or even to inhabit Yamasaka's body himself. With this thought, Orochimaru's gaze toward Yamasaka shifted dramatically. "Hey, Orochimaru, why are you looking at me like that? It feels rather unsettling." Yamasaka instinctively took a step back, sensing a peculiar glint in Orochimaru's eyes. No, I'm merely pondering some intriguing thoughts." Orochimaru waved off the concern, but this explanation only heightened Yamasaka's suspicions. Intriguing thoughts? What could 2 men possibly find intriguing together? A shiver ran down Yamasaka's spine as he moved closer to Jiraiya, thinking that the womanizing Jiraiya seemed more trustworthy. As the students had been dispatched by Mikami Shuji to practice shuriken throwing, there was little for him to attend to at that moment. With Yamasaka no longer engaged in combat, the three legendary ninjas had no need to remain vigilant, leading Orochimaru to bid farewell, followed by Tsunade. While Mikami Shuji went off to supervise the students, this left only Jiraiya and Yamasaka together. "Jiraiya, let us go now," Yamasaka exclaimed with excitement. "Of course." And so, the two swiftly made their way to Ichiraku Ramen. It was afternoon, and the dining crowd was sparse, resulting in a nearly empty establishment when Yamasaka and Jiraiya arrived. With only one patron seated inside. "Boss, 2 bowls of the latest signature ramen, please." Yamasaka and Jiraiya presented their new product vouchers. Uncle Ichiraku accepted the 2 tickets with a cheerful nod and turned to Yamasaka, inquiring, "Yamasaka, have you come across any new delicacies lately?" Yamasaka chuckled, "No, I've been enjoying familiar dishes recently. While they are delightful, I yearn to try something new that I haven't sampled before." "Perfect timing then. This is my latest creation. The 20-second signature ramen, guaranteed to be an exhilarating experience." "Haha, that is splendid." Otsutsuki Ichiraku shares a delightful camaraderie with Yasaki, primarily due to Yasaki's passion for gourmet cuisine. While Ichiraku Ramen is renowned in Kanehagakure for its exquisite noodles. Consequently, Yasaki frequents this establishment to savor the delectable ramen. Given Yasaki's cheerful disposition, it did not take long for him to forge a friendship with Otsutsuki Ichiraku. At this juncture, Otsutsuki Ichiraku was in the prime of his life, and his daughter, Otsutsuki Ayame, was merely 15, blossoming into her youth and sharing the same age as Yasaki, hence their rapport flourished as well. "Uncle, why haven't I seen Ayame?" Yasaki casually inquired, noticing her absence. While skillfully crafting the ramen, Otsutsuki Ichiraku responded, "She accompanied her mother to procure ingredients. Recently, I've heard that a new batch of supplies has arrived from the land of clouds, which we, the villagers of Konoha, have yet to sample. Therefore, I intend to seize the opportunity and acquire some before it runs out." "Oh, I shall come to taste the new ingredients then," Yasaki exclaimed excitedly, thrilled at the prospect of indulging in new culinary delights. Engaging in light-hearted banter with Otsutsuki Ichiraku, it was tea long before 2 steaming bowls of ramen were served. Immediately, Yasaki was enveloped by an enticing aroma that made his mouth water. He eagerly scooped up a spoonful of broth to taste. "What? How can it be this delicious? My goodness." Yasaki was utterly astonished. This was undoubtedly the finest broth he had ever encountered. "This ramen is exquisite," he declared with enthusiasm. At that moment, a notification from the system echoed in his mind. Ding. Tasting a new gourmet dish, acquired Steel/X1, deepening the mastery of slashing techniques, enhancing killing intent proficiency. "Haha, I've acquired a new skill, Steel Slash. The very name exudes a sense of might, and surely its power is formidable." As Yasaki relished the noodles, he mused blissfully, feeling truly fortunate. This system allowed him to indulge in culinary pleasures while simultaneously gaining formidable strength, akin to a divine blessing. After all, others seeking to enhance their prowess must endure arduous training, often accompanied by bloodshed. However, for Yasaki, the path to power was paved with delightful cuisine, where the more he savored, the stronger he became. Were Mike Guy, who lacks ninjutsu talent, or the voracious Akimichi clan to discover this, they would likely be overwhelmed with envy. For Yasaki, the elevation of his strength was achieved amidst joyful sentiments, creating a win-win scenario. "Yasaki, what has you laughing so heartily?" Jiraiya inquired, noticing Yasaki's sudden burst of laughter while he enjoyed his meal. "Oh, it's nothing," Yasaki replied, attempting to conceal his delight. "I simply find this ramen to be an exquisite culinary masterpiece. It made me unable to contain my joy." With that, he took another generous sip of broth. Feeling as though he had transcended into another realm, and incoherently asked Otsutsuki Ichiraku, "Uncle Ichiraku, this broth is extraordinary. What do you use to make it?" "Ah, your inquiry touches upon confidential business matters, and naturally, they would be reluctant to divulge such information." Upon hearing the question posed by Yamasaka, Jiraiya rolled his eyes in exasperation. "No matter," he continued, "Yamasaka has been under my watchful eye since childhood, and I have faith that he would never become a spy for anyone. Furthermore, even if one were to discern the ingredients, without my personal touch, they could never replicate the unique flavor I create." As he spoke, Otsutsuki Ichiraku began to count on his fingers, addressing Yamasaka. "This broth has been meticulously crafted over 8 hours, utilizing clams, oysters, lobster, sea cucumber, seaweed, cucumber, and my secret seasoning blend, making it a true pinnacle of freshness. Wow, that is impressive. No wonder it tastes so exquisite, Yamasaka exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with admiration for Otsutsuki Ichiraku. Engaging in casual conversation with Jiraiya and Otsutsuki Ichiraku, Yamasaka also devoted part of his attention to exploring his newly acquired abilities. The proficiency of his killing intent surge had increased, enhancing the potency of his slashing techniques. This so-called killing intent surge involved infusing his strikes with an aura of lethal intent, manifesting as an intangible psychological assault on his adversaries. Such an attack was imperceptible and immaterial, thus unpreventable, akin to a genjutsu, yet far superior, as it directly assailed the opponent's psyche rather than inflicting indirect harm. Unless the target possessed formidable mental fortitude or exceptional willpower, evasion was virtually impossible. A prime example of this was when Yamasaka cleaved through flames, leaving Sarutobi Asuma paralyzed with fear, unable to move. At that moment, Yamasaka had unleashed the killing intent surge alongside his strike, launching a direct assault on Asuma's mind, nearly causing him to succumb to a mental breakdown. The enhancement of his killing intent surge proficiency signified that Yamasaka's psychological onslaughts would now carry even greater lethality, a fact that greatly pleased him. If he were to indulge in more exquisite culinary delights, he could elevate his killing intent surge further, evolving it into the mind cleave, capable of severing not just the flesh but the very essence of the soul, while his current abilities inflicted damage upon the enemy's psyche. The evolution into Mind Cleave would grant him the capacity to directly assault an adversary's soul. Should he ascend to the ultimate tier, known as Ideal Mind Cleave, according to the system's description, he would possess the extraordinary ability to sever all entities that could be named, even cutting through the threads of a doomed future to leave only the path of victory, a truly formidable power. After thoroughly reviewing the details of his killing intent surge, Yamasaka felt immense satisfaction and a burgeoning sense of aspiration. He then glanced at the descriptions and upgrade paths for his Steel Flash technique. Achieving the highest level would bestow upon him the title and abilities of the Gale Sword Master, allowing him to proclaim with flair, "Death is like the wind. It is always at my side." Thus, amidst excitement and enjoyment, the meal concluded joyously. Yamasaka let out a contented burp, filled with an indescribable sense of fulfillment. "Jiraiya, thank you for your hospitality. If ever you encounter someone you cannot defeat, do not hesitate to call upon me, and I shall assist you in vanquishing them," said Yamasaka with great ambition, his spirits high. "Oh, that won't be necessary. There are few who can best me. And I suspect that those who can likely surpass you as well," Jiraiya replied with a chuckle. Yamasaka refrained from inquiring further about who Jiraiya could not overcome. Having indulged in a hearty meal, his cravings for culinary delights had somewhat diminished, and he contemplated a postprandial activity. Thus, he suggested to Jiraiya, "How about we engage in a spar?" Instantly, Jiraiya waved his hand dismissively, stating, "I shall not spar with you, lest I find myself bedridden for 10 days or more. However, if you desire to stretch your limbs, I can escort you to a delightful place." "Oh, what delightful place?" Yamasaka queried, his curiosity piqued. With a mischievous grin, Jiraiya leaned closer to Yamasaka and whispered conspiratorially, "I overheard Tsunade mention that she intends to visit the Heavenly Treasure Bathhouse this afternoon. I've previously scouted the area, and it appears to be unguarded. We could sneak a peek. At this hour, there should be plenty of young ladies present." "Ah, Jiraiya, even if there aren't too many guards, we could still be discovered. Are you not afraid of the potential repercussions?" Yamasaka questioned, puzzled. In response, Jiraiya chuckled, "Fear not. I have often spied on others bathing alongside the third Hokage and have amassed considerable experience. Yet, I must admit, I still fall short compared to him. My mentor excels in the art of discreet observation, particularly when it comes to young women. This lecherous old man, I never imagined he harbored such interests." Yamasaka mused to himself, stroking his chin. "Indeed, let me share a secret. All my skills in clandestine observation were imparted to me by the third Hokage. His technique, the Shadow Shield, is particularly remarkable. It is the quintessence of stealth," Jiraiya proclaimed with pride. "Oh, the Shadow Shield? What is that?" Yamasaka inquired, intrigued. Jiraiya elucidated. "The Shadow Shield is a technique that conceals one's presence from enemies, rendering them oblivious to your temperature, breath, heartbeat, and even appearance. It is specifically designed for eavesdropping and covert observation." Pausing momentarily, he continued, "However, this technique has a critical flaw. One cannot move. The instant you stir, All concealed aspects, heartbeat, breath, even your form are revealed, making it quite easy for enemies to detect you. Yamasaka pondered this revelation. So this was how Jiraiya and the third Hokage indulged in their furtive escapades. Perhaps not. I shall leave the spying to you. I must return home to rest. After a satisfying meal, sleep beckons, he declared, shaking his head. Alas, youth is indeed naive. In time, you shall come to appreciate the thrill of stealthy observation, haha. Jiraiya laughed heartily. Subsequently, Yamasaka parted ways with Jiraiya, returning home to rest while Jiraiya headed to the Tin Treasure bathhouse to indulge in the voyeuristic pleasure of observing others bathe. Just 5 minutes after both Yamasaka and Jiraiya had left Ichiraku Ramen, a patron who had been seated in the corner since Yamasaka began his meal stood up and removed the conical hat that obscured his features. As the hat fell away, his visage was revealed, an extraordinary sight indeed. His face was divided into two halves, one black, the other white. Remarkably, the two halves appeared to possess the ability to converse with one another, a phenomenon most astonishing. At that moment, the individual approached the ramen counter and addressed the ramen chef, Tsutsuki Ichiraku. Mr. Tsutsuki, I am called Zetsu, and I come on behalf of Uchiha Madara to extend an invitation for you to join us in our endeavor to create a true world of peace. Oh, a world of peace, you say? If I'm not mistaken, your so-called peace will likely come at the cost of many lives, won't it? Tsutsuki Ichiraku continued to prepare the ramen, not lifting his gaze. The man who introduced himself as Zetsu nodded, responding with his black half, in the face of true success. A few sacrifices are deemed worthwhile. After all, there is an old adage, a general's achievements are built upon the bones of countless soldiers. Those who perish are mere expendables on the path to success. Tsutsuki Ichiraku persisted with his work, remaining indifferent to Zetsu's words, retorting, You may indulge in your turmoil as you wish, but do not seek me out. My intervention brings death, and I have washed my hands of such matters, aspiring only to be a god of ramen. I desire nothing else. But if your chaos disrupts my business, rest assured, your lives will be forfeit. Tsutsuki Ichiraku, do you truly speak with such conviction? To extend an invitation is to show respect. It is a gesture of honor. I advise you not to refuse a drink offered to you, lest you face the consequences. Zetsu's expression darkened, his voice low and laced with an ominous aura. Are you threatening me? Tsutsuki Ichiraku replied coolly, his hands continuing to craft the ramen, not even sparing a glance at Zetsu. Yet, in that instant, Zetsu felt an overwhelming force descend upon him, rendering him as if plunged into an icy abyss. Engulfed in a world of corpses and blood, within this grim landscape, a colossal beast surged forth from the depths, its gaping maw poised to devour him. In the blink of an eye, the nightmarish realm of death and decay seemed to freeze, as if a pause button had been pressed. Countless fractures marred the scene, and like shattered glass, the surrounding horrors fragmented into innumerable shards, returning the focus to Ichiraku Ramen. This serves as a warning. Do not provoke me again. I wish to refrain from violence, for when I unleash my power, death is inevitable. Daetong Yuyao meticulously placed a freshly prepared bowl of ramen on the rack, then reached for a knife to begin chopping scallions, casting not even a glance at the frozen figure beside him, as if that person were non-existent. I am sorry. I want to disturb you again. After what felt like an eternity, Ju finally regained his composure, stammering apologies as he hastily placed a wad of cash on the table before bolting away. Ah, the youth of today, always inclined towards violence. Truly a fruitless endeavor. Daetong Yuyao shook his head helplessly. At that moment, the door curtain to the ramen shop was lifted, and a lively girl with a ponytail entered, her charming smile illuminating the room. Dad, has Yamasaka-kun been here? Yes, he just left not long ago. Ah, Dad, why didn't you keep him a bit longer? I didn't even get to see him before he left. It's so frustrating. Daetong Yushomu pouted in disappointment. What's this? Do you miss Yamasaka? Daetong Yuyao chuckled. And no, I was just casually asking. Daetong Yushomu's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. Such a child, Daetong Yuyao thought with a smile, pondering if Yamasaka held any feelings for Shomu. Meanwhile, Yamasaka had only just returned home when he received a call from Misaka Shuji, informing him that the third Hokage had urgent matters to discuss and required Yamasaka's presence at the Hokage's office. Initially reluctant to go, Yamasaka decided to stroll over, seeking to ease the fullness from his earlier ramen meal. Hokage, what do you need me for? If it's not something significant, please don't bother me. I'm quite busy trying to catch some sleep, he declared nonchalantly as he barged through the door, treating the Hokage more like a neighbor than a figure of authority. You young rascal, you didn't even knock. You truly have no regard for me as Hokage, the third Hokage remarked, propping his chin on his hands with a smile. Yamasaka plopped down on the sofa, stifling a large yawn as drowsiness began to wash over him. Yamasaka, you've always had a taste for delicacies. Have you encountered any new culinary delights recently? The third Hokage inquired with a grin. Indeed, I just finished a new ramen variety from Yao Ramen. Currently in its trial phase and not yet officially released, the flavor is simply exquisite. Yamasaka replied, salivating at the thought. Despite having eaten just an hour ago, he found his appetite rekindled at the mere mention of the new ramen. Another new product? I was completely unaware. The third Hokage mused inwardly. Planning to sample it himself after work, for as Hokage, he could certainly indulge without needing a voucher. The third Hokage, with a cheerful demeanor, inquired, Yamasaka, how have you been lately? I hope you found the specialty chips from IWA, Shinobi Village to your liking. Yamasaka nodded, grinning as he replied, they were quite delightful. The chips possessed a uniquely intriguing flavor. The third Hokage nodded in contentment, pleased that his efforts had not been in vain. At that moment, Yamasaka furrowed his brow and asked, Old man, you must have something you wish for me to do. What is it? How did you know? The third Hokage was taken aback, surprised that Yamasaka had discerned his intentions. Yamasaka casually crossed his legs and replied, Isn't it obvious? A reasonable person can see through it. There's a saying, no goodwill without reason. Ulterior motives abound. Besides, you're clearly seeking something from me. The third Hokage felt a tinge of embarrassment, realizing that he, a Hokage, had been so easily read by a mere chunin. However, maintaining his composure, he proceeded to the matter at hand. Recently, the ninja world has decided to promote camaraderie and peace among the villages by organizing a friendly competition among the 5 great nations, showcasing our national strength and potential. Each village will send a team of lower-ranked ninjas to participate. After a brief pause, he continued, the venue will be in our Konoha village, and each nation's team will require a leader. I have decided to appoint you as the leader of our Konoha team. With anticipation, the third Hokage looked at Yamasaka, aware that his prowess among the Chunin was unmatched, capable of contending even with Jonin and Special Jonin. Just 3 months prior, he had wounded Orochimaru, his own student, an accomplishment that spoke volumes about his abilities. Thus, the third Hokage hoped Yamasaka would accept the role, believing that with such an extraordinary individual at the helm, Konoha would shine brightly and triumph over the other nations, bringing honor to the village. I refuse, Yamasaka replied, yawning. What? The third Hokage's hopeful expression faltered, replaced by astonishment. Why? Isn't it an honor to represent Konoha and defeat the competitors from other nations? Do you not aspire to be a hero in the eyes of many? Yamasaka shrugged nonchalantly, his demeanor indifferent, leaving the third Hokage reeling, nearly overwhelmed by the bluntness of his rejection, struggling to suppress his urge to retort. The third Hokage took a deep breath and began to impart a lesson on patriotism to Yamasaka. Yamasaka, the third Hokage began. Do you comprehend the significance of our Leaf Village, the very essence of its spirit? Have you ever heard of it? Yamasaka, looking bewildered, responded, What? I don't know. With a gentle cough, the third Hokage propped his chin on his hands, his demeanor transforming into that of a poet and orator. He commenced to expound upon the legendary will of fire. Wherever leaves dance in the air, flames shall ignite. The light of the fire will illuminate our village, nurturing new leaves to sprout. It is only when one strives to protect those they cherish that the true power of a ninja manifests. Not again, Yamasaka interjected, exasperated. Old man, can you not say something different? You've recited that line so many times, I could recite it backward by now. It's truly tiresome. As he spoke, Yamasaka began to recite the third Hokage's classic phrase backward, leaving the Hokage momentarily speechless, filled with astonishment at Yamasaka's profound understanding of the will of fire. I never anticipated that Yamasaka would delve so deeply into the essence of my teachings. Truly, he is the blossoming future of our Leaf Village, a promising youth, indeed. A strong youth means a strong leaf. The third Hokage felt a surge of excitement and burst into hearty laughter. Excellent. Marvelous. With a future like yours in the leaf, I could depart this world contentedly, knowing our village will flourish. Yamasaka gazed at the third Hokage, bewildered by the sudden outburst of laughter and nonsensical remarks. What is wrong with you? He finally asked after a moment of silence. Nothing at all. But since you can recite the will of fire so fluently, why do you refuse to lead? It is a most honorable endeavor. Yamasaka, scratching his ear, replied, because it sounds dull and lacks excitement. Going would merely be a matter of defeating weak opponents. It would be a one-hit affair, devoid of any gaming experience. I would much rather indulge in delicious food at home. The third Hokage, momentarily speechless, internally lamented, is representing the leaf not as engaging as snacking? Yet, having watched Yamasaka grow, he understood that his greatest pleasure lay in culinary delights. After a brief silence, he continued, Yamasaka, I know of a place that sells a delicacy called taiyaki. It is said to be incredibly popular, selling only 30 each day. Many queue for a week in advance just to savor a bite. At this point, the third Hokage paused, casting a discreet glance at Yamasaka. Although he did not elaborate further, the implication was clear. He had ignited Yamasaka's curiosity, setting the stage for an inevitable inquiry about the delicacy. At which point the Hokage would skillfully steer the conversation back to the matter of the competition. Then, using the competition as a wager, he promised that as long as Yamasaka participated in the contest and led his team to achieve a certain rank, he would treat him to taiyaki. Based on the third Hokage's extensive experience in observing people over the years, he was confident that the plan would most likely succeed. Indeed, just as he silently counted the seconds in his mind, reaching the fourth second, Yamasaka finally spoke. Taiyaki? What is that? Is it really that delicious? A subtle smile crept onto the corners of the third Hokage's lips as he thought to himself, the fish is on the hook. With excitement bubbling within, he maintained a calm demeanor and replied, it's a type of sweet delicacy. I've heard it features a filling of red bean paste encased in a layer of crispy, golden brown dough. When you take a bite, you first experience the delightful crunch of the outer layer, followed by the enticing aroma of the pastry, and then your tongue meets the soft and sweet red bean filling. The combination of the crispy exterior and the tender filling is simply divine. To have the opportunity to savor taiyaki even once in a lifetime would be a fulfillment of all desires. As the third Hokage whimsically described the exquisite taste of taiyaki, he discreetly observed Yamasaka through his fingers. He could see that, with each word of the third Hokage's description, Yamasaka became increasingly restless, visibly swallowing and displaying an expression of longing, almost as if his eyes were gleaming with desire. Excellent, let me stoke the flames further. The third Hokage thought with delight, continuing, I've also heard they serve a special mint green tea, fragrant and delicate. A bite of that crispy, sweet treat, followed by a sip of the mint green tea, feels like I'm in. I want to sign up to lead the Leaf team. Yamasaka suddenly sprang from the sofa, exclaiming loudly. As anticipated, different people respond to different provocations. If the approach is right and strikes at their core, success is assured. The third Hokage felt a surge of pride and satisfaction, knowing that for someone like Yamasaka, who could not be swayed by moral persuasion, it was essential to take a different approach and target what mattered to him. Much like when he sought out Orochimaru, he typically used enticing offers of immortality, longevity jutsu, rejuvenation jutsu, or other peculiar techniques to lure him in. Orochimaru and Yamasaka, in many respects, belong to the same category of individuals. Thus, understanding both oneself and the adversary ensures victory in every battle. The third Hokage was quite adept in this regard. Though he felt a thrill of excitement at successfully persuading Yamasaka, he still needed to maintain the dignity befitting the Hokage. Therefore, he continued in a measured tone, very well. As long as you can lead the Leaf team to victory in the group competition, I shall take you to IWA Ninja Village for taiyaki. If you win the individual competition, I will prepare for you my family's treasured golden broth beef noodles. This time, the third Hokage was putting his family's heritage on the line as a wager. All right, that is what you said. Yamasaka's eyes sparkled with excitement. Yes, the third Hokage, have said it. Now it's up to you to choose between taiyaki and my ancestral golden broth beef noodles. The third Hokage spoke with a smile, having distinctly sensed that Yasaki's fighting spirit had been ignited. This realization filled him with great satisfaction. No sooner had he spoken than Yasaki swiftly unsheathed the katana strapped to his waist. In that instant, the hidden bodyguards of the Hokage sprang into action, ready to subdue Yasaki, but were halted by a subtle gesture from the third Hokage. The next moment, an astonishing aura erupted from Yasaki, sweeping through the surroundings like a tempest, leaving even the third Hokage taken aback. With one hand gripping the sword and the other hand open and poised before his face, Yasaki's eyes gleamed with intensity. In that moment, his demeanor transformed dramatically, exuding an air of formidable power reminiscent of the second Hokage. He clenched his outstretched hand into a fist, producing a cracking sound, and articulated each word with conviction. I will take it all. At that moment, Yasaki shed his previous nonchalant demeanor, embodying a commanding presence akin to that of the second Hokage, radiating an undeniable aura of authority. The third Hokage was astonished to discover Yasaki's remarkable potential. It appeared he had been concealing his true strength all along, or rather, no one had compelled him to unleash it until now. Observing Yasaki's earnest transformation, the third Hokage felt a profound sense of astonishment and pride, realizing that he had underestimated Yasaki all this time. Mayama, your son has truly excelled. With that, the third Hokage rose and approached Yasaki, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Yasaki, I have watched you grow since childhood. Regardless of what others think of you, I have always regarded you as my own. Your current prowess brings me immense joy. I hope that one day, when I am no longer here, you will uphold the legacy of this village, just as your father did, becoming a hero. Yasaki, with a mischievous grin, replied, Since you consider me your son, how about you give me a few new ramen vouchers? I would love to enjoy that new ramen once more. The third Hokage froze momentarily, nearly choking on his own emotions. Why? In a moment of heartfelt pride and inspiration. Did the conversation abruptly veer towards ramen? Trembling, he retrieved 2 ramen vouchers from his pocket and handed them to Yasaki, suppressing the urge to laugh. Take them. I only have 3 left. After enjoying my ramen, make sure to perform well in the matches. Fear not. I, Yasaki, am not the kind to receive a reward without fulfilling my duties. When it comes to competition, rest assured it will be in my capable hands. There is no opponent that cannot be dealt with by a single strike. If there is, then 2 strikes will suffice, Yasaki confidently declared, gleefully stowing the vouchers away as if they were treasures. The third Hokage had no doubt that should anyone dare to seize those vouchers from Yasaki, he would unleash his ultimate power to defend them with fervor. Thus, their conversation continued for half an hour before Yasaki joyfully departed the Hokage's office. Clutching his prized ramen vouchers, Yamasaka, brimming with delight, departed from the Hokage building with 2 new ramen dishes gifted by the third Hokage. That evening, he visited Ichiraka Ramen to savor the latest ramen offerings. As he indulged, 2 patrons nearby noticed that Yamasaka was relishing the newest creation, filling them with a sense of envy and longing, rendering their own bowls of ramen suddenly less appealing. Meanwhile, in a secluded grove, a young boy was vigorously wielding his katana, confronting a scarecrow that stood before him. This scarecrow was rigged with mechanisms that sporadically launched shuriken at him. The boy deftly slashed at the incoming projectiles, the sound of clashing steel ringing through the air. Yet, exhaustion began to overwhelm him. He was out of breath. With 3 shuriken embedded in his body, fortunately avoiding any vital points, thus not fatal. However, his attire was stained with blood in numerous places. Suddenly, a shuriken shot forth from the scarecrow, transforming into a black projectile hurtling toward the boy. This shuriken was different from the others. It was faster, more powerful, and its tail bore a lit explosive tag. It was undoubtedly a perilous weapon, and a moment's carelessness could spell disaster. At this critical juncture, the boy seemed to tap into an extraordinary reservoir of potential, roaring with fervor as he executed a peculiar arc with his katana. A chilling white light emanated from his blade as he struck the shuriken's tip, halting its momentum and sending it spiraling away, spinning rapidly before him. In the next heartbeat, he swung his katana upward, severing the explosive tag, which had already burned halfway. He narrowly averted catastrophe. Had he hesitated for even a second longer, the tag would have detonated, leaving him severely injured, if not dead. Breathless, the boy plunged his katana into the ground and collapsed to one knee, gazing at the shuriken he had deflected and the remaining third of the severed explosive tag. He murmured to himself, not enough, far from enough. The memory of Yamasaka slicing through flames earlier that afternoon lingered in his mind, making him acutely aware of the vast chasm between their skills. Damn you, Yamasaka. Moonlight Gale will undoubtedly surpass you. Yuyaka is mine, he declared through clenched teeth. Summoning his waning strength, he rose unsteadily and began to practice the fundamental techniques of his swordsmanship. In the shadows of a nearby tree, a face partially emerged. It was the boy's father, Moonlight Iso. Is he feeling stimulated? Perhaps this will ignite his fighting spirit, compelling him to push ever forward. On the other side, Yamasaka lay upon his bed, perusing the information within his system. After savoring 2 servings of exquisite new ramen today, his slashing technique has significantly improved. Particularly after indulging in the latest ramen during the evening, his mastery of the steel slash has reached its pinnacle, enabling him to imbue his strikes with the essence of wind. This wind attribute not only diminishes air resistance, thereby enhancing the speed of his blade, but it also amplifies the sharpness of his cuts and extends their reach. With his current prowess, He can execute a strike that includes an additional 3 meters of wind blade reach, transforming his attack distance from 1 meter to an impressive 4. Should he indulge in more culinary delights, he might even achieve the ability to unleash the wind blade, creating effects akin to the wind release vacuum wave. Moreover, the wind attribute inherently sharpens his blade, allowing him to sever unenhanced weapons such as shurikens with ease. Overall, the synergy between the steel slash and the newly acquired will-based attack attribute suggests that, should he unleash his full power in an instant, even a jonin could be felled by a single stroke. Curiously, he finds himself pondering the extent of his own strength. It is said that the ninjas from the land of lightning excel in physical techniques, many of whom are adept at wind-infused slashing techniques. Furthermore, the samurai group, known for their mastery in slashing arts, is reportedly sending participants to the upcoming competition, which piques his interest. Initially, he had no intentions regarding the competition, merely participating for the sake of culinary experiences after defeating the third Hokage. However, the prospect of facing skilled swordsmen has sparked a flicker of enthusiasm within him, though he remains confident that any opponent can be dealt with in a single strike. Soon, he drifted into slumber, finding himself in a dreamscape filled with delectable foods, where he indulged recklessly, rewarded abundantly by the system. The following day, at the first ninja hospital affiliated with Konoha Village, Uchiha Obito unwrapped the bandages from his arm, swinging it vigorously and feeling an invigorating surge of strength, which brought him immense joy. Haha, I am fully recovered and seem to possess even greater strength than before. Uchiha Obito, you are discharged today, announced a nurse as she entered the room. Excellent. Obito replied with a smile, as his thoughts drifted back to a month prior. On a certain day a month ago, Uchiha Obito stood in a training ground alongside Yamasaka, with one hand on his hip and the other pointing accusingly at Yamasaka. He declared, "Yamasaka, today I shall defeat you. No Rin is mine." Yamasaka chuckled lightly in response, "I never claimed no Rin was mine. But your confidence in defeating me is rather misplaced, don't you think? Have you been drinking some inferior liquor?" Uchiha Obito let out a cold snort. "Regardless of the circumstances, Rin no will always be mine. Today, I shall be the first man in history to defeat you. The foremost shinobi of Konohagakure shall be none other than I." Uchiha Obito. As he spoke, a confident smile adorned his face. "Oh, let us see about that," Yamasaka chuckled, drawing his katana. In the blink of an eye, a flash of steel gleamed as he plunged the blade into its target. Obito, however, sat motionless on the ground, rendered unconscious. When Obito regained consciousness, he found himself in a hospital bed, with a single wound grazing his arm. He recalled the moment when Yamasaka's sword had swung toward him. Through his awakened Sharingan, he had vaguely perceived the blade slicing through the blinding light. He raised his kunai in an attempt to block the strike, but just as he did, he felt an overwhelming force as if the blade had manifested directly within his mind. In that instant, the strength in his arm waned, and a sharp pain coursed through his head, causing him to lose consciousness. What was initially a mere superficial wound had resulted in a month-long hospital stay, for the image of that blade lingered in his mind, refusing to dissipate. Each time he recalled the injury on his arm, the phantom blade would reappear, leading him to faint once more. His arm's healing was unnaturally slow. A wound that typically mended within a week took a full month to recover. This was the reason behind Obito's extended hospitalization. Haha, Yamasaka has struck me in a month. How delightful. Obito mused, secretly reveling in his good fortune. Previously, he had sought out Yamasaka for duels, only to be defeated time and again. Eventually, it became unnecessary for him to seek Yamasaka out, as Yamasaka would often come looking for him, unleashing a flurry of blows. This cycle persisted for nearly a year. However, during his month in the hospital, Yamasaka had not sought him out, which filled Obito with excitement. Could it be that Yamasaka has forgotten about me? Haha. With that thought, he doubled over with laughter. Shortly thereafter, Obito completed his discharge paperwork. Bathed in the warm sunlight, he hummed a tune, cheerfully strolling through the small grove in front of the hospital. "Obito, you're out of the hospital. That is wonderful. I can go back to cutting." Just as he was whistling and enjoying his stroll, a voice of surprise erupted nearby. In that moment, his whistle faltered, and his right foot, poised to step forward, froze mid-air. Uchiha Obito suddenly resembled a rusted automaton, his head jerking slightly as if caught in a glitch, slowly turning to the right. There, he beheld the ever-smiling Yamasaka. "Yamasaka, what brings you here?" Uchiha Obito inquired, his expression stiff. "I came to see how you were faring after your discharge from the hospital." "What a stroke of luck. I've been rather troubled lately, lacking someone to engage in combat with. Yet here you are, Just out of the hospital. How considerate of you, Yamasaka replied cheerfully. Is that so? Uchiha Obito stammered, inwardly lamenting the coincidence of encountering Yamasaka so soon after his release. Did fate intend for him to return to the hospital again? However, he suddenly recalled the day spent in the hospital, feeling bored and imagining practicing the great fireball technique. During his confinement, he had also contemplated strategies to overcome Yamasaka. Fortune favors the diligent. Uchiha Obito finally devised a plan to defeat Yamasaka. He resolved to avoid close combat and physical confrontations, opting instead for long-range ninjutsu. Thus, he thought of the Uchiha clan's signature technique, the Great Fireball Technique. As the scene shifted back, Uchiha Obito's fear of Yamasaka diminished significantly upon recalling his newly conceived plan. His previous confidence returned, and he boldly pointed at Yamasaka, declaring, "Yamasaka, your timing is impeccable. I was just about to seek vengeance, and here you are, making it convenient for me. Let us head to the training ground. Today, I shall demonstrate the might of the Uchiha clan." "Very well, but I hope you don't end up back in the hospital," Yamasaka replied nonchalantly. "Are you belittling me, Yamasaka?" Uchiha Obito exclaimed in anger. "Not at all. I merely wished you well," Yamasaka retorted. Soon, the two arrived at a training ground. With 5 meters separating them, Uchiha Obito's lips curled into a slight smirk. He was confident that, at the instant the match began, he could create distance and swiftly unleash the great fireball technique. He believed that once he executed the technique, Yamasaka would have no means to counter it and would quickly concede in the face of his fierce flames. At that moment, Uchiha Obito would become the first man in the history of Konoha to vanquish Yamasaka and the very first to compel him to surrender willingly. He envisioned how impressed Noara Rin would be, admiring his prowess. With this thought, a foolish grin spread across Uchiha Obito's face. As a coin soared into the air, both prepared for battle. The moment it landed, the competition would officially commence. A crisp sound echoed as a coin clattered to the ground. In that fleeting moment, Uchiha Obito, his muscles taut and ready, forcefully stepped down, propelling his body backward like an arrow released from its bow, while simultaneously forming hand seals with remarkable speed. Yisnt he charging forward. As Uchiha Obito retreated and crafted his seals, he suddenly realized that Yamasaka remained motionless, rooted to the spot, leaving him momentarily startled. Yet, elation surged within him. This foolish opponent had chosen not to pursue, granting him ample time and space to successfully unleash the great fireball technique. "Aha! You have squandered your only chance to defeat me, Yamasaka. Prepare to surrender. I am the mightiest genin of Konohagakure, Uchiha Obito." With that declaration, Uchiha Obito hastily completed his hand seals, channeling chakra through his body, as he finalized the last tiger seal. The fire release, great fireball technique was on the verge of culmination. At last, this historic moment had arrived. "I am about to become the first man to vanquish Yamasaka," Uchiha Obito thought, exhilarated. Before bellowing at Yamasaka, "Fire release, great fireball technique." In the next instant, Uchiha Obito drew in a deep breath, gathering all his chakra, aiming to conclude the battle with this one decisive attack. During his time in the hospital, he had meticulously pondered that in close combat, Yamasaka possessed myriad methods for both offense and defense. However, in the case of a vast, intangible assault, Uchiha Obito could not conceive how Yamasaka might withstand it, especially since he had never witnessed Yamasaka employing ninjutsu, perceiving him merely as a practitioner of physical techniques. Ninjutsu users, particularly those relying on physical prowess or weaponry, often possess a vulnerability. They struggle against wide-ranging, intangible ninjutsu. Thus, Uchiha Obito devised this strategy against Yamasaka. Regrettably, he had been absent during the test conducted by Sanj SHG the previous afternoon, and no one had informed him of the circumstances. Had he known that Yamasaka had cleaved through Sarutobi Asuma as fire release, ash pile burning, he would never have believed that his fire release, great fireball technique could triumph over Yamasaka. Alas, when Sarutobi Asuma was admitted to the hospital, Uchiha Obito had just stepped away to the restroom, missing his encounter with Asuma. Yet, when Might Guy arrived at the hospital, Uchiha Obito happened to be present, however. At that time, Guy had not witnessed Yamasaka's display of slicing through flames. Another fire technique? Why do they all believe that fire can contend with me? Observing Uchiha Obito's hand seals and stance, Yamasaka understood that Obito intended to unleash a fire technique. A sense of resignation washed over him, just the day before. Sarutobi Asuma had also presumed that fire could defeat him, only to be dispatched in a single blow. And now, here came Uchiha Obito, similarly convinced that fire could subdue him. Moreover, Yamasaka has now mastered a new technique, the Steel Slash, which carries the attribute of wind. Although, under normal circumstances, fire is said to counter wind, the outcome is contingent upon the strength of both parties. Indeed, when the wind is fierce enough, it can extinguish flames. Presently, by combining the Steel Slash with the drawn blade technique, Yamasaka wields a formidable strike. In the next moment, Uchiha Obito expelled a colossal fireball, its diameter reaching an impressive 4 meters, towering almost as high as a 2-story building. Instantly, the surrounding temperature soared, causing the grass nearby to wither under the searing heat. In the face of such a gigantic, blazing fireball, Yamasaka appeared exceedingly diminutive. As the immense, scorching fireball loomed, poised to engulf Yamasaka's slight figure, Uchiha Obito felt an intensifying sense of pride and exhilaration. He envisioned Yamasaka's defeat, picturing himself as the celebrated star among the lower ninjas, achieving what none had accomplished before. He could almost see Rin Noara regarding him with admiration after witnessing his triumph over Yamasaka. He imagined Yamasaka, breathless and half-kneeling, surrendering in defeat. Such visions, he believed, were soon to materialize. Steel Slash. At that moment, Obito heard Yamasaka's voice, prompting a cold scoff from him. Even at this juncture, Yamasaka still resisted. How utterly absurd. With a swift sound, the massive fireball, towering like a 2-story building, astonishingly split in half before his eyes, transforming into 2 smaller hemispherical fireballs that shot off diagonally to either side. What? Uchiha Obito gasped in horror, his eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. How is this possible? He uttered a curse, utterly flabbergasted that his own fireball had been cleaved in twain. This unprecedented event shattered Obito's perception of reality, leaving his mind blank for several seconds. Soon after, from the fissure in the fireball, he beheld Yamasaka, poised with his blade clearly in a slashing stance. What? He exclaimed in disbelief. He actually split the great fireball technique in half with a single stroke. How is that even conceivable? Obito found it unfathomable that his ultimate technique could be so effortlessly divided by Yamasaka's blade. Is it truly possible for a blade to cleave through flames? Am I truly out of touch, or has my vision betrayed me? Yes, this must be an illusion. Yamasaka has secretly learned some form of genjutsu. To think that I, a member of the Uchiha clan, endowed with the Sharingan, could fall victim to an illusion. In an instant, Uchiha Obito clapped his hands together, initiating the process to dispel the genjutsu. He recalled the lessons from Hayashi Sakamoto, who taught that disrupting the balance of chakra within oneself could break such illusions. Thus, Uchiha Obito directly controlled his chakra to reverse its flow within his body. The 2 opposing streams of chakra collided, instantly triggering a conflict that successfully disrupted the balance of chakra within him, resulting in some internal injuries and causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Coughing twice and lifting his gaze, Uchiha Obito looked once more at Yamasaka. He observed that Yamasaka remained standing still, and not far behind him, 2 large flames still burned. Remnants of the massive fireball that Yamasaka had cleaved in 2 upon impact with the ground, not yet extinguished. What is happening? Why has the scene not changed? Uchiha Obito was momentarily taken aback, feeling a sense of bewilderment. Under normal circumstances, if one were to break free from a genjutsu, the surrounding environment would undergo a transformation. However, everything remained unchanged, just as it had been moments before. He was astonished at the potency of Yamasaka's genjutsu, realizing he had failed to break free. The blood he had coughed up was also a product of the illusion. It was utterly humiliating, as a member of the Uchiha clan, renowned for their mastery of genjutsu, to find himself ensnared by another's illusion. In his moment of shame, Uchiha Obito contemplated this, while Yamasaka had already begun to approach him. Oblivious to the fact that Obito believed he was still trapped in a genjutsu, Yamasaka continued his advance, puzzled by Obito's nonchalant demeanor. Why was he not retreating? Was he truly willing to engage in a direct confrontation with me? Resolutely, Yamasaka surged forward towards Obito. Come on, it's just an illusion. What is there to fear? In that instant, Uchiha Obito treated the situation as if he were immersed in a vivid dream. After all, it was merely an illusion. He would not perish. So what was there to dread? Consequently, he stood his ground, hands on his hips, watching Yamasaka charge towards him. Strange. Has Uchiha Obito sustained some mental damage from my previous assault? That shouldn't be the case, yet he appeared utterly oblivious, not even attempting to evade my advance. As he sprinted, Yamasaka pondered this, yet he did not dwell on it, continuing his charge until he finally closed the distance to within 3 meters of Obito. This distance was sufficient for him to unleash his steel-cutting wind blade. Without further contemplation, Yamasaka assumed that Uchiha Obito must still possess some hidden trump card, and thus, he executed the steel-cutting wind blade for the first time. With a swift motion, his katana sliced through the air, a translucent, pale blue wind wave materializing around the blade, resembling a semi-transparent scabbard enveloping the sword's surface. As the blade slashed forth, a crescent-shaped wind blade, approximately 2 meters long and a hand's width wide, was propelled towards Uchiha Obito, accompanied by a distinctive, resonant whooshing sound. How remarkably vivid this appears, complete with sound effects. Has Yamasaka's mastery of illusion truly reached such heights? As he gazed at the slicing winds approaching him with an ominous swiftness, Uchiha Obito instinctively felt a twinge of fear. Even though he was aware that these sensations were mere illusions, he nonetheless yearned to evade the oncoming blades. Why, despite knowing it was a genjutsu? Did he still feel the urge to flee? No matter, it was best to evade first and ponder later. The wind blades drew closer, and Uchiha Madara's body trembled involuntarily. Ultimately, he chose to dodge. However, as he leaned back sharply into a bridge position, it was already too late. Just as he reclined, the wind blade grazed perilously close to his nose. The sensation of the narrow mist sent a shiver down his spine, and the primal fear of death momentarily shook his conviction regarding the authenticity of the illusion. How vividly real this felt. Could this truly be an illusion? Obito mused inwardly. For while many could cast illusions, most merely deceive the eyes and a fraction of the sense of touch. Only masters of genjutsu could evoke such exquisite sensations that closely resembled reality. From what Obito understood, only a select few from the Uchiha clan who had awakened the Manjiki Sharingan could manipulate illusions to such a degree. Yet, the genjutsu cast by Yamasaka was achieving a tactile realism that made Obito question whether he was truly ensnared in an illusion. However, reality demanded his immediate attention. As the wind blade whisked past his nose, another blade shot toward him, this time vertically. Should he fail to evade it, he would be cleaved in two from his groin to his head. Another one, Obito exclaimed, rolling away just in time as the blade sliced through the space he had occupied, carving a deep gash in the ground. Yamasaka, when did you secretly master such illusions? This is extraordinarily lifelike. Obito exclaimed, nearly wide-eyed at the deep furrow left by the wind blade. Genjutsu? What are you talking about? I don't know any genjutsu. Yamasaka replied, perplexed. With a mere flick of his wrist, he unleashed 3 more wind blades toward Obito. What? You don't know genjutsu? Then these wind blades are real. Obito stood frozen, as if struck by lightning, finally comprehending the gravity of the situation. Everything was undeniably real. The slicing fireball was real. And those wind blades were indeed real. Why didn't you say so earlier? Obito shouted, feeling a cold sweat trickle down his back. Thankfully, his instincts had prompted him to dodge the 2 wind blades. Otherwise, he would have been severed into countless pieces by now. As the 3 blades of wind hurtled towards him, Uchiha Obito felt a surge of dread. He hastily attempted to evade, but the blades were perilously close, leaving him little time to react. Get away, In a critical moment, Obito's latent potential surged forth, utilizing the power of his Manjiki Sharingan. He discerned the trajectory of the first blade. Anticipating the consequences of his own movements, he executed a maneuver akin to performing push-ups, lifting his body off the ground with his arms, while his feet remained suspended in the air. At that moment, the wind blades swept past his lower body, aiming to cleave through the arms supporting him. Should he falter and allow his body to descend, the blade would sever him in 2. Conversely, if he failed to elevate his arms entirely off the ground, they would be brutally severed. In this pivotal instance, Obito shouted, channeling his muscle strength to elevate his arms, maintaining his body parallel to the ground at a height of half a meter. In the next instant, the blade passed through the narrow space between him and the earth. Witnessing the blade's passage at such close proximity filled Obito with an overwhelming sense of terror. He had narrowly escaped crippling injury or even death. However, before he could regain his composure, the second blade approached rapidly. In a moment of peril, Obito again harnessed the unique traits of his Sharingan, pushing its capabilities to the brink, observing the blade's flight path, and adjusting his stance to evade the second blade in an almost illogical manner. Seeing Obito's precarious position, Yamasaka exclaimed in astonishment, Uchiha Obito can even do yoga? Just then, the third blade surged towards him. At that moment, Obito had only just landed, caught in the transition between exhaustion and the emergence of new strength. Yet, faced with the imminent threat of death, he once more unleashed his latent potential, narrowly evading the majority of the blade's slashing arc. However, this time, fortune did not favor him as it had before. Though he managed to evade most of the blade's assault, its tip still grazed his arm. In an instant, blood stained a significant portion of Obito's sleeve, and he cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground. I give up, I give up. Obito surrendered in humiliation. His dreams of forcing Yamasaka to capitulate with his fire release, great fireball technique shattered. Just moments ago, he had envisioned himself as the first in Konoha's history to defeat Yamasaka, only to find himself conceding defeat the very next second. This left him feeling utterly ashamed. Yet he had no choice. His meticulously crafted trump card had been cleaved apart by Yamasaka, and now, having been injured by the wind blade, he realized that continuing the fight could lead to his dismemberment. Is this where we stop? This is utterly unbearable. I have yet to complete my warm-up. Upon witnessing Uchiha Obito raise his hands and surrender, Yamasaka's expression fell in disappointment as he lowered his katana. How infuriating. Is this even a proper conversation? It drives me mad. Were it not for the fact that I could not contend with him, I would genuinely desire to deliver him a few punches and kicks. Uchiha Obito observed Yamasaka approaching him, contemplating bitterly that he was at a disadvantage. The gap between them was insurmountable. Obito, you truly are lacking. You were defeated in an instant, without even a semblance of resistance. What am I to do now? Yamasaka lamented with a furrowed brow, inciting a burning rage within Obito. He was tempted to leap up and strike Yamasaka, but the fear of being cleaved in two by Yamasaka's blade restrained him, forcing him to bow his head beneath the eaves. Yamasaka, do not revel too much in this victory. My defeat today is solely due to my insufficient breakfast. I am a bit hungry, thus lacking strength and clarity of mind, which led to my loss. If I had eaten my fill, you would not stand a chance against me. Uchiha Obito proclaimed defiantly. Yamasaka's eyes brightened at this revelation. Is that so? Then by all means, go and eat before we engage again. Uchiha Obito mentally slapped himself. This was the very definition of shooting oneself in the foot, having just suffered a wound. Was he truly contemplating enduring another after a meal? Absolutely not. Thus, he quickly pivoted and pointed to his left arm, asserting, my previous wound was a result of my hunger-induced disorientation. I am currently unable to perform at my full capacity. Do you wish to seize this opportunity to vanquish me while I am incapacitated? Yamasaka shook his head. What merit is there in that? It is akin to bullying the weak, albeit you are indeed weak. At the beginning of Yamasaka's statement, Obito felt a flicker of relief to hear something resembling sense, but the latter part nearly caused him to sputter in fury once more. Then let us continue our duel when you have fully recovered, Yamasaka stated, disappointment etched upon his face, before escorting Uchiha Obito to the hospital. The security guard at the hospital entrance was taken aback to see Obito return to the ward merely 20 minutes after his discharge, sporting fresh injuries. Obito, do you have an aversion to leaving the hospital? You have returned so soon after your release. Hey, I am merely engrossed in my training. I exited the hospital and immediately resumed my efforts, leading to yet another injury. Uchiha Obito replied with an awkward smile. Shortly thereafter, the nurse who had previously discharged him reappeared, ready to tend to his wounds and change the bandages. How is it that you are back here again? She inquired while administering the treatment. Sigh, it's best not to mention it. Just after my discharge, I encountered a friend, and we ended up in a duel. Alas, I was defeated and found myself back here. Uchiha Obito said weakly. This recent defeat at the hands of Yamasaka left him deeply wounded. He had thought he had finally devised a strategy to overcome Yamasaka, only to be slapped back to reality. He couldn't help but question life itself. Why was Yamasaka so formidable? Was this a tad beyond the scope of normalcy? After escorting Uchiha Obito to the hospital, Yamasaka returned home alone, settling onto the couch with his legs crossed. He meticulously reflected on the details of his recent execution of the steel cutter flash. As it was his first combat application of the technique, he felt somewhat unpracticed, however. The results were quite commendable. He had effortlessly cleaved through Uchiha Obito's fire release, great fireball technique, and unleashed several wind blades. Unfortunately, the wind blades were a tad sluggish, making them easy to evade. Nonetheless, their cutting capability was impressive. A mere graze against Uchiha Obito's arm had resulted in a significant wound. Had he struck directly, he undoubtedly could have severed his opponent in two, akin to the effects of wind release, vacuum wave. Yet, these wind blades were merely a secondary skill accompanying the steel cutter flash. If the blade of the steel cutter flash were to strike an enemy directly, the resulting cutting power would be even more terrifying. This, however, required a proper adversary for experimentation. While Yamasaka frequently sparred with his comrades from the Hidden Leaf Village, he always refrained from inflicting serious harm, limiting himself to superficial injuries. However, when it came to adversaries from other ninja villages, there was no need for such restraint. A single strike could cleave them in half. Thus, Yamasaka began contemplating whether he should seek an opportunity to venture beyond the Hidden Leaf Village to find an enemy to test his prowess. Meanwhile, As Yasaka was pondering his next target, Uchiha Obito was admitted to the same hospital room as Asuma Sarutobi. Upon seeing Uchiha Obito enter, Asuma weakly greeted him. "Ah, you're here too." Uchiha Obito sighed. "Yes, I just got discharged half an hour ago, only to find myself back here again. How frustrating. What happened?" Asuma inquired, curiosity piqued. What could have happened? "I was, of course, defeated and sent back by Yasaka." Uchiha Obito gritted his teeth. "So, you two were felled by Yasaka? What a coincidence." Asuma remarked, a flicker of amusement lightening his mood. The gloom that had settled over him after his own defeat began to dissipate. Perhaps this was the effect of shared misfortune. "Ah, so you were also taken down by Yasaka. What a pleasure to meet you under such circumstances." Uchiha Obito awkwardly chuckled, collapsing onto the hospital bed. Upon hearing that Asuma had attempted a large-scale fire release attack against Yasaka, only to be cleaved in two, Uchiha Obito let out a long, exasperated sigh and fell back onto the bed. Why did no one inform me about yesterday afternoon's test? If I had known, I wouldn't have been so unfortunate as to use the fireball jutsu to attack Yasaka. Uchiha Obito lamented with tears welling in his eyes. Meanwhile, Asuma Sarutobi lay on the bed with a dazed expression, his spirit shattered by the impact of the previous day's events. Although Yasaka did not physically harm Asuma's psyche, the psychological damage inflicted was profound. Even now, a day later, whenever Asuma closed his eyes, the vision of that colossal sword from the spiritual realm would invade his mind. The mere sight of that sword filled him with a profound sense of insignificance, making him feel as diminutive as an ant before Yasaka. The vast chasm between them seeming as insurmountable as the distance between heaven and earth. This overwhelming disparity left Asuma questioning his very existence, astonished at how immense the gulf between him and Yasaka truly was. Observing Asuma's state, his attending physician notified the third Hokage, hoping he might devise a means to restore Asuma's mental well-being. It was evident that Asuma's mind was intact. The trauma stemmed primarily from his psychological distress following the intense test. After all, Asuma was the son of the Hokage, a true prodigy, and a quintessential scion of privilege. To suffer such a humiliating defeat, vanquished so effortlessly by Yasaka, was a bitter pill to swallow. Had their encounter been a fierce battle, with Asuma narrowly losing due to a slight disadvantage, he would have taken it in stride, perhaps even fueling his resolve. However, the reality was that he had been dispatched in an instant by Yasaka, who had clearly not exerted his full strength. This disparity was more than the proud Asuma could bear, leading him into a psychological crisis. The hospital had already enlisted a psychologist to aid Asuma, but the results were disheartening. "Oh, why can't you accept this? Losing to Yasaka is perfectly normal, is it not? I too was just discharged and faced Yasaka again. But it's all right. Failure is the mother of success. The more you lose, the more accustomed you become," Uchiha Obito consoled him. Yet Asuma remained fixated on the ceiling, unresponsive to the words. Sighing at his friend's plight, Obito reclined on his bed. Despite being wounded by Yasaka, he held no resentment towards him. On the contrary, Obito accepted his defeat graciously, recognizing that his lack of skill had led to his downfall. Meanwhile, Yasaka strolled down the street and instinctively contemplated entering a Chiraka Ramen for another taste of the new ramen. However, he quickly reconsidered, realizing he had only one coupon left and had already indulged twice the previous day. If he were to eat there again so soon, the culinary benefits for the system would diminish due to the repetitive nature of his choices. Thus, after a moment's consideration, Yasaka decided to forego ramen for the time being and seek out other delectable treats he had yet to experience. Just as he passed by a Chiraka Ramen, a sweet voice called out from behind him, "Yasaka-kun, is that you?" "Ah, it was Ayam." Yasaka turned around and greeted her. The moment Ayam spotted Yasaka, her face lit up with joy as she trotted over to him. "Yasaka-kun, where are you headed?" Yasaka pondered for a moment, realizing he could not disclose his intention of pursuing other culinary delights, as that would imply that Ayam's family Chiraka Ramen was not worthy. Thus, he cleverly replied, I'm off to train. Yes, to train." "Well, Yasaka-kun, you're already so formidable, and yet you still train diligently. How admirable." Upon hearing Yasaka's declaration of training, Ayam gazed at him with adoration, her eyes sparkling as if reflecting a multitude of stars. Indeed. Even when one is already quite skilled, the pursuit of improvement must persist. Yasaka responded sheepishly, for what he meant by training was merely indulging in gourmet food. As for him, savoring exquisite cuisine was akin to achieving a state of refinement. However, others were oblivious to the nuances of his peculiar system, Um, Yasaka-kun. May I? Ayam's voice dwindled as she spoke. What? Yasaka inquired, puzzled by her sudden shyness. May I watch you train, Yasaka-kun? Ayam mustered her courage and declared with closed eyes. Why would you want to watch me train? Yasaka was utterly bewildered. Sensing an unusual vibe from Ayam today. I just want to see. Just say yes. Ayam, determined, pressed on. Very well. Yasaka acquiesced. Though he had initially intended to keep this under wraps, as his so-called training method was nothing more than a grand feast. Nonetheless, he felt it would be impolite to refuse, especially since he often dined at Ichiraka Ramen. Haha, that's wonderful, Yasaka-kun, you're so kind. Upon hearing Yasaka's agreement, Ayam beamed with delight, bouncing on her feet in exuberance. Is it truly necessary to be this thrilled? Yasaka mused, watching Ayam's joyful antics. Consequently, Yasaka, who had initially planned to explore the culinary street, found himself leading Ayam to a training ground, driven by a sense of obligation. Had it been anyone else, he might have brandished his sword and exclaimed, I'm training. Stop meddling and take your leave. Thus, Yasaka stifled the urge to drool as he passed by the food street, inhaling the tantalizing aromas while engaging Ayam in light conversation. Yasaka, I heard that yesterday you cleaved Asuma Saratobi's flames with a single strike. How extraordinary. Unfortunately, I could not witness it firsthand. How did you manage to sever the fire with your blade? It's beyond my imagination. Yasaka smiled and responded, such is the finesse of the slashing technique. When mastered to a certain extent, it can cleave not only flames but even waterfalls with ease. With an air of confidence, Yasaka spoke, his handsome profile captivating Shofu's gaze. How impressive. Shofu felt a flutter in her heart, and while admiring Yasaka, she inquired, Yasaka, it seems that the ninja school does not have a dedicated instructor for slashing techniques. How is it that your skill in this art is so formidable? Yasaka pondered for a moment, realizing he could not simply say it was due to a system, so he replied, well, it's akin to innate strength. I possess a natural talent for slashing techniques, which has allowed me to excel in this area. Shofu instinctively remarked. It must be that your father was a master of this art, and you inherited that talent from him. As soon as she spoke, regret washed over her. For Yasaka's father had passed away. She feared that mentioning him would evoke painful memories for Yasaka. Realizing her blunder, she quickly covered her mouth in panic, thinking, oh no. How could I be so foolish? Now Yasaka will surely think of his father, and what if it saddens him? I am truly thoughtless. Before Shofu could steer the conversation elsewhere, Yasaka chuckled and said, indeed, I must have inherited my talent from my father. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, he found Shofu's comment quite convenient, as it provided a plausible explanation for his skills should anyone inquire why he excelled in slashing techniques without formal instruction. In truth, Yasaka held no emotional attachment to the father he had never met. After all, he was not from this world. And how could he feel anything for a father who was not truly his? Soon, the two arrived at a training ground, a clearing within a small grove, roughly the size of a small plaza. On one side stood several wooden posts for practicing shuriken and kunai throwing, while the other side had a few large stones for resting. Upon reaching this spot, Yasaka felt somewhat at a loss, for he had never trained before and was unsure how to proceed. However, noticing Shofu beside him, he devised a plan and said, Shofu, shortly, I would like you to throw small stones at me rapidly. I will use my blade to shatter them, thereby honing my reflexes. Do you think you can manage that? Shofu, momentarily lost in admiration for Yasaka's face, was initially taken aback by his request. It was only when he repeated himself that she snapped back to reality, eagerly nodding her head in agreement like a chick pecking at grain. Thus, Yasaka made several trips back and forth, bringing a multitude of small stones to place beside Ayam's feet. He then drew his katana, assuming a combat stance, and shouted to Ayam, all right, we can begin. Ayam picked up a small stone, weighing it thoughtfully in her hand, and with a hint of concern, inquired, will this not hurt you, Yasaka-kun? What if, by mistake, I injure you? Not at all. Do you doubt my abilities? Yasaka waved his hand dismissively. Reluctantly, Ayam complied. Yasaka-kun, I am going to throw it now. She called out. Yasaka responded with a okay gesture, prompting Ayam to take a deep breath. Gripping the stone tightly, she hurled it towards Yasaka. With a swift whoosh, the small stone shot through the air, leaving a trail of afterimages, racing towards Yasaka like a bullet. The speed was so remarkable that anyone from the Uchiha clan observing with their Sharingan would have perceived the shockwave rippling around the stone. How fast? Yasaka exclaimed in astonishment. Having initially anticipated that Ayam's throw would be akin to an ordinary person, He was utterly unprepared for the sheer velocity of the stone as it flew towards him. Instinctively, he swung his sword, and a flash of white light illuminated the air. With a sharp crack, two dark shadows zipped past him, one on each side. Puff, puff. Moments later, two faint sounds echoed behind Yamasaka as he turned to see the remnants of the small stone striking the ground. To his surprise, Ayam possessed such remarkable skill. The speed of her thrown stones was astonishing. If they had struck a person, they could inflict serious injury. Yamasaka's lips twitched as he gazed at Ayam, his expression shifting dramatically. He had not anticipated that the daughter of Uncle Ichiraku, Otsutsuki Ayam, would be so formidable. It was a revelation that made him ponder just how powerful Uncle Ichiraku himself must be. While Yamasaka marveled inwardly, Ayam, watching him effortlessly slice through the small stones, was starstruck. So cool. His swordsmanship is simply breathtaking. Ayam, continue, Yamasaka urged, noticing her pause, fixated on him with wide eyes, leaving him somewhat baffled. Oh, right. I will throw again. Ayam nodded eagerly, hastily grabbing a handful of small stones and flinging them towards Yamasaka. Seeing this, Yamasaka's demeanor sharpened. He was taken aback that Ayam valued him so highly that she launched not one, but 7 small stones at once. Was this a test of his prowess? As the foremost shinobi of Konoha, a frequent patron of Ichiraku ramen, and a man well acquainted with Uncle Ichiraku, he, Yamasaka, could not disappoint Ayam. Suddenly, Yamasaka's gaze sharpened, a glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. His right arm tensed, muscles coiling with latent energy as his hand clenched tightly around the hilt of his sword. He focused intently on the 8 stones hurtling towards him, his mind racing to calculate each stone's position and anticipate their sequential arrival, factoring in the delay of his own sword strike. In the next instant, he let out a fierce shout, "Ha!" and swung his blade with great force, unleashing a brilliant flash of white light. The air was filled with a series of sharp, crisp sounds, bang, 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 in rapid succession. Yamasaka cleaved the 7 stones in half, transforming them into 14 smaller fragments that scattered behind and to the sides of him. He exhaled deeply, recognizing that the flurry of strikes had indeed tested his mettle. The speed of those 7 stones was astonishingly swift, nearly rivaling that of bullets. The challenge of shattering 7 projectiles in the blink of an eye was no trivial feat, even for Yamasaka. Fortunately, he had succeeded without missing a single one, a thought that brought him satisfaction. Meanwhile, Ayam felt a surge of excitement. She had not anticipated Yamasaka's remarkable ability to sever 7 stones in succession. It was truly impressive. In her moment of panic, she had merely grabbed a handful and tossed them. Seeing Yamasaka so effortlessly shatter the stones inspired her to try again. So she picked up another generous handful. Forming her hands into a makeshift megaphone, she called out to him, "Yamasaka-kun, I'm going to throw some more. Here they come." Yamasaka braced himself, every muscle taut, his gaze fixed intently on the stones in Ayam's hands. Initially, he had not regarded her as a formidable opponent, but now he recognized her as a skilled practitioner of shuriken techniques. Training with someone of her caliber would undoubtedly enhance his swordsmanship and provide invaluable combat experience. In the next moment, Ayam bit her lip, furrowing her brow as if gathering her breath. She swung her right arm and forcefully hurled the large handful of stones towards Yamasaka. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A barrage of stones, reminiscent of a machine gun's rapid fire, surged towards Yamasaka, the air filled with a cacophony of swift, slicing sounds. His expression shifted to one of utmost seriousness. He faced a formidable challenge this time. The pressure mounted as he prepared to confront the oncoming projectiles. It was the perfect opportunity to test my steel flash technique. In an instant, Yamasaka stepped forward, adopting a stance akin to a bow, his right arm contracting with immense power as he swung his sword decisively in front of him. The air crackled with the sound of slicing wind. Swish, 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 swish. A series of afterimages trailed behind him as he swiftly executed his strikes, conjuring a wall of impenetrable wind blades before him. Moments later, a series of resounding impacts echoed through the air as the stones collided with Yamasaka's formidable barrier. The small stones, propelled forward, were struck by countless gusts of wind, instantly transforming into a myriad of fragments, akin to the bullets released from a shotgun, continuing their trajectory towards Yamasaka. However, upon reaching a mere meter from him, they were thwarted by an even mightier gale, cascading to the ground in front of Yamasaka. The sound of numerous tiny stones tumbling down resonated, forming a modest pile. How exhilarating! I nearly got hit, thought Ayam to herself. With just this ability to hurl stones, she could defeat most lower-ranked ninjas. Yamasaka mused silently, previously believing I am to be an ordinary girl, only to realize that she might possess strength not far inferior to his own. Meanwhile, I am gazed at Yamasaka with uncontainable excitement. Pondering how remarkable he was to shatter over a dozen stones simultaneously, his reflexes and swordsmanship were nothing short of divine. As the two engaged, one throwing stones and the other cleaving them, at a distant training ground, another young man was diligently honing his skills. Earth style, earth flow wall technique. With a resolute shout, a massive earthen wall, measuring 5 meters in length, 3 meters in height, and half a meter in width, erupted from the ground, shielding the young man. Water style, water dragon bullet technique. A colossal water dragon surged forth from the nearby river, only to swiftly dissipate into a large puddle that merged back into the stream. Panting heavily, the young man knelt upon the ground, his chakra nearly depleted. This is intolerable. It is insufficient. I must grow stronger. This level won't withstand his assaults. Kakashi thought vehemently. After witnessing Yamasaka cleave through flames the previous day, he was left utterly astounded, even dreaming that night of casting the fire style, fire dragon flame bullet technique at Yamasaka, only to have it severed effortlessly. The sight of Yamasaka slicing through flames in front of everyone had profoundly shaken many souls, even leaving his teacher, Haichir Mikami, in a state of disbelief, as such an occurrence had never been seen before. The notion that one could cleave through the intangible essence of fire transcended human comprehension. I cannot falter. I must defeat Yamasaka. I cannot afford to slacken my efforts. Kakashi, feeling the weight of fatigue pressing upon him, muttered through gritted teeth, forcing himself to rise, only to stumble and fall back to the ground. Your body has reached its limits. What you need now is rest, not bravado. Only a robust physique can lead to greater strength. At that moment, a voice emerged from behind Kakashi, startling him. Yet, as if aware of the visitor's identity, he replied without turning, "Understood, father." The speaker was none other than Kakashi's father, known as Konoha's White Fang, Tsukumo Hatake. He was a rather handsome middle-aged man, with hair of a striking ash-white hue reminiscent of Kakashi's. Slung across his back was a short blade, his weapon, known as the White Fang, which also lent him his moniker, the Konoha White Fang. As Tsukumo Hatake approached Kakashi, he crouched beside him, observing the uneven terrain marred by various ninjutsu, and chuckled softly. You were astonished by that fellow Yamasaka, weren't you? Kakashi remained silent for a moment before nodding. Indeed, yesterday afternoon, he cleaved through flames with a single strike, leaving me utterly astounded. It feels as though the gap between us continues to widen. Tsukumo smiled and replied, Yamasaka excels in the art of slashing, dedicating himself to mastering this singular path, achieving remarkable heights therein. This is where his prowess lies. Many, however, remain unaware of their true strengths, failing to concentrate their efforts on a singular pursuit. Reflecting on Tsukumo's words, Kakashi pondered deeply, questioning, if Yamasaka has refined his slashing technique to its utmost, what, then, am I proficient in? For a moment, Kakashi found himself engulfed in confusion. Perceiving Kakashi's bewilderment, Tsukumo gently patted him on the shoulder. Let us set this matter aside for now. Contemplate it yourself. After all, I cannot tether you for a lifetime. Some truths must be unearthed through personal reflection. With that, Tsukumo rose and departed from the training ground, leaving Kakashi sitting in a state of perplexity. Meanwhile, Yamasaka had concluded his stone-splitting training with SHBU, leaving behind a considerable pile of halved stones. Yamasaka, you are truly impressive. SHBU beamed at him. Haha, I suppose it's not too bad, Yamasaka chuckled, feeling a bit bashful under her admiring gaze. He could effortlessly wield his blade against foes and engage in sparring with peers. Yet he found himself unable to act the same way around SHBU. After spending some time training together, they strolled along the riverbank, chatting until it was past 7 in the evening. Yamasaka then escorted SHBU back to Ichiraka Ramen before returning home himself. On the other side, upon learning of his son's distress, the third Hokage reluctantly made his way to the hospital to take Asuma Saratobi out. They arrived at an empty training ground, where Asuma sat on a wooden stump, his head bowed in despondency. The third Hokage lit a cigarette, took a puff, and sighed, still troubled by yesterday's test. Asuma remained silent for a moment before nodding. The image of that colossal blade loomed heavily in his mind, an indelible presence that caused him significant mental anguish. The third Hokage understood Asuma's plight well, having faced similar struggles in his own past. Years ago, I found myself in a situation akin to yours. It was over a decade past when I had just ascended to the rank of Jonin, yet my prowess distinguished me among my peers. In those days, I was a remarkably proud individual. However, at the zenith of my self-assurance, I encountered a formidable figure. Who? Asuma Sarutobi inquired with curiosity, his countenance finally displaying an emotion different from the melancholy that had graced it since yesterday. The third Hokage took a draw from his cigarette, exhaling a ring of smoke, his gaze reflecting a complex array of feelings as he slowly articulated. His name was Uchiha Madara. What? The progenitor of the Uchiha clan, Uchiha Madara? Asuma exclaimed in astonishment, his face a canvas of disbelief. He never imagined that his father had crossed paths with such a legendary figure. After all, Uchiha Madara was a peer of the first Hokage, a true titan whose legacy had faded into the annals of history, forgotten by many. At that moment, the third Hokage continued, in my youth, brimming with vigor, I proposed a friendly sparring match with him, and we engaged in battle. And the outcome? Asuma queried, intrigued. The third Hokage chuckled self-deprecatingly, shrugging his shoulders as he replied, what else could it be but a crushing defeat? I was utterly powerless. Despite exerting every ounce of my strength, he was merely toying with me, and I couldn't even breach his defenses. What? He was that formidable? The disparity was so vast. Asuma exclaimed in shock. In his eyes, his father was the Hokage, and though he was younger then, he should have possessed considerable strength. The thought that he could not even shatter his opponent's defenses left him in awe of the latter's might. I was completely overwhelmed by him at that time, Asuma continued. Whenever I closed my eyes, I was haunted by the image of my defeat. For an entire month, I was tormented by sleepless nights, plagued by nightmares of being vanquished by Uchiha Madara, often jolting awake in the dead of night. That period truly represented one of the darkest chapters of my life. Pausing for a moment, the third Hokage resumed. However, I eventually found clarity, realizing that my failure stemmed from my own inadequacies. If I could dedicate myself to training and strengthening my abilities, I would not face such a humiliating defeat again. Others have risen to greatness. Why should I not be able to do the same? Ultimately, this was merely a manifestation of my shattered confidence. If I could regain that confidence, I could overcome this challenge. The third Hokage advised Asuma. Asuma, with a hint of despair, murmured, do you think I could truly defeat Yatsuka? The third Hokage laughed heartily. If you dare not even conceive the thought, how do you differ from a coward? If you cannot envision the possibility, you will never triumph over him. Is that so? At present, I find myself too fearful to even contemplate it. If I remain in this state, will I forever be incapable of defeating Yatsuka? Asuma replied, enveloped in silence. At that moment, the third Hokage gently patted Asuma Sarutobi on the shoulder and said, victory and defeat are commonplace in the life of a warrior. An old saying aptly states, 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Just because you cannot prevail now does not imply you will never prevail. However, if you choose to give up at this moment, you will indeed never surpass him. I understand. A glimmer of determination sparkled in Asuma's eyes, as if he had suddenly grasped a profound truth. His voice carried a note of conviction. He had gleaned wisdom from the third Hokage's words, and thus he felt revitalized, his heart brimming with newfound vigor. Suddenly, Asuma rose from the wooden post, his gaze resolute. He addressed the third Hokage, saying, I shall strive with unwavering dedication and train diligently. One day, I will surely defeat Yamasaka. Exactly. How can one be disheartened by a single failure? A ninja is one who endures. If one lacks the courage to bear hardships and persevere, then they are unworthy of being called a ninja. A true ninja is one who can endure suffering. For the sake of a goal, they will steadfastly cling to their beliefs, no matter the trials they face. Pausing for a moment, the third Hokage continued. Our faith in Konoha is, of course, the will of fire. This upcoming friendship tournament among the 5 great nations is an opportunity for others to witness our indomitable spirit. Asuma, you must perform splendidly and uphold the honor of our village, demonstrating that the people of Konoha are not to be trifled with. I will not bring shame to Konoha. Asuma fervently nodded, his confidence restored. He had emerged from the shadow of his defeat against Yamasaka. The third Hokage, a master of persuasive rhetoric, adeptly inspired Asuma with his words, effortlessly alleviating his concerns. Regrettably, his eloquence could not sway Yamasaka, without the allure of delectable cuisine. Yamasaka would likely not have participated in this friendship competition. Observing Asuma revitalized with fighting spirit, the third Hokage felt a measure of relief. After all, he was his son, and his well-being was of utmost importance. In truth, Asuma's strength ranked among the elite within the realm of genin, even when compared to Kakashi Hitaki, renowned for his genius. Asuma held his own. The third Hokage recalled that at Asuma's age, he was still inferior in strength. Yet, the unfortunate reality was that Asuma and Kakashi despite their prodigious talents, were overshadowed by Yamasaka, whose abilities transcended the genin level. Indeed, Yamasaka's prowess was such that even some genin struggled to contend with him, leaving the third Hokage profoundly astonished. After all, his disciple Orochimaru had been severely injured by Yamasaka, resulting in a month-long hospitalization. The third Hokage felt immensely gratified by Yamasaka's growth and prowess, considering that Yamasaka's father had made significant sacrifices for the village of Konohagakure, ultimately giving his life in the process. Before his demise, he entrusted Yamasaka to the third Hokage, which led to the latter nurturing Yamasaka almost like a foster son, albeit without constant oversight. Thus, the third Hokage's joy in Yamasaka's burgeoning strength stemmed not only from the enhancement of Konohagakure's power, but also from deep emotional ties. At present, Yamasaka's abilities had surpassed those of both Genin and Chunin. Consequently, while Asuma Sarutobi and others were considered elite among the Genin, they paled in comparison to Yamasaka's capabilities. Therefore, during the upcoming 5 Kage Summit Friendship Tournament, the third Hokage held high hopes for Asuma Sarutobi. Although winning the championship seemed improbable, securing a place in the top 10 was within reach, especially with the guidance of his Hokage father. Upon reflecting on the forthcoming 5 Kage Summit Friendship Tournament, the third Hokage sighed inwardly. The reality was far more complex than what he and Yamasaka had previously discussed. This tournament was primarily orchestrated by Konohagakure to showcase national strength and display power rather than foster genuine camaraderie. The timing of the event was particularly significant, as it followed closely on the heels of the Second Shinobi World War, which had left many ninja villages in a state of disrepair and searching for revitalization. The Second Shinobi World War had been devastating, claiming numerous talented ninjas across the villages. Of the 5 Kage, 4 had perished. The Raikage was ambushed during an alliance ceremony, succumbing to his injuries, while the Hokage sacrificed himself as bait, engaging in battle against the elite Jonin led by the notorious Kinkaku and Ginkaku, ultimately exhausting himself to death. It was during this tumultuous period that the third Hokage emerged as a leader, subsequently appointed by the second Hokage. Moreover, the Tsuchikage and Mizukage also met their ends during this brutal conflict, both perishing in a mutual destruction. It is noteworthy that, aside from the Wind Country's Kage, who narrowly escaped death, all other Kage from 4 nations had fallen, illustrating the severity of that war. The losses extended beyond the Kage. Numerous elite ninjas also lost their lives. For instance, the parents of Sasori from the Wind Country were slain by Kakashi Hitaki's father, Sakumo Hitaki, who earned the title of Konoha's White Fang due to that battle. Konohagakure itself suffered grievously as well. Tsunade's brother, Nawaki, fell victim to an ambush, inadvertently triggering an explosive tag trap, resulting in his immediate demise. Tragically, after his death, his remains were desecrated by the enemy, who intended to use his extracted organs to create a human puppet. Fortunately, Konoha's forces intervened in time to recover Nawaki's body, albeit in a mutilated state. This harrowing incident profoundly traumatized Tsunade, leading her to develop a severe phobia of blood. Moreover, even Tsunade's beloved, Kato-dan, perished in this war. Kato-dan was ambushed and struck by the enemy, resulting in the tragic loss of his kidney. Despite Tsunade's swift arrival and her extraordinary medical skills, she was unable to save his life. The sacrifice of these 2 individuals, one a brother, the other a lover, deeply devastated Tsunade, plunging her into despair and leading her to seek solace in alcohol. Were it not for the unwavering support from Jiraiya and Orochimaru, she might still be ensnared in the shadows of that fateful year. Thus, it can be asserted that Konohagakure emerged as both a victor and a vanquished in the Second Shinobi World War. While the village triumphed in the immediate sense, a broader strategic perspective reveals its losses. Had Kato-dan survived, he might have been poised to succeed the third Hokage as the 4th. Furthermore, the geographical positioning of Konohagakure is remarkably significant. It lies at the heart of the continent, at the world's center. Conversely, it borders 4 major nations and is encircled by numerous smaller states, rendering it vulnerable in times of conflict. Should war erupt, Konohagakure would inevitably be affected, potentially becoming embroiled in a global confrontation. This precarious geographical reality necessitates that Konohagakure maintains formidable military strength, otherwise, it risks invasion and annihilation by rival nations. The current historical moment is also unique. The great nations are in a state of rebuilding following the extensive losses incurred during the Second Shinobi World War. If war were to be instigated now, it could catch adversaries off guard, especially as they have yet to replenish their ranks. Consequently, the third Hokage is compelled to contemplate the current circumstances surrounding Konohagakure, which prompted the organization of the Five Kage Summit. Ostensibly, this event aims to strengthen ties and foster camaraderie among the nations, but in reality, it serves as a demonstration of Konohagakure's strength and the potential of its next generation. Sending a clear message to other nations: refrain from provoking us, lest we shatter your ambitions. This is the true intent of the third Hokage. As such, he places immense importance on the performance of the participating genin, with the most critical among them being Yotsuka. The third Hokage regards Yotsuka as Konohagakure's ace, destined to astonish the other nations. Unbeknownst to Yotsuka, he remains blissfully ignorant of the intricate political machinations at play, as he enjoys a deep slumber, dreaming of indulging in the finest culinary delights, while the system bestows upon him a myriad of rewards. Having previously engaged in stone-throwing practice with SHBU, Yotsuka has gained a profound understanding of the use of the steel-cutting flash. At close range, it serves as a potent slashing attack. At mid-range, it can function as a broad-area offensive technique, and it even holds defensive capabilities, particularly against a barrage of thrown shuriken or kunai. In such instances, he can unleash the steel-cutting flash to generate a flurry of wind blades, effectively neutralizing the incoming projectiles. The essence of the steel-cutting flash lies in its mastery of wind, utilizing the sharp attributes of air to execute attacks capable of severing steel. It is, in fact, a distinctive application of wind attributes fundamentally akin to transformations of elemental properties. Meanwhile, Might Guy, who had previously been vanquished by Yamasaka, has awakened in the hospital. Unlike Kakashi and Asuma Sarutobi, Guy possesses an unwavering optimism and an indomitable spirit, refusing to succumb to despair after his defeat. Instead, his resolve has only intensified. He is now fueled by a fervent desire to triumph over Yamasaka. This shift in ambition marks a departure from his original goal of surpassing Kakashi. As the introduction of Yamasaka has altered the entire timeline and interpersonal dynamics, Yamasaka is undoubtedly formidable, yet I, Might Guy, shall not be deterred. One day, I shall eclipse Yamasaka. Such is the essence of youth, Guy proclaimed loudly, inadvertently executing a whirlwind kick that shattered the light fixture above him. Might Guy, what mischief have you gotten into now? Came an irate shout from the corridor, as a nurse stormed in, visibly furious. On another note, following their stone-throwing practice, the communication between Ayame and Yamasaka has noticeably relaxed. Previously shy in their interactions, she now engages with greater confidence. Otsutsuki Ichiraku, witnessing his daughter's exuberant return, smiled faintly, reminiscing about his first date with his wife in his youth. Ah, the youth of today. How nostalgic it is. Lost in thought, Ichiraku was suddenly reminded of the enigmatic figure with a half-black, half-white face, who claimed to be absolute. A glint of coldness flashed in his eyes as he mused. Anyone who dares disrupt my life shall meet their demise. A week has elapsed since Yamasaka was summoned by the third Hokage. That noon, while sipping tea in his office, the third Hokage suddenly recalled something. Ah, yes, the first phase of the exam will involve a test, ostensibly designed to assess the theoretical knowledge of the participants. It will, in truth, evaluate their ability to gather intelligence. Yamasaka, will he be up to the task? A headache creased the Hokage's brow, while he acknowledged Yamasaka's combat prowess. Capable of defeating any genin with a single strike, he harbored doubts regarding Yamasaka's aptitude for intelligence gathering. Throughout, Yamasaka had demonstrated only his cutting techniques, and the Hokage struggled to fathom how one could gather intelligence undetected through mere swordsmanship. Thus, the third Hokage decided to call Yamasaka. Hello, Yamasaka? What are you up to? Yamasaka mumbled through a mouthful of rice bowl. I have a question I would like to ask you. Go ahead. What is your question? In a bid to acquire intelligence about the enemy without arousing suspicion, the third Hokage inquired over the phone. Without a moment's hesitation, Yotsuka retorted, You are the Hokage. Should you not know the answer to such a question? Why ask me? On the other end, the third Hokage nearly slammed the phone down in frustration. Yet recalling that Yotsuka was a potent weapon in showcasing strength against the other four great nations, he restrained himself and continued, I am referring to you. What would you do? Pausing to swallow a mouthful of food, Yotsuka pondered before responding, Naturally, I would eliminate the enemy and leave one alive for questioning. The third Hokage facepalmed, exasperated that Yotsuka's solution was to boldly charge in. However, after a moment's reflection, he considered that swiftly dispatching the other foes without causing a commotion, leaving only one survivor, was not entirely unfeasible. Yet, such an approach was evidently unsuitable for an examination. Thus, the third Hokage posed another query. Now, if you were taking an exam, oblivious to the answers yet compelled to pass, and there were individuals around who knew the answers, How would you procure that knowledge without alerting the proctor? Yatsuka contemplated this dilemma, finding himself at a loss. As he was accustomed to resolving issues with his blade, nothing a single strike could not handle. If not, then two. Yet, in a situation where violence was not an option, he genuinely felt stumped. Well, I am unsure, he admitted. But I could approach the examiner privately after submitting my paper and threaten him with a blade unless he ensures my passing. That seems like a solid plan, Yatsuka replied, pleased with his own cleverness. Upon hearing Yatsuka's response, the third Hokage felt as if he had hit his head against a wall. It was utterly absurd. Was he truly suggesting such overt actions? It appeared increasingly unlikely that Yatsuka could acquire intelligence through any discreet means. What to do? Yatsuka was the strongest contender in their Konoha team, and failing the first written exam would be a disgrace. Moreover, if he were eliminated due to a poor performance. Although there were talented Genin like Kakashi, not all of the other nation's Genin were inept. Some possessed remarkable skills as well. At that juncture, the third Hokage could not guarantee their victory. Thus, it was imperative that Yatsuka pass the initial written examination. There were no alternatives. He must succeed. However, canceling the exam was out of the question, as it had been collectively decided upon during the previous 5 Kage meeting. The intention was clear. Ninjas should not only be brawny but also possess sharp intellect, and acquiring intelligence was a crucial quality. Therefore, the examination could not be annulled. Alternative strategies needed to be devised. Could it be that he would have to provide Yatsuka with the answers in advance to facilitate cheating? Contemplating this, the third Hokage felt an impending headache. After all, the exam questions were only released the night before, and it was doubtful that Yatsuka could memorize the answers within a single night. However, the prospect of eliminating Yatsuka weighed heavily on the third Hokage's mind, leading to considerable frustration. After much contemplation, he ultimately resolved to enlist the aid of Mitsukami Haishir to guide Yatsuka in preparation for the examination. Since Haishir would also be involved in crafting the exam questions, the Hokage shared his own inquiries with him, instructing Haishir to elucidate the concepts to Yatsuka. This way, during the examination, Yatsuka could secure at least 20 or 30 points. The remaining questions were fundamentally similar in nature, merely variations of the same theme. Thus, as long as Yatsuka grasped the core principles, passing the test would be a trivial matter. The third Hokage promptly summoned Mitsukami Haishir, and after an extended discussion, Haishir set off to find Yatsuka. Under normal circumstances, it would be inconceivable for Yatsuka to follow Haishir in studying. However, the allure of winning the competition, which promised the delectable rewards of legendary taiyaki and the third Hokage's family recipe for rich beef noodle soup, motivated Yatsuka to patiently engage in his studies with Haishir. The sight of Yatsuka earnestly studying left his peers utterly astounded, as if they were witnessing an extraterrestrial being. Their eyes widened in disbelief. Am I blind? Or have I fallen under a genjutsu? Yatsuka is genuinely studying. What madness is this? Inuzuka Jinten exclaimed, his expression one of sheer astonishment. Please, strike me. I must be dreaming. How could Yatsuka be serious about studying? Irika added, equally incredulous. Without hesitation, Inuzuka jinked and delivered a swift punch to Irika's face. Bang! Ouch! Irika was knocked to the ground, staring in shock at Yatsuka, who was intently focused on his study materials. Am I truly not dreaming? Is the sun rising in the west today? Not only were the two of them astonished, but soon a sizable crowd gathered, drawn by the peculiar scene, including Noera Rin and Yuin, who also arrived. Wow! Yatsuka-kun is actually studying. Truly my idol. He looks so cool while doing it. Noera Rin exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Yuin, too, gazed at Yatsuka with stars in her eyes, previously impressed by his combat prowess, but now realizing he was equally impressive in his scholarly pursuits. What on earth is happening? Why has Yatsuka suddenly begun to study so diligently? Tsukakid Shippu pushed through the throng, equally bewildered. I have no idea. Perhaps he has unexpectedly developed a passion for learning? Injetsu replied nonchalantly. Is that a valid answer? It's almost like saying nothing at all. Tsukakid Shippu retorted, feeling exasperated. Meanwhile, Yatsuka remained blissfully unaware of the throngs of onlookers, his focus solely on the questions before him. The paper was filled with numerous queries and their corresponding answers, such as, if Ninja A throws a shuriken at a 30-degree angle, at what distance and angle must Ninja B throw another shuriken to deflect the one thrown by Ninja A? Alternatively, there lies a forest ahead, as one ventures within. One must be mindful of various circumstances. These are indeed intricate and challenging questions, to the extent that merely articulating the answers could span 7 or 8 lines, or even more. Consequently, from morning until now, Hachisaka has only managed to memorize the answer to the first question. Upon glancing at the subsequent material, he is met with vast expanses of text, overwhelming him with a sense of dread. How vexing it is to memorize such difficult content. Yet, if he fails the initial written examination, he shall not participate in the forthcoming competition. The third Hokage insists this is a test of a ninja's ability to gather intelligence. While this reasoning holds merit, if I possess the power to vanquish my enemies directly, would I not be able to surge forward without the need for stealth? The thought of memorizing these questions fills me with dismay, but for the sake of the third Hokage's ancestral golden beef noodle soup, I shall persevere. At this moment, Hachisaka recalls a conversation with Jiraiya regarding a specialized tool for surreptitiously observing girls while bathing, which seemed quite impressive. Alas, I lack the skill to wield it. With a frown, Hachisaka gnaws on his pen, continuing his memorization. Meanwhile, Mikami Haishu returns from the restroom, only to find a throng of students gathered in the corner. Fixated on Hachisaka, he grows anxious. Should someone disturb Hachisaka during his study, and he subsequently fails to recall the answer, the third Hokage's ire would surely fall upon him. Thus, Mikami treads lightly toward Hachisaka, while Irika, noticing him, prepares to greet. But before he can utter a word, Mikami makes a gesture, prompting Irika to promptly silence himself. The surrounding students, understanding the unspoken cue, refrain from speaking. Everyone, keep your voices down. We must not disturb Hachisaka. Otherwise, I shall have him throw shurikens 500 times. Mikami declares with a fierce expression. At this juncture, Kakashi quietly inquires, Sensei, why has Hachisaka suddenly taken to studying? Are you concealing something from us? Mikami, feeling a wave of exasperation, realizes Kakashi's perceptive nature. No wonder he is dubbed a genius. His intellect has already discerned the underlying clues without needing explicit explanation. Reflecting on this, Mikami feels a pang of frustration as he observes Kakashi's sharp acumen, which epitomizes the very essence of intelligence gathering. In stark contrast, Hachisaka has only managed to memorize a single answer throughout the entire morning. Mikami is tempted to hurl an eraser at Hachisaka's face, yet he refrains, wishing to survive a few more years, for he knows he cannot contend with Hachisaka. Thus, he addresses Kakashi, there are indeed matters at hand, but I am unable to disclose them at present. However, you shall soon be enlightened, do not dwell on it for now. Turning to the others, Mikami whispers, let us depart. Anyone remaining in my line of sight after 5 seconds shall be tasked with throwing shurikens 500 times. Quick, flee! With a quiet exclamation, Noara Jinken is the first to leap from the window and escape. Following his lead, the others swiftly vacate the classroom in a hasty exodus. The classroom was left with only Mikami Shusuke and Yamasaka. Yamasaka, how is your memorization coming along? Mikami inquired amiably. Not bad. I've memorized half of the second problem. Yamasaka replied with excitement. What? Mikami thought, feeling a surge of dizziness. In the span of one morning. You mean to tell me you've only memorized 1.5 problems? This was too much for Mikami, causing his blood pressure to spike. He felt as though he might faint on the spot. At this rate, the friendship competition would be over before Yamasaka could memorize everything. Moreover, Mikami was doubtful. Once Yamasaka finally memorized the last problem, would he even remember the answers to the earlier ones? The answer to that question was already clear in Mikami's mind. Oh my heavens, spare me. Mikami felt utterly speechless, questioning why the third Hokage had assigned him this task. Could he not have sent someone else instead? At that moment, clutching onto a fleeting hope, Mikami ventured to ask Yamasaka, do you still remember the answer to the first problem? Yamasaka pondered for a moment, then nodded, saying, I can't recall it. Mikami felt as if his brain was on the verge of exploding. Why did you nod? If you can't remember, shouldn't you shake your head? Why the nod? In that instant, when Yamasaka nodded, a flicker of hope ignited in Mikami's eyes, as if the heavens were favoring him. Believing that Yamasaka had not forgotten the answer to the first problem. Yet, just as hope began to blossom in his heart, Yamasaka's next words plunged him from paradise into despair. At that moment, Mikami was on the verge of tears, overwhelmed by his emotions. He shouted, Yamasaka, when will you finish memorizing? This is far too slow. However, as soon as the words escaped his lips, Mikami regretted them. Impulsiveness is a devil. How could he have acted so rashly? Hearing Mikami's reproach, Yamasaka furrowed his brow. In truth, Yamasaka was already feeling frustrated, as the problems and answers were exceedingly difficult, making memorization an arduous task. The monotony of rote memorization paled in comparison to the delights of the snack street, or the thrill of training with Shobu, tossing stones. If it weren't for the delectable golden broth beef noodles and the taiyaki from the land of lightning, would he really endure this torment of memorizing convoluted problems and answers? In a fit of frustration, Yamasaka erupted. With a swift motion, he brought his knife down, and in an instant, the paper before him, along with the desk, was cleaved in two with a crisp crack. "I'm done. This is too difficult," Yamasaka shouted angrily as he stood up, noticing Mikami frozen in shock. He felt an urge to vent his frustration through a sparring match. "Let us have a battle, Mikami," Yamasaka declared, pointing his blade at him. At this moment, Mikami Shuji was utterly bewildered. Prior to arriving, he had repeatedly reminded himself to exercise patience, to remain composed and not act impulsively. Yet, despite his efforts, he had succumbed to his impulses, and now, Yamasaka was furious, demanding a one-on-one confrontation. The thought of facing Yamasaka in a duel was daunting. Mikami was acutely aware of his own limitations and had no desire to find himself hospitalized. However, Mikami understood Yamasaka well enough to know that refusal was not an option. Yamasaka's challenge was less an invitation and more a decree. Regardless of his willingness, Yamasaka would engage him. Thus, as Mikami felt his anxiety escalate, his heart pounding like a drum, the classroom door creaked open. A middle-aged man stepped inside. Out of the corner of his eye, Mikami caught sight of the figure and felt as if he had seen a beacon of hope. With tears of relief welling in his eyes, he rushed forward, exclaiming, "Lord Hokage!" He swiftly positioned himself behind the Hokage, his back drenched in cold sweat. Once sheltered behind the third Hokage, Mikami finally exhaled, realizing just how rapidly his heart was racing. Despite being among allies, the tension he felt was more profound than that experienced in the heat of battle with an adversary. "Cough. Yamasaka, I've heard you've been struggling with your studies," the third Hokage remarked, feigning ignorance as he cleared his throat. "Humph, third Hokage. This question is exceedingly difficult. It's practically inhumane. I refuse to memorize it," Yamasaka retorted angrily. Yet, his frustration was justified. For the question had been designed not to be answered. Its purpose was to be challenging, compelling candidates to resort to their abilities to clandestinely acquire the answers from others' papers, a tactic intended to test their ingenuity. Thus, Yamasaka's assertion that the questions were impossible to answer was not unfounded. Even the brilliant ninja Kakashi Hitaki would likely struggle with them, and the very creator of the exam, the third Hokage, might also find himself at a loss. "Indeed, you are correct. These questions were never meant to be answered," the third Hokage admitted, a hint of embarrassment coloring his tone. "What? They were never intended to be solvable? Then why are we memorizing them? Why are others attempting to answer them?" Yamasaka questioned. Perplexed by the third Hokage's rationale, the third Hokage proceeded to elucidate the true significance of the written examination. Upon hearing his explanation, Yamasaka nodded thoughtfully, realization dawning upon him. "I see now. No wonder you called me earlier, inquiring whether I had any methods to obtain others' answers. Now it all makes sense." The third Hokage sighed, acknowledging that he should not have disclosed this information. For the examination was designed not only to assess candidates' abilities to gather intelligence, but also to evaluate their problem-solving skills and adaptability. It is evident that when the difficulty of the examination far exceeds the capabilities of the lower-ranking ninjas, one should recognize that this is, in itself, a subtle test, an assessment of whether these candidates can discern the essence of the problem. Clearly, the true nature of this written examination is to compel them to copy answers. Upon realizing the essence of the issue, the ability to adapt and resort to cheating becomes the second focal point of this examination. Thus, while it may seem merely a trivial written test, it encompasses numerous evaluative elements. As a ninja, one must first possess the ability to observe keenly and listen attentively, deducing the broader context from seemingly insignificant details. This initial written examination serves precisely that purpose. However, Yamasaka is rather exceptional, compelling the third Hokage to address him directly, thereby omitting a step in the assessment of perceptiveness. Nonetheless, the third Hokage was reluctant to see Yamasaka eliminated at the very outset of the examination. "Ah, I see now," Yamasaka murmured, not one to disregard reason. Having grasped the significance of the first written test, he understood why the third Hokage resorted to such a tactic. Fearing that Yamasaka might lack the extraordinary ability to gather intelligence, and the questions posed were beyond human capability to answer, risking his elimination. With this in mind, Yamasaka helplessly remarked, "Third Hokage, was it particularly difficult for you to sneak into the women's bathhouse to observe how they utilize that veil?" If you were to teach me that technique, I could discreetly glean the answers from others. At that moment, the third Hokage, while sipping water, inadvertently spewed it forth, subsequently choking and coughing violently. Meanwhile, his companion, Misaka Haishur, gazed skyward, feigning ignorance. Yatsuka, do not speak nonsense. When have I ever sneaked into the women's bathhouse? After regaining composure, the third Hokage bellowed at Yatsuka. Jiraiya mentioned to me last week while we were dining at Ichiraka Ramen that your veil surpasses his. Allowing one to observe women bathing without revealing oneself, quite remarkable. Jiraiya. The third Hokage gritted his teeth, realizing that it was indeed this rascal who had divulged the matter. He resolved to reprimand those youngsters for carelessly spreading such tales, showing no gratitude had it not been for his teaching Jiraiya the veil technique. How could Jiraiya have had the opportunity to spy? Now, it seemed, he had been betrayed. At this moment, the third Hokage slightly turned his head, casting a glance at Misaka Haishur. Misaka, momentarily taken aback, quickly understood and feigned ignorance, saying, I have not seen the third Hokage today. I know nothing. The third Hokage, feeling embarrassed, shouted in anger, do not listen to this fool. I have never engaged in such activities. Misaka nodded vigorously, affirming, yes. I firmly believe in the integrity of the third Hokage. He could never stoop to such behavior. Meanwhile, Kyuchi Sanaka contemplated inwardly, I find it hard to believe. Lord Jiraiya is notoriously lecherous. The saying goes, as the upper beam is not straight, the lower beam will be crooked. In my opinion, there is an overwhelming likelihood that this incident is indeed true. After all, the third Hokage is Lord Jiraiya's mentor, and it is entirely plausible that a teacher would accompany his student to steal a glimpse of women bathing. Observing Sanaka's resolute conviction, the third Hokage felt reassured. He then turned his attention to Yamasaka, who was now in a state of utter frustration. Given the current pace, there was no way he could memorize everything before the competition. What should be done? Perhaps a special reward could be devised to allow Yamasaka to bypass the first round of the exam? The third Hokage pondered this notion, but quickly dismissed it, knowing that other nations would undoubtedly object. Thus, he began to consider how Yamasaka might acquire the answers from other candidates. How about this, Lord Third? We could simply equip Yamasaka with an earpiece, and I could relay the answers from a distance, Sanaka proposed. Absolutely not. The third Hokage replied firmly. That method is far too conspicuous. Others would certainly catch on. The cancellation of Yamasaka's participation would be a minor concern, but the disgrace it would bring to us and the land of fire would be significant. What to do now? Sanaka furrowed his brow, deep in thought. It was merely a matter of obtaining information from others without their knowledge. How simple that should be. What? Do you possess a unique method? Upon hearing Yamasaka's words, both the third Hokage and Sanaka gazed at him with newfound hope, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Yamasaka nodded and replied, no. Uffed. The third Hokage immediately spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed onto the ground. Sanaka, too, felt darkness cloud his vision, nearly toppling over. In his mind, the third Hokage raged. Why did you nod? You clearly have nothing. Why would you nod? What was the point of that gesture? Sanaka, having learned from past experiences, had subconsciously braced himself upon seeing Yamasaka's nod. Yet, he could not suppress a flicker of hope, and when Yamasaka uttered the word no, he too was struck hard, though not as severely as the third Hokage, who suffered genuine emotional damage. At that moment, the third Hokage rose from the ground, seizing Yamasaka by the shoulders and bellowing, why did you nod when you have nothing? Yamasaka replied, I wanted to surprise you. Is this a surprise? It's more akin to a fright. Yamasaka waved his hand and smiled gently, saying, all right, I understand this matter. I will devise a method to acquire information from others without their knowledge. You need not concern yourself with it. Really? Sanaka inquired, his expression filled with skepticism. Indeed. Yamasaka affirmed with a serious countenance, before adding, but you must provide me with a dish I have never tasted before. If you can procure it, I assure you I will develop such a capability. Are you certain? The third Hokage regarded him with a look of skepticism. Indeed, Yamasaka solemnly nodded. Very well. I shall trust you this once. The third Hokage declared with a serious expression, willing to risk it all for the sake of Konoha. Confident that Yamasaka would not jest about such matters. He then turned to speak briefly with Misaka Shuji, who nodded in understanding before vanishing in a swift motion. I have instructed Misaka Shuji to procure that exquisite delicacy for you, though it will require some time. You may return home. He will deliver the items to your residence this evening. Do remember not to venture out tonight. All right. By the way, what is this delicacy? Yamasaka inquired eagerly, saliva pooling in his mouth. It's a secret. The third Hokage chuckled lightly before exiting the classroom. Thus, the entirety of the afternoon was spent by Yamasaka in a state of imagination and anticipation. What could this delicacy the Hokage mentioned possibly be? A dessert? A snack? A dish? Barbecue? A staple? As Yamasaka pondered, he accessed the system. His words from earlier were not mere banter, for if he could savor new culinary delights, he could exchange them for a perception-based ability. With this newly acquired power, he could glean answers from others' papers. Furthermore, it would enhance his steel flash technique, achieving a trifecta of benefits. Meanwhile, Misaka Shuji hurried towards Yamasaka's home, a sizable box clutched in his hands. Knock, knock, knock. The door was rapped upon, and Yamasaka opened it to find Misaka Shuji standing outside, bearing a large box. "This is what the third Hokage asked me to bring you," Misaka Shuji panted, breathless from the extensive journey he had undertaken that afternoon, a true test of endurance and stamina. "Wow, is this the delicacy the third Hokage spoke of?" Yamasaka exclaimed in delight, unable to contain his curiosity about what lay within the box. "Ugh, I'm utterly exhausted. I've delivered the package, now it's up to you. I'm off." Without looking back, Misaka Shuji departed, clearly fatigued. It was unclear just where he had acquired this item, but the third Hokage had promised him half a month's paid leave, which prompted Shuji's agreement. Once Misaka Shuji had left, Yamasaka promptly placed the large box upon his table. The box was substantial, nearly half the size of the table. Broad yet not overly thick, resembling a hefty board. This only heightened Yamasaka's curiosity regarding the nature of the delicacy contained within. Upon inspecting the shape of the box, Yamasaka surmised it might contain a type of flatbread. With eager anticipation, he opened the box, and an aromatic wave enveloped him, rich with the scents of roasted meat, grilled fish, cheese, and fruits. To his astonishment, Yamasaka gazed into the box and discovered a magnificent pizza. Moreover, this grand pizza distinguishes itself from others in several remarkable ways. It is an exquisite amalgamation of various flavors. The first portion that captures the eye is the barbecue flavor, adorned with succulent roasted meat and sausages, seasoned with rich barbecue spices and cumin, exuding an intense aroma that left Yamasaka drooling on the spot. As his gaze shifts clockwise, he encounters the fruit section, where a medley of mangoes, strawberries, durians, apples, and pineapples is scattered across the pizza. Despite being baked, it still emanates the characteristic sweet fragrance of the fruits. Following this, the seafood segment reveals itself, featuring shrimp, lobster, scallops, and grilled fish, all releasing the unique freshness of the ocean. Lastly, a portion laden with cheese, shredded meat, salad dressing, and fruit preserves beckons enticingly. Thus, this colossal pizza comprises these 5 sections, presenting a dazzling array of ingredients that leaves one utterly mesmerized, to the extent that Yamasaka found himself unsure of where to begin his feast. This is simply, overwhelmingly exhilarating. With saliva pooling and eyes sparkling, Yamasaka gazed at the pizza before him, already sensing that indulging in this culinary delight would surely yield new rewards from the system, along with the potential to acquire a newfound perceptive ability. It is worth mentioning that Yamasaka currently possesses formidable offensive capabilities, and his defense, bolstered by his high attack power, is equally commendable. While his speed and agility may not be his strongest suits, they do not hinder him significantly due to his overwhelming offensive prowess. However, his perception and battlefield reconnaissance remain uncharted territory. Despite his high attack power, a deficiency in reconnaissance and perception would render him vulnerable, a circumstance Yamasaka is keen to avoid. Thus, he seizes the opportunity presented by this competition to enhance his perceptive skills, striving for a more well-rounded and formidable self without any weaknesses. After all, while his slashing techniques are formidable, not every challenge in this world can be resolved through sheer cutting force. Many ninjutsu techniques, such as the Nara clan's shadow manipulation, cannot be severed by swordplay. Although Yamasaka's slashing techniques have reached an extraordinary level, capable of cleaving through flames and waterfalls, he remains powerless against shadows. Consequently, when faced with shadow binding techniques, he currently lacks effective countermeasures and can only strive to eliminate his opponents before being ensnared by shadows. This approach, however, veers away from Yamasaka's fundamental philosophy, which is to decipher every technique and leave his adversaries in despair. Yet, it is evident that he cannot fundamentally dismantle the shadows of the Nara clan and must resort to alternative methods to counteract them. Numerous similar challenges exist, such as the Yamashiro clan's mind transfer technique and certain sophisticated illusions, which are beyond Yamasaka's current capabilities to address solely through slashing techniques. Thus, It is imperative for Yamasaka to enhance her capabilities in various aspects, striving for a well-rounded existence devoid of any shortcomings. As she drooled in anticipation, she fantasized about the benefits the system would bestow upon her after indulging in a slice of pizza. Would it further augment her proficiency in the steel-cutting flash? Or perhaps intensify her will strike? Might it even grant her an entirely new ability? One thing was certain, Yamasaka was determined to exchange for a reconnaissance-type ability. After a brief moment of contemplation, Yamasaka reached out to spin the pizza box on the table, eagerly awaiting the moment it came to rest. She would commence her feast from the section of the pizza that faced her when the box halted. With a vigorous twist, she closed her eyes, estimating the time it would take for the box to cease its rotation before finally opening them. Ah, the barbecue portion. How delightful. She would savor this segment first. Without hesitation, Yamasaka tore off a slice of pizza, the cheese stretching tantalizingly as she did so. As she took her first bite, the rich flavors of the barbecue intertwined with cumin enveloped her senses. The meat appeared to be of the Orleans variety, sweet yet savory, with a hint of spice that melded into a symphony of tastes, indescribably delicious. The barbecue was exquisite, boasting a crisp exterior and tender interior, oozing with juices, delivering a texture that was neither dry nor overly fatty, perfectly elastic, epitomizing the pinnacle of grilled meat. "This is utterly delightful," Yamasaka exclaimed, her excitement palpable. In the next moment, a chime echoed in her mind, heralding a notification from the system. Ding! Congratulations, you have received a Level 2 skill exchange voucher, allowing you to exchange for one Level 2 skill. Wow! Success! I shall use this Level 2 skill exchange voucher to acquire a reconnaissance skill. Yamasaka's exhilaration surged as she beheld the system's notification. Just the previous day, she had confidently assured the third Hokage that she would indeed procure a reconnaissance skill. Had the system not provided this prompt, her aspirations would have been dashed, leaving her with nowhere to hide her embarrassment. Fortunately, the system granted her a Level 2 skill exchange voucher, enabling her to exchange for a skill. These skill exchange vouchers are categorized by levels, ranging from Level 1 to Level 5, with Level 1 being the most formidable. The skills available for exchange reside within the world of Naruto, while those awarded by the system typically do not belong to this realm. Level 5 vouchers could exchange for common ninjutsu, such as Shadow Clone Technique or Fireball Jutsu, whereas Level 1 vouchers could procure forbidden techniques like Wind Release, Rasengan Shuriken. As for the Super Ninjutsu, like Dust Release or Wood Release, acquiring them would necessitate 5 Level 1 vouchers, as these techniques require a bloodline limit to wield. Upon using 5 Level 1 vouchers, the system would automatically grant the corresponding bloodline limit for the chosen ninjutsu. Moreover, it will assist you in developing compatibility, allowing you to possess multiple bloodline limits simultaneously without causing any conflicts. However, acquiring a Level 1 exchange voucher is exceedingly challenging. To date, Yamasaka has never obtained a Level 1 exchange voucher. Even for the Level 2 exchange vouchers, he has only managed to receive 2, including this instance. This is because skill exchange vouchers are contingent upon probability. First, you must consume exceptionally delectable food, and it must be your first time indulging in it, which then presents a chance to acquire a skill exchange voucher. Naturally, the higher the level of the skill exchange voucher, the lower the probability of obtaining it. Thus, Yamasaka has never harbored any hopes of acquiring a Level 1 skill exchange voucher. Yet today, receiving a Level 2 skill exchange voucher is already a delightful surprise. However, just as Yamasaka was still reveling in the joy of acquiring the Level 2 skill exchange voucher, he suddenly heard another prompt from the system. Ding! The mechanism of the Chosen One has been triggered, granting a 1 in 10,000 accompanying reward. Body Technique, Great Freedom Celestial Technique X1. What? He has obtained yet another skill. Yamasaka's eyes sparkled with excitement, his blood pressure surged, and he nearly fainted from exhilaration. The Great Freedom Celestial Technique. Just the name alone sounds extraordinarily formidable. Yamasaka could hardly contain his excitement, bouncing around in place, performing front flips and back flips, utterly at a loss for how to express his overwhelming emotions. Wow! The third Hokage, this pizza is astonishing. It granted me 2 skills in one go. Excellent! Excellent! Third Hokage, you wish for Konoha to triumph in this friendship tournament, right? I, Yamasaka, shall lend you a hand. I am determined to lead Konoha to victory in this friendship tournament. Haha! Yamasaka was in such a state of euphoria, thinking that both of these skills were acquired thanks to the pizza provided by the third Hokage. Consequently, his fondness for the third Hokage increased significantly. prompting him to resolve to help secure victory in this competition as a way to repay the kindness of receiving 2 skills from the pizza. Alright, let me first take a look at what this Great Freedom Celestial technique entails. While savoring the pizza, Yamasaka began to examine the system's description of Great Freedom Celestial technique. The Great Freedom Celestial technique is a body technique created by the ancient deity, the Great Freedom Sage, characterized by extreme speed, heightened agility, and the ability to traverse space. Its core principle lies in the concept of freedom, allowing one to break free from all constraints, achieve supersonic flight, instantaneously teleport over short distances without the influence of barriers, and significantly enhance mobility agility. It is truly a pinnacle of body techniques, remarkably powerful. Wow, is it truly that impressive? Upon mastering the grand art of the Great Freedom Immortal technique, I have effectively compensated for my shortcomings in agility. Soon, I shall exchange for a skill pertaining to reconnaissance or perception. If so, shall I not ascend to greatness? At this thought, Yamasaka suddenly paused, realizing the extent of his newfound prowess. While savoring a slice of pizza, he meticulously studied the Great Freedom Immortal technique, discovering that, upon achieving peak proficiency, this skill could propel one to an astonishing speed of 20 Mach, a truly terrifying feat. Furthermore, it enabled instantaneous movement within a certain range, a genuine form of teleportation. Unlike mere body flicker techniques, compared to the Flying Thunder God technique, it was far superior, as it required no markers. One could manifest anywhere desired. It also disregarded barriers, allowing for escape even when ensnared, thus fulfilling the essence of true freedom. However, at present, Yamasaka's mastery of the Great Freedom Immortal technique remained rather rudimentary, preventing him from accessing such extraordinary abilities. Consequently, he needed to indulge in a variety of delicacies to enhance his proficiency. After perusing the Great Freedom Immortal technique, Yamasaka began to explore the available level 2 skills, seeking a reconnaissance-type ninjutsu that suited his needs. Approximately 20 minutes later, he finally discovered a ninjutsu that resonated with him. Aptly named Air Current Perception, this technique allows one to sense subtle fluctuations in the air currents, thereby gaining awareness of the surrounding environment. As the air is saturated with itself, any movement, no matter how minute, generates ripples that disrupt the air's stillness. Air current perception capitalizes on these minute changes to ascertain the status of others, and it can also amplify sounds carried by the air, enabling eavesdropping. This ability serves as a passive effect. It only functions when an object within its range is in motion. In the absence of movement, the air remains undisturbed, rendering perception impossible. However, one can actively induce air movement to detect objects within a given area, akin to sonar, a proactive effect of air current perception. The method is simple. For instance, employing wind release to create a gentle breeze suffices. Yamasaka felt that a skill named air current manipulation was exceptionally fitting for him. While this skill may not boast the extensive range of some other perception techniques, it grants the ability to detect an enemy's movements, significantly enhancing close-quarters combat. In scenarios requiring precision, such as when an adversary unleashes a flurry of strikes, the eyes may fail to keep pace with the speed of the attacks. In such moments, one could rely on the variations in air currents to discern the enemy's actions, thereby facilitating an effective response. Alternatively, the adversary might employ abilities that deceive vision, such as the visual illusions manifested by the second generation's water shadow, or employ techniques akin to the dark arts that render one's sight ineffective. In such instances, one can rely on the subtle fluctuations in the airflow to discern the opponent's movements and positioning. This approach offers significant advantages not typically afforded by many perceptive abilities. Drawing a parallel to Jiraiya's method of reconnaissance through spatial barriers, though the latter lacks auditory perception. In contrast, this airflow manipulation can enhance sound by modulating the air currents, achieving an effect akin to telepathy, thereby allowing one to detect even the faintest of sounds. Consequently, this technique facilitates a dual-layered perceptual reconnaissance of both airflow and sound. Moreover, this airflow manipulation can synergize with the steel-cutting flash technique, rendering it an exceptionally suitable ability for Yamasaka, who expresses considerable satisfaction with this newfound power. However, akin to the Great Freedom Sage arts, its current level of efficacy remains somewhat limited, preventing the full realization of its formidable potential, though it is still serviceable. With the acquisition of these 2 skills, Yamasaka feels as though he has been endowed with wings, confident that victory is assured in the upcoming friendship tournament. His self-assurance burgeons as he acknowledges the absence of any glaring weaknesses. Even his previously lacking perceptual capabilities have been rectified. It can be said that beneath the rank of Jonin, few can rival him, and even Jonin may not necessarily prove to be his match. Indeed, Yamasaka contemplates challenging the likes of the Leaf Village's White Fang or Jiraiya's apprentice, Minato Namikaze, for a spar. The former is reputed to possess extraordinary slashing techniques, while the latter wields the potent Flying Thunder God technique in the Rasengan, capable of claiming lives in an instant. Yamasaka is eager to test whether his newly acquired airflow manipulation and Great Freedom Sage arts can withstand Minato's Flying Thunder God technique. However, it is rumored that Minato is currently preoccupied with campaigning for the position of 4th Hokage, meaning that even if Yamasaka wishes to engage in a friendly contest, Minato is likely unavailable. Following the conclusion of this joint 5 Kage friendship tournament, preparations for the 4th Hokage election will commence. Yamasaka has heard through the grapevine that the competition for the 4th Hokage is fierce, with numerous contenders such as Kakashi Hitaki's father, Hitaki Sakumo, Jiraiya's disciple Minato Namikaze, Uchiha Shisui of the Uchiha clan, and the leader of the Umbu, Danzo Shimura, a close friend of the 3rd Hokage, all vying for the position. It is safe to say that the coming period will be bustling for the Leaf Village. Nevertheless, these matters are of little concern to Yamasaka, whose current objectives are twofold: to indulge in various culinary delights and to assist the 3rd Hokage in securing victory in this tournament, nothing more. Thus, after relishing an entire large pizza, Yamasaka succumbed to a blissful slumber. In the Hokage's office, Orochimaru, are you truly not considering participating in the upcoming election for the 4th Hokage? The 3rd Hokage gazed at Orochimaru before him with a countenance marked by deep contemplation. Among his 3 disciples, he held Orochimaru in the highest regard for the position of the 4th Hokage. In his eyes, Orochimaru possessed sufficient strength and a composed demeanor, making him a suitable candidate to govern the village. Furthermore, Orochimaru's extensive scientific knowledge could potentially be harnessed to enhance the combat capabilities of the Hidden Leaf Village should he ascend to the role of Hokage. In contrast, while Jiraiya was also formidable, his carefree and hedonistic nature rendered him less suitable than Orochimaru. Tsunade, on the other hand, was excessively aggressive and had a penchant for alcohol and gambling. Though she was not incapable of fulfilling the Hokage role, she paled in comparison to Orochimaru. Hence, the 3rd Hokage held great expectations for Orochimaru. To his dismay, however, Orochimaru outright refused to participate in the election, causing the 3rd Hokage's blood pressure to rise sharply. He realized that with his endorsement as the current 3rd Hokage, Orochimaru's candidacy would almost certainly secure him the position of 4th Hokage. Yet, Orochimaru expressed a disinterest in the role. "I have no interest in becoming Hokage. Please seek another candidate," he stated flatly. The 3rd Hokage, with a hand pressed to his forehead, sighed in resignation, "You are the one I consider most worthy to succeed me. Why do you not wish to take on the mantle of Hokage? With your extensive research, wouldn't you have greater access to resources to further your studies?" Orochimaru smiled faintly and replied, "At present, I do not lack for resources. Becoming Hokage would only encumber me with numerous responsibilities, consuming much of my time and energy. I prefer not to be constrained by such obligations." Realizing that Orochimaru had firmly made up his mind, the 3rd Hokage reluctantly acquiesced. At that moment, Jiraiya leaned closer to the 3rd Hokage, half his body over the desk, and suggested, "My apprentice, Minato Namikaze, has also thrown his hat in the ring for the Hokage candidacy. I believe he is an excellent choice. Perhaps you could cast your vote for him." Minato Namikaze, "You say? This young man is indeed impressive," the 3rd Hokage mused, stroking his beard thoughtfully. "His strength, character, intellect, and even appearance make him a fitting candidate for Hokage." A wave of regret washed over him as he cast a glance at the floor, a hint of resignation flickering in his eyes. Had Dan Kato not perished, there would be no need for a Hokage election. The position would have been his by default. Alas, he sighed deeply, reflecting, while that may be true, there are still several candidates who are equally commendable, such as Kakashi Hitaki and Itachi Uchiha, both of whom would serve admirably. As he paused, the 3rd Hokage refrained from mentioning a particular name, yet all present, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and Tsunade, understood he was alluding to Shimura Danzo. The mention of his name plunged the room into a profound silence. After all, Shimura Danzo is indeed one of the most prominent figures in Konoha, having devoted over a decade to the Umbu, with a formidable force under his command. He can be regarded as second only to the Hokage in both authority and strength. Furthermore, Danzo's prowess is exceptionally formidable, although his true capabilities have never been witnessed firsthand. Whispers from clandestine sources have hinted at his might. For instance, A special operations team composed of 20 elite jonin from another nation attempted to assassinate Danzo, aiming to severely undermine Konoha's special forces. Remarkably, this elite team was utterly decimated by Danzo alone. While specific details of the battle remain elusive, the mere fact that he single-handedly vanquished 20 elite jonin speaks volumes of his strength. Additionally, the absence of any disturbance suggests that Danzo either employed a barrier to obscure external perception or possessed some undisclosed method to swiftly eliminate the 20 elite jonin. Regardless of the means, both scenarios attest to Danzo's formidable abilities, perhaps rivaling even that of the Hokage. Moreover, the root organization, which Danzo commands, specializes in handling those unsavory tasks that are inconvenient for Konoha to address openly. The strength of its members is formidable, exemplified by Hatake Tsukumo, known as Konoha's White Fang, who previously emerged from Root. There are several others within Root who possess comparable strength to Tsukumo. Thus, it can be asserted that Danzo's personal capabilities and the influence he wields should not be underestimated. He is merely a notch below the Hokage. Consequently, his candidacy for the Hokage position holds considerable promise. This upcoming election for the fourth Hokage is marked by a plethora of candidates, each possessing remarkable strength, resulting in fierce competition. Yet, from another perspective, this is a positive development, as it signifies that many individuals within Konoha have attained near Hokage-level power, which bodes well for the village. Contemplating this, the third Hokage couldn't help but sigh, lamenting that if only Kato Danzo had not perished, his strength would have allowed him to contend effortlessly against any of the current Hokage candidates. His spirit transformation technique enables him to project his soul, which can traverse at nearly the speed of light and is nearly immune to any attack. The only weakness lies in his physical form being vulnerable. However, locating and attacking this form is no simple task. Seeing that Orochimaru was unwilling to pursue the Hokage position, the third Hokage did not press the matter further and shifted his focus to discussions with the Legendary Three regarding the upcoming Allied Kage Friendship Tournament. This tournament is not merely a competition. The top 10 contestants will be awarded the title of Chunin, effectively rendering it a miniature Chunin exam. Therefore, from both a national perspective and in terms of attaining the Chunin title, the competition is expected to be exceptionally intense. If there were no existence of an entity as formidable as Yatsuka in the Hidden Leaf Village, then the strength of the participants from this village would not possess a remarkable advantage over other nations. In such a scenario, the situation would become increasingly complex and competition would intensify. After all, other nations also boast numerous prodigies, such as the Scorpion of the Sand Country, known for his exceptional puppetry skills that even the Elder of the Senju praises, and the formidable Killer Bee from the Lightning Country, who wields the power of the Eight Tails and is a powerful Jinchuriki. Alongside him is the Two Tails Jinchuriki, Yujito, also from the Lightning Country, who is equally formidable. Even Kakashi and his comrades would hesitate to assert a guaranteed victory against such opponents. Thus, discounting Yatsuka, the strengths of these individuals are essentially on par, with no one daring to claim superiority over the others. Should anyone boast of their invincibility, the third Hokage would undoubtedly scoff, questioning their bravado. Yet if such claims were made by Yatsuka, the third Hokage might entertain the possibility. Consequently, with Yatsuka's involvement, the third Hokage expresses considerable confidence in the Leaf's representative team for the upcoming competition. Although the list of participants has yet to be finalized and remains undisclosed, the third Hokage has a clear notion of who might participate. At that moment, the third Hokage recalled Yatsuka mentioning his ability to develop a reconnaissance or sensory type of skill. On that occasion, he had even sent Shusui to procure a signature 5-flavor pizza from a century-old pizzeria at the border of the Leaf Village for Yatsuka. He wondered whether Yatsuka had truly acquired the ability he claimed. Reflecting on Yatsuka's fondness for gourmet food and his reputation as a voracious eater, the third Hokage found it quite intriguing, having observed Yatsuka's peculiar habits for several years. Ultimately, he concluded that Yatsuka's prowess seemed to enhance with his culinary indulgences. Although the specifics remained elusive, based on the third Hokage's observations, he firmly believed that gastronomy indeed contributed to Yatsuka's strength. Jiraiya, if you have the time, perhaps you should assess Yatsuka's current capabilities. I am rather curious about the extent of his growth, the third Hokage suggested. Please don't make me go. I have no desire to end up in the hospital, Jiraiya protested, waving his hand dismissively. Orochimaru has already been incapacitated once. You are the only one left. Do you wish for Tsunade to go instead? The third Hokage retorted with a cold grunt. Sending Tsunade would be feasible. As Yotsuka would undoubtedly struggle to withstand one of her punches, Jiraiya replied with a nonchalant expression. Humph. When I instruct you to go, you shall go, no need for such trivial chatter. You have yet to face the consequences of your gossip about me spying on women bathing. The third Hokage erupted in anger. Wait, when did I ever say such a thing? You must be mistaken, Jiraiya exclaimed in astonishment. Humph, do you think I am unaware of your words? You dare to spread rumors that I peeped at women bathing. This account, I must settle with you thoroughly. The third Hokage wore an expression of anger. What is this talk of spreading rumors? Isn't it the truth I speak? Jiraiya muttered in a guilty tone, which only intensified the third Hokage's fury, causing him to see stars. At that moment, a voice came from outside. I have heard everything you said. Yotsuka? The third Hokage was momentarily taken aback. Tsunade turned to open the door, while Orochimaru furrowed his brow and remarked, I recall that the Hokage's office is protected by a barrier. Why could Yotsuka hear our conversation? Upon hearing Orochimaru's words, Jiraiya also displayed a serious expression. Indeed, the barrier should have muffled the sound. Why could Yotsuka hear us? By then, Tsunade had opened the door, revealing Yotsuka standing outside. Yotsuka, you claim you heard our discussion? Pray tell, what did you overhear? The third Hokage inquired with keen interest. If Yotsuka's words hold truth, it signifies a remarkable perceptive ability. In that case, Yotsuka has indeed kept his word, and during the written examination, he should be secure. I heard Jiraiya say that you went to the women's bathhouse to spy on women bathing, and when you asked not to spread rumors, Jiraiya insisted it was all factual. Yotsuka replied earnestly. The third Hokage was left speechless. Jiraiya displayed an expression of wanting to laugh yet refraining from doing so. Ahem. What is the nature of your auditory ability? How did you manage to hear us? The third Hokage deftly shifted the topic to Yotsuka's abilities. Yotsuka took a seat on a sofa and explained, I transmitted the sound through the wind to my ears, and I sensed all your movements through the wind. Although there is a barrier, it cannot obstruct the flow of air, allowing me to perceive all of this. Hearing Yotsuka's explanation, Orochimaru fell into thoughtful contemplation, while Tsunade furrowed her brow, also deep in thought. Jiraiya was momentarily stunned, and the third Hokage nodded with keen interest. A commendable ability. To perceive through the manipulation of wind or airflow, quite impressive indeed. I am astonished that you have mastered such a skill in such a short time. This alleviates my concerns regarding the written examination. After the third Hokage spoke, Orochimaru's expression shifted to one of understanding, while Jiraiya and Tsunade also grasped the mechanism behind Yotsuka's abilities. However, while they understood, the specifics of how Yotsuka achieved this remained a mystery to them, as normally. To accomplish such feats, one would need to reach the pinnacle of wind release mastery. Yet, even the most skilled wind shadows have never demonstrated such extraordinary proficiency with wind release, nor have they heard of anyone achieving such a realm. Thus, Orochimaru and the others speculated that Yotsuka had unlocked a certain bloodline limit, allowing him to control the wind. Yamasaka, given the circumstances, you must perform exceptionally well and lead the Konoha representative team to victory. I assure you, I shall uphold my promise, the third Hokage said with a smile, placing great importance on Yamasaka. Were it not for Yamasaka's rather erratic temperament, he would have considered nurturing him in the traditional Hokage manner. Rest assured, those two delectable dishes are as good as mine. No one shall impede me. Whoever stands in my way will face dire consequences, Yamasaka declared earnestly, further instilling confidence in the third Hokage. Despite Yamasaka's unreliability in other aspects, the Hokage felt assured of his combat prowess. After exchanging a few more words, Yamasaka returned home. Upon arriving at his doorstep, he was taken aback to find his teacher, Mitsuru Yamasaka, waiting for him. Teacher, what brings you here? He inquired, puzzled. Upon hearing the word teacher, Yamasaka was moved to tears. Yamasaka rarely addressed him with such respect, and today he seemed unusually polite. This filled Yamasaka with excitement, as Yamasaka was his student, and his burgeoning strength reflected positively on him. Unbeknownst to Yamasaka, Yamasaka's recent indulgence in pizza had granted him two formidable skills, elevating his mood and demeanor. I came to see if you've mastered the sensory ninjutsu in preparation for future endeavors. Yamasaka adjusted his glasses, aiming to confirm whether Yamasaka had indeed acquired the reconnaissance abilities he had mentioned. If successful, his worries about the upcoming written exam would dissipate. If not, he would need to devise a strategy to ensure Yamasaka's success. Oh, that matter. I have indeed mastered it. Would you like to test it? Yamasaka responded. Instinctively. Yamasaka took a step back. Test it? How exactly? Are we to spar? He had no desire to end up in the hospital. If you wish to engage in a physical confrontation, I'd rather not, Yamasaka replied, his expression cautious. Not at all. I merely need to demonstrate my capability to gather information from others during the written exam, Yamasaka said nonchalantly. How do you propose we do that? Yamasaka asked. Quite simply. You write something in your room, and I will answer accordingly. Oh, are we simulating a cheating scenario during the exam? Yamasaka found the idea intriguing and nodded, entering Yasaka's room to jot down a series of numbers. Meanwhile, Yasaka closed his eyes. After Mitsukami Shuji had finished writing, Yasaka opened his eyes and spoke. If I am not mistaken, you have inscribed a series of numbers. Oh, you actually perceive that. Pray tell, what numbers are they? Yasaka shrugged and replied, How would I know? What? You don't know? Mitsukami Shuji nearly fainted on the spot. Knowing only that it was a number without any specifics was utterly useless during an examination if one could not discern what was written. How could one cheat or copy answers? Indeed, I have merely just begun to master this ability and require further practice to ascertain what is inscribed on your paper. Yasaka lamented. How long do you think it will take? Approximately a week, he estimated. Mitsukami Shuji sighed with relief. Fortunately, a week was sufficient. Yasaka had only recently acquired the skill of air manipulation 3 days prior, which allowed him to amplify sounds and direct them into his ears. But he still could not differentiate the specific types of sounds. If one was speaking, it was clear enough. However, if one was writing, Yasaka could only discern whether it was letters, numbers, or symbols at his current level. Nonetheless, as Yasaka continued to indulge in culinary delights, his proficiency in air manipulation would steadily improve. According to his projections, he would be able to identify the written content within a week, as by then he could distinguish what was written through the frequency and volume of the sounds. Mitsukami Shuji felt as though he were on a roller coaster, soaring to dizzying heights one moment and plummeting the next, his heart racing uncontrollably. Conversing with Yasaka required mental preparation, otherwise, one might very well perish on the spot. Yasaka. Mitsukami Shuji suddenly lowered his head and spoke in a grave tone. What? Yasaka inquired, puzzled. At that moment, Mitsukami Shuji slowly lifted his gaze, his expression dark and voice low. Yasaka, in the future, could you possibly articulate your thoughts more completely? Do you wish for me to become a black and white photograph? Hilarity erupted from Yasaka, who laughed heartily. Mitsukami Shuji facepalmed in exasperation. Being Yasaka's mentor required not only formidable healing abilities but also an even greater capacity for psychological resilience, lest one succumb to the overwhelming impact of Yasaka's words. Ultimately, one could suffer a fatal shock from sheer frustration. Fortunately, Mitsukami Shuji was seasoned in battle, having witnessed Yasaka's dramatic shifts numerous times. Thus he had prepared himself somewhat before speaking, narrowly avoiding an immediate demise. Very well, since you insist, I shall trust you. There is nothing else, so I shall take my leave. With that, Mitsukami Shuji vanished from sight. The following morning, in the classroom of the Ninja Academy, all the lower-ranking ninja students, including Yasaka, had gathered. Mitsukami Shuji stood at the front of the classroom, announcing details about the upcoming 5 Kage joint friendship tournament scheduled for the next month. Upon hearing this news, the lower-ranking shinobi present were taken aback, as they had not anticipated that the participants would be genin rather than genin. Naturally, some raised this question. In response, Hiroshi Mikami provided a comprehensive explanation. Firstly, many genin from various nations were occupied with missions and could not easily depart. Secondly, numerous individuals possessed unique skills, and participating in the competition could inadvertently reveal certain aspects of their abilities. Consequently, this could expose some of the hidden elements of each nation, which would not bode well for any of them. Thirdly, the strength of the participating genin could easily lead to conflicts, potentially causing unnecessary troubles. Lastly, since these genin possess significant potential, there was little risk of exposing their true strength. Rather, it could highlight the future potential of their respective nations. Additionally, the destructive power of the jutsu available to genin was relatively limited, making it easier to prevent injuries among the participants. Thus, after considering these various factors, the 5 great nations decided to allow genin to participate in the competition. As Hiroshi Mikami spoke about the event, the attendees focused intently on one pressing question. Who would be the competitors? Would it be open enrollment, or was there a pre-selected list? Regardless, those representing the Hidden Leaf Village would undoubtedly be the Cr Mi de las Armi among the genin. Therefore, those chosen as participants would inherently bear the honor of representing their strength. Many eyes turned toward Yamasaka. Barring unforeseen circumstances, he was certain to be among the competitors, given his undeniable prowess that rendered him invincible among genin. If he were not selected, it would seem implausible, whereas his inclusion would undoubtedly signify the formidable strength of the hidden leaf. Although some individuals had often been bested by Yamasaka in training, even those harboring resentment hoped for his participation, understanding that he was a pivotal presence in their ranks. At that moment, Hiroshi Mikami announced, "The list of competitors for this tournament has been finalized after discussions with several instructors and the third Hokage. I will now reveal the names of those who will participate. If anyone wishes to withdraw, please inform me, and I shall find a replacement." Upon hearing Mikami's words, the atmosphere grew tense, filled with anxious anticipation. The attendees simultaneously hoped for their names to be called, while fearing the same outcome. The desire to hear their names stemmed from the affirmation of their strength. After all, those selected were truly the elite among the genin. Conversely, the dread of being called arose from the fear of failure that could tarnish the reputation of the hidden leaf. Consequently, a palpable tension enveloped the gathering, with hearts racing. Kakashi, confident in his abilities, thought to himself, "If all goes well, I am certain to be among them." Under the Moonlight Gale pondered with a sense of unease, wondering if he would be included, for his abilities were commendable. Yet perhaps his instructor had not recognized his potential. Irika thought to himself that he likely would not be selected, as his own skills were rather modest. Thus he felt no need to fret over such matters. Recently discharged from the hospital, Asuma Sarutobi contemplated. Although he had been defeated by Yamasaka, it did not imply that he was weak. Rather, Yamasaka was simply formidable. In truth, Asuma ranked among the elite ninjas of the lower ranks, so he believed he deserved a place as well. Uchiha Kagami mused that he would surely be included, for his prowess was indeed impressive, and teacher Mikami was well aware of his capabilities. At that moment, the name Kakashi Hitaki was called by Mikami Shuji. "Well, Kakashi has been selected," Linora exclaimed, her face alight with joy. Although she had anticipated Kakashi's inclusion, hearing his name spoken aloud still filled her with excitement. Kakashi, indeed, was a fitting choice. Moonlight Gale inwardly reflected on the predictability of Kakashi's selection, wondering if his own name would be announced next. Why, Hikarinai thought to herself, having heard Kakashi's name, that it was only to be expected, but she was curious about the others who might be called. Upon hearing his name, Kakashi nodded silently, thinking, "I knew I would be included. It is only natural. But who else will be selected? Surely Yamasaka will be among them." As Kakashi closed his eyes in contemplation, Mikami Shuji called out another name, Asuma Sarutobi. Irika mused that he had anticipated Asuma's selection, given his impressive skills and lineage as the son of the Hokage. Asuma felt a surge of fervor upon hearing his name. He was about to represent the village of Konoha. Every action, every victory or defeat would embody the glory of Konoha. He resolved to triumph over his opponents and contribute his modest strength to the village. In that moment, Asuma felt as though he had been reborn. The earlier disappointment of his defeat by Yamasaka washed away, replaced by exhilaration and trepidation about his impending battle for Konoha. A sense of pressure loomed over him, as he feared the possibility of losing and tarnishing the village's reputation. His gaze drifted to the front row, where Yamasaka sat, seemingly dozing off. In the past, such a sight would have filled him with disdain, considering such behavior unbecoming of a student. Since the day he conversed with the third Hokage, he grasped a profound truth. Rules are crafted by the powerful, and whatever they do is deemed right, while the actions of the weak are invariably regarded as wrong. Yamasaka possesses sufficient strength and qualifications to indulge in slumber. If he were to vanquish Yamasaka, even if he were to sleep openly in the classroom, no one would find fault with him. Instead, they would perceive it as a facet of his character. Surely, Yamasaka would participate in this competition, for with his prowess, few could hope to rival him. The presence of Yamasaka in the Konoha representative team would undoubtedly confer a significant advantage. Sarutobi Asuma mused silently when a crumpled paper ball struck his head. Turning to look, he found Yui Kurinai smiling radiantly at him, giving him a thumbs up. "Ah, Yui Kurinai. I shall strive earnestly." Sarutobi Asuma smiled back, his eyes reflecting a resolute determination. At that moment, Mikami Shuji called out the next name, Uchiha Sui. A gasp of surprise rippled through the crowd upon hearing Uchiha Sui's name. Indeed, Uchiha Sui had made the cut. Among the students present, if anyone could stand against Yamasaka, it would be Uchiha Sui. Uchiha Sui, the younger brother of Uchiha Sui, is renowned for his remarkable body flicker technique. Although Yamasaka's slashing techniques are formidable, Uchiha Sui often evades them with his swift movements, countering with rapid strikes that pose considerable trouble for Yamasaka. Thus, the announcement of Uchiha Sui's inclusion resonated powerfully among the students, evoking astonishment, yet it was a development that many anticipated given Uchiha Sui's strength, which could be regarded as second only to Yamasaka's among the students. Consequently, the mention of Uchiha Sui's name sparked excitement, as they believed the odds of victory in the upcoming 5 Kage Alliance Friendship Tournament had significantly increased. Regardless, even upon hearing Uchiha Sui's name, Yamasaka remained in a state of slumber, lost in dreams of triumphing over a ninja from the land of Earth and leading the Konoha team to victory in the 5 Kage Alliance Friendship Tournament. In his reverie, the third Hokage fulfilled his promise and treated him to the family's traditional golden broth beef noodles, followed by a delightful excursion to the land of lightning to savor a delicacy known as taiyaki. Then, he received the system's grandest reward, soaring into the air, invincible against gods and Buddhas alike. Thus, he remained oblivious to the ongoing announcement of participants, and even if he were aware, it would not capture his attention. At that moment, Mikami Shuji called out another name, Uchiha Obito. The crowd erupted in astonishment, for they had not seen Uchiha Obito for a month. Since the incident involving Noera-rin, when Uchiha Obito sought a duel with Yamasaka, he had been conspicuously absent, although some had spotted him in the hospital, which confirmed his whereabouts to everyone. It turns out that Uchiha Obito was indeed defeated by Yamasaka on that fateful day, resulting in him being hospitalized. However, even without this concrete evidence, it was already surmised by 80% of the onlookers that Uchiha Obito had been sent to the hospital by Yamasaka. In terms of strength, Uchiha Obito is not lacking. Although he may not surpass Kakashi, he is still formidable and possesses the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan, granting him a natural advantage. Thus, it is entirely reasonable for Uchiha Obito to be included in the roster for this 5 Kage Joint Friendship Tournament. Yet, at this moment, Uchiha Obito is not present, and soon someone will carry news to the hospital. Uchiha Obito, how intriguing. It seems this competition will undoubtedly be fiercely contested. Meanwhile, Reiku, who was deep in thought, noticed that his companion, Tsukiyakari Shippu, was exceedingly anxious. Up to this point, several names had been called, yet his own had not been mentioned. This left him in a state of unease, as being selected for the roster represented a recognition of strength. Consequently, if his name were absent, it would imply that his abilities were deemed insufficient to be among the elite. This notion was intolerable for Tsukiyakari Shippu, not only because of the lack of acknowledgement of his prowess, but also due to the concern that if he failed to make the first tier, would Shiin harbor a negative opinion of him? After all, the last time Tsukiyakari Shippu observed Shiin, she held a great admiration for Yamasaka, primarily due to his formidable strength. If he were to be excluded this time, he feared he would lose her respect entirely. I must be included. I must be included. Tsukiyakari Shippu fervently prayed within himself. In reality, his abilities are quite commendable. While he may not surpass Kakashi, the disparity is not significant. In fact, he has even fought to a standstill with Asuma Sarutobi. His swordsmanship, while not as extraordinary as Yatsukai's, is nonetheless exceptional among the lower ninjas. Despite Kakashi being the son of Konoha's White Fang and inheriting his father's techniques, he does not excel in swordsmanship as much as Tsukiyakari Shippu does. Kakashi is not specialized in sword techniques. He possesses a well-rounded skill set, balancing physical combat, swordsmanship, ninjutsu, and jinjutsu. However, this very versatility means he lacks a standout specialty. Nevertheless, this does not diminish his strength. Although being a jack of all trades can imply being a master of none, it also means Kakashi has no glaring weaknesses. His comprehensive abilities enable him to devise numerous strategies to counter various adversaries and attacks, resulting in a notably low threshold for failure. Regardless of whether the opponent employs ninjutsu, taijutsu, sword techniques, or even genjutsu, Kakashi possesses the means to respond effectively. This is the essence of Kakashi's prowess. His versatility defines him. While he may not be exceptional in any single area, he often finds himself evenly matched against opponents who excel in a particular discipline. Therefore, among the lower ninjas, Kakashi has earned the moniker Kakashi of the equal match. Unless faced with an opponent of the caliber of Yatsukai's, Kakashi is always prepared for battle. Thus, his versatility stands out distinctly. Unlike his father, who excelled primarily in physical and swordsmanship skills, Kakashi possesses a remarkable breadth of abilities. On the other hand, Tsukiyakari Shippu bears some resemblance to Yatsukai's, specializing mainly in sword techniques. Setting aside Yatsuka's exceptional prowess, Tsukakage Shippu's swordsmanship is indeed formidable, with few rivals among his peers, showcasing considerable talent in this discipline. After all, while Yatsuka benefits from a system, Tsukakage Shippu relies solely on his own efforts. Moreover, Tsukakage Shippu frequently engages in sparring sessions with Yatsuka, thereby continuously absorbing Yatsuka's strengths and learning the intricacies of his sword techniques, constantly refining his own skills. Consequently, Tsukakage Shippu possesses commendable strength, albeit he remains relatively low-key and unobtrusive. This demeanor causes him some anxiety. He worries that if he does not exhibit his abilities openly, his instructor may underestimate him, resulting in his exclusion from the selection process, which would be disastrous. Just as Tsukakage Shippu's mind is fraught with unease, he hears Yamasaka call out, "Tsukakage Shippu." Ah! Tsukakage Shippu momentarily freezes, then a look of elation spreads across his face. "It's me. They finally called my name." Haha. Tsukakage Shippu silently exults, then turns to glance at Yuin, noticing her equally excited expression, which instantly uplifts his spirits and fills him with a sense of security. "Thankfully, I've been selected. This is wonderful, truly wonderful." A relieved expression crosses Tsukakage Shippu's face as his heart settles considerably. At this moment, Yamasaka announces two more names, Might Guy and Nara Shikamaru. One is somewhat eccentric, while the other is exceedingly unassuming, thus failing to cause much of a stir. Curiosity begins to arise regarding the absence of Yatsuka. After all, Yatsuka is a key asset among the Konoha genin. The idea of his omission from the list is perplexing. Why has Yatsuka's name been called yet? Could it be that he was not selected for this competition? That seems unlikely. Kakashi muses, furrowing his brow. Is Yatsuka reluctant to participate? Or is there another reason? Tsukakage Shippu similarly frowns in thought, despite his irritation at Yatsuka for diverting some of Yuin's attention away from him. He still hopes for Yatsuka's participation in the competition. Though rivalries exist among the genin, national honor will always take precedence. A principle that Konoha has instilled effectively through patriotic education. Surely, Yatsuka's name has yet to be called. His strength would undoubtedly serve as a significant asset for Konoha in the competition. Uchiha Shursui calmly reflects. Just then, Yamasaka announces, the team leader for this competition is Yatsuka. A wave of astonishment sweeps through the crowd. In the next moment, the classroom erupted in a cacophony of astonishment. Upon hearing the words of Sanshang Shosher, everyone was left in utter disbelief. Even the usually composed Hatake Kakashi widened his eyes, his expression one of incredulity. What? Yamasaka is actually the captain. That fellow Yamasaka has become the leader. Tsukakage Shippu gazed at Yamasaka, feeling as though the distance between them had grown ever wider. It was unexpected that Yamasaka had ascended to the role of captain. Yet his capabilities certainly warranted such a position. How intriguing. Uchiha Furuwa smiled slightly, observing Yamasaka with a silent grin. Yamasaka-kun is impressive. He has indeed become the captain. I knew it was impossible for there to be no Yamasaka. He is the leader. How splendid. Yamasaka-kun is so admirable. Noera Rin's eyes sparkled with admiration as she looked at Yamasaka, embodying the innate tendency of women to be drawn to strength. Tsukakage Shippu turned his gaze towards Yuin, only to see her, like Noera Rin, gazing at Yamasaka with a face full of adoration. Witnessing this scene, Tsukakage Shippu felt a tightening in his heart. The ease he had previously felt was now replaced by a surge of insecurity, making him anxious once more. How infuriating. Yuin's attention has been captivated by Yamasaka again. This simply will not do. I must surpass Yamasaka at once. Tsukakage Shippu gritted his teeth in determination. Yamasaka, you are the captain for this event. Sanshan Shosher called out to Yamasaka. Yet, Yamasaka remained in slumber. Yamasaka. Sanshan Shosher shouted again, but Yamasaka continued to sleep, even snoring softly. Damn it, Yamasaka. At such a crucial moment, you dare to sleep? Do you not care for your reputation? Sanshan Shosher was exasperated, his frustration palpable as he hurled a piece of chalk at Yamasaka. With a swift whoosh, the chalk traced a perfect arc before striking Yamasaka squarely on the head. Yamasaka stirred, groggily waking, a trail of drool adorning his lips. Yamasaka, it's your turn, Sanshan Shosher said, his patience wearing thin. Oh, is it mealtime? Yamasaka replied, utterly bewildered. Yamasaka, you were sleeping in class again. Sanshan Shosher exclaimed in anger yet cautious not to be too harsh. He feared Yamasaka's impulsive retaliation. At that moment, Yamamoto Taichi, seated beside Yamasaka, nudged him with his elbow. The teacher just mentioned that for this year's 5-Kage Joint Friendship Tournament, you, the representative of our Konohagakure team, are the captain. Yamasaka took a moment to gather his thoughts, finally nodding and muttering. Oh, got it, before returning to his slumber. Resting his head on the desk once more. You. Sanshang Shosher felt his blood pressure surge. This was infuriating. How could Yamasaka be so nonchalant? It was essential to understand that the role of captain essentially represented the strongest member of the team, the commander-in-chief. If Asuma or Tsukikid Shippu were to become the captain, they would undoubtedly be overjoyed. However, Mikami Shuji, already well acquainted with Yasaka's behavioral style, forcibly suppressed his irritation and chose to disregard the interruption. Continuing to address the students present, I have just announced the contenders for the competition. These individuals were selected through a comprehensive evaluation of your abilities, conducted by myself. Other passing instructors, and the third Hokage. They represent the strongest cohort among the genin. Upon hearing Mikami's words, Asuma Saratobi nodded with a smile, feeling a sense of accomplishment and confidence. Although not the strongest, he was among the elite, which was indeed a matter worthy of celebration and a testament to his abilities. Similarly, Kakashi and others were elated by the recognition of their skills, as they were still young and often placed great value on such honors. To those who were not selected, Mikami offered words of encouragement, reminding them that a ninja must endure humiliation and bear burdens to complete their missions. While their abilities may currently fall short, with diligent effort, they too could join the ranks of the chosen. The wheel of fortune turns, he remarked, and no one can claim to be perpetually superior to others. After comforting the unselected students, Mikami proceeded to outline some important guidelines for the upcoming 5 Kage Friendship Tournament, such as refraining from provocation and avoiding the premature revelation of one's abilities. For Yamasaka, however, these were trivial matters. He remained asleep, enveloped in dreams of becoming Hokage, where the streets of Konoha were laden with delectable treats, nearly overwhelming his system with rewards. As class concluded, Kakashi called Yamasaka over, eager to engage in a spar to gauge his current prowess. Yet, after some contemplation, he ultimately decided against it, realizing he could very well be defeated in an instant by Yamasaka, rendering any assessment of his strength futile. Instead, Kakashi opted to challenge Asuma to a match. After class, Yamasaka wandered the streets aimlessly until he noticed a crowd gathering ahead, piquing his curiosity. He approached to find a newly opened shop hosting an event called Fruit Ninja. After reviewing the game rules, he discerned that participants would be tasked with slicing fruits thrown by the proprietor, with any failure to slice fruit resulting in immediate disqualification. Each successful cut would earn points, and the participant with the highest score would win a newly launched fruit tart and other prizes. Conversely, those who were eliminated and those finishing in third place or lower would be responsible for the cost of the discarded fruits. Oh, Fruit Ninja? How intriguing. This is a test of both slicing technique and reflexes, perfectly suited for me, Yamasaka thought, as he observed the challenge unfold. The vendor placed fruits and other items into a machine, which would randomly launch either fruits or non-fruits, sometimes even mixing both in the process. The objects shot forth with remarkable speed, requiring precise cuts within a designated area. Otherwise, any attempts beyond the confines would be rendered null and void. At that moment, several young individuals were engaged in the challenge, one of whom mistakenly struck a wooden block instead of the fruit, thereby incurring a penalty and the obligation to pay the requisite fee. With a dejected expression, the young man reluctantly handed over the money. The next 2 competitors continued their attempts, yet one crucial rule dictated that if 3 fruits fell uncut, the game would cease, preventing any further action. Observing the current leaderboard, Yamasaka noted that the leading score was 135 points, a record he felt confident he could surpass. Approaching the stall, Yamasaka paid the 10 yuan registration fee, eagerly awaiting his turn after the 2 current competitors concluded their attempts. Soon, one young man miscalculated and was immediately eliminated, while the other failed to react in time, allowing 3 fruits to drop and ending his round. His score was 122 points. Had he persisted a moment longer, he might have broken the record. But he was now relegated to second place. Next contestant. The stall owner bellowed, prompting Yamasaka to step forward, unsheathing his katana with an air of confidence as he positioned himself behind the yellow line, ready to face the initial wave of assault. Begin. With the stall owner's commanding shout, he pressed the machine's button. In an instant, 2 indistinct shapes erupted from the nozzle, and Yamasaka swiftly swung his blade, producing 2 decisive swish sounds as the figures transformed into halves of a banana and an orange that tumbled to the ground. Impressive. This lad strikes with astonishing speed. Swift, precise, and ruthless, remarked an onlooker, stroking his beard. This is merely the first wave. Let us see how long he can maintain this pace, another person chimed in. At that moment, the second wave commenced, accompanied by a series of whoosh sounds. 3 shapes, too swift to discern, shot forth from the machine. Yamasaka executed 2 rapid cuts, revealing 2 halves of an apple and a strawberry on the ground, alongside an intact small rubber ball, clearly inserted to confuse the participants. A strike on the ball would result in disqualification. However, Yamasaka's strikes were both quick and precise, deftly avoiding the rubber ball entirely. While his performance was commendable, it was merely the beginning, and the spectators continued to watch intently. After a succession of 7 or 8 waves of fruit slicing, Yamasaka consistently cleaved the airborne fruits with remarkable finesse, making no errors thus far. As it stood, he had successfully endured 12 waves without missing a single fruit, indicating he still had 3 opportunities to falter. At this juncture, the quantity of items being ejected has escalated far beyond the initial 2 or 3. Now, an entire wave releases a staggering 12 items, comprising 8 fruits and 4 wooden blocks, rendering the challenge exceedingly formidable. From the moment the objects are launched to the point they exit the designated cutting range, the skilled practitioner has merely 2 seconds to act. Within this fleeting time frame, Yamasaka must discern which items are fruits and which are mere distractions. He must then swiftly slice through each fruit, completing the entire process within a mere 2 seconds. All while the fruits and distractions are propelled at a velocity surpassing even that of a thrown shuriken. Thus, persevering through the 12th wave is indeed a remarkable feat for Yamasaka. Initially, the spectators numbered only 7 or 8, but now their ranks have swelled to over 20. Encircling the fruit ninja's stall in layers, their eyes fixed upon Yamasaka as he deftly wields his blade to slice the fruits. With each successive wave of ejected items, the stakes grow ever higher. A momentary lapse in concentration could lead to a fateful mistake, either striking a distraction or missing a fruit entirely, resulting in immediate failure. What an impressive young man. His knife skills are nothing short of extraordinary, and his reflexes are remarkably swift. Within such a brief span, he is able to distinguish between fruits and obstacles and slice them with precision, truly remarkable. An elderly gentleman observed with a serious expression. Indeed, it's not just about discernment. When those fruits and distractions are ejected, I can scarcely keep my eyes on them. Yet this young fellow effortlessly cleaves them all, astounding. Were it not for the lack of Sharingan, I might have thought he hailed from the Uchiha clan. Certainly, the Uchiha clan Sharingan is renowned for its ability to slow the motion of objects, thereby enhancing reflexes. Yet this lad accomplishes such feats solely through his natural eyesight. Truly, a hero in the making. Indeed, it is a cause for celebration that our village of Konoha boasts such a promising next generation. Amidst the throng of spectators, lively discussions ensued, most praising Yamasaka, encompassing individuals of all ages and genders. Among the onlookers were several elite Jonin, who, upon assessing their own capabilities, realized they could not match Yamasaka's prowess. By the 8th and 9th waves of fruit attacks, they found their eyes, minds, and bodies struggling to keep pace, thus holding Yamasaka in high esteem. Hey, do you know who that kid is? He looks like he might be a Jonin, one Jonin, adorned with a Konoha forehead protector, nudged his companion with his elbow, inquiring. The companion shrugged helplessly and replied, I don't know them. After all, I am already a Jonin, and my time is consumed with training and missions. I hardly have leisure to concern myself with the trivialities of the Jonin. Among them, I am only acquainted with Asuma Sarutobi and Kakashi Hatake. The rest are unknown to me. Indeed, who has the time to observe Jonin? This lad is truly formidable. Just earlier, when he unleashed a barrage of 12 objects, although I did not step forward myself, my keen eyesight and quick intellect discerned that I would have been unable to sever all the fruits in time. I would have most likely miscalculated and missed at least 2. Indeed, this young man is remarkable. The most astonishing part is that he achieved this without the Sharingan. I am genuinely impressed. As the 2 Jonin engaged in their discourse, a red light illuminated atop the fruit launching machine, accompanied by a series of ringing bells, signaling another wave. Instantly, the conversing Jonin fell silent, their eyes fixated on the machine's nozzle. Not just them, but the previously chattering crowd also ceased their murmurs. Captivated by the anticipation of the 13th wave of fruit assault, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, a flurry of shadows erupted from the machine's nozzle, which wobbled unpredictably during the launch, causing the projectiles to follow varied trajectories. In an instant, 13 shadows appeared before Yamasaka, scattered in different positions around him. The speed of the launched objects was so rapid that most onlookers could barely discern whether they were fruits or something else. They merely observed a dark wave surging forth like a wall towards Yamasaka. In the following second, Yamasaka's eyes gleamed with determination as he swiftly drew his blade. A flash of white light illuminating the scene. The sound of slicing filled the air, and in an instant, countless fruit pieces rained down, including oranges, apples, strawberries, and more. Behind Yamasaka, 7 wooden blocks lay upon the ground, remnants of this wave's distractions. What? This wave yielded only 5 fruits, while the distractions amounted to 7. Exclaimed a young man clad in ninja attire, his voice echoing in disbelief. His astonishment was palpable, and the crowd mirrored his shock. Their gazes fixed on the 7 distractions strewn across the ground. What did 7 distractions signify? Out of a total of 13 objects launched, more than half were distractions. This meant that when Yamasaka perceived the distractions, he had to divert his focus to discern whether the other objects were fruits or distractions, thereby scattering his concentration and complicating the challenge further. Yet, despite this, Yamasaka expertly wielded his knife, skillfully slicing through all the fruits with precision that astounded everyone present. Such mastery and technique, such remarkable reflexes. Witnessing this left the entire audience in sheer awe. Incredible! Exclaimed a Chunin, completely taken aback by Yamasaka's prowess. Just based on Yamasaka's slicing skills and reflexes, the Chunin concluded that he stood no chance against him. Simultaneously, not far from this fruit ninja stall, word was beginning to spread about both the stall and Yamasaka. Seated inside Ichiraku Ramen, Mikami Shuji had just taken a sip of broth when he overheard the excited chatter of 2 passersby. Hurry, hurry! There's a fruit-cutting stall over there with a genin whose knife skills are out of this world. He has already survived 13 rounds, and he has close to breaking the record of 16 waves. It's absolutely thrilling. We must go see it. Upon hearing their conversation, Mikami Shuji found himself puzzled. Fruit cutting? Fruit ninja? He recalled having encountered this so-called fruit ninja stall during a previous mission in the Land of Lightning, where he observed that. Although the game appeared simple, the difficulty escalated significantly as one progressed. Out of curiosity, he had tried his hand at it, only to be eliminated in the 9th wave due to his slow reactions, having mistakenly struck an obstacle and missed a fruit. Oh, it's that game, he mused. It's amusing, but nothing extraordinary. It seems the people of Konoha are quite intrigued by it. As he pondered, he continued to enjoy his ramen, showing little interest in the stall nearby, intending to finish his meal and then head home for a nap. However, just as he had chewed the noodles a couple of times, his chewing gradually slowed until it came to a halt. Genin, 13th wave. A look of bewilderment crept onto Mikami Shuji's face. The current batch of genin from Konoha were all his students, and it took him a moment to connect the dots. Could it be that one of his students was performing exceptionally well over there, nearing a challenge for the top record? Who could it be? To have made it to the 13th wave? After all, even as their teacher, he had only reached the 9th wave. Suddenly, a realization struck him. Fruit ninja. Fruit ninja, cutting fruits with a knife. Could it be that genin? Yamasaka? Once this thought took root in Mikami Shuji's mind, it rapidly expanded, leaving him too intrigued to continue his meal. Overwhelmed by curiosity, he abruptly abandoned his half-eaten ramen and dashed towards the fruit ninja stall. Father, why did teacher Mikami suddenly run off? He seems to be in quite a hurry. Just as Mikami Shuji burst out of Ichiraku Ramen, I happened to emerge from the kitchen with a small bowl of extra noodles, catching sight of Mikami's hasty departure. She turned to the nearby Otsutsuki Ichiraku, her expression one of curiosity. Otsutsuki Ichiraku replied with a cheerful smile, their essay stall over there called Fruit Ninja, and their essay remarkably skilled contestant who is said to be challenging the current record holder. Oh, I see. I responded, placing the extra noodles from her small bowl into Mikami Shuji's bowl, and then putting his bowl into the insulated box, pondering that perhaps he would return to continue his meal. However, she held no interest in this so-called fruit ninja. Even if someone were exceptionally skilled, it would not pique her curiosity. Just as she turned to head back to the kitchen, she heard Otsutsuki Ichiraku say, "Do you think that person could be Yamasaka?" I halted mid-step, frozen in place, one hand still lifting the curtain. She then turned back, her face slightly flushed, and stammered, "See, could it really be Yamasaka-kun?" Immediately, memories of the two of them tossing and slicing stones during training surfaced in her mind, leading her to believe that Yamasaka might indeed excel at Fruit Ninja. Otsutsuki Ichiraku smiled gently. "Why not go and see for yourself? Then, I shall take a quick look." I replied softly, her head bowed, a rosy hue spreading across her cheeks. She felt hesitant to meet her father's gaze, as if there was some unspoken meaning behind it. prompting her to quickly untie her apron and dash out as if fleeing. "Ah, youth," Otsutsuki Ichiraka mused, watching his daughter's retreating figure, reminiscent of his own youthful dating experiences. Meanwhile, in a tea house, Tsukuyami Jikaze and Yugugo were enjoying their tea when Saratobi Asuma rushed in, leaning on the table, urgently addressing them. "Hurry. Yamasaka has already surpassed 14 rounds at the Fruit Ninja stall. If he passes 2 more, he'll break the record." "What?" Tsukuyami Jikaze exclaimed in astonishment. He had played Fruit Ninja himself, having reached the 10th round, and now Yamasaka had exceeded the 14th. Let us go. We must see." He quickly rose, grasping Yugugo's hand and pulling her along with Asuma as they rushed out. Yugugo, flustered, exclaimed, "Hey," as she focused on the hand that Jikaze was holding, her cheeks reddening as she was pulled along. In a supermarket, Kakashi Hitaki was shopping when he spotted Uchiha Obito sprinting towards him. Just as he was about to greet him, Obito breathlessly urged, "Quickly, let us go see. Yamasaka is about to break the Fruit Ninja record." "What? Let us hurry." In a cosmetics store, Noera Rin, busy selecting lipsticks, suddenly received a message from Yugao. After glancing at it, she hastily discarded the chosen lipstick and dashed out. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage was observing a crystal ball alongside Orochimaru, which displayed a live feed of Yamasaka at the Fruit Ninja stall. "That fellow is quite formidable with his cutting technique," the third Hokage remarked, taking a sip of tea. "He doesn't possess the Sharingan, yet his reflexes are truly impressive." Orochimaru nodded in agreement, equally impressed. At the Fruit Ninja stall, Yamasaka was wholly immersed in perceiving the subtle shifts in the air surrounding his body. By this point, his eyes could no longer keep pace with the objects being ejected. The sheer speed and multitude made it impossible for him to discern the nature of the projectiles from the 11th wave onward. Yet, he continued to slice the fruits with precision and evade obstacles, relying on his mastery of air flow manipulation to detect which items were fruits and which were mere distractions. His sensitivity to air currents was heightened to its maximum capacity, attuning him to every minute variation in the atmosphere. In fact, at this moment, Yamasaka could even close his eyes without any detriment to his performance. He could still rely on his ability to sense air flows to comprehensively and accurately perceive the incoming objects. The slightest changes in the air allowed him to construct a colorless 3D mental image of the scenario. This method proved to be even clearer than visual observation, as Yamasaka lacked the Sharingan and had only the dynamic vision typical of an ordinary human. Even with his experience, he could not slow down high-speed objects as the Sharingan would. However, through his air flow perception, he could see with remarkable clarity the objects racing toward him. And combined with his exceptional slicing technique, he achieved astounding precision in cutting the fruits. This remarkable ability was not solely due to perception. The Great Freedom Immortal technique also enhanced the speed of his arm movements, enabling Yamasaka to sever the fruits swiftly. Ultimately, the brain's responsiveness was crucial, as one must think quickly to direct the body's actions. Yamasaka's cognitive reaction time was notably rapid, allowing him to manage the fruit slicing task competently. However, as the waves continued to intensify, even with the advantages of air flow manipulation and the Great Freedom Immortal technique, Yamasaka began to feel the strain. After all, human capacity has its limits, and one must adhere to fundamental principles. By the time the 15th wave arrived, the onlookers were wide-eyed in astonishment. This time, their attention was not on the machine's nozzle but entirely focused on Yamasaka. Their eyes could no longer discern the ejected objects clearly. The quantity had increased, and the speed of ejection had escalated. Consequently, the spectators could only observe Yamasaka's actions, scrutinizing whether he struck the correct items or missed any fruits. "Excuse me. Please make way." Lin Noera struggled to push through the crowd to the front row. Finally managing to expose her head to the fresh air, she saw Yamasaka standing ahead. Instinctively, she wanted to call out to him, but just as she opened her mouth, she was interrupted by a hand that patted her shoulder from beside her. "Teacher? What are you doing here too?" Noera Rin gazed in astonishment at Mikami Shuji, who placed a hand on her shoulder to silence her. "Do not make a sound. Do not disturb Yamasaka. If you call out just as he begins to spray, it may distract him and prevent him from catching it," Mikami said. His eyes fixed intently on Yamasaka ahead, not turning his head. Upon arriving at the stall and confirming it was indeed Yamasaka, he felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. After all, Yamasaka was his student, and seeing his student gain recognition brought him great joy. "Oh, I understand. I will not disturb Yamasaka-kun." Noera Rin nodded emphatically, then redirected her gaze to Yamasaka. Meanwhile, not far away, watched Yamasaka with a mix of anxiety and excitement. Her anxiety stemmed from the imminent arrival of the 15th wave of fruit attacks, fearing that Yamasaka might not be able to catch them. Conversely, her excitement was due to Yamasaka's remarkable skills, leaving her flushed with exhilaration. "Go, Yamasaka-kun!" silently cheered him on. Truly, Yamasaka was exceptional. I could never have handled that last wave, yet he precisely sliced the fruit while evading the obstacles. Impressive, truly impressive, Uchiha Obito remarked, his face brimming with admiration as he watched Yamasaka intently, his eyes having transformed into the Tsutomu Sharingan. He had witnessed the previous wave of fruit attacks in crystal clarity. And under the unique dynamic visual effects of the Sharingan, the rapidly shooting objects appeared to slow down, revealing 11 fruits and 3 obstacles. However, while he could see clearly and his mind was sharp, his body could not keep pace. Hence, Uchiha Obito held great respect for Yamasaka, who, without the Sharingan, surpassed its capabilities. Indeed, the disparity between us is quite significant, Kakashi mused, his gaze fixed on Yamasaka. At that moment, the red warning light atop the machine illuminated, and the alert bell rang sharply. Yamasaka, however, closed his eyes, concentrating entirely on sensing the air currents around him. In that instant, the visual world faded away, replaced by a slightly blurred, ever-shifting black and white, 3D stereoscopic image. This was Yamasaka's first complete abandonment of sight, relying solely on airflow perception to construct his sight. Initially, the three-dimensional image in his mind appeared distorted, reminiscent of an animation crafted by a novice student still learning the ropes of 3D animation. Nevertheless, it must be said that Yamasaka's mind was exceptionally astute. Within just a second or two of adaptation, he fully acclimated to this mode of perception and made precise dynamic adjustments. Consequently, the image in his mind, apart from lacking color, bore little distinction from what one would perceive with their eyes. "Look, he has actually closed his eyes," someone exclaimed, noticing Yamasaka's gesture. Soon, the onlookers noticed the action of Yamasaka closing his eyes, sparking a flurry of discussions. Some believed he had surrendered, as the impending 15th wave would unleash 15 projectiles. A challenge that seemed almost insurmountable. After all, as the count increased, the difficulty multiplied exponentially. However, others held differing opinions. Uchiha Sasuke furrowed his brow slightly, pondering. "From my understanding of Yamasaka, he does not strike me as one who would give up. Thus, only one possibility remains." Meanwhile, Kakashi contemplated. "That implies he possesses a unique sensory ability, allowing him to detect without reliance on sight. Moreover, it is likely more effective than mere vision. This fellow, could this be the manifestation of his sensory reconnaissance ability?" Takashi Mikami thought solemnly, feeling an undercurrent of excitement and anticipation that made it difficult for him to remain composed. At that moment, the fruit attack was initiated. The machine whirred to life, and from its nozzle, a flurry of dark shapes erupted with astonishing speed. The velocity was so great that some who had been fixated on the nozzle only caught a fleeting glimpse of the shadowy forms before they darted past. By the time their minds registered the movement, those shadows had already reached Yamasaka. At this moment, Yamasaka stood with his eyes closed, channeling all his mental energy outward into the surrounding air, meticulously sensing the minutest fluctuations in the atmosphere. As the machine expelled a barrage of dark figures, Mikami clenched his fists, his heart racing as if he were the challenger himself, more anxious than Yamasaka. Not only Mikami, but others shared the same sentiment. Kakashi's eyes widened, pupils constricted, fixated on the stream of shadows hurtling towards Yamasaka. Uchiha Obito had maximized the potential of his Sharingan, clearly perceiving the 15 objects speeding toward Yamasaka. Tsukuyomi and Kakashi, in unison, stared intently, fists clenched, their expressions betraying their tension. Others, including No-Eren, Shibuki, and Yuhi Kurenai, also wore faces marked by a mix of anxiety and anticipation. As the 15 dark figures shot forth from the machine's spout, countless gazes followed their trajectory, while even more focused on Yamasaka. Just as those 15 shadows were about to close in, a swift moment transpired. Yamasaka abruptly executed a powerful upward slash, a glimmering silver arc reminiscent of a crescent moon slicing through the air. In an instant, half an apple appeared to the left of his blade, while the other half flew away at a 45-degree angle behind him. Following this, he performed a horizontal cut, unleashing another crescent of white light. And a banana was cleaved into 2 halves, appearing on either side of his blade. At that moment, another dark figure rushed toward him, but he paid it no heed, merely tilting his head to the left to evade the oncoming shadow. Upon witnessing this scene, Kakashi, with wide eyes, couldn't help but murmur, "Is it an interference object?" Indeed, it was a small ball. Uchiha Obito nearly shouted, for he had already discerned the small ball through the extraordinary dynamic vision of his Sharingan. However, his body struggled to keep pace with his eyes. By the time he felt his body react, the small ball had already been passed by Yamasaka. This indicated that Yamasaka's physical responses were considerably swifter than those of Uchiha Obito. At that moment, 3 dark figures formed a triangular formation and charged towards Yamasaka. Following closely behind these triangular shadows, less than half a meter away, were 6 additional dark figures. This undoubtedly constituted an exceptionally challenging fruit assault. The foremost trio of shadows were arranged in a triangular layout, rather than in a linear sequence. This meant that Yamasaka had to identify all 3 objects in what could be described as an instant, and if he recognized them, he would need to sever them all simultaneously. Since they occupied the same vertical plane, severing these 3 shadows required an extraordinarily high speed of blade movement. After all, when the blade could finally make contact with the objects, it would mean they were already less than 1.5 meters away from Yamasaka. At such a distance, to slice through these rapidly flying objects, he would need to deliver at least 2 strikes within mere tenths of a second. Moreover, right after severing these 3 objects, he would be confronted by the 6 additional shadows. Although these 6 shadows were not aligned in the same vertical plane, their proximity made them even more challenging to deal with than the preceding triangular shadows. Witnessing this spectacle, countless onlookers believed that Yamasaka would undoubtedly falter and was at high risk of being eliminated in this wave. "Go for it, Yamasaka-kun," I am silently cheered, her heart racing with anxiety. Similarly, Mikami Hidesure, Kakashi, and Uchiha Obito were all on edge, acutely aware of the perilous nature of this wave. Even the slightest delay in blade speed or reaction could result in immediate elimination. This wave was the 15th, just shy of the 16th wave that marked the top position. Yet, amidst the palpable tension, Yamasaka, the individual at the center of this pressure, remained remarkably calm. His mind was as tranquil as a still lake, undisturbed by even the faintest ripple, as serene as a mirror surface. In his mental realm, a black and white 3D perspective unfolded before him. At a distance of 1.5 meters, 3 objects approached him in a shape, a wooden block at the top, an orange to the lower left, and a dragon fruit below that. Following these 3 objects were 6 apples. Given the proximity and velocity of these objects, even for Yamasaka, achieving the feat of slicing through them all in such a brief span was an incredibly daunting task, with a success rate of only 20%. However, this pertains to the ordinary act of wielding a blade under normal circumstances and does not account for the utilization of alternative methods. In such a context, to sever 8 fruits within a fraction of a second, one must resort to other techniques. In the next moment, Yatsuzaka uttered a low command, "Steel Slash." With a vigorous swing of his right arm, he unleashed a torrent of luminous white energy, which instantaneously transformed into a dazzling array of crescent-shaped wind blades, forming an expansive net that surged toward the airborne objects ahead. It is. Sarutobi Isuma gasped in astonishment at the sight before him. His mouth agape as if it could encompass a light bulb, his expression one of sheer disbelief. "The wind. It has become tangible." The Moonlight Gale watched in awe, his pupils constricting and trembling slightly. "No, this is not mere wind. It is the essence of the blade," Mikami Shuji exclaimed, equally stunned. Having momentarily forgotten the admonition against interrupting Yatsuzaka, for the spectacle unfolding before them was nothing short of breathtaking. The others stood in dumbfounded silence, their expressions a tableau of shock and disbelief. At that moment, the vast swath of wind blades unleashed by Yatsuzaka precisely severed the looming shadows, with only one silhouette darting past him, which upon closer inspection revealed itself to be a wooden block. A series of swift, slicing sounds echoed, reminiscent of rapid vegetable chopping. And in the next instant, a cacophony of thuds followed as countless fruit pieces tumbled to the ground, each fruit expertly cleaved in half. In total, 8 fruits were reduced to 14 segments, scattering around Yatsuzaka, even as 6 additional shadows raced toward him. With his eyes closed, Yatsuzaka raised his hand and executed another strike. A brilliant flash illuminating the scene as fruits plummeted in a cascade, flawlessly severed without a single misstep or oversight. For a brief moment, a profound silence enveloped the area, all eyes fixated on the closed-eyed Yatsuzaka, who stood there like a legendary hero, exuding an aura of undeniable coolness. "Impressive. Truly remarkable," Im exclaimed, her face flushed with excitement, perceiving Yatsuzaka as utterly captivating in that moment. "Astounding. His swordsmanship has reached such heights. I realize now how far I still have to go. The Moonlight Gale gazed at Yatsuzaka in disbelief, having once thought he was already striving diligently. Although he felt he had made progress, the reality struck him that Yatsuzaka had never exerted his full strength before. The prowess he had attributed to Yatsuzaka was merely a figment of his imagination. In that instant, the Moonlight Gale felt a profound blow to his confidence, yet it was but a fleeting moment of despair. Almost immediately, a fire of determination ignited within him. He reasoned that with greater effort, he too could attain the heights Yatsuzaka had reached. After all, as his teacher had once proclaimed, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west of the river. Just because one cannot succeed now does not mean they will not in the future. Who can claim that victory is forever assured? Yamasaka, I shall undoubtedly conquer you. The gaze of Tsukikage, imbued with determination, revealed a steadfast resolve. Yamasaka is indeed formidable, despite my efforts. I find myself unable to prevail against him, which is truly vexing. Mikami Shuji regarded Yamasaka with a complex expression, astonished by the sheer combat prowess displayed before him. This level of strength surpassed his own abilities, leaving him, as a teacher, feeling quite embarrassed. It seemed absurd that his student outshone him. Yet, on the other hand, Mikami felt a swell of pride for Yamasaka, having nurtured him over the past 3 years. He recalled when Yamasaka first enrolled, standing only at his waist. Now he had grown to shoulder height, a testament to his growth. Thus, witnessing the strength of his own student brought him immense satisfaction. This individual is destined to become a pillar of Konoha. A smile of contentment graced Mikami's face. Such formidable swordsmanship embodies his ninja way, sharp and incisive. But where, he pondered, lies my own path? As he observed Yamasaka, Kakashi found himself enveloped in a moment of confusion. Not only those familiar with Yamasaka marveled at his prowess. The crowd surrounding them sang praises for Yamasaka's recent display, which was nothing short of a visual feast. Although the entire spectacle of Yamasaka slicing fruit with a flying fruit knife lasted merely 1 to 2 seconds, those present perceived the fleeting moments as both brief and interminable. Suddenly, applause erupted from an unknown source, prompting others to join in, enveloping Yamasaka in a wave of enthusiastic clapping. Well done. Splendid. Keep it up. The crowd's cheers resounded, with Ayam clapping vigorously, her small hands turning red from the effort, yet she continued unabated. Not far from Ayam, Noera Rin was also clapping incessantly, her hands similarly reddened. At this juncture, Yamasaka had successfully endured 15 waves of fruit assaults. If he could withstand the next wave, his score would surpass that of the previous leader, shattering the record to claim the top spot. The former leader had also endured 16 waves, but had missed 2 fruits earlier in the onslaught, while Yamasaka had yet to miss a single one. Thus, Yamasaka's score was poised to exceed that of his predecessor. Although the former leader had not missed any fruits in the 16th wave, if Yamasaka maintained his perfect record, he would surpass the previous contender in points. Even if Yamasaka were to be eliminated in the 17th wave, his score would still secure him the first position. Consequently, the upcoming wave would determine Yamasaka's rank. If he succeeded, he would be first. If he faltered, he would settle for second. It was indeed a pivotal moment. Yamasaka, give it your all. Hiroshi Mikami clenched his fists tightly, silently praying for Yamasaka. Kakashi, usually composed, found himself grappling with a surge of anxiety. Though he regarded Yamasaka as a rival to surpass, in this moment, he earnestly wished for Yamasaka to succeed in breaking the record and claiming the top spot, as it would render his aspiration to surpass Yamasaka all the more meaningful. After all, the greater the caliber of his opponent, the stronger the motivation, and consequently, the more significant the enhancement of his own abilities. Similarly, the swift Moonlight Gale shared this sentiment. Despite his annoyance towards Yamasaka, he mirrored Kakashi's thoughts. The stronger Yamasaka became, the more profound the pride he would feel upon defeating him. Although he had often faced setbacks at Yamasaka's hands, Moonlight Gale possessed an indomitable spirit that refused to be easily disheartened, instead rising to the challenge with renewed vigor. Asuma Saratobi was no different. He shouted encouragingly at Yamasaka, urging him to persevere through the 16th wave. Upon hearing Asuma's voice, Yamasaka smiled faintly and gestured a sign of victory. At that moment, Yamasaka's peripheral vision caught sight of Ayam amidst the crowd, momentarily startling him. What is Ayam doing here? Ayam, noticing Yamasaka's gaze upon her, felt a rush of color flood her cheeks. Hesitating for a moment, she summoned her courage and called out, Yamasaka, you can do it. If you take first place, I'll treat you to ramen. What? Such a delightful offer? I must secure the first position. Yamasaka's eyes sparkled at the mention of food, invigorated by the prospect. The thought of Ayam treating him to a meal spurred him on. All right, I shall claim that first prize. Yasaka's gaze, filled with fervor, turned towards Ayam, causing her to blush with embarrassment. Why does Yasaka look at me like that? Ayam felt an overwhelming urge to hide her face, yet feared that doing so might displease him, leaving her in a tumultuous emotional conflict. To Yasaka, Ayam appeared as a bounty of rewards, akin to a plethora of delectable dishes. Though he had indulged in ramen before, the thrill of the first encounter could not be replicated. However, any culinary delight would bolster his strength, the only variable being the quantity. Thus, in Yasaka's eyes, I am transformed from a young girl into a feast, and then into a treasure trove of rewards, leading to a delightful misunderstanding between the two. Nonetheless, this was of little consequence, as both had achieved their respective goals. Meanwhile, among the crowd cheering for Yasaka, one individual stood apart, his expression dark and fraught with apprehension. Positioned 3 meters away from Hiroshi Mikami, this tall, middle-aged man, sporting a ponytail and clad in samurai attire, exuded an aura reminiscent of a Japanese ronin. This individual is the current record holder, soon to be surpassed by Yasaka. At this moment, he bears an expression of profound anxiety and unease, for he has maintained his record for 2 months, and today it is highly likely that it will be shattered by the seemingly mere genin before him. The thought of his record being broken fills him with dread. He cannot allow such a travesty to occur. How infuriating! What should I do? If nothing unexpected arises, my record will soon be eclipsed. I cannot allow a mere novice to undermine my 2 months of achievement. He is adorned with a short blade at his left hip and a tool pouch for concealed weapons at his right. Stealthily, he reaches into the pouch and feels 3 sharp steel needles. The moment he draws his blade, he will hurl these needles to disrupt the trajectory of the fruits and distractions. In that fleeting instant, his opponent will undoubtedly be unable to react swiftly enough, causing him to miss the target, resulting in a flustered response that may lead to his immediate elimination. As he contemplates this, the man dressed as a rogue grows increasingly tense, knowing that this task must be executed with utmost discretion and without causing harm. If he is discovered, his prior achievements will be rendered null, and he will be labeled a despicable and insidious individual, earning the disdain of others. Nevertheless, he is confident in his abilities. Not only is he skilled with a blade, but his expertise in hidden weapons is formidable, granting him an 80% certainty of successfully altering the fruit's trajectories upon impact with the needles. Thus, at the moment Yasaka prepares to strike, the trajectory of his target will shift unexpectedly. In that split second, Yasaka will be unable to instantaneously redirect the force of his arm, resulting in a miss. This failure could have detrimental effects on his psyche, potentially leading to a cascade of mistakes that could culminate in his elimination from the competition. If Yasaka is eliminated in this 16th round, his points for this round will be forfeited. Consequently, this rogue will remain the first place holder. Humph! You shall not surpass me. The middle-aged man in rogue attire resolves to defend his position with unwavering determination. Meanwhile, Yasaka, with his eyes closed, prepares to face the impending onslaught of the 16th wave of fruit attacks. This wave is crucial. If he endures it, he will secure first place, which would allow IM to treat him to a feast, and in turn, he would receive rewards from the system. Remain calm. One must maintain absolute calm to accurately perceive the shifts in airflow. Yasaka forcefully suppressed the excitement within, gradually allowing himself to attain tranquility. Thus, within the realm of his mind, the colorless outline of the world reemerged, with all his focus devoted to sensing the changes in the air currents. The world within his thoughts became vividly clear, even more so than what his eyes could discern, capturing the expressions of everyone present with remarkable clarity. Through this series of fruit attacks, Yasaka's ability to manipulate and perceive the airflow had grown increasingly adept. Unbeknownst to him, he had begun to realize that he could amplify and diminish sound by adjusting the density of the air currents. However, despite his newfound ability to see the surroundings through airflow, he remained oblivious to a figure on his left, whose hand was stealthily reaching into a waist pouch to grasp several steel needles. This limitation of airflow manipulation lay in its inability to provide true transparency. Thus, it was still inferior to the prowess of the Byakugan in reconnaissance. Here comes the next wave of attacks. I must block them, Yasaka thought resolutely, as the machine's red warning light began to flash ominously, accompanied by the shrill sound of an alert. This signified that the crucial 16th wave of fruit attacks would arrive within 2 seconds. The rogue figure to Yasaka's left grew increasingly tense and focused, for the upcoming maneuver required a level of skill not dissimilar to Yasaka's own. Albeit he only needed to target a few of the fruits, while Yasaka was tasked with most of them. I will not allow you to succeed. The middle-aged man clad as a rogue felt his fingers, gripping the steel needles, begin to perspire. The outcome of his effort to maintain his top position hinged on the actions that were to unfold. In the next heartbeat, the machine's nozzle unleashed a torrent of 16 dark shapes, surging towards Yamasaka like an advancing wall. This time, the speed exceeded that of the 15th wave of fruit attacks. Now, the rogue's eyes widened as he employed an imperceptible technique to launch the 3 steel needles from his grasp. In an instant, the needles soared towards the vast array of fruits that had been expelled. Though only 3 needles were used, their impact was significant, capable of setting off a chain reaction. At such high velocity and proximity, even the slightest miscalculation could render all efforts futile. Thus, whether in mindset or circumstance, any minute error was intolerable at this juncture. This is the very essence of the fruit ninja game. As one progresses, the difficulty escalates, given that one can only wield a knife to slash and cannot employ ninjutsu. The speed of a human's slashing motion is inherently limited, even with the power of the Sharingan, enabling one to perceive all rapidly moving objects within a second. The challenge remains formidable. Even if your mind can compute trillions of operations in a second, your body's speed is inherently constrained, thus rendering the fruit ninja game to possess a tangible limit. It is virtually impossible to surpass 20 waves, as reaching this threshold implies that one must not only discern all the airborne objects within a single second, but also execute continuous slashes exceeding 15 times. This challenge approaches the zenith of human capability. After all, no matter how robust one's physical training may be, it must adhere to fundamental laws. Moreover, if any of the 3 steel needles alters the trajectory of even a single fruit, it significantly escalates the difficulty for Yamasaka. Typically, Yamasaka's brain instinctively calculates the trajectory of the fruit and anticipates its path to execute a precise slash. However, should the fruit unexpectedly change its flight path while he swings his arm, the inertia of his arm's movement makes it nearly impossible to redirect in that fleeting 0.01 seconds. At that juncture, failure to strike would trigger a domino effect, adversely impacting subsequent fruit cutting. If Yamasaka were to rely solely on his visual perception to track the fruit's trajectory, he would likely remain oblivious to the steel needles suddenly darting from the side. His complete focus on the airborne objects would render him unaware of his surroundings, compounded by the fact that the needles are exceedingly slender, nearly approaching the thickness of 1/1000th of an inch. Without deliberate attention, they would easily evade notice unless one possessed extraordinary sight. However, Yamasaka is different. He does not depend on his eyes, but rather employs his ability to perceive surrounding objects through the manipulation of air currents, akin to a bat's sonar. Thus, the moment the 3 steel needles are launched, he effortlessly discerns them within the 3D mental representation in his mind. The movement of the needles disrupts the surrounding airflow, akin to the butterfly effect, resulting in subtle changes throughout the vicinity. This intricate series of alterations swiftly refreshes into a dynamic, continuously evolving 3D visualization within Yamasaka's mental realm. What is happening? Are there hidden weapons? Is the stall owner attempting to thwart my record-breaking efforts? Or has the individual who holds the record intervened? Upon detecting the needles, Yamasaka immediately halts his arm's slashing motion, redirecting his focus to the needles and airborne objects. He resolves to act only after confirming the final trajectories of the 16 flying objects. For his combat intelligence informs him that if the needles collide with the airborne items while he is in mid-swing, he may well lack the time to alter his slicing direction. Under the strain of an almost insurmountable cerebral reaction, Yamasaka astonishingly refrained from drawing his blade within a fraction of a second, successfully utilizing his acute sense of airflow perception to anticipate the consequences of the 3 steel needles. 2 fruits and 1 interference object. In an instant, Yamasaka predicted the trajectory of the objects affected by the steel needles. And after a cursory estimation of how the 2 fruits and 1 interference object might alter their paths, he decisively acted, empowered by the great freedom immortal technique. He wielded his katana at an almost unparalleled velocity, swiftly slicing towards the oncoming fruits. Slice! Yamasaka bellowed as he reached the zenith of his capabilities, unleashing a flurry of afterimages while the blade generated a wave of air resistance. At this near-limit speed, he severed the foremost 7 fruits, deftly avoiding the 2 interference objects, with 9 more projectiles still in flight. Among these 9, 3 collided with the steel needles, causing an instantaneous displacement, and remarkably, 1 fruit struck another, resulting in a dramatic alteration of their trajectories. However, through the clarity afforded by his airflow perception, these changes were unmistakably evident, and coupled with Yasaki's almost monstrous computational ability, he successfully deduced the subsequent paths of the three affected objects. Consequently, Yasaki continued to wield his katana, executing a rapid sequence of 5 precise strikes, accurately slicing through each fruit while evading one interference object. The sound of fruits shattering echoed, and as he sheathed his blade, Yasaki gasped for breath. This wave of fruit assault had been extraordinarily challenging, nearly pushing him to his limits. Were it not for the enhancement of the Great Freedom Immortal technique, he might have faltered and missed 1 or 2 fruits. Yet, it was precisely in this near-limit situation that his potential was unleashed, allowing him to transcend his previous self and reach an elevated pinnacle. Though it was but a slight improvement over his former limits, that minuscule increment had thwarted countless others, making the endeavor to surpass one's limits an arduous task. Nevertheless, Yasaki achieved this feat during the game, a testament not only to his system augmentation but also to his remarkable innate talent. Thus, upon witnessing Yasaki's flawless execution, where not a single fruit evaded his blade, the crowd erupted into unprecedented applause and cheers. At this moment, Yasaki had claimed the title of first place, shattering the record that had stood for 2 months, all while positioned at the rank of a mere genin. Incredible success! Moments later, a voice boomed, and upon hearing this proclamation, others joined in loud cheers, as if the victory belonged to them. Amazing! Record broken! His swordsmanship is unparalleled. In a moment, the venue erupted with a cacophony of voices, many individuals leaping up in sheer exhilaration. Changpu's excitement was palpable, her emotions overflowing as she struggled to contain her joy. She couldn't help but smile, elated not only for Yasaka's record-breaking victory, but also at the prospect of spending some private time with him, which filled her with both excitement and trepidation. Yasaka was truly formidable, impressively dashing. Changpu's cheeks flushed crimson as she clasped her fists against her chest. This individual was astonishingly powerful. The ability to sever everything in such a situation was simply remarkable. I am in awe, Sarutobi Asuma remarked, his face a mask of astonishment. He mused that had he been in Yasaka's position, he might have managed to cut down at most 10 targets, whereas Yasaka faced 16 simultaneously, a feat that seemed almost divine. Moreover, it appeared that something had gone awry just moments ago. Uchiha Fuzue stated with a grave demeanor. Oh, what went wrong? Sarutobi Asuma inquired, intrigued. Uchiha Fuzue, with his Sharingan activated, displayed a 3-tomo state, even more advanced than Uchiha Ibido's 2-tomo. It seems someone launched steel needles, intentionally disrupting Yasaka's movements. 3 needles altered the trajectories of 2 fruits and 1 distraction object. However, Yasaka's prowess shone through as he accurately sliced the fruits and avoided striking the distraction. Truly impressive, Uchiha Fuzue marveled. What? Such a thing occurred? Did you catch sight of the perpetrator? Sarutobi Asuma questioned, astonished and somewhat irate. Uchiha Fuzue shook his head at that moment. My focus was entirely on Yasaka and the flying objects. By the time I noticed the steel needles being shot, it was too late to identify the individual responsible. However, it originated from a small cluster of people to Yasaka's left. As he spoke, Uchiha Fuzue discreetly scrutinized those individuals, prompting Sarutobi Asuma to do the same. There were 2 elderly men. One was the fruit shop owner whom I recognized, not a ninja, while the other was indeed a ninja but lacked the requisite skills for such precise weaponry. To accurately strike a flying object with steel needles without leaving a trace requires extraordinary stealth techniques. As he pondered, his gaze shifted among the group, quickly honing in on a suspect. The man appeared to be in his 30s, his attire suggesting a lack of sophistication, with a taida hanging at his left side and what seemed to be a blade pouch on his right. Observing closely, Uchiha Fuzue intensified the scrutiny of his Sharingan, noticing that the zipper of the man's waist pouch was ajar, revealing a sharp object peeking through the opening. However, it was indeterminate whether it was the tip of a steel needle, a shuriken, or a kunai. Nevertheless, the suspicion surrounding that individual loomed large. Uchiha Shimizu's gaze was intently fixed on a particular individual, prompting Sarutobi Asuma to scrutinize the scene as well. After a brief moment, it became apparent that this person bore the most suspicion. It was highly likely that he was the one responsible. Sarutobi Asuma quietly conveyed his thoughts to Uchiha Shimizu. The man clad in a rogue's attire was evidently no ordinary character. As Sarutobi Asuma and Uchiha Shimizu observed him, he became aware of their scrutiny. Although they were merely 2 lower-ranked ninjas, his cautious nature compelled him to gradually retreat into the crowd. He intended to flee. Should we apprehend him? Sarutobi Asuma inquired, furrowing his brow. Uchiha Shimizu contemplated for a moment before responding, "Let us pursue him." Thus, the two slipped away from the crowd, only to discover that the rogue had already darted more than 20 meters ahead. Sarutobi Asuma immediately shouted, "Don't run," and charged after him. Their movements went unnoticed by the other spectators, who remained engrossed in the recent impressive display by Yatsuka. Apart from Uchiha Shimizu, who had discerned the underlying issue with his 3-tomo Sharingan, no one else seemed to notice anything amiss. Even their teacher, Misumi Shuji, remained oblivious, giving Yatsuka a thumbs up. Although this fruit ninja game was merely a pastime, it encompassed numerous elements that demanded quick reflexes, speed, and judgment skills, qualities not possessed by just anyone. Those who managed to navigate through 10 waves were, without a doubt, exceptional in terms of reflexes. Of course, failing to surpass 10 waves did not equate to weakness. Even Tsunade had struggled to achieve this feat, yet she was undeniably formidable. Why does Yatsuka's every strike instill such profound despair in me? Just when I muster the energy to rise again, he invariably plunges me back into the abyss, muttered Moonlight Shikaz, a warrior who had repeatedly faced defeat. Since being annihilated by Yatsuka in their first duel, he had engaged in 32 confrontations with him, all of which ended in defeat, each more devastating than the last. Nevertheless, after each encounter, Moonlight Shikaz diligently reflected on the nuances of their battles, scrutinizing his shortcomings and absorbing Yatsuka's strengths. Consequently, despite his incessant losses, he experienced significant personal growth, often unaware of how much he had improved. This was the advantage of having a formidable adversary, as it continually propelled him forward. Beside him, Kakashi patted his shoulder, his eyes revealing a complex mix of emotions. They shared a bond of mutual understanding, naturally fostering a sense of camaraderie. Keep pushing forward. You can either surrender now or continue striving to catch up. If you refuse to give up, then you must persist in your efforts to pursue Yatsuka, Kakashi stated solemnly. He harbored no desire to concede. Thus, he would relentlessly endeavor to bridge the gap with Yatsuka, knowing that as long as he did not succumb to despair, he must keep striving. Sigh. I understand. The Moonlight Gale sighed as he observed the exuberant Shiyang, who was clapping and cheering for Yamasaka not far away. A pang of envy stirred within him. How splendid it would be if the object of her applause were himself. If only he could achieve the level of Yamasaka, then he too would be graced with Shiyang's applause, and her gaze would be directed solely at him. The Moonlight Gale mused, understanding that everything hinges upon one's strength. Contemplating this, he felt an eagerness to train, that Yamasaka was still engaged in his task. He wished to see how far Yamasaka could progress. However, at that moment, Yamasaka too began to feel fatigue. Having maintained a state of heightened concentration for such an extended period, the relentless, high-speed wielding of his blade had taken a toll on his arm muscles. Thus, he also felt weary and looked forward to finding time for a meal once he was finished. At that moment, the red warning light and alarm sounded simultaneously, heralding the imminent arrival of the 17th wave of fruit attacks, marking a historic occasion as it was the first time they had reached this level. In the next instant, a multitude of shadows erupted from the machine's nozzle, this time, one more than before, totaling 17 flying objects. Yamasaka focused his heightened mental acuity on sensing the flow of air. The moment those objects were released, he assessed their silhouettes, and by the time they had traveled a meter, he had comprehended all 17 projectiles, 16 were fruits, and one was a distraction. Thus, Yamasaka faced the daunting task of striking his blade 16 times within a mere second, a formidable challenge indeed. Even with the aid of the Great Freedom Immortal technique, it was becoming increasingly difficult. This was not the beginning, but rather the culmination of many rapid strikes. Consequently, Yamasaka's arm was nearing its limit. Strike for me, Yamasaka bellowed, swiftly wielding his katana, creating a series of afterimages. The blade shimmered as it cleaved through the air, manifesting a blur of white light that dazzled the eyes. Countless fruit fragments cascaded to the ground like celestial blossoms, and once again, Yamasaka executed flawlessly, missing none and avoiding the distractions. The arena erupted into fervent applause, yet Yamasaka remained oblivious, his eyes closed as he stood there, seizing this fleeting moment to allow his arm a brief respite. After numerous high-speed strikes, his muscles ached, and he estimated that after 2 more such intense efforts, he would be rendered incapable of holding the blade due to exhaustion. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, the third Hokage, who had been intently observing the crystal ball, suddenly remarked, "Yamasaka's arm must be at its limit. Almost. Given the current state of his physical condition, it is unlikely he can endure more than 20 waves of such intense swordplay. As the battle progresses, the strain on his arms will only intensify." If he forces himself to continue, he risks severe muscle tears. Orochimaru remarked with a grave expression. Nevertheless, it is already quite an impressive feat. Even I may not be able to achieve this level, Jiraiya commented with a smile. In terms of sheer swordsmanship, he estimates that the limit would be around 11 to 12 waves. However, this does not imply that he is incapable of defeating Yamasaka. Although Yamasaka is currently formidable, if it came down to a confrontation, Yamasaka would still fall short against Jiraiya. After all, Yamasaka excels in close combat, while Jiraiya's ninjutsu encompasses vast areas, allowing him to eliminate Yamasaka before he can close the distance. Although Yamasaka has previously cleaved through flames, that was merely an ordinary A-rank fire technique. Should it be a higher-level fire jutsu, Yamasaka's current prowess would be insufficient to sever it. If Jiraiya were to employ Sage technique, particularly the Gomen, Yamasaka would be utterly unable to cleave or withstand it. However, this knowledge is temporary. As Yamasaka's sword skills enhance, the future may hold different outcomes. While the third Hokage, Jiraiya, and Orochimaru engaged in conversation, an alert bell rang from Yamasaka's direction, signaling the imminent arrival of the 18th wave of fruit attacks. This is troublesome. This wave appears precarious. My grip on the sword is faltering. Yamasaka mused, his right arm feeling exceedingly rigid, with a distinct sensation of muscle tearing. Despite a brief respite of approximately 15 seconds, the tension and swelling in his arm persisted. If one were to touch his arm, they would find the muscle palpably hard, indicative of muscle engorgement. While moderate engorgement can enhance muscle strength, excessive strain leads to injury instead. Presently, Yamasaka's right arm is in a perilous state. He believes this wave is his limit, and he cannot endure the 19th wave. Thus, he resolves to grit his teeth and give his all for the 18th wave. His right hand clutched the sword's hilt tightly. The velocity of his strikes necessitated considerable force to maintain his grip, resulting in significant pain in his hand. He recognized this as a precursor to cramping. If he continued, he might very well lose his hold on the hilt. Curse be the insufficient rest. My muscles have yet to relax. For this 18th wave, I shall make a desperate attempt, and then I shall concede. Yamasaka is a person who understands the importance of knowing his limits and does not overexert himself. Thus, he intends to give it his all for the 18th wave, yet he harbors no absolute confidence. After all, engaging in such high-intensity swordplay every 20 seconds is tantamount to rigorous physical exertion, predominantly taxing on the arms, resulting in considerable strain. Such a level of muscle strain could likely be endured solely by the likes of Meitekai. Yamasaka mused inwardly. At that moment, the 18th wave of fruit onslaught commenced. The sound of swish, swish, swish echoed as a multitude of dark shadows suddenly appeared before Yamasaka. By now, his mental fortitude had waned considerably, rendering his perception of the air currents somewhat unstable. Yet, a fleeting glance at the airborne projectiles was sufficient. Summoning every ounce of his strength, Yamasaka vigorously swung the katana in his grasp towards the barrage of fruit. The mass of shadows surged forth like an impenetrable wall, hurtling towards Yamasaka with astonishing speed, encompassing him from all directions, as if someone had unleashed a volley of buckshot in his direction. Hold on, Yamasaka internally urged himself, concentrating all his might into his right arm. Nevertheless, he could still sense that his right arm was growing weaker as he swung the blade. The velocity of his strikes had diminished by at least 20%, and the stiffness and pain in his arm caused his reactions to slow. Thus, after cleaving the first fruit, transitioning to strike others became a challenge, as he struggled to maintain speed. Moreover, his hand throbbed intensely, compelling Yamasaka to grit his teeth and rely solely on sheer willpower to grip the hilt. Cut through, he bellowed, as the katana sliced through the air in a brilliant arc, severing an orange before him in twain. Almost simultaneously, he summoned strength once more, forcing his nearly rigid muscles to redirect his arm from a vertical slash to an upward diagonal cut, cleaving through two more fruits, fueled by a surge of determination. In the next heartbeat, Yamasaka gritted his teeth and managed to sever 9 more fruits, while also evading an obstructive projectile. At this juncture, only 4 fruits remained. Yet, Yamasaka's right arm had reached its limits. Not only his muscles but also his joints and ligaments were fatigued to the brink, as if his arm were engulfed in flames. Racked by excruciating pain, he recognized this as a symptom of muscle tearing, and to add to his plight, the hand gripping the hilt was also in unbearable agony. Nearing its threshold, trembling uncontrollably, a harbinger of impending cramping. In that fleeting moment, Yamasaka's mind raced with thoughts. There are 4 fruits left, and the rules permit me to miss 3, so if I manage to cut down 2 of them, I can forego the last 2 and survive this round. This would grant me 20 seconds of respite, allowing me to potentially strike down 2 in the next round, even if my arm hasn't fully recovered. Yasaka reasoned. For in his estimation, managing to cleave 2 fruits, though missing the others would result in his immediate disqualification. Would still yield points for those 2 fruits, a far better outcome than achieving nothing at all. As the thought flashed through his mind, Yasaka gritted his teeth, summoning immense willpower to clutch the katana with all his might. Despite his entire right arm and hand beginning to tremble uncontrollably, on the verge of succumbing to failure, he directed all his strength towards slicing the nearest banana. In the next moment, a sharp thud echoed as the blade cleaved through the banana, severing it in half. However, as Yasaka shifted his focus to the second fruit, preparing to swing his arm once more, his hand cramped. Hold on. Just 1 more to go, Yasaka roared, exerting every ounce of his energy to strike at the second fruit. Yet, in the next instant, calamity struck. His arm muscles, having reached their absolute limit, tore apart as he attempted to redirect his swing towards the second fruit. His right hand, too, succumbed to the cramp, losing all grip on the hilt. In a heartbeat, the katana slipped from his grasp and hurtled towards an elderly man. What? Yasaka's face turned pale with horror, yet there was no time for reaction. This is bad. Mikami Shuji shouted in horror, realizing the impending disaster. Though he was the first to notice, his mind raced faster than his body could react. In position directly opposite the old man, he was helpless to intercept the flying blade, merely a bystander as it soared towards the elderly figure. The incident unfolded so abruptly, within the blink of an eye, that most onlookers were utterly oblivious to the peril. The old man, staring at the katana hurtling towards him, found himself paralyzed with fear, his eyes wide with terror as he stood frozen in shock. Meanwhile, several observing genin noticed the unforeseen crisis as well, yet like Mikami, their minds grasped the situation while their bodies failed to respond, rendered powerless to prevent the impending disaster. This is bad, Tsukagekure roared, launching himself like an arrow towards the paralyzed old man, but he was ultimately a moment too late, despite being the first to react and take action. By the time he surged forward, the katana was less than 2 meters away from the elderly man. It's over. Someone will die, Kakashi thought in alarm. Get out of the way, Linyahara shouted anxiously. It's too late, Uchiha Obito lamented internally. At that critical juncture, a barely perceptible shadow darted past with a trail of afterimages, catching up to the katana that Yasaka had relinquished. In a swift motion, unnoticed by all, it struck the katana's hilt with a resounding clang, sending the weapon tumbling through the air. In the eyes of others, they witnessed the katana suddenly springing into the air, spinning gracefully while soaring rapidly towards the heavens. At that moment, the crowd's attention was entirely captivated by the katana, failing to notice a small stone, no larger than a grape, falling to the ground with a soft thud. Meanwhile, Yatsuka, having reached the limit of his mental capacity and due to the sudden release of the katana, inadvertently closed off his perception of the airflow, thus missing the small stone as well. The only one who noticed the tiny stone was Uchiha Obito, whose Sharingan was activated in its second form. He observed with clarity the small stone, trailing behind the katana before propelling it skyward. This spectacle left Uchiha Obito utterly astonished, his expression one of disbelief. He pondered the immense strength required to launch such a swift little stone, which had remarkably outpaced Yatsuka's katana. At this moment, aside from Uchiha Obito, all eyes were drawn to the blade that had been sent soaring into the sky. Witnessing that the sword had been deflected without harming the old man, a collective sigh of relief swept through the assembly. Their hearts had nearly lodged in their throats just moments prior. Mitsuhashi Shuji patted his chest and exhaled deeply, exclaiming how close they had come to a fatal incident. What a fright it had been. Indeed, I barely reacted. The speed was astounding. By the time my mind caught up, the blade was mere moments from striking that old man, Yohara echoed, her expression betraying her lingering trepidation, clearly shaken by the ordeal. Fortunately, no one had been harmed. It seemed that Yasaka had finally reached his limits. Kakashi mused silently, a flicker of excitement igniting within him. Until now, Yasaka had appeared to him as an unattainable pinnacle, much like a lighthouse, visible and consistently aimed for, yet perpetually out of reach. However, Kakashi now recognized that Yasaka had his limits. He was human and not invincible. The reason Kakashi had consistently fallen short against Yasaka was not solely due to Yasaka's prowess, but rather Kakashi's own inadequacies. If he were stronger, he too could turn the tables. This realization rekindled a flame of hope within Kakashi's heart. It dawned on him that he had been overly pessimistic. Yasaka was not as mythical as he had once believed. He was merely a reflection of Kakashi's own weaknesses. It was reminiscent of the day Yasaka defeated Sarutobi Asuma, when he had remarked, "It's not that you are weak, but that I am strong." This statement could just as easily be interpreted in reverse. Kakashi's perceived inadequacy made Yamasaka appear overwhelmingly powerful. With this newfound clarity, a resolute glint returned to Kakashi's eyes, filling him with renewed vigor. Meanwhile, Tsukakid Shippu was preoccupied with a different concern, fixated on the sorrow etched across Yuin's face. Why was she upset? Was it due to seeing Yamasaka wounded and exhausted? A wave of bitterness surged within him, igniting a fierce anger. They were childhood friends. So how could Yamasaka have intruded upon their bond? Moreover, it was evident that Yamasaka harbored no special feelings for Yuin. Why did she feel the need to draw closer to him? Did she not realize he was right beside her? Tsukakid Shippu could see that Yamasaka held no interest in Yuin. Otherwise, he would have long since harbored animosity towards Yamasaka. It was precisely this understanding that allowed him to maintain a relatively composed mindset, viewing Yamasaka as a target to surpass rather than a rival in love. However, the demeanor of Xiang perpetually instilled a profound sense of insecurity within Yue Guangjifeng. Despite the significant enhancement of his own abilities, he remained engulfed in trepidation. As long as he had not vanquished Yamasaka, his sense of safety was non-existent. Unbeknownst to him, he had undergone a substantial transformation in strength, one that was akin to a qualitative leap, yet he remained oblivious to this fact, as did those around him. His focus was entirely consumed by Xiang. Zaihong felt as though her heart had been subjected to a roller coaster ride, surging and plummeting with thrilling intensity. She had been poised to rush forward to staunch the old man's bleeding, only to witness the knife soar into the sky, allowing her a moment of relief. The thought of a life lost over a mere game was unbearably tragic. Meanwhile, the old man, the very subject of this unforeseen incident, lay paralyzed on the ground. His eyes wide and mouth agape, his expression one of sheer horror, as if he had encountered a specter. Concerned that he might suffer lingering effects from the fright, some individuals promptly carried him away to the hospital. At that moment, Yamasaka was panting heavily, one hand pressed against his right arm. He had nearly succumbed to fear, utterly astonished that he had lost grip of the knife. The consequences of the knife flying off and injuring someone, though unintentional, could have led to significant financial repercussions. Thus, Yamasaka found himself haunted by the incident, gaining a newfound understanding of his limits. However, this momentary pause allowed him to rest his arm. Oh, but wait. He had only managed to cut through one piece of fruit. The rest had slipped away, which meant he had been eliminated. Reflecting on this, Yamasaka felt a wave of regret. He had been so close. Had he maintained his grip, he could have severed that fruit and earned himself 20 seconds of respite, perhaps even slicing through another piece or two. Alas, human capabilities are sometimes painfully limited, he mused with a sigh. Simultaneously, while everyone else breathed a sigh of relief that no one had been harmed in the incident, Uchiha Obito furrowed his brow in perplexity, directing his gaze toward a particular cluster of people. The small stone that had been thrown had originated from that direction, implicating those few individuals in the act. Obito scrutinized the vicinity from which the stone had been launched, narrowing his focus onto the potential culprits. Among them was an elderly gentleman, the proprietor of a local grocery store, an ordinary man devoid of any martial or ninja skills. The second individual was a middle-aged man, although unfamiliar to him. The man bore an unmistakable appearance of rotundity, clearly unfit to hurl a stone with such velocity. After all, one could not possess an arm laden with excess flesh and achieve such a rapid throw. Thus, Uchiha Obito shifted his gaze to the next individual, a middle-aged woman who, at first glance, appeared unremarkable. However, she was cradling a child, leading Obito to conclude that it was improbable for her to hurl such high-speed pebbles while holding a child. As for kicking the stones, that too seemed implausible. Based on the trajectory of the stones, they must have been thrown by someone. From this perspective, it seemed unlikely that they were propelled by a kick. Consequently, Obito surmised that this woman, holding her child, was probably not responsible. Turning his attention to the final person, he was startled to see Boo. He had not anticipated her presence, and, despite her culinary prowess in noodle making, he found it hard to believe she could possess the strength to launch such stones. Who, then, could have done this? Obito found himself engulfed in confusion. At that moment, Yatsuka breathed a sigh of relief. Having been eliminated, he was now free to rest. He attempted to move his right arm, only to discover that it was nearly immobile. The muscles had stiffened and swollen. The only reason he had been able to wield his weapon earlier was due to sheer determination. Holding his breath and pushing through the pain. With the ordeal now over, the tension that had held him together dissipated, rendering him utterly fatigued both physically and mentally. The recent intense bout of the Fruit Ninja game had drained him significantly, and in comparison to others, his stamina and mental fortitude were not particularly remarkable. Yatsuka's combat style, characterized by swift, decisive strikes, meant he rarely engaged in prolonged battles, thus he had not undergone extensive endurance training. His arm trembled, veins bulging, and muscles reddened, clearly indicative of injury. Witnessing this, SHBU instinctively felt compelled to rush forward and massage Yatsuka's arm. However, before she could take a step, another figure had already darted to Yatsuka's side. It was Noira Rin. SHBU stared in astonishment as Rin reached Yatsuka first, her foot frozen in midair, then gradually retreating. She bit her lip, hesitating for a moment before deciding against approaching, yet a sense of displeasure began to stir within her. Noira Rin? What brings you here? Yamasaka gazed in bewilderment as Lin from the Noira family hurried towards him. Yamasaka-kun, your arm is injured. Allow me to provide immediate treatment. Have you forgotten? I possess medical ninjutsu. Lin exclaimed playfully, and without further ado, she grasped Yamasaka's right arm to examine it, her face instantly transforming into one of concern. Yamasaka-kun, the muscles in your arm are completely torn. Lin felt her eyes welling with tears, her heart aching at the sight of his injury. To endure such pain required immense willpower. It was astonishing that he had persevered through a wound so severe. Overwhelmed by empathy, she fought back her tears, quickly placing her hand upon Yamasaka's arm. In the next moment, a radiant green glow emanated from Lin's small hand, and Yamasaka felt a refreshing sensation coursing through his arm, akin to the touch of a precious jade. Rather than a chilling discomfort, it provided a soothing coolness. His entire right arm throbbed with pain. Yet as the green light enveloped him, it felt as though his arm had been submerged in a cool well, significantly alleviating the agony. The refreshing sensation was not merely superficial. It penetrated his skin, delving deep into his muscles and cells, imparting a soothing coolness both internally and externally. In an instant, Yamasaka felt a wave of comfort wash over him. His previously trembling arm steadied, and even the rigid muscles began to relax. How delightful. Thank you, Lin. Yamasaka chuckled gratefully, prompting a blush to rise on Lin's cheeks. No need to thank me. I am truly happy to assist you, Yamasaka-kun. As she spoke, Lin intensified her healing energy, the green light brightening, and Yamasaka sensed his right arm rapidly mending, the pain diminishing considerably. This was the first time Yamasaka had sustained an injury. He had never pushed himself to such extremes before. Even in battle, he had effortlessly dispatched his foes in a single strike, never experiencing wounds. Yet, instead of resenting the pain, he found it exhilarating, akin to a long-awaited rain after a drought. He felt his body growing stronger even as it suffered. Meanwhile, Shobu, amidst the crowd, observed Lin's hands resting on Yamasaka, as though she were embracing his arm. A pang of jealousy surged within her, despite her understanding that Lin was merely providing treatment. Yet, she could not shake the discomfort that enveloped her, akin to the sensation of losing something cherished. As she watched Yamasaka and Lin share laughter, her expression darkened, clouded by her inner turmoil. Biting her lower lip, she took a few steps forward, only to retract her feet once more, even letting her gaze fall, unwilling to witness the interaction between Yamasaka and Noira Rin. At that moment, Yamasaka's voice suddenly reached her ears. Shangpu, I need to visit the hospital for a while, but I shall return to find you later tonight. Do not forget your promise from earlier. Ha ha ha. Shangpu abruptly lifted her head, only to find Yamasaka looking at her with a beaming smile. Her cheeks flushed, and the overcast mood that had clouded her heart moments before transformed into radiant sunshine. As she joyfully replied, All right, Yamasaka-kun, just give me a shout on WeChat when you're back, and I will come find you. Shangpu responded somewhat incoherently, her heart fluttering sweetly. It turned out that Yamasaka-kun was indeed thinking of her, which filled her with joy. Aware that it was not the appropriate moment to approach Yamasaka, she cheerfully greeted him and then retreated from the crowd, hurrying back home. Meanwhile, amidst the cheers of the crowd, 3 figures, 1 large, 2 small, were swiftly weaving through the buildings. Don't run. Stop right there. Sarutobi Asuma shouted at the person ahead, his feet moving rapidly. After stepping on a utility pole, he leaped forward with force, soaring over a distance of 5 meters. Besides Sarutobi Asuma, Uchiha Kazushi was also sprinting vigorously, not far ahead of them. A figure was darting swiftly along the walls between the buildings. It was none other than the middle-aged man in a Ronin disguise, Ito Junji, who had previously attempted to interfere with Yamasaka. At that moment, the 3 were engaged in a fierce chase through the streets and alleys of Konoha village. Ito Junji, seeking to shake off the relentless pursuit of Uchiha Kakashi and Sarutobi Asuma, chose to navigate through cluttered areas with intricate terrain, hoping to outmaneuver the two lower ninjas. However, he underestimated the abilities of Sarutobi Asuma and Uchiha Kakashi, failing to lose them. I have underestimated these two kids. Such potential lies within these mere lower ninjas. Yet, I must first distance myself from them, Ito Junji contemplated, secretly forming hand seals to perform a wind release technique. Wind release, great wind technique. In the next moment, a gust of wind swirled around Ito Junji, providing him with a boost of speed and lift, enabling him to move more swiftly. Before long, Ito Junji had created a significant gap between himself and his pursuers. Seeing the distance widen, Sarutobi Asuma urgently said to Uchiha Kakashi, "This won't do. We should use ninjutsu as well." Uchiha Kakashi nodded, forming hand seals, and in an instant, flames erupted from beneath his feet. Fire release, foot flame technique. In the next moment, as Uchiha Sui fell to the ground, flames erupted from the soles of his shoes, generating a tremendous recoil that propelled his body forward like a cannonball. In an instant, Uchiha Sui shot upwards with the swiftness of a rocket, swiftly closing the distance between himself and Junji Ito. Witnessing this, Asuma Sarutobi displayed a look of admiration, astonished at the innovative application of fire release. Utilizing its explosive force as propulsion to forcibly enhance his speed, launching himself like a projectile. Truly remarkable. Asuma, not to be outdone, had his own means of accelerating his pace. Moments later, he let out a fierce roar. Wind release, gale technique. Instantly, a layer of wind enveloped Asuma's body, serving two primary functions. First, it heightened his agility and responsiveness, effectively increasing his speed. Second, it reduced air resistance, further augmenting his velocity. Empowered by the gale technique, Asuma soon caught up to Uchiha Sui. Thus, the trio found themselves in a renewed stalemate. Junji Ito could not shake off Asuma and Uchiha Sui, while the latter two were unable to overtake him. As they raced onwards, having covered considerable ground, Junji Ito's gaze fell upon a small grove ahead. A moment of alarm struck him. This meant he was approaching an open area, where he might face a frontal assault from the two behind him. In the confined spaces of corridors, all three had tacitly refrained from employing offensive jutsu, mindful of the innocent bystanders. However, entering a desolate open space could very well spark a confrontation. Merely two lowly genin? Do they think I would fear them? Junji Ito scoffed inwardly. He leapt onto a wooden beam, pushing off with force, propelling himself forward like an arrow released from a bow. Simultaneously, he reached into his pouch, retrieving 3 glass orbs, which he hurled backward. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sound of slicing air echoed as the 3 glass orbs sped towards Asuma and Uchiha Sui. Junji Ito aimed to simply deter the two without inflicting any harm, for they were comrades after all, merely seeking to create distance between them. What Junji Ito did not anticipate was that, while the rapidly flying orbs might be difficult to evade for an average observer, they appeared to move in slow motion to Uchiha Sui, whose Sharingan was fully activated. He could discern their trajectories with clarity. Clang, clang, clang. A series of sharp sounds echoed as Uchiha Hashimiza deftly deflected the 3 glass spheres with a shuriken, his movement seamless and fluid, unaffected in speed by the projectiles. What? He managed to block them all. Ito Junji expressed surprise, astonished by the prowess of the current genin. At that moment, with no buildings in sight ahead, Ito Junji took the lead, leaping onto an open ground. However, before he could steady himself, he heard the unmistakable sound of projectiles slicing through the air behind him. His experience warned him that the genin had thrown shurikens. With a cold smirk, Ito Junji scoffed, a mere parlor trick. He swiftly unsheathed his katana, creating a flurry of blade sparks that deflected the incoming shurikens. Yet, this very action provided the perfect opportunity for Sarutobi Asuma and Uchiha Hashimizu, who were in pursuit, to charge forward and position themselves directly before Ito Junji. Now, the three stood face to face, and Ito Junji realized he had lost his advantage for escape. "You two are remarkably persistent, having chased me this far without yielding," he remarked, scrutinizing the two genin, a twitch at the corner of his eye revealing his recognition of Sarutobi Asuma. To his astonishment, one of them was indeed the son of the third Hokage. This complicates matters. Nonetheless, despite recognizing Sarutobi Asuma, Ito Junji felt little trepidation. After all, what could the son of the third Hokage do? As long as he refrained from killing him and merely imparted a lesson, would the third Hokage truly retaliate over such a trivial matter? Besides, it was Sarutobi Asuma and his companion who instigated this encounter. Had they not pursued him relentlessly, even attempting to apprehend him, he would not have been compelled to respond. He had committed no grave offense. At most, he had merely interfered in a contest, and he had not broken any laws. If anything, he was merely defending himself. With this thought bolstering his confidence, Ito Junji sneered and addressed Sarutobi Asuma. Don't think your lineage makes you formidable. So what if you're the son of the third Hokage? Does being a bureaucrat's offspring grant you immunity to act as you please? Sarutobi Asuma frowned and retorted. You're shifting the argument. Why did you interfere with the Fruit Ninja game? Your actions are unethical. Ito Junji chuckled disdainfully. How do you know I interfered? Did you witness it? If not, refrain from making baseless accusations. I may not have seen it clearly, but someone did. Him. Sarutobi Asuma declared, pointing at Uchiha Obito. His expression one of righteous indignation. Indeed, I observed with utmost clarity that you, moments ago, hurled 3 steel needles, 2 of which struck 2 fruits, thereby disrupting their trajectories, while the remaining needle missed its target entirely. This entire scene was vividly imprinted in my mind. Uchiha Obito pointed to his eyes, which were currently activated in the form of the 3-tomo Sharingan. The Sharingan. A sudden jolt coursed through Junji Ito's heart, realizing the reason behind his acute perception. It was indeed the Sharingan, and a highly advanced version at that. Initially, my intention was merely to interfere with the game, yet unexpectedly, I had provoked a wielder of the 3-tomo Sharingan. Today seems to be a day of misfortune. However, even if he claims to have seen, what does it matter? He possesses no evidence to substantiate his assertion. I shall steadfastly deny any wrongdoing. What could he possibly do to me? While these thoughts traversed his mind, Junji Ito's expression remained relatively unperturbed, as if he had not been taken aback by the Sharingan at all. With a scoff, he retorted defiantly, Do you have any proof? Just because you say you saw it, does that make it true? Is having the Sharingan a license to act with impunity? Besides, even if I did throw the needles, what of it? Have I committed murder or arson? What law have I transgressed? Which statute prohibits the interference in another's game? Beware, for I may accuse you of provoking trouble. Junji Ito adopted a demeanor of brazen defiance, unperturbed by the consequences. He continued, What do you intend by pursuing me? Be cautious, for I may accuse you of creating a disturbance. Listening to Junji Ito's nonsensical arguments and distorted truths, Asuma Sarutobi frowned, visibly exasperated. We do not wish to impose any harshness upon you. Simply return with us to apologize to Yamasaka and the vendor of the Fruit Ninja. Nonsense. Why should I? Junji Ito, apologize to you? Do you possess any evidence that I interfered with the game? Even if you assert that you witnessed it, what of it? Do you have proof? Or perhaps there's a fingerprint of mine on the needle. Speak up. Have you run out of words? Junji Ito spoke with a haughty air, relentlessly pressing his advantage, relishing the thought that he had gained the upper hand over the two. He mused to himself, two mere children with such limited skills. Dare to challenge me? I have experienced more than you can imagine. If you wish to contend with me, you ought to live another decade. I know a formidable ninja named Kaizen Yamanaka from the Yamanaka clan. Their ancestral jutsu allows them to delve into a person's mind and extract memories. I could enlist his help to unveil your recollections. If you are indeed innocent, you need not fear. Rather, we shall be the ones obliged to apologize to you. Upon hearing the name Yamamoto Kaichi, Ito Junji felt a sudden surge of trepidation. He was undoubtedly aware of this individual, a captain of the Special Mental Division in Konohagakure, tasked with extracting memories from others to gather intelligence. He held a certain degree of notoriety. If he were to delve into Ito Junji's memories, his secrets would be laid bare. This simply cannot happen. I must devise a strategy to avoid being manipulated by these two mischievous youths. As Ito Junji pondered his response, Uchiha Shursui suddenly paused, a flicker of recognition crossing his mind as he recalled the rankings from the game Fruit Ninja he had just seen. The name that occupied the top position was none other than Ito Junji. The individual before him shared the same name. It all makes sense now. No wonder you attempted to sabotage the competition. You are indeed that number one. Your vanity drives you to fear that Yatsuka might shatter your record, prompting you to engage in underhanded tactics to eliminate him and preserve your standing. Am I correct, Ito Junji? Uchiha Shursui asserted, pointing an accusing finger at him. What? Is that so? I was wondering why he would stoop so low to interfere in the contest. Now that you mention it, it all becomes clear. Sarutobi Asuma exclaimed, his expression one of sudden enlightenment. Consequently, Ito Junji's countenance darkened, resembling an overcast sky, with a glint of malice flickering in his eyes as he regarded Sarutobi Asuma and Uchiha Shursui. In a low, grave tone, he declared, It appears that there is nothing left to discuss. If that is the case, we shall resolve this matter in the manner befitting ninjas. At these words, Sarutobi Asuma and Uchiha Shursui felt a chill run through them. Were they truly about to escalate this confrontation to physical violence? The resolution among ninjas is determined by the strength of one's fist and the weight of one's words. Slowly, Ito Junji drew a black short sword from his left side, its blade devoid of any sheen even under the sun's radiance, clearly a weapon designed for assassination. You two youngsters are quite perceptive. Today, I shall teach you a lesson in humility, imparting the wisdom that some matters require one to turn a blind eye. As Ito Junji prepared to engage in combat, Sarutobi Asuma and Uchiha Shursui steeled themselves for the impending confrontation. Uchiha Shursui gripped a shuriken in his left hand and 3 kunai in his right. They understood that this man was the former champion. While his skills may not rival Yatsuka's, they were formidable nonetheless, certainly beyond their capacity for close combat. Furthermore, they were acutely aware of Ito Junji's adeptness with hidden weapons, making them exceedingly cautious. In that moment, Sarutobi Asuma spoke up, Ito Junji, if you lose, then let Katsu return with us to admit his wrongdoing. It's merely an acknowledgement of error. It won't lead to any dire consequences. A true man stands by his actions. What is there to fear? At this moment, Junji Ito ceased to make excuses, nodding grimly. Observing Ito's victory, Asuma Sarutobi concentrated all his energy on the ensuing battle, fully aware of Ito's exceptional swordsmanship. After experiencing the brutal onslaught from Yatsuka, Asuma recognized that in close combat, he was no match for those ninjas specialized in melee. Consequently, he chose to capitalize on his strengths and avoid his weaknesses. Since Ito's swordsmanship was formidable, he would refrain from engaging in close quarters, opting instead to maintain distance and employ ninjutsu to vanquish him. Asuma couldn't believe that Ito could slice through flames as effortlessly as Yatsuka had. Thus, Asuma summoned his inner strength, exuding an aura of dominance, and swiftly began to form hand seals. With a powerful exhalation, he unleashed a torrent of dense gray smoke towards Ito, preparing to utilize fire release, ash accumulation to confront him. After all, not everyone possessed the extraordinary capability of slicing through flames like Yatsuka, making this fire-based ninjutsu advantageous against melee-oriented ninjas. However, Junji Ito was no novice. His extensive combat experience kicked in as he instinctively reacted to the smoke being expelled towards him. Although he was uncertain about the nature of the smoke, he understood that as long as he avoided contact with it, he would face no dire consequences. Smoke, being lightweight, had a critical vulnerability. It could easily be dispersed by strong winds or, conversely, blown back. Fortuitously, Junji Ito was a wind element ninja. At that moment, Asuma, having completed the tiger seal, was about to unleash his technique. Seeing this, Ito mused to himself, tiger seal? Fire release. Now I understand. He deduced that the smoke was likely a flammable gas designed to envelop him before being ignited by the fire release, amplifying its potency and possibly creating an explosive effect. With a cold smirk, Ito swiftly began forming the seals for wind release. Observing this, Uchiha Shursui, who had been silently watching, suddenly understood the implications and shouted, Asuma, do not use fire release. Yet, it was too late. As soon as Shursui's warning escaped his lips, both Asuma and Ito unleashed their respective ninjutsu almost simultaneously. Ito's wind release surpassed the speed of Asuma's fire release, causing the dense gray smoke that Asuma had expelled to be blown back towards him. In that fleeting moment, Asuma simultaneously released his fire technique, igniting the very smoke that was now returning to him. The next instant, a deafening explosion erupted as a massive fireball materialized, engulfing Asuma in its fiery grasp. The temperature of the fireball was so intense that even Junji Ito, standing 5 meters away, felt overwhelmed. His face scorched as if it were about to ignite. He hastily retreated a couple of steps, which alleviated his discomfort somewhat. Gazing at the colossal fireball, which had a diameter of 4 meters, a flicker of concern crossed Junji Ito's mind. His intention was merely to teach Asuma Sarutobi a lesson, not to eliminate him. What if, by some miscalculation, he inadvertently caused Asuma's demise? The repercussions from the third Hokage would be dire. In such a scenario, he would face 2 grim choices. Either become a rogue ninja, fleeing the Hidden Leaf Village to live as a homeless wanderer, a prospect far from appealing, given he had a home and a decent life in Konoha, or submit to justice, which would lead to a similarly bleak fate, a prison sentence of at least 10 years. Or worse, the possibility of execution. Neither option was desirable, as they both seemed utterly unwarranted. After all, he had merely thrown 3 steel needles. intending only to disrupt the match. Such an act hardly constituted cheating, merely a trivial matter. Yet, if this triviality transformed him into a rogue ninja or resulted in years of imprisonment, or if the third Hokage's wrath led to his untimely death, it would be a most unjust demise. The following day's headlines would read, "Bloodshed triggered by the quest for victory or in pursuit of prestige." He not only jeopardized Konoha's next generation but also himself. Contemplating this, Junji Ito felt a surge of resentment towards Asuma Saratobi and Shursui Uchiha. Was it truly necessary for them to pursue him so relentlessly over such a trivial matter? A mere wink of an eye would suffice. At that moment, the immense fireball was nearly extinguished, and Junji Ito anxiously peered towards Asuma's location, only to discover that apart from a patch of charred earth, nothing remained. What? This young man's fire techniques are so formidable that he completely incinerated his opponent. It's over. I've truly mishandled this and caused his death. Junji Ito's heart sank in alarm. Just then, the ground beneath him tremored unexpectedly. Preoccupied with the thought of Asuma's demise, his mind momentarily dulled, losing its necessary vigilance as he instinctively glanced down. To his shock, a fist erupted from the earth, hurtling towards his chin with tremendous force. Meanwhile, Yamasaka, having concluded his game, was treated urgently by Rin Noara. His arm, once swollen and rigid, had regained some mobility, though his muscles still felt quite stiff. "Thank you, Rin Noara," Yamasaka said with a smile. Rin blushed slightly, replying with a giggle, "It is truly an honor to treat you, Yamasaka-kun." As she spoke, Noara Rin reluctantly withdrew her small hand from Yamasaka's right arm. At that moment, the proprietor of the Fruit Ninja stall approached, presenting a trophy to Yamasaka. He then seized Yasaka's left hand, raising it triumphantly towards the sky, and shouted to the gathered crowd, "Congratulations to our new champion, the meticulous creator, Yamasaka." The next instant, an enthusiastic applause and cheer erupted from the throng. Although merely 30 or 40 individuals stood watching, the roar of celebration felt akin to that of hundreds. At this juncture, most in attendance began to realize that the exceptionally skilled young man was named Yamasaka, sparking a flurry of conversations among the onlookers. So his name is Yamasaka, indeed. A hero emerges from youth. One remarked, "How fortunate we are in Konoha to have such a prodigious young talent. He truly embodies the glory of our village. With proper nurturing, he will undoubtedly become a pillar of Konoha in the future." Another added, "This young man is remarkable, possessing such prowess at a tender age. Will he not one day aspire to become Hokage?" Someone mused, "Yamasaka, so young yet so accomplished, the future is boundless for him. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. I must hasten to introduce him to my daughter before another girl claims him." The mastery of his blade was nothing short of extraordinary. Listening to the admiration surrounding him, Kakashi clenched his fists. This was the benchmark he aspired to surpass. Such formidable strength did not intimidate him, for he firmly believed that through diligence and perseverance, he would one day defeat Yamasaka. His conviction was unwavering, akin to his personal motto, "There is no one I cannot overcome, only those who are my equal." Not far from Kakashi, Tsukikage was enveloped in mixed emotions. He admired Yamasaka's prowess while grappling with the disheartening reality of his own inferiority, especially as he observed the affectionate gaze that Yuin cast upon Yamasaka, igniting within him a nameless fire, not born of jealousy or hatred, but rather frustration at his own weakness. "Yamasaka, I will surpass you. Yuin is mine." His eyes gleamed with determination as he tightened his grip on his sword and withdrew from the crowd. Making his way to the training grounds, Mikami Shuji adjusted his glasses, a sense of gratification filling his heart. Admittedly, this student often dozed off in class, paid little attention, and occasionally skipped lectures. However, he could not deny that Yamasaka was the most exceptional student he had ever taught. Even if much of it was due to Yamasaka's extraordinary talent, Mikami Shuji could confidently assert to others, "Did you see that remarkable swordsman? He is my student." With this thought, he began to anticipate the upcoming joint friendship tournament of the 5 Kage a month hence, eager to witness how Yamasaka would fare against the prodigious talents of other nations. Perhaps they would all be defeated by Yamasaka. Mikami Shuji felt a surge of joy, eagerly awaiting the day he would witness Yamasaka triumph over the geniuses from around the world. Amidst the throng opposite Kyunager Mikami, Might Guy gazed fervently at Yamasaka, murmuring to himself, "Incredible. This is what youth is all about. I too must possess such a vibrant youth." As he spoke, a smile graced Might Guy's face, his gleaming white teeth reflecting the sunlight, momentarily dazzling Kyunager Mikami across the way. Simultaneously, nearby, 2 jonin engaged in discussion. "Hey, Minato, what do you think of that child? Quite impressive. isn't he?" remarked a figure clad in black, adorned with the Uchiha clan insignia on his back. "Indeed, Shursui, this child holds remarkable potential. If we consider his strength alone, as long as he survives, he will undoubtedly achieve a level of power befitting a Kage in the future," replied Uchiha Shursui with a smile. "However, to become Hokage, one must possess not only extraordinary strength, but also the intellect to govern a nation," he added. "Haha, are you complimenting my intellect?" Minato Namikaze chuckled heartily. "Your intellect is indeed commendable. I, on the other hand, lack the acumen to manage a country. I wonder if you'll succeed in this Hokage election. Let it unfold naturally, even if I do not succeed. It merely means there is someone more suited to be Hokage than I." As the two stood amidst the crowd, they failed to attract Kyunager Mikami's attention, otherwise he would surely have rushed over to greet them. After all, both were individuals of Kage-level strength, with one potentially being a future Hokage candidate, making future conversations quite promising. Meanwhile, after completing the Fruit Ninja Challenge, Noara Rin escorted Yusaka to the hospital. Upon their arrival, a nurse examined Yusaka's arm and discovered several muscle tears. While not overly severe, it was certainly not a trivial injury. The nurse's gaze shifted as she thought to herself, "This child is incredibly dedicated. He has pushed himself to such lengths for training. Truly a diligent young man." With utmost care, the nurse treated Yusaka's arm, applying a special ointment and wrapping it in bandages. She instructed him not to engage in any combat for at least a week, estimating that he would recover in just over a week. After tending to his arm, Noara Rin pondered for a moment before cheerfully suggesting, "Yusaka-kun, you've worked hard all afternoon, and you haven't eaten yet. May I treat you to a meal?" Just as Yusaka was about to accept her offer, he suddenly recalled his prior commitment with Ayam, and shyly replied, I have plans to dine with someone else shortly. How about I treat you another day?" Yusaka-kun wishes to treat me to a meal? Oh, that's so embarrassing," Noara Rin exclaimed, her excitement rendering her flustered, unsure where to place her hands, her face flushed with color. You don't want to?" Yusaka scratched his head, puzzled. "Of course I do. I absolutely want to," Noara Rin hastily affirmed, eager to assure Yusaka of her willingness, nodding fervently. At that moment, Uchiha Obito happened to stroll by, and they collided unexpectedly. Yatsuka." Obito was taken aback. "Obito? What brings you to the hospital?" Yatsuka, too, was surprised, not expecting to encounter Obito shortly after his arrival. "I came here to change my bandages." Obito waved his arm, revealing that his arm was still wrapped in bandages, a remnant of the injury he sustained from a previous encounter. "Well, Obito, is your injury healing? Once you're fully recovered, we should spar again." Yatsuka's interest was piqued, his eyes gleaming. "Not this time. The 5 Kage Friendship Tournament is approaching, and I will be representing the Leaf Village. What if my injury isn't healed by then?" Obito's expression conveyed a sense of reluctance to engage. "Well, that's truly unfortunate." At that moment, Noara Rin flashed a smile at Obito and said, "Obito, you must do your best. I look forward to your splendid performance." Encouraged by Rin's words and her radiant smile, Obito felt a surge of excitement, unsure where to direct his limbs, and declared with fervor, "Rin, rest assured, I will win the tournament. I shall not disappoint the hopes of the villagers of the Leaf. I will transform my life." Observing Obito's anxious demeanor, Rin couldn't help but chuckle, but to Obito, her laughter was exceptionally beautiful, a smile meant solely for him. Watching her cover her mouth in amusement, he silently vowed that this time, he would win at all costs. He must not let Rin down. He would triumph. Meanwhile, Yatsuka checked the time and realized it was nearly time to meet SHBU for a meal. After bidding farewell to Rin, he departed. Seizing the moment, Obito quickly devised a plan, exclaiming, "Rin, you haven't eaten yet, right? Come, let me take you to a fantastic barbecue restaurant. Then let's go?" With that, Obito happily led Rin to the barbecue restaurant. On another front, the battle between Uchiha Shimizu and Sarutobi Asuma against Ito Junji continued. When Junji noticed a fist suddenly erupting from the ground beneath him, it was already too late. He had no time to react as the fist struck him squarely on the jaw with a resounding bang. His head snapped upward, and his body was propelled into the air, flipping several times before crashing heavily to the ground. The owner of that fist, endowed with the Sharingan and known as Shunshin no Shimizu, was none other than Uchiha Shimizu. Following closely behind Shimizu, Sarutobi Asuma emerged from the pit, the two of them charging forth from the ground beneath Junji's feet. "Shimizu, thank you. Without you, I would have been in dire straits." Sarutobi Asuma wore an expression of profound gratitude, had it not been for Uchiha's timely intervention at a critical moment. He would have been grievously injured by his own fire release, Ash Pile Jutsu, almost succumbing to the perils of his own recklessness. No need for thanks. Let us swiftly bind this fellow, Uchiha replied. Agreed. Seizing the opportunity while Ito Junji lay dazed from the recent altercation, the two swiftly bound him with ropes. After tightening the knots to ensure they were secure, Sarutobi rose, nudging Ito Junji's form with his foot, saying, Well, you've been defeated by us. It's time for you to fulfill your promise and apologize. Ito Junji grimaced, the sting of the earlier blow still fresh, and inquired, How did you manage to get underground? Uchiha pointed towards another nearby hole. Following his gesture, Ito Junji's gaze fell upon a pit located a mere 2 meters behind where Sarutobi had previously stood, situated directly behind the explosion of flames. What? He exclaimed. A jolt of realization coursing through his mind like a flash of lightning. Could it be? At that moment, Sarutobi began to explain. The moment I was engulfed by the flames, Uchiha used the body flicker technique to pull me back. While the fire exploded, he obscured your vision for cover, then created a hole in the ground using earth release, allowing us to burrow beneath you. Upon hearing Sarutobi's words, Ito Junji glanced at Uchiha with a complex expression. Was it true what they said about youth harboring the spirit of heroes? At such a tender age, possessing such formidable strength was indeed remarkable. The strategic brilliance demonstrated in employing the flames as a distraction while executing the earth release was commendable. Reflecting upon this, Ito Junji conceded that his defeat was not unjust. His opponents were undeniably skilled. Had this been a real combat scenario, he would likely have met his demise for in true battle. The weapon that struck his jaw would not have been a mere throw, but a kunai. Suddenly, Ito Junji paused, as if recalling something of significance, murmuring to himself. Body flicker technique. Sharingan. Could you be? Shunshin Shursui. Uchiha Shursui. At this, Uchiha replied nonchalantly, as Asuma mentioned earlier, my name is H. Sui. Uchiha H. Sui. Uchiha Shursui is my elder brother. I am the one known as Shunshin H. Sui. Well then, I must admit your prowess. However, being bound in such a manner leaves me unable to walk. Do you intend to carry me back to apologize? Ito Junji remarked. Sarutobi burst into laughter, gesturing toward the 2 long ropes trailing from the knots. But we have these 2 ropes, right? We can drag you along. Consider it a form of physical training. Uchiha nodded in agreement. Ah, I see now. I understand what I need to know. So be it. Ito Junji suddenly spoke in a calm tone, sensing that Uchiha had an instinctive feeling that something was amiss. At that moment, Ito Junji let out a cold laugh. You are all still too inexperienced. If you wish to contend with me, you ought to practice for a few more years. Wind release, hedgehog blade. In the next instant, countless wind blades erupted from Ito Junji's body, severing the ropes that bound him. What? Sarutobi Asuma exclaimed in shock, hastily turning around to draw a kunai and thrust it towards Ito Junji, but he was a moment too late. Ito Junji retreated sharply, simultaneously shaking his hand to scatter 3 explosive tags. Be careful, Uchiha shouted, grabbing Sarutobi Asuma and retreating. In the next moment, they witnessed the 3 explosive tags ignite, reaching the detonation line, and then exploded. Boom, boom, boom. 3 consecutive violent roars echoed as 3 massive clouds of black smoke soared into the sky, enveloping an area of several hundred square meters in mere seconds. This is not an explosive tag. Uchiha frowned and exclaimed. It's a smoke explosive tag. Sarutobi Asuma cursed, his face contorted with anger. The smoke explosive tag, which closely resembles an explosive tag, shares the same ignition method. However, while the explosive tag generates a violent explosion to inflict damage, the smoke explosive tag produces a vast cloud of smoke to obscure the enemy's vision, preparing for a retreat or to confuse the foe. Thus, smoke explosive tags are often used to deceive enemies, as in Ito Junji's case, where he brazenly threw what appeared to be explosive tags, only to utilize smoke tags to create an illusion of attack. Damn it, we've been played. Uchiha seethed. Despite possessing the 3-tomo Sharingan, which allows him to slow down the movement of objects and perceive chakra, he could not pierce through the smoke, lacking the X-ray effect of the Byakugan. Now, trapped in the thick fog, he could not discern Ito Junji's figure. Be cautious, he may launch a surprise attack. Both remained vigilant, reacting to the slightest movements. However, after approximately half a minute, there was still no sign of activity, and the smoke began to dissipate. Right, Asuma. Don't you possess wind release? Quickly disperse this cursed smoke. Uchiha suddenly remembered Sarutobi Asuma's ability, urging him to act. Ah, how could I forget? Saratobi Asuma slapped his forehead. Realizing his own capability, he swiftly performed wind release, gentle breeze technique, dispersing the surrounding smoke. Once the smoke cleared, both stood dumbfounded, aside from themselves. There was no trace of anyone else nearby. It was evident that Iten Junji had already fled. Damn it, he has escaped. This fellow is too cunning. Saratobi Asuma punched a wooden stake in frustration, panting heavily, then, with a face of guilt, added, "It's all my fault, if it weren't for my hindrance." He certainly wouldn't have gotten away. No worries, victory and defeat are commonplace in warfare. You should consider yourself fortunate that this was merely a trivial matter. The opponent hails from the Hidden Leaf Village and did not intend to harm us. Had this been a real battle, your life might have been at stake. Therefore, it is essential to learn from this experience and accumulate wisdom. In fact, this incident was hardly significant. The adversary was merely reacting to the interference, while our relentless pursuit nearly pushed them to their limits. Uchiha reassured, while Asuma Saratobi understood the implication of his words. It seemed that Ito Junji was not a malevolent individual. Otherwise, neither of them would have stood a chance had a confrontation ensued. He was simply concerned about his reputation, resulting in a minor disruption of the match without causing any harm. As he mentioned, some matters are best approached with a discerning eye, allowing certain things to pass unnoticed. However, in genuine combat, the enemy may prove to be even more cunning. A single misstep could cost you your life, so vigilance is paramount. Uchiha Shursui reiterated his advice. "I understand," came the response. Thus, the two departed with a sense of disappointment. Meanwhile, after leaving the hospital, Yamasaka promptly messaged SHBU, who hurriedly donned her attire and stepped outside. Prior to this, SHBU had researched nearby culinary delights, aware of Yamasaka's insatiable appetite and passion for gastronomy. Hence, she endeavored to choose a suitable dining experience before inviting him. However, most of the delectable options had already been sampled by Yamasaka, making it a formidable challenge to discover something he had yet to try. Ultimately, SHBU settled on treating Yamasaka to hot pot. "Where are you?" Yamasaka inquired through voice message. "I am almost there," SHBU hastily replied, her heart racing with anxiety. It was her first time treating Yamasaka to a meal, and arriving late filled her with embarrassment. Before long, Yamasaka spotted a figure sprinting towards him, unmistakably SHBU. He enthusiastically waved and called out, "SHBU, I'm over here." "Ah, Papa, Yamasaka-kun." In her moment of excitement, SHBU inadvertently addressed Yamasaka as Papa, eliciting laughter from nearby bystanders. Embarrassed, her cheeks flushed crimson. She was distracted just as she approached an intersection where a carriage sped towards her. Her attention was solely on Yamasaka, causing her to overlook the imminent danger. Yamasaka, witnessing the near collision, felt a surge of urgency. Instantly, he unleashed his chakra, fervently activating the Great Freedom Sage technique. With a powerful explosion at his feet, he propelled himself forward like a cannonball. In an instant, Yamasaka transformed into a streak of white light, racing towards SHBU like a bolt of lightning. The gusts he generated were so forceful that everything in his path was swept away by the shockwave. On the other side, as SHBU realized the carriage was about to collide with her, she furrowed her brow and silently chanted, 8 trigrams void. SHBU. As Changpu was about to summon her powers, she was suddenly startled by a loud shout from Yamasaka. Instinctively, she looked up, only to find Yamasaka's face alarmingly close to hers. For a moment, she was taken aback, and before she could fully comprehend the situation, she felt herself being effortlessly lifted off the ground, as Yamasaka swept her up in a princess carry. What? Changpu's mind went blank in an instant. Her peripheral vision blurred as everything around her transformed into indistinct streaks. All she could see was Yamasaka's anxious face mere inches away, contorted with urgency and even a hint of desperation. Then, she sensed her body momentarily suspended in midair, realizing she had been carried by Yamasaka to the rooftop of a building. Yamasaka. Changpu finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Just moments ago, he had dashed over in a frenzy, rescuing her from the imminent danger posed by an oncoming carriage. "Are you all right, Changpu?" Yamasaka inquired, his expression fraught with concern. He had witnessed the carriage careening towards her, and in a frenzied rush, he had nearly tapped into his latent potential. Pushing his abilities to their utmost limits, his speed had momentarily rivaled that of the fourth Reikage. The velocity was so intense that the wind pressure against his body felt like colliding with a solid wall, rendering him breathless. Yet, he was beyond caring for such trivialities. Instinctively, he unleashed a gust of air to navigate his surroundings, ensuring that he could see clearly enough to avoid disaster. In the nick of time, he had reached Changpu just as the carriage was about to strike. Now, his mind was consumed with concern for her well-being. If she were injured, it would devastate him. What of their promised meal together? That sumptuous feast would be lost to them forever. Yuzaka truly cares for me. Gazing into Yuzaka's worried eyes, Changpu felt a warm surge within her heart, as if a gentle current flowed through her. His face was so close that she could discern the unmistakable concern etched upon it. As Yuzaka, still panting from his exertion, exhaled, the warmth of his breath brushed against her face, igniting a flush of heat across her cheeks. Realizing she was cradled in Yuzaka's arms only intensified her embarrassment, causing her heart to race like a wild drum, desperate to leap from her chest. Yuzaka, could you, please, set me down? Changpu's voice dwindled to a whisper, nearly inaudible by the end. She dared not meet his gaze, her eyes cast downward in shyness. Of course. Yuzaka promptly complied. Sensing something was amiss with Changpu, her face was flushed, her body appeared tense, and her gaze wandered, alarming him into fearing she might be injured. You're not hurt, are you? Are you all right? Yuzaka reached out and gently touched SHBU's forehead, realizing it was exceedingly warm. Oh dear, you have a fever, he exclaimed. And no, I don't, SHBU stammered, shaking her head vigorously, momentarily at a loss for words and actions, her mind seemingly blank. Fortunately, Yuzaka, oblivious to her condition, inquired. SHBU, if you're not feeling well, perhaps we should skip dinner today and eat another time. This inquiry provided SHBU with an opportunity to divert the conversation from her discomfort. No, I'm perfectly fine. Come on, let us go eat, she declared, leading Yuzaka forward and leaping off the rooftop. Wow, SHBU is incredible. She dares to jump from such a height. Yuzaka marveled as he watched her descend from the 3-story building. He had always perceived SHBU as an ordinary girl from a ramen shop, not a ninja, and thus assumed she lacked any combat prowess. However, he was now astonished to discover that she was quite formidable, comparable to a lower-ranked ninja, even showcasing a rock-throwing skill that many lower ninjas would struggle to withstand. Consequently, Yuzaka followed suit and jumped down. By this time, SHBU had regained her composure and began to regret her impulsive leap from the rooftop, pondering whether it contradicted her image as a delicate girl. Nevertheless, seeing that Yuzaka seemed unconcerned, she felt a sense of relief, shook her face to regain her composure, and pretended as if nothing had transpired. How about we go for hot pot? She suggested. Hot pot? I was just thinking of that. What a coincidence. Yuzaka replied with a cheerful smile. Thus, the two made their way to the hot pot restaurant and indulged in a sumptuous meal. Following their feast, Yuzaka naturally received a system reward from the delicious food. However, since it was not his first experience, the effects were not as profound as before, resulting in no new abilities acquired. Nevertheless, his proficiency with various techniques saw an enhancement. Moreover, after this encounter with the Fruit Ninja, Yuzaka's mastery of airflow manipulation and the Great Freedom Sage technique had deepened, allowing him to activate the technique at speeds approaching that of the fourth Reikage. However, a degree of adrenaline also played a role. So if Yuzaka were to employ the Great Freedom Sage technique again, he would not be able to replicate the speed he had when rescuing SHBU. After Yuzaka escorted her home, SHBU immediately nestled beneath her blankets, covering her head. Sutsuki Ishiki, observing her peculiar behavior, was intrigued, especially since it had changed after her outing with Yuzaka. Driven by curiosity, he activated his Rinnegan, harnessing the powers of space-time to glimpse into SHBU's recent experiences. Oh, this boy. Quite impressive, he mused before returning to his ramen making. Time passes swiftly. It has been over half a month since that fateful day when Yuzaki rescued Ayam. In less than 10 days, the Five Shadows Friendship Tournament will commence. Consequently, the village is abuzz with activity, and the security forces have seen a significant increase, primarily overseen by the Uchiha clan. Uchiha Fugaku, the clan leader, finds himself exceedingly occupied, tasked with the security arrangements for the entire Hidden Leaf village while also preparing to send his eldest son, Uchiha Itachi, to the Ninja Academy. This dual responsibility has left him quite overwhelmed. However, a piece of joyous news brings him some relief. His wife is pregnant again. After consulting a member of the Hyuga clan with their Byakugan, they discovered the child is a boy. Uchiha Fugaku named him Uchiha Yosuke. Since Yusaki's heroic act, Ichiraka Ramen bestowed upon him a VIP gold card, entitling him to a generous discount on ramen, which delighted him immensely, alleviating his previous worries about affording meals. Nevertheless, Mindful of the novelty of fine cuisine potentially affecting his system rewards, Yasaki refrains from frequent visits, opting instead for occasional indulgence to maintain a relatively high reward level. During this period, his arm has fully healed, his physical condition is excellent, and his strength has surpassed previous limits. He is now eagerly preparing to showcase his prowess against the talented individuals from various nations. In the Hidden Cloud Village, a flamboyantly dressed individual, Yuzuki, expressed astonishment at the suggestion of leading the village's representative team in the Five Shadows Friendship Tournament. Indeed, among the lower-ranked ninjas, you are the most formidable and relatively composed. Therefore, you shall represent our Hidden Cloud Village in battle, demonstrating our strength to the softies of the Hidden Leaf, while also allowing others from different nations to learn from us. Our Hidden Cloud villagers are not to be trifled with, boomed a robust man at the desk. The third Raikage, with a hearty laugh. Hey, why not let Killer Bee lead instead? We are both Jinchuriki. Why should this woman take the lead? It should be me. The iron-blooded man, Killer Bee, retorted a boy beside Yuzuki, wearing sunglasses and clutching a notebook and pencil. Why should it be you, Killer Bee? It should be me, Darui. I am the sole inheritor of the third Hokage's Black Lightning. If anyone should take the lead, it is certainly I, exclaimed a dark-skinned boy with white hair standing next to Killer Bee, visibly displeased. Black Lightning makes you special? Do you dare to unleash the Eight Tails? I'll crush you with a single kick, challenged Killer Bee, his frustration boiling over. Who do you two think you are? The leader will undoubtedly be me, Yuzuki. Frankly, you two should stay behind. I alone could easily sweep aside our opponents from other nations. Yuzuki declared boldly. You insolent woman, you have no right to speak. Dare to utter another word. Speak your mind, you foul woman. I will end you. Everyone, cease at once. The third Raikage's thunderous roar reverberated through the air. An invisible wave of sound infused with lightning instantly silencing the three squabbling youths. Slamming his hand on the table, he pointed at Yuzuki, vociferously addressing Killer Bee and Darui. Yuzuki possesses sufficient strength and, comparatively speaking, demonstrates greater composure. Thus, he is far more suitable to lead. If any of you dissent, step forward and challenge me. Should you defeat me, the position of leader is yours. Consequently, Killer Bee and Darui fell silent. Good, it is settled then. Yuzuki shall lead this time. You will compete in Konoha and fight with all your might, restoring the dignity of the Cloud Village. Should anyone falter, do not return, our village cannot afford such disgrace. Yes, Lord Raikage. In the Hidden Mist Village, a hushed voice emerged from the darkness. For this 5 Kage Friendship Tournament, who among you wishes to lead? A crimson glimmer flickered in Yagura's eyes as he slowly spoke. I, Terumi Mei, am willing to take on the role of leader for the Mist Village. I shall not disappoint your expectations, Water Shadow, and will strive for victory, showcasing the prowess of our village to the other nations. Terumi Mei, donned in a sky-blue dress, stepped forward to self-nominate. Excellent, Terumi Mei. You shall lead the Mist Village delegation. I am keen to witness the tricks Konoha might employ when you encounter their ninjas. Hold nothing back. Strike with lethal intent. It would be best to eliminate any promising talents among their next generation. A chilling voice resonated from the shadows, sending shivers down the spine of the figure below, Momochi Zabuza. I shall not fail. Terumi Mei proclaimed boldly before stepping back. In the Rock Village. This time, you must secure first place and demonstrate our village's unwavering spirit. Let those from other nations witness that the foundation of the Rock Village is not to be underestimated. Anoki floated above, hands clasped behind his back, addressing the shinobi below. Yes, Lord Suchikage. Deidara replied with enthusiasm. As the leader of the Rock Village, he was eager to head to Konoha for the competition. To him, the art of explosion was paramount, and this tournament would provide ample opportunity to unleash his creations. Excellent. Let those fools witness my art, he declared with a smirk. Huh. What is your explosion compared to mine? Mine is the true artistry, said his disgruntled comrade, a fellow explosive specialist, feeling a pang of jealousy at Deidara's leadership position. In the Sand Village, the third Kazekage regarded the youths before him, stating, Sasori, you shall lead this time. When you encounter the ninjas from Konoha, do not hold back. Eliminate them if possible, but ensure your own safety. Do you understand? I understand, Lord Windshadow. The scorpion nodded, his eyes glimmering with a vengeful glare from beneath the shadow of his bangs. His parents were slain by the Konoha ninja, Hatake Sakomo, and he was determined to avenge them. Although he was currently unable to match Hatake Sakomo's prowess, he could still target his son, Hatake Kakashi. You had better pray that we do not cross paths in the arena. Otherwise, I shall ensure your demise. Within the samurai faction, Yasuo, Your Gale Slash has begun to show its true potential. It is time to demonstrate our might to those ninjas, to let them witness the prowess of the Gale Swordsman. Yes, my lord. In the Rain Ninja Village, a ninja knelt before Hanzo of the Salamander, inquiring, "My lord, are we not participating in the upcoming 5 Kage Friendship Tournament?" Hanzo replied slowly, "I had initially intended to send representatives. Even if we do not secure the championship, we could observe the potential of other nations. However, recent turmoil requires my attention, so I must prioritize our domestic matters. It is truly regrettable. Are you referring to the recent faction of dissenters spreading misinformation? Indeed. As the saying goes, to repel external threats, one must first secure internal stability. Only when our homeland is secure can we afford to address external affairs." "Oh, understood. My lord, I shall take my leave now. Did I grant you permission to depart?" My lord, do you have further instructions?" "You know too much. You shall perish." In addition to the major nations, several smaller countries will also participate in the tournament to broaden their horizons, such as the Grass Hidden Village, the Waterfall Hidden Village, the Land of Rice, and the Star Ninja Village, all expressing a desire to partake. Meanwhile, Konoha is diligently preparing and conducting intensive training for its participants, striving to secure first place in the competition. Time flew by swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 2 weeks had elapsed, leaving only 3 days until the 5 Kage Friendship Tournament. Consequently, both the inhabitants of Konoha and those from other nations felt a mixture of excitement and anxiety. After all, this event would gather the 5 great nations along with others, teeming with various prodigies. One might even encounter a genius from another country while merely visiting the restroom. As a result, Konoha Village was overflowing with exceptional talent. Previously, one could bask in the admiration and reverence of others within their own nation, standing out like a crane among chickens. Yet now, amidst the congregation of prodigies, one found themselves feeling rather ordinary. However, each of these talents possessed their own pride, refusing to yield to one another, and though the atmosphere was not entirely harmonious, it thrived with vitality. Observing this scene, the older generation sighed, "Ah, this is youth." At the entrance of Konoha Village, a group stood proudly, each member robust and well-built, their muscular physiques significantly more formidable than those of the Konoha villagers. This gathering represented the delegation from the Cloud Ninja Village. Amidst the throng, a strikingly beautiful young girl stood at the center, commanding the attention of those around her. This individual, renowned for her exceptional ability to control the tailed beasts, was the illustrious Kunoichi of the Land of Lightning, Yuzuki. Clad in a form-fitting black outfit, she appeared to be in her teenage years, yet her figure was already impressively curvaceous. Her half-ponytail cascading behind her accentuated her alluring presence. In addition to Yuzuki, the team from the village hidden in the clouds included another girl named Samui, who stood beside Darui. Slightly younger than Yuzuki, Samui reached Darui's shoulder. But her development was notably advanced, distinguishing her from her peers. Had Jiraiya been present, he would have been exhilarated, for this young girl possessed the potential to rival Tsunade. The delegation from the Cloud Village also featured other competitors, namely Shi, Mabu, and Yuiking, each varying in strength. Yuzuki, Karabi, and Darui were the team's primary powerhouses, showcasing commendable prowess, while the remaining members were somewhat less formidable. Accompanying them were several elite jonin, responsible for the welfare and security of the participants. Totaling nearly 20 individuals, a moderately sized yet efficient contingent. "Hey, Karabi, is this the same Leaf Village that supposedly defeated us from the Land of Lightning?" "They don't seem all that impressive," Darui remarked, nonchalantly sucking on a lollipop. "Humph, have you not seen the formidable gates of the Leaf Village? They are extraordinarily robust, capable of withstanding considerable assaults. Moreover, the security personnel are no slouches. I have already spotted 6 elite jonin, indicating a substantial force," Karabi retorted, his voice laced with an unusual rap-like rhythm. At that moment, Yuzuki, with an air of arrogance, declared, "So what? I perceive the Leaf Villagers as nothing but weaklings. Each of them would crumble under a single blow from me. It is evident that this tournament's champion shall be none other than Yuzuki." "What did you say?" "Don't assume your position as leader makes you formidable. You are merely a placeholder." "The championship is destined for me, Darui," he scoffed. "Both of you should just stay out of my way. I alone will claim the championship. Your presence only hinders my progress. The title belongs to me, Karabi," he exclaimed, equally indignant. "Karabi, do you seek a fight? Is it that after 3 days without a beating, you've become arrogant?" Yuzuki retorted with a haughty snort. "Yuzuki, don't presume that I won't strike you simply because you are a woman. When I lose my temper, I won't hesitate to confront anyone. Karabi declared defiantly. Fight! Fight! Go all out. At that moment, you two will be left in a state of mutual destruction, and the championship will be mine. Ha ha ha. Darui stood by, relishing the chaos, seemingly eager for discord. Alas, these individuals, truly. Samui sighed and shook her head, expressing her reluctance to remain in the company of these three eccentrics. Whenever they gathered, tranquility was utterly unattainable. Enough of this. A booming voice interrupted, causing the arguing trio to cease instantly. A man, even more robust than Karabi, glared fiercely at the three. If you dare to continue this ruckus, I will send him back to the Cloud Village with a single punch. Who's in favor? Who's against? I oppose. Darui immediately shouted, stepping forward. Bang. The burly man sent Darui flying with a single punch. Opposition is futile. Is there anyone else who disagrees? The remaining individuals fell silent, their gazes fixed on the formidable man. Humph. This is the fate that awaits those who dare challenge my authority. The man pointed to Darui, now a considerable distance away, having landed against the wall, which bore an impression of his form. This man was Karabi's elder brother and the eldest son of the current third Raikage. He was the most promising candidate to become the fourth Raikage, possessing a straightforward demeanor, albeit with a fiery temper. Known for his propensity to resort to violence at the slightest provocation, he had once been rumored to have severely injured someone over the last piece of salted fish, leaving them hospitalized for 3 months. Consequently, even the typically rebellious Karabi promptly became a submissive younger brother in A's presence. All right. Let us proceed inside and observe the changes in Konoha over the years. A strode confidently towards the main gate of Konoha, with the others following closely behind like dutiful subordinates. Their perception of Konoha was rather unfavorable, given that the Second Ninja War had been ignited by the death of their second Raikage at the hands of an ambush during the signing of a peace treaty with Konoha's second Hokage. This event had triggered the Second Great Ninja War, during which many elite ninjas from the Cloud Village had perished at the hands of Konoha's ninjas. Thus, the enmity between the two nations was profound and irreconcilable. However, many younger ninjas from the Cloud Village bore little animosity towards Konoha, often influenced only by the prejudiced opinions of their elders. Upon entering Konoha, the Cloud Village's team ambled through. Their curiosity piqued as they gazed around like inquisitive children. Hey, Darui, did you see that? Over there on the cliff, there are 3 enormous faces carved into the rock. How spectacular! Yuzuki exclaimed in wonder, nudging Darui and pointing towards the Hokage Rock. I see that the Hokage Rock of Konoha? It was originally carved to commemorate the first Hokage, and it later evolved into a monument featuring all the Hokages. It truly is magnificent. I believe our Cloud Village could benefit from something similar. Foolish one. Our Village of Thunder has no such vast cliffs. I propose we construct magnificent statues, akin to those in the Valley of the End. They would indeed be quite splendid. Indeed, Kirabai, you have finally uttered something sensible. What a rare feat. Praise the you would man. Is it not enough for you to refrain from provoking me? Kirabai retorted with ire. You would man, I too find Kirabai's suggestion commendable. When I ascend to the position of Raikage, my statue shall stand proudly alongside that of the fourth Raikage, revered by the people. Yes, quite splendid indeed, remarked Darui with a chuckle. Begone. I shall be the fifth Raikage. You should remain where it is comfortable for you. Are you seeking a fight? Then let us fight. Bang, 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 bang. Meanwhile, Yatsuka was testing his ability to discern sounds through airflow perception. By manipulating the air currents, Yatsuka could amplify even the faintest sounds, creating a trumpet-like effect that directed them into his ears. Thus, he could hear the most delicate or distant sounds, truly becoming a master of auditory perception. Yet, despite his success in detecting minute sounds and distinguishing between written numbers and letters, he still struggled to decipher the actual words based on their frequencies. Alas, this presents a dilemma. However, did the third not mention multiple choice questions? Those merely require choosing a number between 1 and 3. While I may struggle with other questions, I can certainly comprehend the multiple choice format. I shall focus solely on those. Consequently, Yatsuka dismissed the written examination from his mind, continuing to munch on his potato chips, oblivious to the fact that the third would undoubtedly be infuriated to the point of apoplexy upon learning this. It is crucial to note that the multiple choice section only occupies 20 minutes. If Yatsuka solely answers those, he would still fall short of passing. Yet, Yatsuka remained unaware of this predicament as he savored his chips, his thoughts lingering on the game Fruit Ninja. After reaching the 18th level and hitting his limit, Yatsuka's arm had fully recovered after a month and a half. Interestingly, the force strain had inadvertently strengthened his right arm's muscles upon healing. Thus, Yatsuka estimated he could now endure up to the 19th wave. Typically, relying solely on his endurance would not allow him to progress beyond the 16th wave, as his muscular strength was not particularly superior, and he even lagged slightly behind. After all, Yatsuka practiced a single sword style, resulting in a lack of training in muscle endurance and robustness. Therefore, in terms of physical conditioning, Yatsuka might even fall short of Kakashi. However, Yamasaka can utilize the disease-free immortal technique, which generates a gust of wind pressure to assist in his arm movements, thereby alleviating 20% of the muscular strain. This ability enabled Yamasaka to endure through 18 waves. Now, with his arm strength having increased, Yamasaka felt compelled to explore further, discovering an ever-growing fascination with the Fruit Ninja game. The custard tarts were quite delightful. He had only shared half with SHBU last time, leaving himself unsated. Determined to procure more, Yamasaka muttered to himself as he slipped on his shoes and dashed out of the house, heading straight for the Fruit Ninja stall. While Yamasaka enjoyed the privilege of unrestricted movement due to his formidable strength, the other competitors were engaged in intensive training. With only 3 days remaining, Konoha adopted a last-minute approach, tailoring their training for these participants. At that moment, Kakashi was training with Yamanaka Ye and Chakra Endurance, while Tsukakid's ship practiced sword techniques against another ninja. Others, including Saratobi Asuma, were involved in one-on-one drills. Ship was particularly exhilarated when Waigure brought him water during practice, invigorating him to train with fervor, while he cherished the water she provided, reluctant to drink it. On the streets of Hokage, hey, Kairabi, look over there. There's a Fruit Ninja stall. I didn't expect to find one here in Konoha. Oh, is this a branch of our main Fruit Ninja store in Konoha? I wonder if they have the score records for Konoha residents. I'm curious about their top score. Let us go take a look. Thus, the group approached the Fruit Ninja stall, where 2 ninjas were engaged in a fruit challenge. However, by the 7th wave, they struggled significantly, and one participant was eliminated due to slow reflexes. The skill level of these Konoha ninjas is quite lacking. They can't even handle the 7th wave. They are truly far behind our Yunin village. Indeed, Konoha is filled with softies. This game demands high reflexes and agility, which they cannot master. Only those from our Yunin village can excel at it, Yuzuki boasted. I reckon their highest record barely breaks the 10th wave. Ha ha ha, indeed. This game is best suited for our Yunin village folks. Konoha has hardly anyone capable. Just as Darui was about to check the score leaderboard, the last remaining Konoha ninja was also eliminated, leaving 2 spots vacant. Young man, you don't seem to be from Konoha. Would you be interested in joining the game? The vendor of Fruit Ninja greeted Darui with a cheerful smile, pondering to himself that although this young man appeared muscular, there is a saying that goes, the bigger the muscles, the slower the reflexes. He mused that perhaps this fellow might not even last through 5 rounds, and would undoubtedly be just another patron eager to spend money. All right, let me give it a try. Darui chuckled, recalling that during his time in the Cloud Village, he had played this Fruit Ninja game, achieving a commendable record of 13 rounds. This was indeed an impressive feat, even by the standards of the Leaf Village, where 13 rounds would secure a spot in the top 5. Hee, since I managed to reach the 13th round before, after some training, I should be able to endure until the 15th round this time, Darui thought, rubbing his hands together in excitement. He recalled the words of the 3rd Raikage before their departure. Your mission is to showcase the might of our Cloud Village. If an opportunity arises to humiliate those from the Leaf, do not hold back. Let them witness our strength. Thus, Darui secretly thought, hee. The moment to elevate our national prestige has arrived. I, Darui, might even become a hero of the Cloud Village. At that moment, a fellow villager approached, patting Darui on the shoulder, saying, Darui, unleash your full potential and give those Leaf villagers a taste of their own medicine. It is time for you to serve your country. Indeed, Darui, apart from my elder brother, you possess the fastest reflexes among us. Show the pride of our land of lightning. Rest assured, I will ensure the Leaf villagers are in for a surprise. Darui's face beamed with confidence. He had trained alongside the 3rd Raikage, enhancing his body through the power of lightning, activating his muscles and neural reflexes, resulting in formidable physical prowess. Thus, when it came to reaction speed, aside from Killer Bee's brother, Darui was the strongest present. After all, the Fruit Ninja game tested both reaction speed and muscular endurance, both of which were Darui's strengths. Look, are those the Cloud Villagers? Just as Darui stepped forward to commence the Fruit Ninja challenge, A nearby leaf ninja exclaimed in surprise to his companion. Oh, indeed, they have arrived. Look. They even brought their luggage. They must have just gotten here. Are they really going to challenge Fruit Ninja? This should be interesting. It must be their first time playing this game. Just wait and see. That guy might get eliminated by the third or fourth round. The conversation of the two leaf ninjas reached Killer Bee's ears, prompting him to scoff derisively. A couple of simpletons. This game was invented by our Cloud Village to train our neural reflexes and muscular endurance. You leaf villagers cannot possibly excel at this game. Such arrogance. Just wait. I shall see how many rounds you can endure, retorted the leaf ninja defiantly. How about we place a wager? At that moment, the Yumu individual sneered at the Konoha ninja and inquired, what do you wish to wager? The Konoha ninja replied, if he cannot endure 10 waves, then this money shall belong to you. If he withstands them, however, I shall claim the tanto at your waist. The Yumu individual pointed at the Konoha ninja's blade. The Konoha ninja thought to himself, what audacity this young girl possesses, so brazenly confident. Thus, he retorted without hesitation, very well. Since you dare to say such a thing, I shall see this through to the end. I am curious to ascertain from where this little girl derives her confidence. When I win, do not claim that I am bullying you. The Konoha ninja observed the self-assured Yumu individual with a sense of irritation. She was merely a girl of 10 years. Yet she exuded an aura that suggested she was his equal, even seeming to overshadow him in presence. Consequently, they placed their money and the tanto upon a nearby table, drawing the attention of many onlookers. This wager between a Konoha ninja and a Cloud Village ninja piqued considerable interest, as it involved two nations, potentially touching upon bilateral diplomatic relations. As the crowd gathered, the alarm of the fruit ninja machine sounded, and 2 projectiles shot forth. Darui swiftly executed 2 precise strikes, effortlessly severing them, revealing 2 sliced fruits. What do you think? Impressive, isn't it? Karabi boasted, raising his chin toward the Konoha ninja. This is merely the first wave. There's no need to rush. The Konoha ninja replied with a smirk, his gaze fixed on the stack of banknotes on the table, estimating it to be around 1,000 coins. He mused to himself about the wealth of the Cloud Village ninjas, albeit questioning their intellect. But he was certain that the money would soon be his. Meanwhile, as Yamasaka made his way toward the fruit ninja stall, he unexpectedly encountered an individual clad in a Ronin's attire, none other than the cunning Itadunji from that fateful day. Young brother, your swordsmanship is quite admirable, Itadunji remarked with a smile as he approached Yamasaka, having been impressed by his cutting technique. Who are you? How do you know about my prowess? Yamasaka asked, bewildered by the unfamiliar man before him. Before you, I held the title of the first in Fruit Ninja, Itadunji. Oh, do you have something to discuss? Yamasaka inquired nonchalantly. Are you not at all curious about your predecessor, the former champion? Itadunji asked, astonished, as he had expected Yamasaka to be more excited about their connection. Just a defeated foe, what is there to be excited about? Yamasaka replied, somewhat exasperated. This left Itadunji fuming, feeling utterly humiliated, yet unable to refute Yamasaka's statement, as it was indeed accurate. Dreadful. To think I was disregarded. How impressive. Itadunji felt a surge of frustration, yet he could do nothing to retaliate against Yamasaka. Ultimately, he departed, contemplating how to enhance his swordsmanship and physical prowess in order to reclaim the top position in the future. The group from the hidden Cloud Village was not the last to arrive. There were others arriving even later, such as those from the hidden Mist Village. As Karabi and his companions began to engage in a game of Fruit Ninja, the members of the hidden Mist Village reached the gates of Konoha. Wow, is this really Konoha, the village established by the god of ninjas, Senju Hashirama? I am filled with curiosity and anticipation, Koizumi exclaimed, forming a makeshift telescope with her hands and peering through it. At this time, she was merely 15 years old, resembling a delicate and beautiful porcelain doll, exuding an undeniable charm. I have always believed that among the 5 great nations, the strongest is indeed the hidden Leaf Village. Now, witnessing it firsthand, I see that its reputation is well-deserved. Momochi Zabuza gazed up at the towering gates of Konoha, which loomed as high as a 10-story building, marveling at the immense power it must take to open such a gate, and how formidable an attack would be required to destroy it. Zabuza, let us refrain from such remarks that bolster others' spirits while diminishing our own. Although our hidden mist village may not rival Konoha, our strength is not to be underestimated. Even if Konoha is slightly stronger, they are not invincible, said Kakashi with a grin, though his smile appeared more grotesque than joyful. Kakashi was correct. If we in the hidden mist village strive to develop, There will come a day when we too shall become the mightiest nation. Come, let us enter. Koizumi smiled and led the way into Konoha. The delegation from the Hidden Mist Village consisted not only of these 3 contestants but also several others, albeit with lesser abilities compared to the trio. Upon entering Konoha, they were immediately captivated by the scenery of the streets and alleys. This place is entirely different from our Hidden Mist Village. I find it quite delightful, young Momochi Zabuza remarked, his eyes sparkling with wonder. Indeed, the architecture here aligns with my aesthetic preferences. Having grown accustomed to the structures of the Hidden Mist Village, I now find myself intrigued by different styles. Koizumi, equally excited, gazed around, her beauty drawing the attention of many passers-by. I wonder if I might encounter a handsome young man. Should I meet one of Konoha's charming youths? Perhaps I would even consider marrying into this village. Koizumi mused dreamily as she walked. Not long after their departure, the Sand Village's delegation arrived. Konoha. Hatake Tsukumo, Hatake Kakashi, here I come. Sasori glowered at the imposing gates of Konoha, feeling somewhat unsettled by their formidable defenses, which seemed to surpass even the walls of his own village. Let us proceed. Once we enter, I implore everyone to exercise caution and refrain from causing any unnecessary disturbances. After all, our sand-hidden village suffered a significant defeat at the hands of Konoha during the last ninja war, which forced us to retreat into obscurity and endure humiliation. However, should anyone dare to infringe upon us, we shall demonstrate that we are not to be trifled with. The leader of the sand-hidden village addressed the contestants. Meanwhile, as time progressed, Darui had withstood the previous 8 waves of fruit attacks. The Konoha ninja, who had wagered against the Yuzuki man, was growing increasingly anxious, his expression darkening under the mounting pressure. How is this possible? This boy is remarkably formidable. Even I could only endure until the 9th wave before being eliminated. Yet he has surpassed 8 waves without a single fruit slipping past him, and he is merely a genin. The Konoha ninja began to feel a sense of foreboding. Today, it seemed, his prized blade might change hands. The surrounding audience buzzed with speculation. What is happening? That boy from the cloud-hidden village is impressively skilled, having navigated through 8 waves of fruit attacks unscathed. It appears the cloud-hidden village is not to be underestimated. Yet, there was no need for excessive concern, as the challenges would only intensify with each passing wave. Perhaps he would be eliminated in the next round. Such uncertainties loomed. Even if he were to endure 9 waves. What of it? Would he truly withstand 18 waves? Amidst the whispers, Darui wore a triumphant smile. He excelled at this fruit ninja game. His muscles, activated by dark lightning, reacted with remarkable speed. Not only did his muscles respond swiftly, but his mind did as well. By enhancing the transmission speed between his neurons through the power of lightning, he achieved an extraordinary reaction time. Thus, despite lacking the Sharingan, he was still able to perceive the flying objects with relative clarity. His quick thinking afforded him ample time to process information. Beside him, the Yuzuki man, arms crossed and sporting a smug grin, exuded confidence. He glanced at the blade, deeming it of high quality, and anticipated that it would soon become his trophy. As one of the most exceptional genin from the cloud-hidden village, the Yuzuki man's prowess surpassed that of Darui's, allowing him to gauge Darui's capabilities with precision. In this fruit ninja game, Darui could certainly endure 13 waves, and perhaps even attempt to stave off the 14th. Taking advantage of the Konoha ninja's underestimation of Darui, he provocatively mentioned the 10th wave, which prompted the Konoha ninja to wager against him, igniting a sense of thrill within the Yuzuki man as he felt the power to manipulate others at his whim. Foolish Konoha ninja, he scoffed. At that moment, the 9th wave approached. A swift rush of 9 dark figures burst forth, and the druid fixated intensely on these flying objects. As they neared, merely 2 meters away, he swung his blade with fervor, executing a frenzy of slashes that severed each of the 9 shadows before him. To his astonishment, they were all merely fruits. Kairabi, wearing an expression of disbelief, gazed at the scattered fruit pieces on the ground, picked up half an apple, wiped it clean, and began to munch on it with a crunch. At this moment, the druid had already equaled the limit of his own record, causing the Konoha ninja to feel a surge of anxiety, for the next wave of fruit assault would soon reveal the outcome of their wager. Should the druid withstand this impending barrage, the Konoha ninja's prized sword would rightfully belong to the Yuzuki clan. Consequently, the Konoha ninja silently prayed that the druid would falter. Just then, Uchiha Obito, having been granted a respite, happened upon the gathering crowd and, driven by curiosity, squeezed his way in for a closer look. Oh, are these ninjas from the Cloud Village? He mused, observing the druid in the arena. He noted the young man's muscular physique, radiating a certain aesthetic of strength. At a glance, Obito understood that he would be outmatched in close combat. He recalled that the ninjas from the Cloud Village were reputed for their mastery of a technique known as body technique, which enhanced muscle cells and nerves through chakra, significantly boosting physical prowess. This technique combined ninjutsu with taijutsu, resulting in formidable close combat capabilities. Reflecting on his textbook's descriptions of the Cloud Ninjas, Obito scrutinized the druid's physique. Gaining an understanding of the essence of body technique, he pondered which was superior, their body technique or Might Guy's pure taijutsu. However, it seemed that their physical attributes were superior to Guy's, and with the inclusion of ninjutsu, it gave the impression that their approach was more potent than Guy's singular style. He thought to himself that he should mention this to Guy, perhaps suggesting he try his hand at body technique. As the 10th wave of fruit assault loomed, the Konoha ninja grew increasingly tense and apprehensive, realizing that the seemingly unremarkable genin before him possessed extraordinary capabilities. In his subconscious, the notion that the druid would survive the 10th wave had taken root, occupying 80% of his thoughts. Meanwhile, Yuzuki and his companions were confident smiles, as they believed that 10 waves of fruit assault posed no challenge for the druid. After all, among the competitors, he embodied the most authentic lineage of body technique. Having uniquely inherited the black magic thunder of the third Hokage, his physical constitution and neural responsiveness were significantly heightened, relying heavily on his reaction speed. A smirk crossed his face, for it was time to showcase the might of the Cloud Village to these Konoha softies. Dare we? Shall we show them what a true man is like? With a confident smile, Killer Bee expressed his words in a rap style, infused with an almost imperceptible peculiar tone. Dare we? This is our first opportunity to showcase the might of the Cloud Village. Let it be you who accomplishes this feat. Yuzuki crossed his arms, exuding an air of assured victory, already contemplating how to wield that katana. Upon hearing his companion's words, Darui nodded with a smile, secretly thinking, the moment to bring glory to the Cloud Village has arrived. At this point, they had reached the 10th wave, and even Darui, relying on his physical attributes and reflexes, had reached his limit. After all, he did not possess the powerful ocular techniques like the Sharingan or Byakugan. Thus, with his current abilities, distinguishing aerial objects by sight had become insurmountable. However, he had his own methods, his signature skills. A smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he silently proclaimed, "Let the Leaf Village witnesses behold my extraordinary prowess." With a loud roar, his entire body tensed, muscles coiling like springs. His fists clenched at his waist, gritting his teeth, veins protruding ominously on his forehead. Darui was finally ready to unveil his signature move. This wager held no challenge whatsoever. Yuzuki thought joyfully as he observed Darui's demeanor. To the spectators from the Leaf Village, prepare to witness the ultimate ninjutsu passed down from the third Raikage, the lightning release chakra mode. Release. Boom. A resounding blast echoed as a surge of black lightning erupted from Darui, enveloping him like a second skin. Countless black arcs of electricity crackled and twisted chaotically, resembling serpents of lightning. The intense electric arcs even made the onlookers feel as if they had been electrocuted, with a few individuals so close that their bangs stood on end. What is happening? Such astonishing chakra. Such formidable lightning release. What kind of ninjutsu is this? The aura is simply overwhelming. In an instant, the crowd surrounding Darui was left astounded, having never witnessed such a form of ninjutsu or such a powerful manifestation of chakra. Visually and sensorially, it was nothing short of breathtaking, especially when combined with Darui's already robust physique, making him appear as if he were a god of thunder descended upon the earth, exuding an aura of dominance. Listening to the gasps of admiration from the crowd, Yuzuki, Killer Bee, and others were expressions of pride. See that? This is the prowess of our Cloud Village. Incredible, so incredible. Uchiha Obito's eyes widened in astonishment. It was his first time witnessing someone unleash such an immense amount of chakra. The seemingly intangible, yet palpably oppressive force generated by the abundant chakra left him profoundly moved. Is this the legendary ninjutsu of the Cloud Village? How powerful? Is he truly a contestant from the Cloud Village? To my astonishment, I am to engage in combat with such a foe. For a fleeting moment, Uchiha Obito found himself intimidated by Darui, a sense of trepidation creeping into his heart, instinctively believing he could not prevail against him. No, I must not be overwhelmed by his imposing presence. Just as doubt began to take root within Obito's mind, a vision of Yaksha suddenly flashed before him, and in that instant, the fear instigated by Darui's intimidating aura evaporated completely. I cannot allow him to instill fear in me. I am a representative of Konoha in this tournament. No matter how formidable he may be, he remains no match for Yamasaka. Moreover, should I truly face him as an adversary? At that thought, the image of Noera Rin surfaced in Obito's mind. Obito, you must do your best. I will cheer for you from the stands. The words Rin had spoken resonated in his ears, fortifying his resolve. Even if I encounter him, I must emerge victorious. I will win. Rin is watching me. A determined glint sparked in Obito's eyes. At that moment, the 10th wave commenced. A series of whoosh sounds echoed as 10 dark figures surged forth from the machine's nozzle, hurtling towards Darui with the swiftness of the wind. Darui, radiating with arcs of black lightning, gripped his longsword tightly, his eyes widening as he focused intently on the incoming projectiles. I can see clearly. I can discern them. Darui silently affirmed as, under the potent activation of his black lightning, his muscles and nerve conduction reached their peak activation, accelerating his neural response time to an astonishing 5-fold. In this heightened state, his brain could rapidly process a vast array of data, even if his eyes could not precisely identify the nature of the rushing shadows. Yet, with his supercharged reflexes, he could instantaneously deduce, based on the silhouettes of those dark figures, whether they were fruit or mere distractions. In the next moment, he bellowed in fury and swung his massive sword, akin to a door panel, creating a colossal arc of darkness that struck the first shadow with force. Swish. A faint sound echoed as the shadow was cleaved in two, its speed abruptly diminishing. In Darui's perspective, the shadow vanished, revealing its true form, an apple, bisected by his blade. Bring it on. The second one. Darui forcefully contracted his arm muscles, swinging his arm in the opposite direction with vigor. Swish. Once again, he cleaved through a shadow, this time revealing a banana severed in half. Next, the third. He swung his sword once more, slicing through another piece of fruit. The fourth, the fifth, the sixth, the eighth. Swish, 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 swish. A flurry of powerful strikes with a great sword unleashed a wave of dark arcs, both violent and aesthetically pleasing, severing the 8 shadowy figures in the air within a brief moment, leaving a cascade of fruit fragments scattered on the ground. The remaining 2 shadows were brushed aside, colliding with the net behind him, revealing their true forms, 2 small green wooden spheres. The 10th wave. Success. Darui planted his sword firmly into the ground and turned back to the villagers of Yunin with a confident smile. Witnessing this scene, the Leaf Village ninja felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, enveloped by a dense cloud of despair, his body chilled, and a wave of bitter regret surged within him. I have lost. The Leaf Ninja's face fell in dismay as he gazed at the sword resting on the table, his eyes reflecting a deep reluctance. This blade had accompanied him for 12 years, aiding him in countless battles against foes, securing illustrious victories. Yet today, it was to change hands and become another's weapon. But how infuriating. The Leaf Ninja gritted his teeth, overwhelmed by anguish. Haha, you must accept the outcome of the wager. According to our agreement, this sword now belongs to me. Yuzuki proclaimed triumphantly as he approached the table and reached for the great sword. With a swift motion, she unsheathed the sword, its blade gleaming a cold white under the sunlight, casting a radiant glow upon her exquisite visage, illuminating her joy. What a splendid sword. Thank you. I shall take good care of it from now on, hehe. Yuzuki boastfully waved the blade before the Leaf Ninja, then sheathed it, placing the hilt behind her back. From this moment forth, the sword belonged to her. Humph. A small person reveling in their triumph. The Leaf Ninja seethed, his teeth clenched. Yuzuki's proud demeanor pierced his heart like a dagger, leaving him breathless with anguish. Yet, despite his reluctance, he understood that a promise made in a wager must be honored. To renege in front of the public would not only disgrace himself, but also bring shame upon the Leaf Village and the Land of Fire. Meanwhile, Darui awaited the 11th wave of fruit attacks, eager not only to showcase the prowess of Yunin Village but also to test the limits of his current strength. Excellent. The next wave is the 11th. With this performance, I estimate I would at least rank second in the Leaf Village. I wager the top score will not exceed 14 waves, Karabi chuckled, singing a merry tune. Shall we check the leaderboard to see what the top score is? Inquired the buxom blonde Samu from the side. There is no need to look. Once Darui completes his turn, the stall owner will update the leaderboard with his score, and it will certainly be recalibrated. At that moment, Darui will undoubtedly claim the top spot, so there is no need to concern ourselves with the current first place. Yuzuki replied confidently, a victorious smile perpetually gracing her face. At this moment, the 11th wave commenced. Darui, relying on the activation of his lightning-released chakra mode to enhance his muscles and nerves, elegantly passed through once more. Subsequently, he navigated the 13th wave with equal finesse. However, upon reaching the 14th wave, he finally met his limits, missing 3 fruits and being eliminated on the spot. Although he fell short of his ambition to surpass the 14th wave, he still felt a sense of accomplishment. Just a little more. It appears my lightning release chakra mode requires further refinement. If I could achieve the caliber of Brother A, I would undoubtedly excel even through the 20th wave. As Darui descended from the platform, despite his elimination, he bore no trace of regret upon his countenance. In this round, he not only showcased the might of his village, Kimogakure, to the astonished denizens of Konohagakure, but also seized a trophy from them. Although the wager was initiated by the Yuzuki clan and the spoils were claimed by them, he had played a pivotal role in the execution. Therefore, he was confident that upon his return to Kimogakure, presenting that treasured sword to Lord Raikage would surely earn him accolades. Haha, those Konoha folks, not a single one capable. This game is beyond their feeble grasp. I reiterate, only we from Kimogakure can truly engage in this challenge. Chirped Killer Bee, his laughter echoing with arrogance, inciting ire among the surrounding Konoha inhabitants. Yet, there was little they could do, for the truth of their recent defeat was undeniable. However, at that moment, Obito was displeased. He angrily pushed his way through the crowd, confronting Killer Bee and the others with fervor. Do not revel so triumphantly. What is so impressive about your performance? You cannot even compare to our second place, let alone the first. If Yamasaka were here, you would all be dispatched in an instant. Obito Uchiha declared emphatically. In times past, when Yamasaka had bested him, Obito had harbored deep resentment, vowing to train diligently to reclaim his honor. Yet, when faced with external derision directed at Konoha, Obito instinctively thought of Yamasaka, defending his comrade. In this moment, Yamasaka's stature was elevated in Obito's eyes. After all, he was one of their own. The reason Obito did not impulsively shout, "What is so remarkable, Darui? I will challenge you," was that he understood his own limitations. He would not allow pride to cloud his judgment. After all, hand-to-hand combat was the forte of Kimogakure. While Konoha, despite possessing skilled practitioners like Might Guy and the Hyuga clan, predominantly specialized in ninjutsu. Thus, Obito would not pit his weaknesses against their strengths. Who do you think you are? Killer Bee scoffed upon hearing someone daring to challenge him. I am Obito Uchiha of the Uchiha clan from Konohagakure. Uchiha Obito approached Kurabi, gazing up at him. Kurabi stood nearly a head taller than Obito, placing him at a distinct physical disadvantage. In the past, such a disparity might have instilled fear in Obito, but at this moment, his heart was filled with thoughts of Rin Noera. Rin was his source of motivation, his unwavering support, and his safe haven. With Rin in his heart, Obito felt no fear. All negative emotions were dispelled by her presence. How could you possibly claim that Darui's score is not the second highest? That is inconceivable. This game may appear simple, yet it rigorously tests one's reflexes, muscular strength, and endurance. Many Jonin cannot endure beyond 13 rounds. Our ninjas from the Hidden Cloud Village excel precisely in muscular strength and reflexes. How could your Leaf Village have anyone surpassing 14 rounds? Unless, of course, they are at the level of the Hokage or the likes of Might Guy. Yet, why would such esteemed figures engage in a trivial game? If that were the case, it would matter little, since our Raikage and others like it could also achieve such feats, but it would lack significance. It's not about the Hokage or anything of the sort. Our top contender is a Genin, just like me and you. Did you know that the first place is also a Genin and has a score that far surpasses yours? Obito said disdainfully, exuding an air of pride reminiscent of believing in the glory of Yamasaka. It was the first time he realized that Yamasaka had some merit after all. Oh, I shall see who it is. Yuzuki scoffed, striding directly to the leaderboard to inspect it. At first glance, she noticed the second place, which read Junji Ito. 16 rounds. This revelation astonished Yuzuki. Someone had indeed surpassed the 14 rounds. However, upon seeing the title of Jonin next to Ito's name, she felt a sense of relief. It was not unusual for a Jonin to reach that level. After all, there were Jonin from the Hidden Cloud who could also achieve such scores. Moreover, considering Darui's current performance, it was likely he would reach 16 rounds upon becoming a Jonin. Yuzuki then shifted her gaze upward to the top position. There, she beheld the name Yamasaka, followed closely by the number 18, indicating he had persisted through 18 rounds. What? Yuzuki gasped in astonishment. Is it truly possible for someone to endure 18 rounds? He must be a Jonin. There is no way a Genin could achieve such a feat. Continuing to scan the leaderboard, Yuzuki hoped to see the title of Jonin. Instead, the word that appeared was Genin. How could this be? Yuzuki stood frozen, her mind replaying the words Jinin over and over again. Jinin, 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 Jinin. Hey, Yuzuki, what score did the first place achieve? Kurabi called out impatiently, noticing Yuzuki's immobility before the leaderboard. Upon noticing that the wooden figure remained unresponsive, Kurabi called out once more. Yet the figure stood before the ranking board like a lifeless statue. What on earth? Kurabi felt compelled to approach, though an unsettling intuition began to stir within him. Hey, I'm talking to you, wooden man. He patted the figure, only to see it point toward the ranking board. Following the direction of the wooden figure's gesture, Kurabi's gaze fell upon the words first place, Yatsuka, 18, Jinin. What? Kurabi's expression mirrored that of someone who had encountered a ghost. Disbelief etched across his features. How could this be? He rubbed his eyes and looked again, but the situation remained unchanged. Wooden man, I must be dreaming. Quickly, slap me awake. How could a Jinin possibly withstand 18 waves? The wooden figure raised its hand, delivering a fierce slap across Kurabi's face. Please, wake me up. Kurabi's heart raced as he watched the figure's hand grow ever larger before him. A resounding slap echoed, smack. Ah! Kurabi was propelled into the air, spinning twice before crashing to the ground with a pained cry. That hurt. But I must be awake now. He scrambled to the ranking board, his heart racing. What? This was no dream. How could it be? A mere Jinin enduring 18 waves. Ah! Kurabi was on the verge of madness. At that moment, other ninjas from the Cloud Village who had passed the exam gathered around, their expressions frozen in disbelief as they beheld the information on the ranking board. How could this be? Was it possible that this individual possessed the strength of a Jonin but refused to advance, or perhaps had been a Jonin who was demoted for some transgression? Darui murmured in astonishment. Ah, you see? With your paltry triangle cat techniques, you are utterly insignificant here in Konoha, unable even to compare with a Jonin. You might as well return home to tend to pigs. Uchiha Obito felt an overwhelming sense of joy witnessing the stunned expressions of the Cloud Ninjas. Indeed, Yatsuka is truly remarkable. At that moment, Obito found himself appreciating Yatsuka's charm, momentarily forgetting the time he had been bested by him. Impossible. I refuse to believe this. You must be deceiving us, fabricating a non-existent individual to claim the top spot. Yes, it must be so, a ruse concocted by the stall owner to avoid payment. The wooden figure shouted in anger. Do not make baseless accusations. I have not fabricated anything. This individual indeed demonstrated his prowess before all of us, enduring the 18th wave of fruity assaults, and he is indeed a Jinin. Oh, by the way, it is said that this lad is also a participant representing Konoha in the upcoming tournament. At that moment, the stall owner, sporting a goatee, stepped forward to clarify, feeling compelled to dispel any misunderstandings, lest a fool mistakenly believe he was engaging in deceit. At that moment, some audience members echoed in agreement, exclaiming, Indeed. We all witnessed it that day. That fellow was merely a lower ninja, about the same height as him. You people from the Cloud Village should stop sour graping. They insisted on finding excuses instead of admitting their ignorance. For a brief instance, Yuzuki felt a tinge of embarrassment. Yet she remained unconvinced that a true lower ninja could endure through the 18th wave. The required reflexes would be extraordinary. No, that couldn't be right. Perhaps it was indeed plausible. If he possessed the physical prowess akin to Darui and the ability to perceive high-speed movements similar to the Sharingan, then it could be conceivable for him to withstand the 18th wave. I would very much like to meet this lower ninja who could endure until the 18th wave. I wonder what kind of person he is, Darui mused curiously. If we meet him, we shall spar, remarked Killer Bee with a scoff, confident in his own formidable abilities, considering himself among the elite of the competitors. After all, he was the Jinchuriki of the Eight Tails, and although he couldn't fully harness its power at that moment, his immense chakra and strength could easily overpower most lower ninjas. He believed he could hold his own even against Yuzuki, who was reputed to expertly control tailed beasts. Thus, Killer Bee dismissed the talents of ninjas from other nations, recognizing the overwhelming advantage that the tailed beast represented. Humph, he must be a child in appearance. In reality, he should be a Jonin, but some misfortune has reduced him to a lower ninja. I refuse to believe that a lower ninja could achieve such a feat. Yuzuki adamantly refused to accept this notion. Just then, Yamasaka arrived at the stall, only to find a throng of people surrounding it, which piqued his curiosity. Is there some remarkable individual among them, drawing such a crowd? As he squeezed through the crowd, he soon spotted a robust figure from the Cloud Village arguing with Uchiha Obito. Oh, Obito? And those must be from the Cloud Village. Yamasaka, momentarily perplexed, observed the heated exchange between Obito and Killer Bee. Meanwhile, the onlookers were drawn to the confrontation, oblivious to the fact that the central figures in the dispute were merely spectators enjoying the scene. Humph. You Cloud Village folks, it's evident you are merely stubborn, denying the truth while sour graping. Uchiha Obito exclaimed in frustration, realizing that no matter how he argued, Yuzuki remained unconvinced. While Killer Bee insisted that even if such a person existed, he would defeat him on the spot. Darui contended that the individual must have employed some hidden jutsu to achieve such feats. Consequently, Uchiha Obito was exasperated, feeling that Killer Bee and the others simply could not accept defeat, even though they had not actually lost. Just wait. I shall summon him forth so you can witness for yourselves, sparing you from continuing the charade, he declared with a smug grin. If you possess the capability, bring him forth for my inspection. You are merely pretending. At that moment, Yamasaka could no longer contain himself and stepped out from the crowd, addressing the Yuzuki individual directly. Are you referring to me? Who are you? Step aside. The Yuzuki person casually waved a hand, dismissively, assuming this was merely some fool attempting to show off. Yamasaka, you've arrived. Haha, I was just looking for you. Upon spotting Yamasaka, Uchiha Obito's eyes lit up with excitement. What? Yamasaka? Yamasaka. Is he the one who ranked first? In an instant, Darui and Killer Bee turned sharply to gaze at Yamasaka. What? This lad is Yamasaka. The Yuzuki individual also came to his senses, suddenly directing his attention to Yamasaka. I've heard that you were looking for me? Yamasaka surveyed the individuals from the hidden cloud village before him, noting that they indeed matched the descriptions in the books, tall and robust, each one physically imposing. Meanwhile, Killer Bee and his companions were also assessing Yamasaka, discovering that he bore no peculiar traits, average height, average musculature, dressed ordinarily, and possessing an unremarkable aura, entirely unremarkable. This fellow survived until the 18th wave? Just him? Darui pondered, repeatedly scrutinizing Yamasaka from head to toe, yet failing to discern what made him exceptional. Such a person, capable of surpassing Darui? How can I possibly believe that? Killer Bee voiced his disbelief outright. It is said that you are the top-ranked genin and withstood 18 waves of fruit attacks. I refuse to believe it unless you demonstrate it before me right now. The Yuzuki individual challenged Yamasaka. Yamasaka regarded the Yuzuki individual, who exuded a somewhat authoritative presence, and scoffed, altering his stance. You wish for me to demonstrate? I shall. But who do you think you are? What? You dare to be so arrogant, you scoundrel. The Yuzuki individual, incensed, raised an eyebrow and pointed at himself, exclaiming, I am the strongest genin of the hidden cloud village, the Two-Tails Yuzuki. Do I not possess the authority to request a demonstration of your 18 waves of fruit ninjutsu? Your grandmother may be the strongest genin of the hidden cloud village. What does that have to do with you? Yamasaka retorted coldly. I am speaking for myself. You provincial fool. The Yuzuki individual felt utterly infuriated, perplexed as to why such a trivial exchange had escalated his fury. Oh, you, a mere genin, possess no right to issue commands to me. I am rather fatigued today and wish to remain inactive. You may as well disperse and go wherever it pleases you. Everyone, be gone. Yamasaka waved dismissively, leaving the Yuzuki individual feeling as though his noble dignity had been trampled, as if he and his companions were mere servants, summoned and dismissed at whim. This he could not tolerate. You insolent brat, are you seeking a fight? As a prominent genin of Yunin village, Yuzuki Rion had never encountered such indignity. Although she was relatively composed among this group, this was merely a matter of perspective. In truth, she was quite the tempestuous individual. In a fit of rage, she launched a punch directly at Yamasaka. What? This scene took everyone by surprise. Even the likes of Karabi from Yunin village did not anticipate that Yuzuki Rion would react in such an unrestrained manner. Enraged beyond measure. Die, you wretch. Yuzuki Rion's fist struck toward Yamasaka with fierce intent. Though she did not exert her full strength, the abruptness of her attack caught everyone off guard. It was only as her fist neared Yasaka's face that the surrounding ninjas realized what was transpiring. Uchiha Obito stood frozen, eyes wide in astonishment, unable to react as he witnessed Yuzuki Rion's fist barreling toward Yamasaka. Karabi's mouth gaped open, as if a light bulb could fit inside, his sunglasses doing little to conceal his shock. Darui, however, managed to regain his composure and attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Yuzuki Rion was far too impulsive. Darui thought anxiously, realizing the gravity of the situation. They were in the territory of Konohagakure, and an outsider had dared to strike one of their own. Was she truly seeking her own demise? Damn it. The third Raikage claimed Yuzuki Rion was the most level-headed among us. Yet she appears to be the most volatile and reckless. Despite his growing alarm, Darui recognized it was too late to avert disaster. The impending conflict would undoubtedly escalate, resulting in a public brawl. Although they might attempt to mediate, the members of Yunin village would likely face disdain and possible retribution in their future endeavors. In despair, Darui closed his eyes, cursing under his breath. However, just as everyone assumed Yamasaka was about to be struck, he instinctively sensed the shift in the air as Yuzuki Ren's fist approached. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaned back, narrowly evading the blow. With a haughty snort, Yamasaka was not one to be easily subdued. In the village of Konoha, he had always been the one to wield the blade against others, never the recipient of blows. The audacity of this Yunin wench to confront him on his own ground was nothing short of madness. With a cold huff, he unsheathed his katana in a swift motion, executing a horizontal slash that emitted a brilliant arc of light as it raced toward Yuzuki Ren's neck. Should this strike connect, she would find herself facing immediate decapitation. At a critical juncture, the two-tailed demon cat within Yuzuki sensed a lethal threat, seizing control of Yuzuki's body and compelling him to fall backward in a dramatic arc, narrowly evading Yatsuka's devastating strike in a bridge-like posture. Although Yuzuki emerged unscathed, the moment his head tilted back, a portion of his long hair was violently swept forward, resulting in the severance of the latter third of his ponytail by Yatsuka's swift blade. With a soft rustle, the severed golden strands cascaded through the air, spreading like an open fan and momentarily enveloping the space between the two, creating a dazzling spectacle reminiscent of a world bathed in golden light. Ah, my hair. You dare to seek death. Upon witnessing the loss of a third of his ponytail, Yuzuki was consumed by rage, his fury erupting as he prepared to unleash a true attack. However, he was restrained by Darui and Killer Bee, who each grasped one of his shoulders, forcibly holding him back. Let me go? I will kill him. He dared to sever my hair. I will kill him. Yuzuki roared in a fit of madness, his outrage echoing as other members of the Cloud Village rushed forward to subdue him, fearing that his tempestuous fury might escalate into a physical confrontation. This was merely an hour after their arrival in the Hidden Leaf Village. Should a brawl erupt on the streets, not only would their participation in the tournament be jeopardized, but they risked being captured and imprisoned by the Leaf's inhabitants. While execution was unlikely, they would be deemed prisoners of war, a deeply humiliating status that could provoke bilateral political tensions between the two nations. In such a scenario, the Cloud Village would undoubtedly have to pay a price to secure the release of their captives, forced to adopt a humble stance. Especially since the instigators of this conflict were from their own ranks, they held no moral high ground. Even if the Third Reikage were to intervene personally, reason would prevail, compelling the Cloud Village to swallow their pride, as they were the aggressors. It is worth noting that the recently concluded Second Shinobi World War had also seen the Lightning Country initiate hostilities against the Leaf Village, ultimately resulting in their defeat. If further unrest were to arise from this incident, it could escalate, inciting strong animosity from the Leaf Village. At present, the Cloud Village was in a phase of development, ill-suited for the initiation of war. Thus, even the hot-tempered Third Reikage would have to endure humiliation for the sake of national interests. Should Yuzuki's impulsive actions trigger a chain reaction leading to repercussions for the Lightning Country, then this group would undoubtedly be branded as historical offenders. We cannot afford to fight. We must not fight. Darui fervently implored within, desperately restraining Yuzuki, while Killer Bee mirrored his efforts, almost on the verge of unleashing his full strength to control Yuzuki, who was unexpectedly powerful in this moment. After all, one could lose blood and endure wounds, but one must never allow their hair to be severed. Sam, endowed with a generous bosom, exerted herself tirelessly to restrain the nearly frenzied Yuzu. Internally, she felt a profound sense of disbelief. After all, the Third Reikage had explicitly stated that Yuzu was the most composed among them and had instructed her to keep the others in check to prevent any disturbances. Yet, here they were, with a group of individuals managing to control Yuzu, ensuring that she did not cause any trouble. One couldn't help but wonder about the reliability of the Reikage's judgment. After considerable effort, the group from the Hidden Cloud Village finally succeeded in calming Yuzu down. Killer Bee wiped the sweat from his brow, relieved that Yuzu had not succumbed to a public outburst, unleashing her tailed beast form. Otherwise, the situation could have spiraled into chaos. At this moment, Yuzuki had somewhat regained her composure. She had already begun to believe, albeit reluctantly, in the possibility that someone could endure until the 18th wave. However, her subconscious was gradually accepting this notion, even if her pride prevented her from admitting it. In a moment of impulsiveness, she inadvertently threw a punch at Yasaki. Almost immediately, Regret washed over her as she realized the gravity of her actions. Her reason clouded by fury. To her astonishment, Yasaki deftly evaded her strike. This left Yuzuki astounded, for her punch had been entirely unanticipated, even by herself. It had been an instinctive reaction, devoid of any forethought. Typically, in such scenarios where one unexpectedly strikes mid-conversation, most individuals would be caught off guard. Had they been engaged in battle, reactions might have been swifter, but this was an unanticipated assault during dialogue. Yet before Yuzuki could fully comprehend Yasaki's remarkable reflexes, she suddenly found herself facing a swift blade aimed at her. The speed of the attack instilled a profound sense of danger within her, triggering an instinctual response to evade or block it. However, before she could react, her feline spirit companion, the two-tailed demon cat, took control of her body, instinctively arching her back to avoid the strike. Consequently, her ponytail was caught in the backlash, and a third of it was severed by Yasaki's blade. At that moment, the previously composed Yuzuki erupted like a volcano. She cherished her long, silky golden hair, dedicating considerable time each day to its care. Having nurtured it to such length, she had envisioned styling it into twin ponytails after the competition. Now, however, a third of her hair had been cut off. A length that would take at least 6 months to regrow, a length she had painstakingly maintained for hours daily. This loss was intolerable, pushing her to the brink of unleashing her beastly form in a fit of rage. "Yuzuki, calm down. Are you out of your mind?" Karabi shouted, his voice echoing in urgency. "Let go of me. I am calm now," Yuzuki retorted angrily, seeing that despite her fierce expression, her emotions had begun to stabilize. Karabi and the others released their hold on her. "Humph." Yuzuki emitted a heavy grunt, her gaze fixated on the katana held by Yatsuzaka, revealing a hint of trepidation. That last strike had been perilously close. Even she had narrowly avoided decapitation. She could sense the sincerity behind the attack. Had her reflexes been a fraction slower, her life would have been forfeited. Truly, a forthright individual. In her mind, Yuzuki had already affixed the first label to Yatsuzaka: ruthless, entirely unreserved. A person who would kill without hesitation. Yuzuki slowly approached Yatsuzaka and remarked, "You are one of the contestants in this competition, are you not?" "And what of it?" Yatsuzaka retorted with a cold smirk. In truth, he had merely held back during that last strike. Had he truly intended to kill Yuzuki, he would have unleashed the full might of his great freedom technique, enhancing the speed of his arm movements and employing the blade of steel flash. The accompanying wind blades would have extended his attack range from the katana's inherent 1 meter to 2 meters. This meant that although the blade itself had not touched Yuzuki, the wind blades had already severed her head, compounded by the mental shock he could deliver, akin to an illusion, causing a momentary lapse in her reaction. That single second would be ample time to claim her life. Yatsuzaka had exercised considerable restraint. In the past, he would have dispatched her without a second thought. However, both the third Hokage and Hisashi Mikami had advised him to avoid escalating conflicts, for the repercussions would ripple throughout the village. He could dismiss personal troubles, but if the village were to suffer, perhaps igniting an unnecessary war, it would lead to numerous eateries shutting down, fundamentally disrupting his culinary journey and thwarting the rewards he sought from the system. Thus, for the sake of cuisine, he too had to temper his impulses. Observing Yatsuzaka's nonchalant demeanor, Yuzuki felt a surge of indignation. Although she was at fault, as a prodigious kunoichi of the Cloud Village, she had never endured such indignity. It was always others who catered to her whims, and for the first time, she found herself at the mercy of another's gaze. Yet, constrained by the fact that they were in the Leaf Village, she suppressed her fury and declared, "Very well, I cannot engage you now. However, come the competition, I will seize the opportunity to challenge you. I hope you 1T run away when that time comes, hee." Yuzuki wore a sinister grin, already plotting to unleash her full power and rend asunder the one who dared to sever her precious hair. After all, the competition had not expressly forbidden lethal force. An unfortunate mishap leading to death would merely be a consequence of overexertion, not the same as committing murder in the streets. At that juncture, the Leaf Village would have no grounds to penalize her. "She's preparing to go all out in the competition. That kid is doomed," Killerby muttered quietly to Samui, exasperation evident in his tone. Sam sighed and shrugged. They were all well aware of the temperament of the Yuzuki clan. Although they were generally much more composed and steady than the likes of Karabi, if they ever lost control, no one could match her. Unless Karabi unleashed his Eight Tails mode, there was no one present who could rival her. Even with the Eight Tails released, Karabi could only barely contend with the Yuzuki. who had far surpassed him in the mastery of tailed beasts, being capable of harnessing 50% of their power, whereas Karabi could manage only around 40%. Huh, just you? Yotsuka chuckled mockingly, sizing up the Uzuki girl, concluding that she bore no remarkable traits, thus categorizing her among those he deemed easily defeated. Kid, I'm not here to engage in verbal sparring. We shall see each other in the competition. The Uzuki smirked coldly, mentally placing Yotsuka on her kill list. A person as proud as she would never swallow her pride, but as the third Reikage had observed, she was indeed the most composed among the group. Had it been Karabi in her stead, a fight would have already ensued. The only reason she had momentarily lost her composure was due to the earlier incident with her hair. She resolved to use her connections to ensure that she and Yotsuka were paired in the upcoming one-on-one match, where she would unleash her full strength, feigning a loss of control to eliminate him. Though this was the territory of Konoha, the tournament was jointly hosted by the 5 great nations. So she believed a little manipulation would be permissible. You foolishly underestimate me. Soon enough, you will learn the consequences of provoking the Uzuki. The Uzuki quickly alleviated her anger towards Yotsuka, as she anticipated delivering a decisive blow to him on the competition stage in just a few days. Why waste her ire on someone destined for defeat? Having concluded her thoughts, the Uzuki turned to Karabi and the others, saying, "Let us go find a hotel to settle in. Did I grant you permission to leave?" Suddenly, Yotsuka's voice interrupted as she began to walk away. The Uzuki halted in her tracks, surprise and irritation flickering across her face as she slowly turned to face him. "What do you mean by that?" she demanded, suppressing her fury. She was well aware of the need to avoid trouble, but if pushed too far, she might lose control. Yotsuka, brimming with arrogance, looked at the Uzuki and declared, "I heard you won a katana from a bet with someone. Do you dare to wager with me? If I can endure until the 19th wave, that blade will belong to me." "What?" The Uzuki's eyes widened in shock, her astonishment mirrored by everyone present, who stared at Yotsuka in disbelief. What was this fool thinking? He was utterly astonished. Uchiha Obito stared blankly at Yamasaka. Just moments ago, he had recounted to Yamasaka how Uzuki had wagered and won a katana from the Konoha ninja, and now Yamasaka had turned around to challenge Uzuki, aiming to reclaim that very blade. Could it be that this fellow intended to assist that man in winning back the katana? Uchiha Obito's expression was one of sheer disbelief. He was taken aback to discover that Yamasaka possessed such a sense of collective honor. The people of his village had faced humiliation, yet he was willing to step in to help restore their pride? This fellow. Uchiha Obito's gaze towards Yamasaka became increasingly complex. Previously, he had found Yamasaka quite detestable, given his propensity for violence and his formidable strength, which had drawn the attention of Noara Rin, inciting much jealousy within Uchiha Obito. However, he now realized that Yamasaka harbored a strong sense of justice, willing to come to the aid of the villagers of Konoha. Am I dreaming? When did this guy become so virtuous? Meanwhile, Killer Bee and the others regarded Yamasaka with expressions akin to that of observing an extraterrestrial. This is outrageous. 19 waves? Who does he think he is? 19 waves. If it were the esteemed EI, I could believe it, but him? I'd sooner die than accept it. Killer B's mouth gaped wide enough to fit a light bulb. This kid, in his quest for bravado, dares to boast so audaciously. I must see what capabilities he possesses to endure until the 19th wave. I truly do not believe it. Even in my lightning release chakra mode, I could scarcely last until the 15th wave. What merits does he possess to endure until the 19th? Darui regarded Yamasaka with a cold smirk, scoffing. You? I can't discern any remarkable traits about you. Brother, I advise you to cease your pretense. Such arrogance may invite calamity. It's merely a katana. There's no need to sacrifice your dignity for the sake of bragging. Who are you to speak to me? Yamasaka retorted sharply, inciting Darui to draw his great sword in a fit of rage, ready to confront Yamasaka. Uzuki intervened, blocking Darui's path, and after a moment of silence, he sarcastically inquired, "And what of your wager? What will you do if you lose?" "If I lose, I shall offer you my own blade," Yamasaka declared, drawing his katana with a swift motion. The blade glimmered with a chilling radiance under the sunlight, clearly a weapon of exceptional quality. Uzuki, upon glancing at it, acknowledged its superior craftsmanship, noting it surpassed the Konoha ninja's katana by several degrees. With a cold smirk, Uzuki nodded. "Very well, this blade appears commendable. Since you were so eager to bestow it upon me, I accept your wager." Uzuki gazed greedily at the katana in Yamasaka's possession. Its excellence was evident. And although he did not wield a sword himself, he envisioned it as a prize trophy to bring back to Kumogakure, certain it would earn him accolades from the Reikage. Yuzuki held no belief that Yamasaka could endure until the 19th wave. The 19th wave presents an extraordinarily formidable challenge. One must discern within a mere second whether 19 airborne objects are fruits or distractions, subsequently severing each fruit while avoiding the distractions. This task is undeniably daunting. Among those present, only she believed that AI could accomplish it, though AI had just dashed off to the public restroom and had yet to return. Consequently, Yuki had tacitly accepted that the knife in Yamasaka's possession would rightfully belong to him, which greatly elevated his spirits. He mused to himself. The people of Konohagakure are also foolish. I truly wonder how they triumphed over us in the last Shinobi World War. Nevertheless, they have proven to be quite generous. Upon my arrival in Konoha, I was gifted 2 splendid blades. Perhaps they are simply foolishly wealthy. Soon enough, Yamasaka found himself positioned at the ready for the Fruit Ninja Challenge, while Yuki and the others stood by, their faces adorned with expressions of schadenfreude. Convinced that Yamasaka would not endure until the 19th wave, only Uchiha Obito stood by, vociferously cheering for Yamasaka. Yamasaka, give it your all. Show these Cloud Village ninjas that we of Konoha are not to be trifled with. Obito shouted, his enthusiasm palpable as if he himself were accepting the challenge of the Fruit Ninja. I await the moment that lad falters at the 19th wave. His expression upon losing the blade will surely be quite amusing. Darui crossed his arms, donning a theatrical countenance, doubtful that Yamasaka could withstand the 19th wave, for even he, utilizing the lightning release chakra mode, could only endure to the 14th wave, given that Yamasaka lacked robust musculature and the perceptive prowess of the Sharingan. Darui found it implausible for Yamasaka to last until the 19th wave. I must say, I have witnessed that while the people of Konoha may lack in some areas, their verbal dexterity is unparalleled. Is this what they call the legendary talk no jutsu? Truly impressive. Killer Bee exclaimed, his laughter echoing. The nearby Konoha spectators glared at him. But Killer Bee remained unfazed. These Konoha softies have little else to boast about. If everyone were like them, our lightning country would have already surpassed Konoha's strength. Samui echoed in agreement. Yuki maintained a haughty grin, scrutinizing Yamasaka as he assessed his potential abilities. Yet, in the absence of any display of prowess from Yamasaka, Yuki found it impossible to identify any noteworthy attributes. At that moment, the warning bell sounded, heralding the first wave as 2 flying objects were launched. The initial speed of the projectiles was still relatively slow, easily perceptible by the average person. Thus, when the 2 bananas were shot forth, onlookers observed everything clearly. In a swift motion, Yamasaka wielded his knife, and 4 banana pieces fell to the ground. Then came the second wave, followed by the third. And continuing up to the 7th wave, Yamasaka effortlessly sliced through each fruit, leaving none unscathed, demonstrating remarkable steadiness. The fellow possesses remarkable swordsmanship, swift, precise, and fierce. However, if that is all he has to offer, he will not endure beyond the 19th wave, the Yuzu man remarked with a look of disdain, weighing the spoils of the blade he had acquired. Initially, he found the sword to be quite commendable, yet upon witnessing the one in Yamasaka's possession, the allure of his own blade instantly diminished. Hey, Darui, aren't you a sword user? I can hand that kid's sword over to you later. I have no need for it, he said. I prefer larger blades. This lightweight sword does not suit me. It may have some utility for Karabi, though. Darui waved his hand dismissively. Karabi glanced at the sword Yamasaka wielded and shook his head. Although I use a lighter sword, that particular blade does not align with my 8 tails B technique, as my sword is even lighter. None of you wish to utilize it? Very well. I shall entrust it to Lord Rakage then. Yuzu scoffed, redirecting his gaze back to Yamasaka. At this moment, Yamasaka had just withstood another wave of fruit attacks. Reaching the 10th wave, suddenly, a series of swift sounds pierced the air as 10 projectiles emerged. The 10th wave marked a significant turning point. The speed of the fruit attacks escalated dramatically, far surpassing the previous 9 waves. It was at this juncture that most observers could no longer discern the nature of the flying objects, as they had accelerated to the point of becoming mere shadows. With a series of swift, precise strikes, Yamasaka executed 9 clean cuts, severing the fruits with remarkable accuracy, leaving only one troublesome object unscathed. Witnessing this, Darui nodded in acknowledgement. I must concede, this lad's swordsmanship is indeed commendable. His speed with the blade is exceptional, his aim precise, and his reflexes sharp. However, if this is all he can muster, he will not surpass the 15th wave. Indeed, and if his skill remains at this level, he cannot hope to contend with my 8 tails B technique. Karabi laughed heartily. He bore 8 short blades, employing elbows, chin, knees, and other joints to unleash a formidable assault upon his foes, earning him the moniker of Eight Tails B. His prowess was such that even those with the Sharingan found it challenging to counter his 8-blade onslaught. After all, one possesses only 2 hands, while the opponent wields 8 blades. Thus, the reflexes displayed by Yamasaka appeared rather ordinary in the eyes of Karabi and his companions. Soon, the 11th wave arrived. At this point, Darui began to pay serious attention, for his limit was the 14th wave, and Yamasaka had already reached the 11th, not far from his own threshold. With a flurry of rapid slashes, a brilliant flash of white light erupted, and the fruits plummeted to the ground, shattered into numerous fragments. Once again, Yamasaka left no fruit untouched, successfully overcoming the challenge. This lad, I must admit, possesses undeniable skill. Darui nodded in approval. What of it? It is merely that I observed him falter by the 13th wave. Nevertheless, even if he succumbs at the 13th wave, that is quite commendable, after all. Darui could only manage to reach the 13th wave himself. Indeed, his endurance to the 13th wave is remarkable. Yet let us not forget that he boldly proclaimed his intention to withstand until the 19th wave. At that moment, I shall witness his ability to endure until the 19th wave, Waimuki remarked with a cold smile. At this juncture, the 12th wave of fruit attacks commenced once more. Yamasaka, as before, wielded his blade with precision and swiftness, slicing through the myriad of fruits with ruthless accuracy. Keep going, Yamasaka. Just endure through 2 more waves, and you shall surpass that fellow. This is a trivial feat for you, Uchiha Obito exclaimed with fervor. Yamasaka's previous limit was the 18th wave. Thus the 14th wave would be as easy as pie for him. Consequently, Uchiha Obito held immense confidence in Yamasaka's capabilities. Soon, Yamasaka triumphed over the 13th wave and was poised to face the 14th. At this moment, the observers from the hidden cloud village began to take the situation seriously. For the 14th wave represented the pinnacle of Darui's endurance. Should Yamasaka surpass the 14th wave, it would signify his superiority over Darui in the realm of Fruit Ninja, particularly given that Yamasaka lacked the lightning release chakra mode that Darui possessed. If he were to endure, it would reveal much. After all, Darui's lightning release chakra mode is exceptionally suited for the game of Fruit Ninja. This mode stimulates the body's blood cells through lightning attribute chakra, enhancing and activating muscle cells, significantly elevating endurance, strength, and explosiveness. Simultaneously, the energy from the lightning attribute greatly accelerates nerve reflexes, resulting in remarkably swift reaction times and enhanced cognitive processing. Thus, it can be asserted that upon activating the lightning release chakra mode, an individual's speed, strength, explosiveness, and reflexes are substantially amplified, rendering it a formidable ability. However, the lightning release chakra mode is an explosive state. Although physical attributes surge during this period, it concomitantly expends vast amounts of energy. As the human body is not a perpetual motion machine, the acquisition of immense power implies that the body cells are working at high intensity, inevitably consuming substantial energy. Therefore, the lightning release chakra mode is exceedingly taxing on physical stamina. Once the limits of endurance are reached, one must withdraw from the mode, descending into a state of weakness. Consequently, individuals from the hidden cloud village typically opt to engage in rigorous training to bolster their physical attributes, thereby adapting to the high energy demands of the lightning release chakra mode. The human body is inherently adaptive. Prolonged engagement in the lightning release chakra mode allows one's physique to adjust, resulting in a decreased energy expenditure compared to the past. However, while this adaptation alleviates the strain of excessive energy consumption, it merely addresses the symptoms rather than the root cause. Consequently, the inhabitants of the hidden cloud village often adopt a swift and decisive approach, characterized by explosive power. They either aim to overwhelm their opponent with a series of attacks or, if unable to vanquish them, resign themselves to a fate of defeat. Conversely, the Akimichi clan of Konoha employs a technique known as the butterfly transformation, which bears similarities to the effects of the lightning release chakra mode. The members of the Akimichi clan tend to be rather corpulent, as the butterfly transformation consumes vast amounts of energy from within their bodies, leading them to accumulate significant reserves of fat. During combat, they utilize this stored fat as a source of energy. Thus, their training regimen focuses on enhancing muscular strength, contrasting sharply with the approach of the hidden cloud village. Each method possesses its own merits and drawbacks. At this moment, Yamasaka persevered through the 14th wave solely by relying on his innate physical capabilities, without any enhancements. This stands in stark contrast to Darui, who harnesses short bursts of stimulation to activate his cellular vitality for considerable attribute augmentation. It is precisely this reliance on raw physical prowess that has altered the gazes of the hidden cloud villagers toward Yamasaka, who has achieved what seems an extraordinary feat through sheer bodily resilience. Is this a deception? How could he possibly endure the 14th wave relying solely on his physical attributes? I find it utterly incomprehensible, exclaimed Samui, astonished. He then glanced at the equally bewildered Darui, momentarily questioning his own understanding of reality. How is this possible? His physique appears rather ordinary. He possesses a typical build with average muscular development. My own muscle quality far surpasses his. Yet I barely managed to endure to the 14th wave. How could he, with such ordinary attributes, achieve results akin to mine under the lightning release chakra mode? It feels as though all my efforts have been in vain, Darui mused in disbelief as he observed Yamasaka, who was poised to receive the 14th wave of fruit attacks. Darui, who was endowed with robust musculature, could not fathom how Yamasaka, lacking both formidable muscles and the augmentative capabilities of the lightning release chakra mode, could withstand such intense physical exertion. This perplexity was shared not only by Darui but also by Killer Bee, Yuzuki, and Samui, each grappling with their own myriad of questions. Could it be that a slender physique imposes less strain and energy expenditure during exertion? Yuzuki pondered aloud, gazing at Yamasaka as if he were an extraterrestrial. The enigma of Yamasaka's capabilities left them all bewildered, casting doubt on their understanding of the very nature of strength. Kairabi shrugged and raised his hands, conveying a sense of indifference. Unbeknownst to them, if it were purely a matter of physical endurance, Yamasaki's stamina would only allow him to withstand 13 waves at most, as his arm muscles lacked the strength to endure the strain inflicted by such extreme swordplay in a short span of time. Yet, the question remained, how was Yamasaki able to persist and appear so at ease? This was the advantage of the Great Freedom Technique. With each swing of his sword, the technique enabled Yamasaki's arms to be propelled by a gust of wind. This wind was akin to a powerful breeze aiding one during a run, pushing the body forward, thereby enhancing speed while conserving energy. Consequently, as Yamasaki wielded his sword, this wind not only accelerated his arm movements but also rendered them effortless, giving the impression that his arms were not powered by muscle but rather dancing in harmony with the breeze. Such a phenomenon significantly preserved Yamasaki's stamina and alleviated the burden on his muscles. Moreover, the Great Freedom Technique also diminished the air resistance Yamasaki faced. In any racing endeavor, overcoming air resistance is the most laborious task, yet as Yamasaki swung his sword, he benefited from both the wind's propulsion and its reduction of drag. Thus, employing this dual advantage allowed Yamasaki to wield his sword with remarkable ease and unprecedented speed. This explained why Yamasaki could achieve effects comparable to those of a druid enhanced with augmented muscles, a secret he naturally chose not to disclose. Leaving the villagers of Yunin perplexed. Let us see if this fellow can endure the 14th wave, Yuzuki remarked darkly, her expression somber. Having observed Yamasaki's series of performances, she reluctantly acknowledged that he possessed the ability to withstand the 14th wave. Previously, Yuzuki had perceived Yamasaki's seemingly ordinary physical attributes as unremarkable, struggling to believe he could reach the same level as a druid. But now, after witnessing Yamasaki effortlessly withstand the preceding 13 waves of fruit attacks, Yuzuki's intuition hinted that he would surely conquer the 14th wave. In the realm of fruit ninja, Yamasaki surpassed even the druid. This notion lingered in Yuzuki's mind, though she refrained from articulating it. I must uncover the truth behind this individual, Yuzuki vowed silently, her curiosity about Yamasaki growing ever more intense. The prospect of defeating him in the arena in just a few days filled her with exhilaration. However, she mused, even so, this is not something extraordinary. In the battles between ninjas, victory does not hinge on sheer cutting prowess. It is about leveraging one's strengths while exploiting the weaknesses of the opponent. That is the true path to triumph among ninjas. Killer Bee let out a disdainful snort in response to Yamasaka, harboring thoughts of superiority. He mused that no matter how formidable Yamasaka's swordsmanship might be, he could simply maintain his distance, denying him the opportunity for close combat. A few well-executed ninjutsu could potentially defeat Yamasaka. Moreover, he held unwavering confidence in his Eight Tails B-Blade technique, believing that even against the Sharingan, he could prevail in close quarters. Nothing extraordinary, Killer Bee proclaimed with a dismissive tone, yet his expression remained serious as he regarded Yamasaka. I believe he might surpass the 14th wave, but the 19th? I find that hard to believe, Darui remarked, his gaze fixed intently on Yamasaka's arms, eager to observe the mechanics of his strikes. His curiosity was piqued by how Yamasaka managed to sustain such high-intensity slashes with seemingly average physical prowess. "Just wait and see," Killer Bee replied. At that moment, Uchiha Obito appeared quite different from his companions, wearing an expression of excitement tinged with malice. He shot a few provocative glances at Yuzuki, then turned to Yamasaka. "Go for it, Yamasaka. Show these Cloud Village weaklings the might of our Leaf Village ninjas." "What? He dares to call us weaklings?" Killer Bee erupted in anger upon hearing Obito's words, leaping to his feet and removing his shirt to reveal his robust bronze physique. Pointing at his massive chest with a loud declaration, "Look closely. This is far more impressive than yours. If this is weak, then what are you?" "Killer Bee, calm down. There's no need to engage in a verbal feud with the Leaf Ninja. Their wit is unparalleled. We should simply await the moment when that fellow named Yamasaka falters at the 19th wave. At which point we can claim his blade as our trophy and mock them then. For now, let them have their moment." Yuzuki retorted with a huff, her irritation evident. Yet she was resolute in waiting to deride Yamasaka while brandishing his sword. At that instant, the warning bell for the 14th wave rang out. The previously chattering Cloud Village members fell silent, their attention entirely focused on Yamasaka. The next moment, a swift flurry of 14 projectiles shot forth, transforming into 14 dark silhouettes. "They're here." Darui was jolted into alertness, his eyes wide as he fixated on the incoming projectiles. This was a pivotal wave. His defeat at the hands of Yamasaka and Fruit Ninja hinged on this moment. Likewise, Yuzuki, Killer Bee, and the others widened their eyes, fearful of missing any detail. In the next moment, Yamasaka narrowed his eyes, maximizing his perception. A vivid three-dimensional representation materialized in his mind, allowing him to discern the contours of each flying object, distinguishing between interference and fruit. With a swift motion, Yamasaka executed a precise cut, releasing a brilliant arc of light akin to moonlight, effortlessly slicing the foremost apple in half. He then transitioned from a vertical to a horizontal stance, delivering another stroke, a 2-meter-long crescent arc of light flashing past, severing yet another piece of fruit. At that moment, a third flying object approached Yamasaka, but he tilted his head, allowing the object to glide past him. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that it was merely an interference. Almost immediately, a wave of 3 flying objects surged forth, 2 in the front and 1 trailing behind, each at varying distances and moving at an incredible speed. This was precisely the scenario that had led to Darui's elimination earlier. In that instance, Darui had frantically severed the first 2 objects, only to be caught off guard by the proximity of the third, resulting in a catastrophic oversight that led to a chain reaction, causing him to miss all subsequent targets. Now, faced with a similar predicament, Darui watched Yamasaka intently, pondering his next move. What would he do? Darui mused silently. In a blur, Yamasaka swiftly sliced through the first 2 fruits, then, with a fluid motion, countered to cut through the closely following third fruit. This display left Darui utterly bewildered. What on earth? The exclamation was not Darui's, but rather that of Karabi. How could he move so fast? Yuzuki exclaimed in astonishment. What kind of speed is this? Darui gaped in disbelief, wagering that had he been in Yamasaka's position, he would have been utterly incapable of executing a third strike in time. The third fruit was simply too close to the first 2. It required a response within a fraction of a second. Darui doubted he could achieve such a feat, yet Yamasaka did it. It was this raw, instantaneous reaction and unparalleled speed that enabled him to sever the third fruit. This spectacle left the entire group from the hidden Cloud Village in a state of shock. Such speed was something only AI could replicate among them. Darui found himself questioning everything, grappling with an overwhelming sense of confusion. How was this even possible? How could those slender arms unleash such formidable power in an instant? It defied all logic, leaving Darui utterly perplexed. Only Yamasaka truly comprehended that his remarkable feats were not merely a result of exceptional muscular explosiveness, but rather a manifestation of his mastery over the wind manipulation technique derived from the Great Freedom Immortal Arts. This ability enabled him to supplant the need for muscle exertion, deftly altering the trajectory of his blade, thus achieving the seemingly impossible, slicing in 2 opposite directions simultaneously. In swift succession, several projectiles hurtled toward Yamasaka. Thanks to his acute perception of airflow, he discerned with clarity whether the incoming objects were fruit or mere distractions. With precision and grace, he executed clean cuts, severing every piece of fruit that approached him. The cacophony of crackling sounds echoed as fruit chunks rained down, signifying Yamasaki's successful navigation through the 14th wave of fruit assaults. This also indicated that, In the realm of fruit ninja skills, Yamasaka had surpassed Darui. How infuriating. I never anticipated this seemingly unremarkable fellow would outshine me. In terms of instantaneous reflexes, my lightning release chakra mode pales in comparison to his. What madness is this? Am I dreaming? Darui gazed at Yamasaka with an expression of disbelief, observing that Yamasaka remained unflustered, as if he were merely dining. This stark contrast left Darui feeling quite unsettled. As the saying goes, comparison breeds pain. During the 14th wave of fruit attacks, Darui had exerted every ounce of his strength, yet failed to progress past that level. Panting heavily afterward. Now, witnessing Yamasaka's effortless triumph, he felt a wave of frustration wash over him. It was even more humorous that Darui had just mocked Yamasaka's physical prowess, only to find himself exhausted after failing, while Yamasaka breezed through the challenge. This realization left Darui in a state of dismay, his worldview shattered, and confidence waning. Karabi, could it be that I am truly this weak? Darui asked, glancing at Karabi. After a moment of silence, Karabi replied thoughtfully, perhaps you have simply encountered an anomaly. Do not take it to heart. You should be grateful to be an ordinary person. Oh, is that so? Darui responded weakly, though he felt an inexplicable discomfort with Karabi's words. Hey, Yuzuki, this guy is about to tackle the 15th wave. His performance appears to be among the best in our village of Cloud. What do you make of this fellow? Karabi nudged Yuzuki with his elbow. Yuzuki frowned and remarked, this kid undoubtedly possesses talent. He likely excels in close combat. His reflexes are impressively quick, possibly even capable of holding his own against your 8 Tails B. What? Engage my 8 Tails B in close combat? Surely you jest. My 8 Tails B is extraordinarily formidable, even if he is quick. Have you not heard the adage that 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands? And I possess 8. Should he dare to challenge my 8 Tails B with his blade? I assure you, I will dominate him. Yuzuki scoffed. Let us hope so. However, what good is close combat prowess if my tailed beast bomb turns him to ash in an instant? What? The tailed beast bomb? Yamasaka, have you truly mastered that technique? Karabi exclaimed, astonished as he gazed at Yamasaka. A proud smile graced Yamasa's face as he nodded affirmatively, saying, indeed, not long ago, I finally perfected the tailed beast bomb. And that too in the state of tailed beast chakra cloak. Karabi, overwhelmed by Yamasa's revelation, could hardly believe that Yamasaka had reached such a level of proficiency. Capable of executing the tailed beast bomb while in the tailed beast chakra cloak. Typically, such a feat could only be accomplished after complete transformation into a tailed beast, wherein the tailed beast itself releases the colossal sphere of concentrated chakra known as the tailed beast bomb. The ability to unleash the tailed beast bomb while in the chakra cloak state is akin to a miniature nuclear explosion, although the power of the bomb released in this state pales in comparison to that of a fully transformed state. One must recognize that even a single blast from this miniature form would be utterly lethal to an ordinary person. Thus, achieving this capability signifies a remarkable command over the tailed beast power. After all, even the Raikage, renowned for his formidable resilience, would suffer grievously from a direct hit by a small tailed beast bomb. Yamasaka, you. Karabi found himself at a loss for words, realizing that Yamasaka truly lived up to his reputation as the perfect Jinchuriki. Indeed, while the tailed beast bomb unleashed in a complete transformation possesses immense power, it is often unnecessary to fully transform. Mastering the small tailed beast bomb elevates one's offensive capabilities to extraordinary levels, with few daring to withstand even a minor version of it, which is still devastatingly potent. This development implies that Yamasaka can maximize the tailed beast's power without resorting to complete transformation. However, I doubt there are any adversaries capable of forcing you into the tailed beast chakra cloak state. Thus, that technique may remain largely unused. That is true, Yamasaka confidently replied. Unless my opponent also possesses a tailed beast, I cannot envision anyone compelling me to employ the chakra cloak. At that moment, the 17th wave of fruit attacks commenced. During his first encounter with this game, the 17th wave had already been his limit, but now, facing it again, he no longer experienced the overwhelming strain on his arm muscles as before. Although he could distinctly feel the fatigue in his arm muscles, he pressed on. As he observed the sudden appearance of 17 shadowy figures in the air, he swiftly wielded his blade, slicing towards the fruits, resulting in a flurry of swish, swish, swish sounds. Various fruit fragments rained down, including apples, strawberries, bananas, pineapples, kiwis, duck pears, and even cantaloupes. The fruits that have been sliced will not be discarded, for they have simply been cut by a knife and remain untainted, devoid of any issues. Subsequently, The proprietor will reclaim them to create fruit salads for resale. Others do not disdain these fruits merely because they have been previously sliced, as the samurai sword is likely cleaner than a kitchen knife. Even if they fall to the ground, they do not gather dust, and these fruits will undergo a thorough washing process. It is worth noting that Yamasaka has previously purchased fruit salads from this very place. At this moment, the ground is strewn with fragments of fruit. And Yamasaka has once again triumphantly surpassed a challenge, having now reached the 17th level. He is but one level away from his previous record, and the 19th wave is also within reach. After overcoming the 18th wave, the 19th awaits. Consequently, the Leaf Village ninja gazes at Yamasaka with a mix of excitement and admiration. His own misjudgment had turned his sword into someone else's trophy, a thought that weighs heavily on him. Yet, he understands that words once spoken cannot be retracted. Having placed a bet, he must honor his commitment, albeit with a heavy heart. However, Yamasaka's presence reignites a glimmer of hope, akin to the first ray of light piercing through darkness, or a lighthouse emerging from the vast dark sea, illuminating the possibility of reclaiming the prized sword. With the sentiment, he shouts aloud, "Go! Go!" It is not just him. The audience joins in, cheering him on. Among them are those who have witnessed Yamasaka set records before, as well as newcomers experiencing this for the first time. Regardless of their background, they all recognize that Yamasaka represents the Leaf Village in a wager against the Hidden Cloud Village, striving to recover the lost sword, a symbol of collective honor. Thus, the crowd fervently supports Yamasaka, chanting, "Go, Yamasaka! Hold on! Defeat these Hidden Cloud villagers! Fight on!" The atmosphere is electric, and the noise is so raucous that an unsuspecting observer might mistake it for a brawl. Yet, in their fervor, the crowd forgets that their cheers could potentially distract Yamasaka, who needs to concentrate on the shifting winds. At this moment, the warning bell for the 18th wave rings out. The Hidden Cloud villagers nearby brace themselves, their hearts racing as they pray for Yamasaka to falter in the upcoming challenge. Upon hearing the bell, Yamasaka focuses intently, fully committing himself. For his purpose in approaching this stall was to shatter the previous record. Last time, he had been eliminated at the 17th wave, at which point his arms could barely hold the sword. Now, although his arms are nearing their limits and beginning to ache, he presses on. Yet he still managed to grasp the hilt of the blade. With the 18th wave, he possessed the strength to endure. At that moment, the machine's nozzle began to spew forth fruits and distractions at a rapid pace, reminiscent of a machine gun. The nozzle emitted a whoosh, 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 akin to the effects of a Gatling gun, instantly releasing 18 projectiles. In the next moment, 18 dark shadows converged to form a dense net, rushing towards Yamasaka. However, Yamasaka remained as calm as a still lake, devoid of any ripples or waves, reflecting his composure like a mirror. At this instant, through his perception of airflow manipulation, he distinctly saw the outlines of those projectiles, identifying each fruit and distraction with clarity. Subsequently, he wielded his blade to sever all those fruits. With his eyes closed and a serene demeanor, his hands moved with remarkable speed, unleashing a vast expanse of white light. From the perspective of the surrounding spectators, it appeared as though Yamasaka had conjured a grand burst of white luminescence, enveloping a 2-meter radius in brilliance. Witnessing this spectacle, the members of the Hidden Cloud Village grew serious, for only extraordinary speed could produce such luminous blade work. Then, the dazzling white light vanished in an instant, revealing a multitude of fruit fragments scattered upon the ground, while Yamasaka stood breathless in place. "What? He hit them all!" Darui exclaimed in astonishment. Initially believing Yamasaka might miss one or two, but upon closer inspection, he was utterly shocked to find that Yamasaka had indeed struck every single one, shattering his confidence into fragments. No way. Is he really that strong? Kairabi's eyes nearly bulged from behind his sunglasses, his expression one of disbelief. The speed of that strike was simply astonishing. How on earth did he achieve this? The Uzuki clan member was left in a daze, overwhelmed by the dazzling blade light Yamasaka had unleashed, rendering her unable to discern the fruits before they were severed. This signified that Yamasaka had successfully surpassed the 18th wave and was now charging towards the 19th. Their wager was predicated on the 19th wave, to have overcome 18 waves. Such an achievement would place him among the top ranks even within the Hidden Cloud Village, which left Uzuki in astonishment. After all, Yamasaka was merely a genin, lacking the robust physique of a Hidden Cloud ninja, making his success truly remarkable. Damn, this kid has incredible endurance. The critical moment of the 19th wave was finally upon them. Darui spoke with unease, having completely submitted to Yamasaka's swordsmanship. Yet, despite his admiration, He did not believe he could not defeat Yamasaka, for it was evident from Yamasaka's performance that he was likely a specialist in sword techniques. However, Darui is not skilled in slashing techniques. Although he wields a sword, he employs it only occasionally and does not primarily rely on it as his means of attack. Thus, utilizing a blade is not Darui's forte. He is far more adept at employing ninjutsu. Consequently, when it comes to combat, each should leverage their strengths. And Darui is confident he can prevail against Yamasaka. Upon hearing Darui's words, Killer Bee furrowed his brow and remarked, perhaps there are other factors at play, such as a unique bloodline limit that enhances physical prowess or something similar. Regardless, do not be disheartened. After all, you are not specialized in slashing techniques. While he likely is. From this perspective, we actually stand to gain, as we have acquired first-hand intelligence, allowing us to devise targeted strategies against him, which is quite advantageous. Killer Bee's assertion held merit. With a mere small sword, they had gleaned partial intelligence on a participant from the hidden Leaf Village, making this a no-lose situation. When Yuzuki spoke these words, she had subconsciously accepted that her prized sword was likely beyond recovery. At this critical juncture, not only were the members of the Cloud Village fully attentive, but those from the Leaf Village were also intensely focused. Everyone present was aware of the wager between Yamasaka and Yuzuki. Should Yamasaka withstand the 19th wave, Yuzuki would surrender the sword of the Leaf Ninja. Conversely, if Yamasaka failed to endure, he would forfeit his own sword to Yuzuki. Although a mere sword may not be regarded as an extraordinary treasure in the world of ninjas, where most still rely on ninjutsu, its significance is elevated. It symbolizes a trophy acquired by the Cloud Village from the Leaf Village, carrying immense implications for their pride. While this matter may seem trivial, akin to an ordinary bet, it has broader ramifications, enhancing the Cloud Village's prestige. With some promotion, it could even serve as a patriotic lesson. Thus, even minor issues involving two nations can be elevated to significant heights. The onlookers were collectively anxious for Yamasaka, each holding their breath in anticipation. Among them, the Leaf Ninja was the most tense, for if Yamasaka emerged victorious, his sword would be returned. Conversely, should Yamasaka lose, not only would he be deprived of his sword, but he would also have to surrender his own. In such a case, the Leaf Ninja would feel immense guilt, as it was for his sake that Yamasaka had wagered against the Cloud Ninja. If he were to cause Yamasaka to lose his sword, he would undoubtedly bear the weight of being the villain, having not only jeopardized his comrade, but also brought shame to the Leaf Village. Consequently, the Leaf Ninja now regretted his impulsive decision to engage in the wager. Beside him, Uchiha Obito brimmed with confidence, firmly believing that Yamasaka would undoubtedly withstand the 19th wave of fruit assaults. After all, Obito had often been on the receiving end of Yamasaka's blade and thus held a profound respect for his prowess. Despite the fact that Yamasaka had faltered during the previous 18th wave of fruit attacks. However, that had transpired a month ago. Now, a month later, Yamasaka was more than capable of persevering. Obito's conviction was unshakable. Yamasaka, give it your all. Show these Cloud Village folks the might of our Konoha's strongest genin. He shouted with exuberance, instantly capturing the attention of the Cloud Village contingent. Konoha's strongest genin? Yuzuki paused momentarily, astonished. Was he truly the mightiest among Konoha's competitors? Karabi gazed at Yamasaka in disbelief. Is it true? Just by casually engaging in Fruit Ninja, one could encounter the so-called strongest genin of Konoha? Darui expressed his incredulity. Does that mean if we defeat him, our Cloud Village would be invincible? Samui exclaimed with excitement. The strongest genin of Konoha. How intriguing. I must defeat him. Yuzuki's eyes sparkled with the fervor of battle. As the strongest genin of the Cloud Village, encountering a peer from another nation naturally ignited her competitive spirit. If she were to vanquish Konoha's strongest genin, as well as those from Sunagakure, Kirigakure, and Iwagakure, would she not emerge as the mightiest genin in the shinobi world? The mere thought of such a possibility sent a thrill through her, causing her to tremble slightly with excitement. After all, she was renowned as a perfect Jinchuriki, capable of flawlessly wielding the power of tailed beasts. Once the tailed beast emerged, even many jounin would find themselves at a disadvantage. Though some might argue that this was not her own skill, but rather a reliance on the tailed beast's strength, which could be seen as cheating. She considered the tailed beast an extension of herself, thus counting it as her own power. Kazuki Yamasaka, prepare to be my defeated foe. In that moment, Yuzuki's gaze towards Yamasaka shifted, akin to a leopard concealed in the grass, poised to pounce on its prey. At that instant, the warning bell for the 19th wave rang out. Here it comes. Yuzuki steeled herself, focusing intently on the machine's nozzle, as did the others, not daring to blink. The speed at which the machine launched the fruits was remarkably swift. From the moment of launch to Yasaka's strike, it was merely a fleeting 2 seconds. Thus, a mere blink could result in missing an extraordinary spectacle. Although the onlookers could scarcely discern the details of Yasaka's fruit slicing, a blink could easily mean failing to witness the dazzling display of his blade, leaving only a cascade of fruit fragments, a loss indeed. Give it your all. You must succeed. The Leaf Village ninja silently offered a prayer in his heart. At that moment, the fruit assault commenced. The machine's nozzle unleashed a rapid-fire barrage of projectiles akin to a machine gun, sending forth a multitude of flying objects that transformed into dark shadows, hurtling towards Yasaka. In this instant, a new pinnacle had been reached in the realm of Konoha's fruit ninjas. This marked the 19th wave since the fruit ninja stall had arrived in the village, and it was the first time anyone had persevered to this stage. Consequently, the proprietor of the fruit stall was quite exhilarated, for indeed, the surging waves of the Yangtze River continually pushed the previous waves forward, with individuals consistently surpassing prior records. Meanwhile, Yasaka's right arm was exceedingly fatigued, and it was evident that he could not endure much longer. Nonetheless, he was in a far better state than before. Previously, he had succumbed before reaching the 18th wave, his right arm having already reached its limit, to the point where he could scarcely grip the handle of his blade. Yet now, not only could he hold the handle, but he also continued to wield it with vigor against the fruit. Thus, he attentively sensed the changes in the wind, his mind racing to anticipate the trajectories of the airborne fruits. With a mighty shout, Yasaka swiftly drew his blade. A flash of white light erupted as an apple was cleaved in two with a resounding pop, falling to the ground. This was the first fruit severed by Yasaka. 18 remained. Uchiha Obito silently counted in his mind, as did the other onlookers present, all counting down for Yasaka. Even the individuals from the village hidden in the clouds were silently anticipating how many fruits Yasaka could successfully slice through. At this moment, from Yasaka's perspective, the second fruit closest to him soared through the air. It was a watermelon. To his astonishment, another fruit had appeared, and such a large one at that. Perhaps after enduring 18 waves of fruit attacks, the difficulty had escalated. It was uncertain. After all, no one had surpassed 18 waves before. So the circumstances beyond that point remained a mystery, known only to the vendor. Typically, after 10 waves, the challenge would intensify with the introduction of a hidden degree, increasing the shooting speed of the fruits. Consequently, it was plausible that after 18 waves, the difficulty would heighten once more, resulting in larger fruit sizes. Should the speed remain constant, a larger volume would naturally translate to greater inertia, thereby magnifying the impact experienced by his wrist and arm during the slicing process, inevitably imposing additional strain on his arm. Thus, upon glimpsing the enormous watermelon, Yasaka felt a shiver of trepidation. Indeed, the difficulty had escalated yet again. His arms were already fatigued, and he surmised that he would soon reach his limit. Drawing from prior experience, he resolved not to overexert himself this time. Last time, he had nearly lost control of the blade, risking a grievous accident. Should he falter again, the consequences could be dire. Moreover, Yasaka contemplated a crucial factor. The watermelon, despite its size, was relatively fragile. Its substantial weight meant that if it were to fall, the impact could shatter it, leading to a wasteful loss. Hence, he decided to exercise caution while cutting, aiming to apply a downward diagonal force, allowing the watermelon to land gently, presenting a half-watermelon posture upon impact. This strategy would minimize the risk of it breaking and ensure nothing was wasted. With resolve solidified in his mind, Yasaka swiftly wielded his blade once more. The sword glimmered in the sunlight, emitting a dazzling white light as it traced an arc, delivering a crescent-shaped cut 2 meters long. With a decisive thud, the massive watermelon was cleaved in two, descending smoothly to the ground without shattering. Observing this scene from a distance, Yasaka felt a wave of relief wash over him, ready to face the subsequent fruits. Upon witnessing Yasaka's successful slice through the watermelon, the onlookers silently counted, 17 more to go. Meanwhile, several individuals from Yunin village echoed the same thought in their minds. Only 17 remained. Concurrently, the third fruit was already hurtling toward Yasaka. It was a banana. Yasaka quickly adjusted his arm's position, shifting from the downward slicing stance used for the watermelon to an upward diagonal angle. As before, the sharp blade effortlessly severed the banana in an instant. Upon witnessing this scene, Uchiha Obito, who had activated his Manjiki Sharingan, clenched his fist and exclaimed loudly, "Splendid! Only 16 remain." Not only Obito, but others present also internally counted, 16 left. The Konoha ninja felt an intense anxiety, realizing that with only 16 remaining, it was too early to celebrate. As they progressed, the challenges would only escalate. The initial fruits might have been effortlessly severed, but as they advanced, the increased density of the fruits could lead to a critical miscalculation, resulting in failure. Whether Yamasaka could surpass this 19th trial determined if he could reclaim his cherished blade. Therefore, the Konoha ninja was even more anxious than Yamasaka himself. Meanwhile, on the opposing side, the group from Kumogakure was equally fixated on Yamasaka, who had to slice through the remaining 16 projectiles within a mere second, a daunting task indeed. Among the Kumogakure fighters, only AI was capable of such a feat in that moment. Yamasaka discerned the fourth incoming projectile, an apple. However, just as he swung his blade toward it, a sudden realization struck him. No, wait, this isn't a fruit. It's a decoy. Although the apple appeared identical to a typical one, its velocity and trajectory suggested an abnormal weight, diverging from that of a normal apple. This revelation caused Yamasaka to freeze in astonishment. If he were to strike this decoy, it would result in his immediate disqualification. Being eliminated meant relinquishing his precious blade, which was inconsequential compared to the disgrace it would bring him, especially being humiliated before individuals from other villages. This was something Yamasaka could not tolerate. With a thunderous shout, he summoned all his strength to forcibly alter the direction of his swing. In a split second, he redirected his arm, twisting his wrist to adjust the blade's trajectory. Consequently, his sword grazed the decoy apple, narrowly escaping its path. Witnessing this, Uchiha Obito was left bewildered. What was happening? Why did Yamasaka, who could have easily struck the fruit, exert such effort to avoid it? As Yamasaka evaded the decoy apple, allowing it to pass by, the onlookers, unaware of its true nature, felt a collective jolt of concern, mistaking his maneuver as a mistake that caused him to miss one of the fruits. Oh no, he missed one. Some spectators cried in alarm. What are you shouting about? He only needs to avoid 3 to be disqualified. There's still one more chance. I'm just worried that a single misstep could lead to a cascade of failures. Many individuals find their focus disrupted due to a sudden oversight of a single outcome, leading to a cascade of subsequent errors. Close your ravenous mouth, they urged, as discussions began to swirl among the crowd. At that moment, another object soared through the air. Yamasaka, indeed, had momentarily diverted his attention due to the earlier false apple. However, his mind was quick to adapt. He swiftly redirected his focus to the next fruit. Upon confirming it was genuine, Yamasaka decisively drew his blade and cleaved it in two. The earlier false apple necessitated that Yamasaka concentrate even more intently than before. Initially, his task involved merely discerning the shapes of these airborne entities. Recognizing their forms sufficed for him to wield his sword. Yet, as they entered the 19th wave, the complexity escalated once more. Not only were larger, heavier fruits, akin to watermelons, introduced, but also deceptive replicas. This undeniably elevated the challenge to a new level. Employing the Byakugan's observational prowess, it was nearly impossible to distinguish between authentic and counterfeit fruits, as the user had become accustomed to viewing from a 360-degree perspective. This reliance on visual perception rendered it difficult to detect the presence of false fruits among the genuine ones. The reason Yamasaka identified the false fruit was that he did not rely solely on sight to assess these flying objects. By eschewing this habitual behavior, he circumvented the subconscious tendency to overlook details. With the Byakugan's visual method, a mere glance would suffice to recognize the type of fruit, leading to a complete disregard for other aspects, including discerning whether it was a fruit or an obstruction. Consequently, distinguishing between real and fake fruits became virtually impossible. If ample time were available for meticulous examination, differentiation could be feasible, as counterfeit fruits could never perfectly mimic their genuine counterparts. However, the reality was a fleeting 2 seconds to make that determination, compelling one to rely on a cursory glance. Yamasaka's distinction lay in his ability to perceive objects through the wind, while primarily relying on the air to gauge the contours of objects. He could also ascertain their approximate weight and compare it with their velocity. This unique sensitivity enabled Yamasaka to discern the discrepancy of the false fruit. Fortunately, his rapid reflexes proved advantageous. Otherwise, had another individual been in his position, even if they recognized the false fruit, they would have lacked the time to react appropriately. They might either fail to respond in time, striking the obstruction, or hastily alter their blade's trajectory, missing the obstruction entirely, only to become flustered and lose their rhythm, resulting in subsequent fruits slipping past unscathed. At that moment, Yamasaka found himself in a perplexing predicament, having already made a decisive strike. yet caught in the awkward limbo of expended energy without the emergence of new strength. In such circumstances, attempting to forcibly alter the trajectory of his blade and reverse the situation proved to be an arduous task. A formidable force was essential to redirect the arm still propelled by its original momentum. This scenario presented two possibilities. One, where the arm's musculature was exceptionally robust, enabling such a maneuver. The other, where the arm was relatively agile, allowing for a temporary change in direction without significant muscle exertion. The most challenging situation arose when the arm was both muscular and employed considerable force during the strike. In this case, the likelihood of altering the direction became nearly impossible. This was due to the fact that the existing power had already been expended, leaving insufficient strength to redirect. Moreover, excessive muscularity could hinder agility, further impeding directional change. As Yamasaka swung his arm, a portion of his strength was augmented by the winds generated by the Great Freedom Celestial technique, allowing him not to exert his full power in the strike. This provided him with the necessary leeway to adjust his aim. Thus, it became evident why Yamasaka could shift his direction effectively. Soon after, several fruits approached him. Yamasaka's mind raced, processing a multitude of information to discern whether these airborne objects were genuine fruits or deceptive distractions. Upon careful assessment, he determined that they were indeed real fruits. He swiftly wielded his katana, which, being a relatively light weapon, allowed for rapid movement. With remarkable ease, he severed the remaining fruits one by one. However, the abrupt change in direction from earlier had placed an additional strain on his arm muscles, pushing them to their limits. Fortunately, I can still grip the hilt. Yamasaka thought to himself, deeply concerned that his arm's fatigue might cause the katana to slip from his grasp and injure someone. He remained vigilant over his right hand. Should he sense any inability to maintain his hold on the hilt, he would immediately cease his actions. After all, losing a bet would merely result in the loss of a katana, a far lesser consequence than harming an innocent bystander. At that moment, more flying objects approached. Yamasaka's focus had begun to wane, yet he forced himself to concentrate, assessing whether these objects were fruits or mere distractions. With renewed determination, he swiftly swung his blade once more, severing all the incoming objects. Witnessing this, Uchiha Obito felt a surge of excitement. For Yamasaka had successfully eliminated the majority of the flying objects, leaving only 5 remaining. If one can persevere just a little longer and muster all their strength, they will successfully navigate through the 19th wave of the fruit assault. The moment of concealment has arrived, and the wager with the ninjas of the hidden cloud village can be deemed won by Yamasaka. At this juncture, Uchiha Obito fervently prayed within his heart, hoping that no mishap would occur at the last moment. Meanwhile, the ninjas from the hidden cloud village, including Yuzuki, began to feel the tension rise. Only 5 flying objects remained until their wager's conclusion. Should Yamasaka manage to slice through these final 5, Yuzuki would face defeat. Yet, they found themselves powerless, as pride forbade them from resorting to the underhanded tactics reminiscent of Ito Junji's earlier actions. Thus, they could only watch helplessly as Yamasaka deftly cut through the fruits, silently hoping for his failure. Yuzuki wore a grave expression, fully aware of the high probability of her impending defeat. She had come to acknowledge Yamasaka's prowess. Indeed, he was formidable in the realm of fruit ninja. This realization left her feeling quite despondent, just as Yamasaka prepared to confront the last 5 flying objects. On the other side, the shinobi from the Sand and Mist villages had entered the Leaf village, and by sheer chance, they encountered one another. "Hey, Zabuza, don't you think those individuals over there are from the Sand village?" Terumi May inquired, shielding her eyes from the sun while pointing at a group of Sand village ninja in the distance. Judging by their attire, they appeared unmistakably to be from the Sand village. Zabuza replied with a serious demeanor, "Indeed. Why do you look so grim?" "It's as if we are on the brink of a great battle," Terumi May remarked, exasperated. Zabuza maintained his solemnity and responded, "As long as they are not my allies, I will perceive them as potential adversaries. I envision combat scenarios with them in my mind. Thus, for the most part, I consider everyone an enemy." "Wow, Zabuza, do you have a persecution complex? You seem to be quite unhinged. When we return, you ought to consult a neurologist," Terumi May retorted, finding herself incredulous at the eccentricities of her companions. Zabuza was perpetually serious, constantly viewing others as foes, a state of heightened alertness akin to paranoia. Meanwhile, Risamaru was a delicate soul, always occupied with embroidery, stitching with a needle and yarn, engaging in activities traditionally associated with women, leaving Terumi May feeling as though she were surrounded by an unorthodox crew. Lastly, the peculiar Hozuki man gets to spend his days obsessively polishing his ninja blade, performing an endless cycle of drawing it from its scroll, cleaning it, returning it, and then repeating the process, a ritual he performed over 100 times daily, reminiscent of an individual grappling with obsessive-compulsive disorder. Every day, Linshio Yuli engages in a peculiar pastime, manipulating the arc device within a broken lighter to discharge electricity, seizing the opportunity to shock unsuspecting individuals. Meanwhile, Gonkishi Gyokai incessantly summons great sharks, only to send them back again, repeating the cycle in a manner reminiscent of Akihiko Mangetsu. Consequently, Terumi Mei finds herself surrounded by these eccentric companions, driving her to the brink of madness. At long last, they arrive at the Hidden Leaf Village, where she encounters what she perceives as normal humanity, filling her with a sense of relief akin to finding salvation. Even upon meeting individuals from rival villages, she finds them endearing compared to her deranged teammates. At that moment, a group from Sunagakure also notices the inhabitants of Kirigakure. The renowned little Konoha Maki from Sunagakure points towards Zabuza Momochi, exclaiming to his companion, "Scorpion, look, Scorpion, those are the people from the Mist Village. I've heard their minds are rather unbalanced. We should keep our distance, for the mentally ill are not bound by the law against murder." "Oh, they are mentally unstable?" Scorpion inquires, somewhat perplexed. "Indeed." Maki nods, gesturing towards Zabuza. "See that individual wielding the large blade? His name is Zabuza Momochi. He is perpetually preoccupied with thoughts of killing or being killed. To him, anyone who isn't a friend is an enemy. If you decline his offer of friendship, he will not hesitate to slay you, for he believes that anyone who rejects his camaraderie must surely be his foe, and foes are to be eliminated. He is a quintessential paranoid delusional." As Maki describes Zabuza to Scorpion, Zabuza catches sight of Maki pointing at him, and, with a grim expression, bellows, "What are you looking at?" Maki, unfazed, retorts, "What is it to you?" Zabuza, furious, roars, "Try looking again." Maki stands his ground, defiantly stating, "I will look at you." "So what?" Thus, he glares intently at Zabuza. "I'll kill you." Zabuza erupts in rage, seizing his sword and charging at Maki, only to be ensnared by Terumi Mei's water prison technique. "Zabuza, cease your antics," she admonishes loudly. "He's staring at me. I want to kill him." Zabuza bellows from within the water prison, thrashing wildly. "Do you think staring at you will bring about your demise? Perhaps he is simply infatuated with your striking beauty. Are others not permitted to harbor secret admiration for you?" Terumi Mei retorts sharply. "What? He harbors feelings for me? That is even less acceptable. I have no interest in men. Release me. I must kill him." Ah. Zabuza becomes increasingly frantic, desperately attempting to escape the confines of the water prison. On the other side, the group from Sunagakure, observing the madden trapped within the water prison, nodded in agreement, contemplating the evident instability of his mind. "Did you see that, Scorpion?" I merely gazed at him, and he lost his composure entirely. His mental affliction is indeed grave. Scorpion acknowledged with a solemn nod, finding merit in the observation. At that moment, Maki gestured towards a figure diligently knitting with an embroidery needle, proclaiming, "Do you see that individual crafting a sweater? That is Kurosaki Maru, the wielder of the sewing blade, known as the Unbeaten of Kirigakure. He possesses a rather effeminate demeanor and shuns any association with masculinity, preferring to engage in embroidery and delicate gestures. His proclivity for the handsome young man hints at a derangement of sorts. It is said he has undergone a rather drastic transformation, mastering the art of the in-release, the sunflower technique, rendering him formidable. However, he has an affinity for attractive youths, and you may very well find yourself as his object of desire." Upon hearing Maki's words, Scorpion could not resist casting a glance at Kurosaki Maru, only to find that, at that very moment, Maru was also looking in his direction. With a wave and an amiable greeting, Scorpion momentarily perceived him as polite. Yet, in an unsettling turn, Maru licked his lips, playfully posed with a delicate gesture, and called out, "Hello there, young man. Would you be interested in a delightful exchange?" A shiver ran down Scorpion's spine, prompting him to avert his gaze. Meanwhile, Maru murmured to himself, "He turned away from me? Is this a game of cat and mouse? How intriguing. You are precisely my type, and I shall have you." Nearby, Terumi Mei shuddered at Maru's words, exclaiming, "Remember, you despicable pervert." To which Maru retorted, "The fault lies not with me, but with this world." Feeling a wave of discomfort, Terumi Mei chose to ignore Kurosaki Maru. In truth, Both and Kurosaki Maru were older than Terumime, and by all rights, they should have attained the rank of Nin rather than remain as Nin. However, due to certain circumstances, they were participating in this tournament as Nin. Meanwhile, Maki continued his introduction. Do you see that man over there with mid-length white hair? His name is Jiketsu Manatsu. He too possesses peculiarities. He suffers from obsessive-compulsive tendencies, meticulously polishing his blades over 100 times each day. His mental state is quite fragile, yet his prowess is undeniable. He is proficient with all 7 ninja blades and possesses the unique abilities of the Jiketsu clan. Remember, the second Mizukichi also hailed from this clan, known for their ability to liquefy their bodies, thus achieving immunity to physical attacks, an intriguing counter to your puppetry. Scorpion nodded in response, asserting, even with immunity to physical damage, I possess my own means to defeat him. At this moment, Maki continued to introduce to Scorpion. Do you see that red-haired girl over there? Her name is Terumime. One could say she stands out as the most ordinary among the participants from the Hidden Mist Village. Her strength is formidable, possessing 2 bloodline limits, making her a significant threat in this competition. She is also the chief representative of the Hidden Mist Village and the most powerful among the lower-ranked ninjas. It is said that she has the potential to become the Mizukichi. Scorpion nodded, silently committing this information to memory. The Hidden Sand Village, in terms of strength, is arguably the weakest among the 5 great nations. However, its location in the desert offers a naturally defensible position, and the arid terrain serves as a barrier, deterring other nations from launching attacks. Consequently, despite its relative weakness, it manages to maintain a certain level of defense. After all, traversing the desert requires considerable effort, making it less appealing for outsiders to target the Hidden Sand Village. Yet, due to its status as the weakest of the 5 nations, fewer competitors from the Sand Village have come to participate, resulting in an overall weaker contingent. Nevertheless, Scorpion himself possesses remarkable strength, rivaling that of competitors from other nations. Thus, he represents a glimmer of hope for the Hidden Sand Village, alongside Maki, who is known as the Little Kakashi of the Sand. Maki excels in wind release techniques and is quite powerful, though not quite at Scorpion's level, being on par with Kiin and Darui. One of Scorpion's motives for entering this competition is to kill Kakashi Hatake, seeking vengeance for his parents. He understands that he currently lacks the strength to confront the legendary Minato Namikaze directly. On one hand, his raw power is insufficient, and on the other, infiltrating the Leaf Village to assassinate the White Fang is implausible. However, eliminating Kakashi, the son of Minato, during the competition would undoubtedly deal a severe blow to the White Fang. In fact, the death of Kakashi would inflict even greater damage than directly killing the White Fang himself. Scorpion believes that his current abilities are sufficient to eliminate Kakashi Hatake, as he has dedicated himself to rigorous training over the past few years, surpassing the level of a mere genin. In fact, many Nin would struggle to contend with him. Therefore, should he encounter Kakashi in the arena, he is fully confident in his ability to take him down, particularly given the potency of his poison, which would guarantee death within 5 minutes without an antidote. He is certain he can prevent Kakashi from obtaining the antidote in that time frame. After all, even if an antidote were available on site, it would take at least a moment or 2 to procure it, which would be exceedingly quick. However, there remains a challenge. Scorpion is uncertain whether he will actually cross paths with Kakashi, as the number of participants is quite vast, making the probability of such an encounter rather slim. Thus, Scorpion contemplates the possibility of secretly attempting to assassinate Kakashi Hatake in the coming days. Yet, this endeavor also presents significant difficulties. Firstly, it is noteworthy that the security forces in Konoha are exceptionally formidable. Even during the night, patrols traverse the streets. Consequently, the prospect of stealthily infiltrating Kakashi's residence to eliminate him is fraught with considerable difficulty. This challenge is exacerbated by the influx of foreign individuals into the village, which undoubtedly prompts Konoha to employ specialized methods to monitor these outsiders. It is entirely plausible that, upon their arrival, the movements of these individuals are already under the vigilant scrutiny of Konoha's inhabitants. Moreover, should Tsukumo Hatake be present, the endeavor to vanquish Kakashi Hatake would border on the impossible. Thus, the task of eliminating Kakashi presents a formidable challenge for Scorpion. Nonetheless, he remains resolute in his intention to attempt it. Yet, this ambition remains concealed from all others, including Maki and the other visitors to Konoha, as well as his grandmother, Chiyo. The desire to assassinate Kakashi is deeply buried within Scorpion's heart, intertwined with an even more profound objective, avenging his parents by also eliminating Tsukumo Hatake. Scorpion's animosity extends beyond Konoha and the Hatake family. He harbors a deep-seated hatred for the third Kazekage. He believes that it was the third Kazekage's misguided command that compelled his parents to participate in battle, ultimately leading to their demise at the hands of Tsukumo. In fact, Scorpion's disdain for the third Kazekage surpasses that for Tsukumo, as his parents were ostensibly on a leave of absence, and according to Tsunagekyu's regulations, ninja in such a state should not be conscripted for warfare or missions. However, the third Kazekage, citing a lack of manpower, forcibly summoned Scorpion's parents to undertake a mission. Despite the availability of other candidates, this decision was influenced by the fact that the alternative candidate was the Kazekage's own brother-in-law, resulting in Scorpion's parents being sent in his stead. Tragically, they perished during this mission. Thus, Scorpion's heart is filled with resentment towards the third Kazekage. While it can be argued that being slain by Tsukumo reflects a mere inadequacy in skill, and that Tsukumo was justified in his actions after all, it was Scorpion's parents who initiated the ambush. It remains a bitter truth that they met their end due to circumstances dictated by conflicting allegiances. In this scenario, Tsukumo acted in self-defense. He had no initial intent to harm the Tsunagekure ninjas, who, in their misguided ambition, sought to assassinate him. Hence, in a paradoxical twist, Tsukumo emerges as a victim in this tragic narrative. The origin of all this turmoil can be traced back to the third Kazekage, whose provocative actions instigated unnecessary conflict. Had he not sought to ambush Tsukumo Hatake, nor threatened his own kin with peril, he would not have coerced the parents of Sasori into undertaking such a perilous mission. Thus, the demise of Sasori's parents would have been averted. Consequently, Sasori vowed to diligently cultivate his skills, harboring a resolute intent to avenge his parents by eliminating the third Kazekage. Even if Tsukumo Hatake were to spare him, Sasori was determined to exact revenge on the third Kazekage. It was during this time that the seeds of animosity were sown, leading to the third Kazekage's eventual demise at the hands of Sasori. This was not merely a desire to create a puppet from his body, but a profound act of vengeance. Crafting a puppet from the third Kazekage's remains was akin to a gruesome ritual of revenge, reminiscent of those who, after vanquishing their foes, would fashion trophies from their bones. Thus, transforming the third Kazekage into a puppet was simply another avenue for Sasori to perpetuate his vendetta. However, at that juncture, Sasori lacked the prowess to slay the third Kazekage. Yet, his innate talent and rapid growth promised that he would soon emerge as a formidable force. The third Kazekage, recognizing Sasori's potential, even contemplated grooming him to become the fourth or fifth Kazekage. Meanwhile, there existed another strong contender, Rashi, who possessed a similar mastery of magnet release, albeit differentiated by the nature of his abilities. The third Kazekage envisioned Rashi as the fourth Kazekage, while nurturing Sasori as the fifth. Unbeknownst to the third Kazekage, he had unwittingly placed himself on Sasori's list of targets for assassination. As he pondered how to cultivate Sasori, the latter had already inscribed the Kazekage's name in his death list, a rather ironic twist of fate. Yet, before targeting the third Kazekage, Sasori first aimed to eliminate his uncle. The root of all these events stemmed from this very uncle, who, upon learning that the mission was to ambush the legendary Konoha White Fang, succumbed to terror and shirked his duty, even boldly confronting the third Kazekage. Faced with such insubordination, the Kazekage, unable to act against his own kin, resorted to compelling Sasori's parents, who were on vacation, to fulfill the mission. Initially, they resisted, but the third Kazekage's authoritative title rendered them powerless, forcing them into compliance. This chain of events unfolded like a butterfly effect, each action leading inexorably to Sasori's assassination of the third Kazekage, ultimately branding him a rogue ninja and resulting in the Kazekage's demise at Sasori's hands. In truth, it is quite unjust for Kakashi Hatake, for when I am ambushed, I am left with no recourse to retaliate. Whom can I turn to for justice? Am I not merely a victim of excessive defense? After all, whose fault is it that your parents possess such inadequate skills? I was ambushed, and yet managed to achieve a double kill. What relevance does this incident have to me? Nevertheless, the Scorpion of the Red Sand disregards such reasoning, fixated solely on avenging himself. At the moment when the Scorpion of the Red Sand cast his gaze upon Conan, she too was captivated by his striking visage. Instantly, she fell into a daze, exclaiming, "Oh, what a handsome young man! That fiery red hair, that enchanting face. Undeniably, he is my destined husband." From a young age, Conan harbored a singular aspiration to marry a handsome man. Although there were indeed attractive individuals in the village hidden in the mist, most were rather peculiar. For instance, while Hazuki Mangetsu possessed decent looks, his obsessive-compulsive tendencies were quite off-putting. Similarly, while Momochi Zabuza appeared somewhat fierce, he was not unattractive and exuded a certain masculinity. Yet, he was plagued by delusions of persecution. Conan found herself utterly intolerant of such characters. After observing the men of her village for several years, she ultimately arrived at a disheartening conclusion. To find a strikingly handsome and relatively normal partner, she would have to seek elsewhere, in different ninja villages. To secure a union with a handsome man, Conan was entirely willing to change her nationality. Becoming a citizen of another country was of no consequence to her. This pursuit had become akin to a belief, even a personal nindo. Who was that person? She inquired excitedly of Kisame. Kisame, recalling the descriptions from the profiles of candidates from various nations, responded, that individual is likely the genius puppeteer from Sunagakure, known as Sasori. He possesses remarkable talent in puppetry and is regarded as a man worthy of being the 5th Kazekage. Wow, how impressive. And he is so handsome. I truly adore him. Conan felt a rush of infatuation. It must be said that Sasori's appearance was indeed striking, undeniably deserving of the title of a graceful young gentleman. An absolute heartthrob for many a maiden. However, just as Conan prepared to call out to Sasori, the people from Sunagakure had already turned away. Witnessing this, she felt a pang of disappointment, yet her heart swelled with fervor and excitement. It's all right. Today was merely our first encounter. There will be ample opportunities to get closer to him in the future. He is so striking, truly the man of my dreams. Conan mused, even envisioning the scene of their wedding. In this regard, she exhibited a slight obsession and delusional tendencies. Meanwhile, as Conan indulged in her daydreams, the inhabitants of Awagakure arrived. They gazed upon the towering walls of Konoha, marveling, what imposing walls. To construct such fortifications must require considerable effort. A resident of the rock village remarked, "What's the big deal? We can simply create it using earth manipulation." Another villager interjected, "However, consider the effort required to construct such a high wall encircling the Leaf Village. It's quite a daunting task." "That's nothing," someone suggested. "If we mobilize 100 individuals to simultaneously perform the earth-style, super-large earthen wall technique, we could likely complete it in less than a month." This perspective held some merit. Listening to the conversation, Deidara scoffed. "But what good is that? I could just blow it up." "Huh? With your little explosives?" Another villager retorted. "I would believe you if you claimed you could cause fatalities. But to say you could destroy that wall? I find that hard to believe." Deidara's companion, Q, responded with a similar disdain. "Do you think I am like you? If that statement were directed at you, it might hold some weight. Your explosive techniques could barely dismantle a small house, but my art is truly formidable. Especially since I've developed C3, a single blast could obliterate half of the Leaf Village." Deidara proclaimed with pride. "You're just bragging." Hugh dismissed Deidara's claims with skepticism. As their conversation continued, they entered the Leaf Village. After registering at the entrance, they ventured further into the village. Observing the scenery of the streets and alleys, Deidara stretched and remarked, "You know, I still believe the environment of the Leaf Village is the best. Our rock village is far too arid. While it's somewhat better than the Sand Village, the contrast with the Leaf is immediately apparent." Despite his reluctance to admit it, he had to concede that the Leaf Village surpassed their own in terms of environment, climate, and urban development. No wonder this place has produced two of the greatest ninja gods, Q mused with admiration. Upon hearing Q's words, Deidara, puzzled, inquired, "Who are these two great ninja gods?" Q shot Deidara a disdainful look and replied, "Senja Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. I believe these two are the strongest in the ninja world. Even our first Tsuchikage seems to pale in comparison. I've never heard of them." At that moment, the group passed by a barbecue stand, and, feeling ravenous, they decided to enter the restaurant. Their arrival instantly drew the attention of other diners. "Hey, reserve a table. Those individuals don't seem to be from our Leaf Village," Yamamoto Hachi observed, discreetly scrutinizing the Rock Village group as he spoke to Akimichi Chuza. "Yes, they must be here for the recent 5 Kage Friendship Tournament. But I can't discern which nation they represent since they aren't wearing headbands," Chuza noted. "Shikaku, do you know?" he asked Nara Shikaku. After a moment of observing the Rock Village group, Nara Shikaku slowly replied, "If I'm not mistaken, they should be from the Stone Village." "Oh, how can you tell?" Nara Shikaku cast a sidelong glance at Deidara and remarked, "Isn't there a report from the intelligence department regarding the potential participants in this 5 Kage Friendship Tournament? I recall that there is someone from Awagakure who bears a striking resemblance to him, named Deidara, a member of the Explosive Corps, whose ability lies in explosive techniques, capable of creating bombs. Ah, I see. I haven't perused that manual, replied Shikaku. Upon hearing his words, Akimichi Choza and Yamanaka Inoichi experienced a moment of clarity. Not far from them, Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki were observing the Iwagakure contingent with curiosity. Minato, that individual must be the captain of Iwagakure's participating team, Deidara, correct? Kushina inquired with intrigue. Indeed, he possesses a unique bloodline limit that enables him to create bombs, which is quite formidable. I wonder if any of our village's contestants can best him, she mused while savoring some grilled meat. Minato contemplated for a moment before stating, I believe it is possible. First, Kakashi should be able to contend with him. He wields water, lightning, and earth chakra natures, allowing him to adapt to various situations and employ diverse offensive and defensive strategies. Pausing briefly, Minato continued, additionally, there is Asuma Saratobi, who utilizes wind and fire techniques, making him competent in mid to long-range attacks. Furthermore, we have Uchiha Shursui, known for his fire techniques and body flicker technique. His prowess, complemented by his 3-tomo Sharingan, rivals that of Deidara. And then there's Yamasaka, a talented swordsman. As long as he isn't kept at bay, should he close the distance, victory is virtually assured. Similarly, there is Kurenai Yuhi, who can also fight but must engage at close range. Kushina nodded in agreement. So, we either need to maintain an advantage at long range or close the distance with Deidara, correct? Precisely. Deidara's explosive techniques primarily operate at mid to long range, and he is not immune to his own bombs. Therefore, if one can close the distance, the battle becomes significantly more manageable. Conversely, if he establishes distance and we lack effective long-range attacks against him, we risk falling into his rhythm, which would likely lead to inevitable defeat. As Minato spoke, Terumi Mei and her entourage from Kirigakure were walking down the street when they were drawn to a crowd ahead. Look, there are so many people up ahead. I wonder what is happening. Let us go take a look. Thus, Terumi Mei and her companions approached the booth of Fruit Ninja, where they witnessed Yamasaka skillfully dodging fruit projectiles. At that moment, Yamasaka had just dispatched 13 fruits and was left with only 5. Among those, the apple at the forefront was flying directly towards him. With a resounding shout, Yamasaka swiftly struck with his blade, and in a flash of brilliant white light, the apple was cleaved precisely in two. Witnessing this spectacle, the members of the Hidden Mist Village, including Mei Terumi, were left utterly astonished. Yamasaka executed a downward slash, forcefully targeting the fruit closest to him. As Mei Terumi and her companions approached the Fruit Ninja stall, they beheld a 2-meter-long crescent-shaped beam of dazzling light that effortlessly bisected the apple. This breathtaking display left the newly arrived Mei Terumi and her entourage in a state of awe. How impressive! Mei Terumi exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with admiration and astonishment as she gazed at Yamasaka. The prowess of his cutting technique was astonishing, though it appeared to be a mere act of slicing fruit. The power behind that strike was formidable enough to sever a person in two if they were in the way. He is a formidable adversary. I must eliminate him. Toby Zabuza's eyes widened in realization as he thought resolutely that anyone who wasn't his friend was an enemy and should thus be vanquished at the earliest opportunity. Observing Yamasaka's remarkable swordsmanship, Zabuza felt an unmistakable sense of threat emanating from him, compelling him to extinguish this potential danger before it could grow into a towering tree. Overwhelmed by an intense battle spirit, Zabuza yearned to charge forth and engage Yamasaka in combat right then and there. However, considering that they were within the confines of the Hidden Leaf Village, he refrained from succumbing to his violent impulses. Had he acted on them, it was likely that he would not have survived the day. Beside him, Kasame Hashigaki was equally taken aback by Yamasaka's prowess. Residing in a village renowned for its swordsmanship, he had frequently witnessed displays of martial skill, yet rarely had he encountered such a breathtaking demonstration as Yamasaka's recent strike. His astonishment was palpable. How could one wield such an extraordinary technique? That strike seemed capable of cleaving through anything that stood before it, invoking an image of an unstoppable force, as if gods and demons alike would be laid low. How remarkable, and so young, Kisame mused. If I'm not mistaken, he is likely a participant in the upcoming 5 Kage Summit Friendship Tournament. Given the forehead protector he wears, he must be from the Hidden Leaf Village. Perhaps we shall meet in the tournament. The prospect is both exhilarating and nerve-wracking. Indeed, this forthcoming 5 Kage Summit Friendship Tournament promised to gather numerous talented ninjas, igniting Kisame's interest. He found the idea of defeating the prodigies from other nations to be immensely fulfilling, a testament to one's own strength and recognition. and thus a pursuit of great significance. Although he had witnessed the exquisite swordsmanship of Yamasaka, Kakashi Zabuza felt no sense of inferiority, for his own prowess was formidable. Particularly, his mastery of water release techniques was unparalleled among the participants from the Hidden Mist Village in this joint friendship competition among the 5 Kage in Konohagakure. If one were to assess the adeptness in water release alone, Kakashi Zabuza would undoubtedly reign supreme. The others, though not lacking in strength, primarily excelled in areas other than water release. For instance, Momochi Zabuza was undeniably powerful, yet his strength lay not merely in the use of water release, but in his formidable combat prowess that combined it with his decapitating sword. Similarly, Terumi Mei possessed a commendable command over water release techniques, but her true strength resided in her 2 Kekkai Genkai, particularly her exceptional proficiency in boil release and dissolution release. Other participants like Kuri Sannin also had their distinct strengths, yet none were particularly focused on water release. Their use of water release was often supplementary, rather than a primary means to achieve victory. In contrast, Kakashi Zabuza was a genuine master of water release, utilizing it as his primary offensive weapon. Thus, in Zabuza's perspective, he was a ninja adept in mid to long-range combat, while Yamasaka, with his remarkable sword skills, was evidently a close-quarters fighter. Zabuza was confident in his ability to create distance, at which point the advantage would lie squarely with him. After all, the most renowned characteristic of water release is its extensive range, often surpassing that of fire release in terms of lethality. Therefore, should he manage to distance himself, Zabuza had little doubt that Yamasaka would be unable to counter his water release techniques. After all, could even the most formidable opponent sever his water? Moreover, as the captain of the Hidden Mist Village, Suigetsu had secretly conferred with Zabuza, assuring him that during the competition, he would lend Zabuza the use of his Samahada. With the Samahada in his possession, Zabuza would experience a significant enhancement, as it was an ideal weapon to complement water release techniques. Although it was categorized as a ninja blade, its true nature resembled that of a summoning beast. It possessed the remarkable ability to devour the chakra of others and replenish its wielder, growing stronger with an increase in the enemy's chakra, truly a weapon that thrived in battle. Consequently, Zabuza felt a profound confidence in his capacity to defeat Yamasaka using water release, as it inherently countered close-range assaults. Water release naturally brought with it a controlling effect, which was precisely what close combat ninjas feared most, being forced to engage at a distance. Thus, a sinister smile crept across Zabuza's face, his gaze fixed on Yamasaka with the predatory intensity of a leopard poised for its prey. Unbeknownst to Yamasaka, his every move had been closely observed by the delegation from the Hidden Mist Village. As he sliced through the final 5 fruits, he could distinctly sense that his arm was nearing its limit. However, considering his current sensations in his arm, he persevered and effortlessly sliced through the remaining 4 fruits. Yet, when it came to enduring a 20th wave, Yamasaka found it exceedingly challenging, though not necessarily insurmountable. After the previous incident where he lost grip on his katana, Yamasaka was reluctant to take any reckless risks. After all, there is an old adage that states, better safe than sorry. Should he lose grip once more and inadvertently harm someone with the blade, the consequences could be dire. The previous stroke of luck did not guarantee that fortune would smile upon him again. Consequently, Yamasaka was not inclined to gamble on his ability to maintain control over the katana, for such a wager was already a descent into folly, far from an ideal scenario. Yamasaka wished to firmly hold the reins of the situation in his hands, and thus, he could not afford to take unnecessary risks unless absolutely compelled to do so. After all, numerous individuals of varying ages surrounded him, including a few foreigners. Whether harming a compatriot or a foreigner, neither outcome would be favorable. While injuring a fellow countryman might lead to manageable repercussions, assuming no fatalities, the worst consequence would likely involve monetary compensation. Injuring a foreigner would pose significant complications. Such an incident, while seemingly trivial, could escalate into a considerable diplomatic issue, intertwining the affairs of 2 nations. If the injured party chose to overlook the incident, matters would be easily resolved. However, should they choose to amplify the situation, it could lead to a myriad of troubles. Therefore, Yamasaka could not be swayed to act recklessly over such trivial matters. He continued to endure the pain in his arm as he swung his blade towards the next fruit. At that moment, Uchiha Obito, who had been observing, noticed the group from the Hidden Mist Village and was taken aback, thinking to himself, aren't those the people from the Hidden Mist? What brings them here? Ah, they must have just arrived. Perfect timing for them to witness the prowess of our Leaf Village's ace, Yamasaka, and give them a taste of our strength. Simultaneously, the earlier departing group from the Sand Village had unknowingly arrived at the Fruit Ninja stall, drawn in by the throngs of onlookers. And they too squeezed in to catch a glimpse of Yamasaka. At this juncture, Yamasaka was preparing to strike the fourth fruit from the end. With a mighty roar, he swung his blade horizontally, producing a strikingly radiant crescent arc of white light, nearly 2 meters in length, reminiscent of a miniature version of the wind release vacuum wave. In the next instant, the crescent arc cleaved a dragon fruit cleanly in two. The onlookers gasped in astonishment, exclaiming in disbelief, "It's a red-fleshed dragon fruit." The sudden appearance of the red-fleshed dragon fruit left all present, including the villagers of Sand and Mist, utterly astounded. It is well known that the red-fleshed dragon fruit is exceptionally rare, and its exterior is indistinguishable from that of the white-fleshed variety. Without slicing it open, one could hardly discern whether it was red-fleshed or white-fleshed. The fact that a red-fleshed dragon fruit had emerged so unexpectedly astonished everyone in attendance, swiftly giving rise to a wave of greed, as many individuals contemplated rushing forward to seize the fruit that had been bisected by Yamasaka. However, given that they were currently in the midst of an assault by the Fruit Ninja, they hesitated to act recklessly, aware that a moment's folly could lead to being inadvertently struck down by Yamasaka, for which they would bear full responsibility. Moreover, the dragon fruit rightfully belonged to the Fruit Ninja's vendor, and any attempt to snatch it would constitute outright robbery, subjecting them to imprisonment and fines. Thus, for various reasons, the onlookers ultimately refrained from lunging at the red-fleshed dragon fruit. They were also mindful that individuals from other nations were present at Changle. Should they witness the villagers of Konohagakure scrambling for the dragon fruit, it would surely invite mockery of their character. Consequently, these villagers suppressed their avarice and abstained from rushing forward. At that moment, Scorpion, observing Yamasaka slice through the red-fleshed dragon fruit, was utterly captivated by the latter's swordsmanship. His eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Yamasaka, murmuring to himself, "Such remarkable swordsmanship, precise, swift, and ruthless all in one. He exudes an indomitable aura, as if nothing could withstand the edge of his blade, which carries an indescribable, intangible force. Though this force is imperceptible, it undeniably amplifies the power and sharpness of his sword, making it incredibly formidable." Instantly intrigued by Yamasaka, Scorpion continued to murmur, "Coincidentally, I have recently learned the art of creating human puppets. If I could slay him and transform his body into a puppet, it would undoubtedly possess formidable close combat prowess. How fascinating he is becoming. I yearn to eliminate him soon." In that moment, Scorpion found himself envisioning a future day when he would vanquish Yamasaka, the third Kazekage, Kakashi Hitaki, and Shikamaru Nara, crafting them all into human puppets to serve as both his collection and weaponry, a vision of exquisite beauty. The mere thought of this ignited a surge of excitement within him. However, he knew that to achieve such feats would be exceedingly challenging, necessitating immense power. At the very least, one must attain the strength of a Kage. However, Scorpion did not find this challenge overly daunting, for he possessed an unwavering confidence in his abilities, firmly believing that he could not only match but surpass the prowess of others. Furthermore, Scorpion harbored a deep-seated aspiration to confront the creator of the puppet technique, the legendary Monzaemon. Regrettably, Monzaemon had long since passed away, rendering any such challenge impossible. Yet, had Scorpion been aware of Orochimaru's ability to resurrect the deceased through his forbidden jutsu, he might have sought Orochimaru's assistance to bring Monzaemon back to life, so that he could engage him in a duel and ascertain whose puppet mastery was superior. Consequently, Scorpion found himself greatly intrigued by the body of Yamasaka, perceiving it as an excellent medium for crafting a human puppet. Recently, he stealthily infiltrated the Forbidden Techniques chamber in Sunagakure, where he clandestinely examined a scroll detailing the creation of human puppets, authored by none other than Monzaemon himself. Armed with this newfound knowledge, Scorpion understood the intricacies of human puppet fabrication. However, he had yet to create one, primarily due to the absence of a suitable corpse that met his stringent criteria. Participating in the 5 Kage Alliance Friendship Tournament was, in essence, a quest for a body that could fulfill his ambitions. Despite his current lack of a true human puppet, Scorpion had not yet encountered a corpse that aligned with his standards for creation. Theoretically, any corpse could suffice for crafting a human puppet, yet not every body would meet Scorpion's discerning expectations. In summary, Scorpion adhered to 2 principal criteria. The first was that a human puppet could retain the jutsu and abilities of its former life. Thus, he sought corpses endowed with exceptional or unique powers. For instance, a corpse belonging to a user of a bloodline limit would be ideal, as it would allow the resultant puppet to wield those very abilities. The second criterion pertained to the physical attributes of the individual. Even if a body lacked a bloodline limit or other extraordinary techniques, possessing notable physical characteristics could still render it suitable for Scorpion's purposes. For example, a particularly large body would be advantageous, as it could accommodate numerous mechanisms, thereby aligning with Scorpion's requirements. As it stood, Scorpion had yet to discover such a corpse. However, there were many living individuals in Sunagakure who met his criteria. The unfortunate reality was that he could not simply eliminate them to create his puppets. Engaging in such actions would inevitably expose him. For those who possessed unique abilities were invariably exceptional ninjas, often holding significant positions within the village. Thus, even if Scorpion could eliminate them, he could not guarantee his own anonymity. Therefore, regarding this matter, Scorpion must deliberate carefully and prepare thoroughly before undertaking any assassination. The third Kazekage is a target Scorpion regards highly for the creation of his puppets. However, at present, Scorpion's prowess is insufficient. He is incapable of killing the third Kazekage, let alone executing a stealthy assassination. After all, the third Kazekage is surrounded by numerous guards, making the prospect of silently assassinating him exceedingly challenging. Nevertheless, Scorpion harbors this ambition. Adhering to the adage that a gentleman's vengeance is never too late, he firmly believes he will one day transform these individuals into puppets, turning them into his artistic creations. Upon witnessing the breathtaking scene of Yamasaka severing a fruit with a single stroke, Scorpion resolutely decided to convert Yamasaka into one of his puppets, promptly inscribing Yamasaka's name on the death list within his mind. Yamasaka's swordsmanship is truly remarkable, and puppets possess not only the capability for ranged attacks but also exceptional close combat skills. Clearly, Yamasaka's prowess in close quarters is formidable, which immediately captivated Scorpion's interest in his physique. At that moment, after Yamasaka sliced through the fourth fruit from the end, he felt an intensification of fatigue within his body, even beginning to breathe heavily. Despite the seemingly brief duration of this intense activity, comprising merely a dozen strikes, executing such rigorous movements is immensely challenging. It requires the ability to discern between fruit and distractions within 2 seconds, followed by rapid strikes in quick succession. This not only tests mental acuity but also places significant strain on physical stamina. It is akin to a person sprinting at full capacity for 10 seconds, resting for 5, and then sprinting again for another 10, repeating this cycle numerous times. For an ordinary individual, enduring this cycle 5 times would likely result in collapse. To repeat it more than 10 times is truly beyond the capabilities of most. Thus, Yamasaka's remarkable strength lies here, as does his fatigue. The intensity of these rapid, high-speed strikes is indeed formidable. By the 14th wave, Yamasaka had already begun to feel pain in his arm. Persisting through to the 19th wave is no small feat, a testament to the support provided by the great freedom, which enhances his swordplay. While the effect of reducing air resistance may seem negligible in practice, one would find it significantly less taxing than before. In fact, the speed of his strikes increases by approximately 20 to 25% compared to when he lacks this reduction in air resistance. Thus, contemplating from another perspective, one realizes that utilizing approximately 75% of the force previously exerted in wielding a blade can yield an effect equivalent to the original speed of the strike. This translates to an indirect conservation of roughly 25% of the energy expended with each swing, in scenarios where one is required to execute rapid strikes in succession. Reducing energy consumption by 25% each time accumulates into a significant conservation of effort. Furthermore, the assistance of wind aiding the motion of the arms further enhances this energy efficiency, achieving a secondary reduction in exertion. Consequently, it can be asserted that under the auspices of the Great Freedom Immortal technique, one can attain an energy conservation of up to 40% compared to scenarios devoid of its application. This figure is indeed formidable. A near 50% reduction in energy expenditure equates to an enhancement of endurance by 40%, a truly remarkable feat, however. Despite these efficiencies, Yamasaka still perceives himself nearing his limits. Although he has conserved considerable stamina, the development of his musculature imposes a cap on his endurance threshold. Thus, despite his efforts to economize energy, there exists an inescapable limitation. Yamasaka estimates that upon completing this 19th wave, he will have to concede defeat. He believes that during the 20th wave, unless he is on the brink of collapse, he will undoubtedly not endure the strain. After severing the fourth to last fruit, Yamasaka shifted his focus to the third to last. This particular fruit is notably substantial in size. through Yamasaka's three-dimensional perception of airflow. He discerns that the surface of this fruit is uneven, adorned with numerous protrusions resembling small pyramids. Consequently, Yamasaka conjectures that this fruit is a durian. The realization that it is indeed a durian astonishes him. He muses on the extent of the proprietor's audacity. Although the previous appearance of a watermelon had already heightened his sense of difficulty, he never anticipated the introduction of something as formidable as a durian. It is well known that a durian possesses a weight exceeding that of a watermelon. Under similar conditions, greater weight correlates with increased inertia and subsequently, a more forceful impact. Thus, the emergence of a durian implies that Yamasaka's arms and wrists will endure a force greater than that experienced while striking an apple, undoubtedly leading to greater energy expenditure. Upon this realization, Yamasaka feels a jolt of trepidation. Indeed, the difficulty has escalated drastically beginning with the 19th wave. Firstly, the increase in the fruit's size and weight amplifies the physical burden on his body. Secondly, the distractions have transitioned from easily recognizable objects to high-fidelity counterfeit fruits. This passage enhances the recognition and insight capabilities regarding flying objects. Thus, it can be said that from the 19th wave onward, there is an increased physical endurance burden and a test of reconnaissance and insight. The difficulty has significantly escalated. The 19th wave is considerably more challenging than the 18th wave. This increase in difficulty is not solely due to the added challenges of the 19th wave itself. It signifies the necessity to execute 19 rapid slashes within a span of less than 2 seconds. This inherently implies an exceedingly high level of difficulty, compounded by the requirement to discern between genuine and counterfeit fruits, while also contending with the additional impact force from the large fruits. Consequently, the difficulty of the 19th wave has escalated by a full level compared to the 18th wave, although there appears to be only one additional fruit separating the two waves. This solitary addition equates to a direct increase of 2 difficulty levels. After all, as one progresses, each additional fruit amplifies both the mental and endurance burdens. Observing whether 18 fruits are genuine or counterfeit is markedly different from assessing 19. As the adage goes, it is the last straw that breaks the camel's back. This encapsulates the sentiment. Thus, after Yamasaka severed the fourth to last fruit, he contemplated the impending massive durian, thinking, just 3 more to go. If I can endure these 3, victory will be mine. Meanwhile, on the other side, Terumi Mei and her companions were equally astonished by the enormous durian, as they had not anticipated such a large fruit. Terumi Mei even felt a twinge of desire to taste the durian, given its impressive size, which promised a substantial amount of flesh within. In the land of mist, durians are considered a luxury fruit, as the local environment is unsuitable for their cultivation, necessitating imports from the land of clouds and the land of fire, which naturally elevates their price. However, after a fleeting moment of craving for the durian, Terumi Mei refocused her attention on the impending fruit assault. She understood that the greater the weight, the more significant the impact force would be. At this moment, the katana held by Yamasaka was a lightweight blade. Unless it was honed to an exceptional sharpness that rendered it nearly frictionless, it would undoubtedly experience considerable resistance when slicing through a durian of such substantial weight. This would consequently impose an additional strain on his wrist and arm. If he were wielding a heavier sword, such as a beheading sword or a heavy saber akin to that of a druid, he would find an advantage when cutting through such hefty fruits. The inherent stability of a larger blade can mitigate a significant portion of the durian's impact against the wrist. However, this raises another dilemma. Wielding such a large sword inherently adds an external burden to the wrist. Furthermore, the desire to wield a large blade and execute over a dozen rapid strikes within a mere 2 seconds imposes a significantly greater strain on the wrist than the impact of a single durian. Thus, one cannot have both fish and bear's paw. It is prudent to choose the lesser of 2 evils. In this regard, the lightweight katana wielded by Yamasaka emerges as the most suitable choice for the fruit ninja. After all, the essence of the fruit ninja lies primarily in agility and reflexes. Yamasaki's type of lightweight katana is ideally suited for swift slashing. Were Yamasaki to wield a heavy executioner's blade, it is likely that he would struggle to endure beyond the 7th wave, reaching his utmost limit. The considerable length and weight of the executioner's blade are tailored for heavy strikes, rendering it ill-suited for nimble maneuvers. Meanwhile, Uchiha Obito appeared equally tense, recognizing that a critical moment had arrived. With the addition of this durian, only 3 fruits remained. Having survived the previous 19 waves, the ground was already littered with numerous fruit fragments. A slip at this crucial juncture would be a tremendous loss. However, Obito suddenly recalled the rules of the fruit ninja game, Missing 3 fruits results in immediate elimination. To date, Yasaki had not missed a single fruit, meaning he could afford to miss at most 2. Thus, if Yasaki successfully sliced through the durian, even if he failed to strike the remaining 2 fruits, he would still be deemed to have successfully passed the 19th level. This exemplifies the strategic application of rules. Therefore, the durian became of paramount importance. Whether Yasaki could conquer the 19th level hinged on his ability to sever this durian. With this realization, Obito felt considerably more at ease, as he held unwavering faith in Yasaki's capabilities, firmly believing that Yasaki would undoubtedly cleave the durian. Conversely, the members of the Yuki village harbored thoughts starkly opposed to Obito's. They fervently hoped that Yasaki would fail to slice through the durian. For if Yasaki made an error while attempting to strike the durian, it could potentially trigger a chain reaction, resulting in the failure to slice the remaining 2 fruits as well. This scenario would equate to Yasaki missing 3 fruits in rapid succession, effectively leading to his elimination. Consequently, it would signify Yasaki's defeat in the wager against the Yuki villagers. Thus, the Uzuki individual could obtain the renowned katana of Yatsuka. However, the true intention of the Uzuki was not merely to acquire this exquisite sword. Although Yatsuka's katana appeared to be a remarkable weapon, the Uzuki had little interest in such blades. This was primarily because she herself was not a ninja who wielded weapons. Rather, she was proficient in ninjutsu. Among the entourage from the Cloud Hidden Village, only Darui and Killer Bee were sword users. Nevertheless, Darui wielded a heavy broadsword, distinctly different from Yatsuka's lighter katana. Furthermore, Darui typically utilized his broadsword only under ordinary circumstances, as his true expertise lay in body techniques. When he fought earnestly, he seldom resorted to his heavy weapon. Killer Bee, although also a sword-wielding ninja, had a similar predicament. He employed unique, custom-crafted blades, reminiscent of those used by samurai, and notably, these blades lacked sheaths, allowing him to wield 8 swords simultaneously. In contrast, Yatsuka's katana was sheathed, which would hinder Killer Bee's agility while using the 8 tails technique. Additionally, while Yatsuka's katana belonged to the light sword category, it was somewhat heavier and longer than Killer Bee's blades, which were suited for close combat. While Yatsuka's sword was primarily designed for singular slashing techniques. Thus, their purposes differed significantly, rendering Yatsuka's katana unsuitable for Killer Bee. Therefore, among the Cloud Hidden Village members, there was not a single individual capable of wielding Yatsuka's sword. Yet, the Uzuki still yearned to possess it, as it would serve as a small triumph over the Leaf Village. It would symbolize that the Cloud Hidden Village had bested their Leaf counterparts and claimed their spoils. Although such wagers were commonplace, elevating it to a national level transformed it into a matter of pride for the state. Consequently, this was no trivial affair. The Uzuki harbored great hopes for Yatsuka's failure, yet she scorned the idea of employing underhanded tactics. Thus, she could only watch as Yatsuka sliced through fruits, unable to intervene. This contrasted sharply with Junji Ito, who did not adhere to such principles and resorted to outright cheating, only to have his attempts thwarted by Yatsuka's sheer strength. Had it been anyone else, they might not have withstood Ito's interference. How infuriating. This individual possesses astonishing stamina and muscular endurance, managing to persevere until now. The Uzuki gritted her teeth, fully convinced of Yatsuka's ability to withstand the 19th wave. It was impossible for her to doubt, for as long as Yatsuka could cleave through that massive durian, even neglecting the 2 remaining fruits, Yatsuka would undoubtedly endure the 19th wave. In the hearts of the Yumu people, it has become almost an unshakable certainty, 95% assured, that they would lose the bet. This realization has left them profoundly distressed and irate, for the Yumu are inherently proud beings, accustomed to triumphing over others, never the reverse. Consequently, today, they have been bested in a wager by an individual named Yusaka, a denizen of the Leaf Village, which has further fueled their vexation. Meanwhile, Karabi stands nearby, his expression grave and burdened as he regards Yusaka. At this juncture, Yusaka has undeniably exhibited the qualities befitting a formidable adversary. To speak of his prowess, particularly in close combat, is to acknowledge him as a significant threat, an exceedingly dangerous individual. Should he close the distance, the likelihood of being vanquished by Yusaka becomes alarmingly high. After all, Yusaka possesses remarkable reflexes and astonishing agility. Consider this: the ability to deliver over 10 strikes in a single second is a feat few can withstand in close quarters. Even those endowed with the Sharingan must ensure their bodies can keep pace. Karabi envisions a scenario where he confronts Yusaka at close range, employing his signature 8 tails B blade technique in a direct clash. While Yamasaka's speed is indeed terrifying, executing over 10 strikes per second, the 8 tails technique, which allows for simultaneous 8 strikes, does not guarantee the ability to block all of Yamasaka's attacks. Thus, in Kurabi's imagination, he surmises that while he might inflict some degree of external injury upon Yamasaka, the likelihood is that Yamasaka would deliver a far more severe wound to him. After all, Yamasaka could easily parry Kurabi's lethal strikes while simultaneously landing critical blows of his own. Kurabi believes Yamasaka possesses this capability, given the incredible speed at which Yamasaka wields his weapon, making it exceedingly probable that Kurabi would struggle to defend against the onslaught. Hence, he concludes that the most prudent approach would be to adopt a strategy of mutual injury, exchanging his severe wounds for Yamasaka's lighter ones. However, as long as his limbs are not severed or he is not slain outright, Kurabi, despite sustaining grave injuries, can activate his tailed beast chakra cloak. This mode allows the vast chakra of the 8 tails to commence immediate healing, transforming his severe wounds into mere light injuries, and with some additional time, even facilitating complete recovery. This is the extraordinary nature of tailed beast chakra. Furthermore, the reason why Kisame Hoshigaki, in his later stages of development, attained his peak and was dubbed the tailless tailed beast lies partly in his ability to absorb an opponent's chakra through his shark skin, thereby utilizing the tremendous chakra to mend his own injuries. This culminated in a moment where Kurabi's blood plow heat blade left Kisame's ribs exposed, a testament to the ferocity of their confrontation. As a result, the dry persimmon ghost shark managed to harness an immense amount of chakra absorbed from Kurabi, using the shark skin to heal almost fatal injuries in a mere matter of seconds, achieving a state of complete recovery. Consequently, Kurabi has come to the realization that in close combat, he is unequivocally no match for the Eightfold Path. If a real fight were to ensue, he would likely be slain by the Eightfold Path in close quarters. However, should he create some distance, or even better, allow Kurabi to utilize the tailed beast chakra cloak, he believes he possesses an 80% chance of defeating the Eightfold Path. After all, having a tailed beast grants one a significant advantage, unless the opponent possesses the monstrous capabilities akin to those of the Akatsuki from later generations. It is also worth noting that the opponent's Kurabi envisions are all of the lower ninja tier. How many lower ninjas possess the capability to contend with the tailed beast? Even though Kurabi has yet to fully control the 8 tails and cannot unleash its complete form, he has achieved partial tailed beast transformation, enabling him to conjure several octopus-like tentacles reminiscent of the 8 tails. Furthermore, he has reached the ability to transform into the tailed beast chakra cloak mode up to 5 tails without losing his rationality. Kurabi's current limit is transforming into the tailed beast chakra cloak mode with 5 tails while remaining conscious. However, should he exceed this, the 8 tails would suppress his awareness, taking control of his body. Although Kurabi maintains a relatively amicable relationship with the 8 tails, having become friends in a way, his physical stamina and mental resilience are still insufficient to withstand the overwhelming psychic impact of the 8 tails. This explains why, despite their friendship and mutual lack of hostility, Kurabi can only manage up to 5 tails. When channeling the power of a tailed beast, the Jinchuriki's mental realm acts as a vessel, connecting with the psychic will of the tailed beast. Given Kurabi's youth, his mental strength is inadequate. In simpler terms, he cannot contain the formidable will of the 8 tails. Thus, if he forces it, he would be overpowered by the will of the 8 tails, which, although not actively, would lead to a passive state where the 8 tails exerts control over Kurabi's body. This is precisely why the character of Yuzuki is deemed the most perfect Jinchuriki. The circumstances surrounding the 2-tailed beast are rather unique. As long as it desires, the Jinchuriki does not suffer the loss of rationality due to insufficient mental strength. Hence, this is why Yuzuki can flawlessly wield the power of the 2 tails. However, it can only be said that he controls most of the innate capabilities of the tailed beast itself. The 2 tails possesses a special ability that Yuzuki has yet to master, the power to summon demons from the underworld. A third eye is concealed upon the forehead of the 2 tails, which remains unnoticed when closed. Yet, when the 2 tails chooses to open this third eye, it can summon demons from the netherworld to assist in combat. To harness this ability, an immense amount of mental energy is required. It is evident that the current host of the 2 tails, Yuzuki, lacks the necessary mental fortitude to wield such power. Consequently, while the 2 tails is inhabiting Yuzuki, it cannot employ this unique ability. If the 2 tails were to become a free-tailed beast, devoid of a host, it would then be able to freely utilize the power to summon creatures from the underworld. Thus, it can be stated that Yuzuki's insufficient mental strength is the reason the 2 tails is unable to manifest this ability at present. This power is indeed the distinctive capability of the two tails, the demon cat. Each tailed beast possesses its own unique ability. Shikaku, the one tail, governs wind. The two tails summons entities from the netherworld. The three tails commands water. The four tails wields fire. The five tails excels in taijutsu. The six tails manipulates lightning and corrosion. The seven tails embodies earth. The eight tails boasts formidable strength, and the nine tails is characterized by an overwhelming chakra reserve. Therefore, it is reasonable for Killer Bee to consider the host, Yuzuki, as his sole rival in this current 5 Kage friendship tournament, provided they are allowed to utilize the power of their tailed beasts. Prior to this, the Raikage had explicitly instructed Killer Bee and Yuzuki to refrain from using their tailed beast powers unless absolutely necessary, as doing so could excessively reveal their nation's capabilities and incite the greed of other countries. Hence, Killer Bee will not resort to using the tailed beast power unless in dire circumstances. However, even without overtly employing the power of the tailed beasts, both Killer Bee and Yuzuki can still possess chakra levels far exceeding their peers. This is the advantage of being a tailed beast host. Meanwhile, Darui, standing nearby, was equally astounded. His own limit was 14 waves, and he had previously looked down on Yamasaka, believing him to be capped at 12 waves. Yet now, Yamasaka had not only surpassed Darui's limit of 14 waves but had also reached the 19th wave. The disparity of 5 waves felt like an insurmountable chasm, leaving Darui feeling as though he had struck an iron plate. Although Darui did not believe he would lose to Yamasaka in a genuine battle, he was nonetheless quite displeased. At that moment, Might Guy happened to pass by. He was familiar with the Fruit Ninja stall and had even attempted it himself, where his limit had been 13 waves. In truth, Might Guy was eliminated back then solely because his eyes could not keep up. His physical prowess is arguably the strongest among this generation of genin, as he specializes in taijutsu, naturally endowing him with superior physical attributes. His reflexes are also remarkably sharp, as one must possess exceptional reaction time to excel in taijutsu. However, the issue for Might Guy lay in his inability to clearly distinguish the rapidly moving fruits and distractions, as he lacked the Sharingan or any other sensory abilities, relying solely on his ordinary eyesight for observation. However, although Might Guy could perceive the shadows and possessed the ability to strike them, he lacked the discernment to differentiate between fruit and distractions. Thus, he was eliminated. It can be said that Might Guy was entirely capable of advancing further. If he were endowed with a pair of Sharingan, he could likely have persevered through 20 waves. Consequently, Might Guy hastily merged into the crowd, and, as he emerged, he happened to witness the scene of Yamasaka preparing to strike a colossal durian. This sight left Might Guy utterly astonished. He muttered to himself, "When did durians become part of the fray? This is utterly insane. I recall when only smaller fruits like apples, bananas, and oranges were present. How many waves have there been? And now, a gigantic durian appears." At that moment, the enormous durian hurtled towards Yamasaka like a meteor, who clenched his teeth tightly and gripped the handle of his blade firmly before delivering a fierce slash towards the durian. Instantly, a brilliant crescent-shaped gleam of light flashed from the surface of the massive durian. The dazzling white light from the blade cleaved the large durian in two with a single stroke. In that fleeting moment, the vibrant yellow flesh of the fruit was revealed. Yet, at that instant, Yamasaka felt an overwhelming force surging through his wrist and arm, for despite the knife sharpness, it was still met with the immense impact of the durian. Had this been the first wave rather than the 19th, Yamasaka would have hardly perceived the durian as a significant challenge. However, having already endured the rigors of 18 previous waves, his arm was weary from the relentless, high-intensity slashes. He had executed a total of 164 cuts, each delivered with nearly all his strength at a blistering pace of over 10 strikes per second. Thus, after severing the durian, even with the energy-conserving benefits of the Great Freedom Immortal technique, he found himself gritting his teeth as his arm approached its limits. Under normal circumstances, absent the burdens of the large watermelon and durian, Yamasaka might have managed a while longer. Yet, these two fruits felt like the proverbial straw that broke the camel's back, intensifying the strain on his muscles. Resolutely, he steeled himself, reminding himself that only 2 challenges remained. He tightened the muscles in his arm and adjusted his wrist, preparing to strike in the opposite direction of his previous cut on the durian. This was the peculiarity of the 19th wave. The sequence of fruits was arranged so that the positions of the 2 fruits were diametrically opposed to the direction of his slicing motion. This meant he first had to cut the fruit on the left before transitioning to slice the one on the right. Attempting to slice both from left to right in one swift motion was virtually impossible. At times, The two fruits were even aligned on the same horizontal plane, necessitating a rapid succession of identical movements to sever the second fruit immediately after the first. In summary, the difficulty of the 19th wave escalated dramatically. If the previous wave's challenge rated a 20, this one soared to 50, not merely 40, but a full 50. Observing this spectacle, Mike Guy, among the crowd, wore a grave expression, fully cognizant of the challenge at hand. Although he recognized that for him, the act of slicing was not overly daunting, given that his muscular endurance far surpassed Yasaka's. However, he was acutely aware that for someone of ordinary physical prowess, the difficulty at this moment was akin to a hellish challenge. At this juncture, upon witnessing Yamasaka Ichido successfully severing a large durian, the members of Yuin village accompanying Yuzuki displayed expressions of utter desolation. They seemed to be as distressed as if they had consumed something foul. For now, it meant that even if Yamasaka were to miss the next two fruits, he had nonetheless triumphed in the 19th challenge. In essence, Yamasaka had already achieved victory. This implied that he had won the wager against Yuzuki. How on earth did he manage to endure such relentless waves of fruit attacks? Yuzuki exclaimed in exasperation, gazing at Yamasaka for an extended period, yet she could not discern how he had managed to withstand so many assaults. However, she did glean some insights. She and Darui discovered that Yamasaka was striking with his eyes closed. This indicated that Yamasaka possessed an ability to perceive his surroundings without reliance on sight. Yet, the specifics of this ability eluded Yuzuki and her companions. Was it akin to the Byakugan's direct vision, or perhaps similar to the heightened senses of others? Or something entirely different? Yuzuki's mind brimmed with various conjectures. Even without full comprehension, at the very least, Yuzuki and her group were now aware of Yasaka's unique capability, which provided them with an additional layer of intelligence. Consequently, should they encounter Yamasaka in future competitions, they would be better prepared. This highlighted a distinction between the Sharingan and the Byakugan. If one could employ an ability to obscure vision, such as the technique of traversing darkness, the Byakugan would evidently hold the upper hand. After all, the Sharingan required a clear line of sight to activate its slow-motion effect. However, should the Sharingan wield the Susanoo, its efficacy would be diminished, for if one were to manifest such an absolute defense, what use would the technique of darkness serve? Thus, Yuzuki and her companions silently committed their observations of Yamasaka to memory. This individual, possessing such formidable close combat prowess, could he possibly be Konoha's strongest genin participant? Darui inquired, his expression tinged with uncertainty. Perhaps he is, or perhaps he is not. After all, combat encompasses myriad approaches. This fellow may excel in close quarters, but who knows how he fares at range? A single fire technique might very well incinerate him. After all, no matter how adept his blade skills, could he truly cleave through flames? Karabi scoffed disdainfully, emphasizing his point with a rap. Were Asuma Sarutobi present at that moment, or if Obito Uchiha were to overhear Karabi's remarks, they would undoubtedly nod in agreement, affirming that Yamasaka indeed possesses the ability to slice through fire. Yet, the members of Yuin village remained oblivious to this fact, as they had no connections in Konoha and were unaware of Yasaka's remarkable exploits from a month prior. Otherwise, they would not have wagered with Yasaki on whether they could endure until the 19th wave. After all, a month prior, Yasaki had managed to withstand the 18th wave, making it quite plausible to extend that endurance by a little more time to reach the 19th wave. Consequently, intelligence can often be a crucial factor. Presently, Yasaki is left with merely two remaining fruits. One of these is a banana, while the other is a minuscule grape, so tiny that a moment's carelessness could lead to a misstep, presenting a considerable challenge. This revelation left Yamasaka utterly astonished. He pondered how the difficulty of the 19th wave had escalated so dramatically. Previously, he had encountered immense fruits like watermelons and large durians, which had significantly burdened his wrists. Moreover, as the battle progressed, the fatigue induced by these large fruits intensified. Had the colossal watermelon and durian been unleashed at the very onset of the 19th wave, he might have felt fatigued yet still managed to hold his ground. However, these formidable fruits appeared after numerous strikes during the wave, when his arms and wrists were already nearing their limits. At that point, attempting to cleave such oversized fruits would undoubtedly amplify the exhaustion felt in his muscles. Having grown accustomed to slicing through large fruits like apples and even watermelons, he was taken aback when a single grape was launched. This was not a bunch of grapes, but merely one solitary grape, and notably, it was not the larger variety, but rather a smaller, fragrant type. Such a diminutive object was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye, especially at such high velocities. It was highly likely that it would be overlooked entirely due to its minuscule size. In contrast, larger fruits like apples or bananas, despite their rapid movement, could still be discerned as a blurred silhouette. Yet, this single small grape was virtually invisible, leading some to wonder why the 19th wave had only released 18 projectiles instead of the expected 19. This was not due to a mechanical malfunction or any other reason for a missing piece of fruit. It was simply that the final grape was so tiny that, in its swift flight, it was nearly undetectable to the human eye. Only those with unique visual acuity, such as Uchiha Obito's Sharingan or the Byakugan, could clearly perceive the minuscule grape, along with individuals possessing other exceptional sensory capabilities, like Jiraiya's spatial barriers or Yamasaka's current manipulation of airflow perception. Consequently, upon glimpsing the tiny grape, Yamasaka nearly lost his composure. After all, it was exceedingly small, making it incredibly easy to miss with a blade. Given its diminutive size, even the slightest deviation in aim would result in a missed strike. The only advantage was that this final piece required less effort to cut. Indeed, merely the grape's contact with the blade would suffice to sever it, driven by the inertia and the sharpness of the edge. One might even suggest that the exertion saved by the last grape was already compensated for by the preceding watermelon and durian, which had more than fulfilled their burden. Not only did Yamasaka feel an extraordinary surprise upon seeing the grape, but Uchiha Obito beside him was equally astonished. He had never imagined that a machine could eject grapes. While the concept was rooted in the fruit slicing game, in Obito's mind, the possibilities revolved around apples or oranges, fruits of that nature. Grapes had never crossed his mind. Although grapes are indeed fruits, they typically appear in clusters. The idea of a grape being propelled at such high velocity would result in the cluster disintegrating. Many individual grapes would scatter, akin to the effect of a shotgun blast, rendering them utterly impossible to slice. Consequently, Obito had completely overlooked grapes as a viable option. To his utter disbelief, he found that the proprietor of this fruit-slicing stall had indeed launched a grape, and a minuscule one at that. This prompted Obito to exclaim in exasperation, "This owner is utterly deranged to increase the difficulty. To produce even a single tiny grape is outrageous." Nearby, Mike Guy, intrigued by Obito's words, inquired, "Grape? Where's the grape? I don't see it." Obito promptly clarified, "The last fruit is a grape, very small, just about this size." As he gestured with his fingers to illustrate the grape's diminutive dimensions, Guy gasped, "What? A grape so small? This is beyond absurd." His astonishment propelled him to leap in shock. He had never anticipated that the difficulty had escalated to such an extent. He finally comprehended why he had only noticed 18 flying objects earlier, missing one entirely. Now he realized that the last flying object was a minuscule grape, which had eluded his notice. This revelation sparked a troubling thought in Guy's mind. If, in a real combat scenario, an adversary were to deploy projectiles as small as grapes, those virtually invisible to the naked eye, how would he respond? Presently, it seemed his eyes could not detect such small, high-velocity projectiles, which could easily result in him being struck. This instilled a significant sense of urgency within him. He resolved to cultivate a skill capable of detecting objects imperceptible to the naked eye. Simultaneously, individuals from the hidden cloud, hidden mist, and hidden sand villages also recognized that the final fruit was indeed a grape. Their astonishment mirrored that of Obito and Guy. Darui leapt up, exclaiming in disbelief, "Goodness! The difficulty of this 19th wave is far too great. Not only are there watermelons and durians, but now a tiny grape has been introduced. This is sheer hellish difficulty." Darui wore an expression of shock and disbelief, a sentiment echoed by the others present. Karabi maintained a serious demeanor, convinced that even he, facing the 19th wave and employing the eight-tails sword technique, would be unable to withstand its ferocity. Consequently, his estimation of Yamasaka's strength escalated considerably. Yuzuki also appeared astonished, taken aback by the formidable nature of the 19th wave. Although this fruit ninja had experienced similar challenges in the Hidden Cloud Village, none had ever persevered to this degree. It remained uncertain whether the challenges posed by Konoha were inherently greater than those of the Hidden Cloud, or if the 19th wave simply represented a significant increase in difficulty. After all, this was the first instance they had witnessed someone reaching the 19th wave, rendering them utterly astounded. At this juncture, it could be said that Yamasaka had effectively won the wager. Therefore, despite Yuzuki's reluctance to admit it, he had indeed lost the bet. However, this was not a matter of great concern, as he had previously triumphed over another Konoha ninja. Thus, it merely amounted to a draw in the grand scheme of things. Devoid of any embarrassment, it was simply a matter of regret. This experience imparted a crucial lesson to Yuzuki. One should refrain from gambling, for it is an endeavor fraught with uncertainty, and no one can guarantee victory. Meanwhile, Terumi gazed at Yamasaka with a dazed expression, murmuring to herself, incredibly handsome. Especially with that sword technique. Not even the 7 ninja swordsmen possess such formidable skills. Alas, I have fallen in love. This is the unmistakable feeling of infatuation. Though he may not have the same allure as Scorpion, his overall charisma is even more striking, a certain captivating charm. I must pursue him. He is undoubtedly my future husband. Terumi was lost in her daydreams. While beside her, Kisame Hashigaki regarded her with disdain, pondering why this woman was so infatuated. On the other hand, Zabuza Momochi's animosity towards Yamasaka deepened as he perceived him as an adversary. The stronger Yamasaka became, the greater the threat he posed, intensifying Zabuza's desire to eliminate him. I must kill him. He is too strong. He poses a threat to both me and the Mist Village, so I must eliminate him, Zabuza declared with a sinister grin, prompting a bemused expression from Hozuki Mangetsu, who was polishing his sword. What a lunatic, he remarked. Upon hearing Mangetsu's comment, Zabuza shot him a glare. Were it not for your affiliation with the Mist Village, I would have killed you by now. Mangetsu scoffed, continuing to clean his weapon while dismissively retorting, Kill me? You? From where does this misplaced confidence stem? It seems not only your sanity is in question, but also your intellect. Speak those words again if you dare. Do not mistake my patience for weakness. Zabuza warned, his voice low and menacing, his narrowed eyes betraying a murderous intent directed at Mangetsu. As the moonlight illuminated the night, Zuki Mangetsu provocatively taunted Momochi Zabuza while polishing his ninja blade. It's not that I look down upon you, but with your level of skill. You truly believe you can kill me? Surely, you must be dreaming. In the blink of an eye, Zabuza, without uttering a word, drew the massive beheading sword strapped to his back and swung it ferociously towards Mangetsu's head, showing no restraint, intent on delivering a lethal blow. Indeed, he was a ruthless figure, embodying the essence of a merciless warrior. The 2-meter-long sword whistled through the air as it descended upon Mangetsu, startling those in the vicinity. Mangetsu, taken aback by Zabuza's sudden aggression and his unhesitating resolve, swiftly employed the technique of water transformation, allowing his body to become one with the water element. In the next moment, a sound akin to a palm striking water echoed through the air. Zabuza's blade struck Mangetsu's head with a violent force, shattering it into a myriad of droplets that splattered across the ground. Yet, in the following instant, an astonishing transformation occurred. The scattered droplets began to stir, coalescing and flowing upward towards Mangetsu's neck, where they converged. Within mere seconds, the water materialized into the shape of a head, ultimately reconstituting itself into Mangetsu's original form. Aha! Zabuza, I told you, with your meager skills, you dare challenge me? Surely, you must be suffering from dementia. Even if you trained for decades, you would never match my prowess. Ha ha ha. Mangetsu burst into laughter, hands on his hips. Zabuza's face turned a shade of iron as fury enveloped him. Without hesitation, he swung his sword once more towards Mangetsu, who stood unperturbed, making no effort to evade or defend. Zabuza's beheading sword cleaved through Mangetsu's form, slicing him in two from head to toe. This gruesome spectacle sent shockwaves through the onlookers, as the brutality was undeniably harrowing. However, before the crowd could recover from their shock, Mangetsu, once again severed by Zabuza's strike, transformed into a puddle of water. Remarkably, that puddle reformed into a humanoid shape, returning to the figure of Zuki Mangetsu. Thus, Zabuza's attack proved utterly ineffective. Zabuza, I've reiterated that your techniques have no effect on me. If you refuse to believe it, perhaps you should consider tending to fish at home instead. Mangetsu continued to laugh heartily, carefree and untroubled. Peachland, unable to contain his frustration, nearly erupted with rage. He was acutely aware that his decapitating blade, a physical assault, was utterly ineffective against the likes of Gizuki Manatsu, who could liquefy his body and evade such attacks. Consequently, he resolutely drove his sword into the ground and commenced a rapid sequence of hand seals. Water release. Water dragon bullet. Just as he was on the verge of unleashing the water release, grand waterfall technique, Terumi lost her temper, delivering a powerful punch that sent him crashing to the ground. Onlookers from Sunagakure observed the commotion in Kirigakure with disbelief. Did you see that? Maki remarked to Sasori. They haven't even begun the match, and they're already at each other's throats. Truly a band of lunatics. I think it's prudent for us to keep our distance. They might turn on their own. Sasori nodded in agreement, and the Sunagakure contingent subtly shifted away from the tumultuous scene. Meanwhile, After being knocked down by Chirumi, Peach Land sprang back to his feet in indignation, confronting her with fury. Chirumi, don't presume that I want to kill you just because you're a woman. Chirumi retorted angrily, you deranged fool. You're bringing shame to Kirigakure. This altercation caught the attention of the individuals from Kumogakure. Yuzuki scoffed. Look at the people of Kirigakure, fighting amongst themselves before the match even starts. How amusing. No wonder they're dubbed the Village of Blood Mist. They're on the verge of self-destruction. At least we in Kumogakure are united. Darui nodded in agreement, adding, indeed. It seems the ninjas from Kirigakure possess a rather grim training regimen. Our path to becoming ninjas involves standard assessments at the Ninja Academy, but for them, practical combat is a necessity. Each participant carries a bell, and possessing 2 bells qualifies one as a ninja, during which killing is permitted. As a result, many have taken the lives of their comrades to seize their bells. The difficulty of murder for a bell is distinctly greater than merely obtaining one without bloodshed. After a moment's pause, Darui continued. Consequently, nearly half of Kirigakure's ninjas have killed their own teammates during the ninja qualification exams, sometimes even slaying their own group members. This cultivates a profound distrust among them, making internal conflict quite commonplace. At this juncture, Yuzuki interjected, however, once they become ninjas, things improve considerably. Many missions necessitate a united front to succeed, compelling them to cooperate for survival. Yet, even so, they retain an ingrained mistrust, and when the moment calls for it, they do not hesitate to betray their allies. Meanwhile, Yamasaka had begun to swing his sword toward the penultimate opponent, a banana. This banana spun through the air toward Yamasaka like a boomerang, though such an approach carried its own risks. Although the probability is generally low, there exists a possibility of unfortunate circumstances. For instance, when you swing your knife towards a banana, it may, like a boomerang, spin and evade your blade. Such occurrences are rare and typically befall only the unluckiest of individuals, with merely a 20% chance of happening. Yamasaka struck fiercely, the sharp edge of the knife slicing through the banana, cleaving it cleanly in two with remarkable precision. The severed pieces, propelled by external force, soared in opposite directions at a 30-degree angle. One of the segments fortuitously struck Momochi Zabuza, further aggravating his already irritable demeanor. He felt thoroughly unlucky to be assailed even by a piece of fruit. Moreover, his paranoia led him to believe that Yamasaka had deliberately aimed the banana fragment at him. I will kill you. Zabuza seethed, casting a furious glare at Yamasaka, only to be swiftly knocked to the ground by Chirumi. Shut your mouth, she growled, her anger palpable. She felt that Zabuza's erratic behavior was a disgrace to their village of the mist, while others exhibited their own eccentricities. None matched the intensity of Zabuza's madness, leaving Mei troubled. She pondered the third Mizuki's judgment in sending such a volatile individual as Zabuza along. He was nothing short of a ticking time bomb. Yet, Chirumi-Mei's strength surpassed that of Zabuza. Allowing her to restrain him and prevent any unnecessary disturbances, an instruction reiterated by the third Mizuki before their departure. Sighing, she pressed her palm to her forehead, feeling overwhelmed, and fantasized about marrying a handsome man to escape the chaos of her responsibilities. At that moment, her attention returned to Yamasaka, who had just severed the penultimate banana. Witnessing this, Mei applauded, thinking to herself, indeed, my husband is formidable. Now, only a small grape remained. However, Yamasaka's arm was nearing its limits. Merely gripping the knife to prevent it from slipping was exhausting all his strength. Nevertheless, he was 80% certain that it would not escape his grasp this time. With utmost concentration, he focused on the minuscule grape, his mind swiftly calculating its trajectory. Given its diminutive size, it was easily miscut. Under normal circumstances, this task would pose no challenge. Yet, Yamasaka's hand trembled, and a slight miscalculation could lead to a disastrous outcome, necessitating meticulous control over his arm. At that moment, Uchiha Obito and Might Guy were equally invested, their eyes fixed on Yamasaka's final strike. Although Guy could not perceive the small grape racing through the air, he remained tense and exhilarated. If Yamasaka could successfully sever that small grape, it would signify that he had flawlessly navigated through all 19 waves. Although it was Yamasaka and not Might Guy himself, Might Guy still felt an exhilarating rush of excitement. The group from the Hidden Cloud Village was equally engrossed in this unfolding drama. By this point, they were already aware of the outcome. The bet placed by the Yuzuki had been lost. Consequently, they were eager to witness whether Yamasaka could indeed accomplish a perfect run without missing a single fruit. Even those from other villages were curious to see if any genin could achieve such a feat while there were indeed individuals capable of it, such as A. He was A.J. Nin. The focus now was on whether any genin could replicate this achievement, which bore a different significance altogether. Even the ever-rhythmic Killer Bee had fallen silent, for they had arrived at the most critical juncture. Only one final strike remained to conquer the 19th wave. At this moment, Yamasaka had nearly anticipated the trajectory and velocity of that small grape. Thus, he preemptively swung his blade towards the predicted path of the grape. This maneuver would effectively cause the grape to collide with the edge of his katana. Throughout this process, Yamasaka exerted every effort to maintain steadiness, ensuring that his hand did not tremble excessively, which could result in a near miss. As countless pairs of eyes fixated on him, Yamasaka delivered a decisive, powerful strike toward the grape. In the next instant, a brilliant crescent-shaped flash of white light illuminated the air as the grape was cleaved in two, falling to the ground and bouncing a few times due to its elastic flesh. The severing of the grape signified Yamasaka's triumphant and flawless passage through the onslaught of 19 fruit attacks. This outcome meant that Yamasaka had won the wager against the Uzuki, resulting in the latter's defeat. Consequently, the katana that the Uzuki had previously claimed from the Leaf Ninja would need to be returned. This was a realization shared by all present. Thus, when the Leaf Ninja witnessed the grape being sliced in half by Yamasaka's blade, he was overwhelmed with joy, collapsing to the ground in tears. This katana was a cherished heirloom left to him by his father, who had perished during the Second Shinobi World War, reportedly meeting a fate similar to that of Tsunade's brother, Dan, having fallen victim to an explosive tag trap laid by the enemy. However, the Leaf Ninja's father had suffered a more tragic end, as he was obliterated in the explosion, leaving no remains to recover, only this katana as a memento. In a moment of impulsive fervor, the Leaf Ninja had unwittingly placed this katana as the wager. In truth, at the onset of the wager, the Leaf Ninja harbored a tinge of regret. Yet, by that time, retreat was no longer an option, as the bet culminated in defeat. He relinquished the katana with a heart steeped in despair. Thus, when Yamasaka triumphantly reclaimed the blade, the emotions swirling within the Leaf Ninja were beyond articulation. At that moment, after severing the last small grape, Yamasaka grasped the hilt of the sword with his left hand, allowing his weary right hand to release its hold and begin to relax. It was then that the onlookers observed the subtle tremor coursing through Yamasaka's right hand and entire arm, a clear indication that he had reached his limit. Many speculated that Yamasaka had reached the end of his capabilities, a conjecture that proved accurate. Yamasaka then addressed the proprietor of the Fruit Ninja competition, stating, "I forfeit. This is where I draw the line." The proprietor nodded and amended the rankings, elevating Yamasaka's standing from 18 to 19. This signified that Yamasaka had surpassed his previous record. Concurrently, Uchiha Obito and Might Guy erupted in ecstatic cheers, celebrating Yamasaka's record-breaking achievement and his victory in the wager. After all, vanquishing a competitor from another nation bore a significance distinct from triumphing over one's compatriots. At that juncture, Uzuki emerged from the crowd, her expression a mask of vexation, and approached Yamasaka. From behind, she retrieved the katana of the Leaf Ninja and extended it to Yamasaka with both hands. "I have lost, according to our wager. This blade is yours," she declared, her tone laced with irritation. The defeat stung her pride, for she had always been deemed a prodigy. And losing, albeit in a bet rather than an actual battle, was incongruous with her competitive spirit. Yamasaka sheathed his own katana and accepted the Leaf Ninja's blade with his left hand. "Consider this your victory, but remember, this is merely a wager. In a true battle, I shall undoubtedly best you. You would do well to pray that we do not meet on the arena. Otherwise, I will ensure you comprehend the essence of despair." Initially, Uzuki's demeanor was icy. Yet as her statement progressed, it morphed into an expression of haughty confidence, as if she believed victory over Yamasaka was a foregone conclusion. "Those I have defeated often speak in a manner akin to yours before the battle. You are no exception. To me, you are merely another opponent destined to fall by my blade," Yamasaka replied with a chuckle. "You," Uzuki retorted, her frustration boiling over into a sardonic laughter. "Very well. I shall watch you for a few more days. I look forward to seeing your expression when you fall to my hand." With that, she turned on her heel and departed without a backward glance. At this moment, Darui approached Yamasaka and remarked, "Although your swordsmanship is formidable, far surpassing my own, it does not guarantee victory in a true battle. I eagerly anticipate our clash and hope to face you in the forthcoming matches." Yamasaka, with a kind smile, replied, "You would do well not to underestimate me, for should you encounter me in combat, you might find yourself haunted by the experience." Darui erupted into hearty laughter, unperturbed, and waved goodbye to Yamasaka as he departed. Shortly thereafter, Karabi approached Yamasaka, speaking in a rhythmic rap tone, "Your sword technique is impressive. I look forward to testing my skills against yours. My own swordplay is quite exceptional, so prepare yourself. However, if you allow me to maintain distance, you will have no chance of victory. Yamasaka retorted, you will find no opportunity to create distance, for I shall finish you with a single strike. Karabi laughed heartily. Haha, then let us await the showdown. At that moment, the Hidden Cloud Village encountered A, who had just exited the restroom. Big brother, why were you in there for so long? Karabi asked, bewildered. A replied, need I explain? I overindulged yesterday. Surely you know that a hearty meal results in extended visits to the restroom. I nearly caused a blockage. Nearby, Yuzuki, who was enjoying dumplings, promptly spat them out. Meanwhile, Yamasaka, having retrieved the katana from Yuzuki, handed it over to a Leaf Village ninja. The ninja fell to his knees, accepting the sword with both hands. Tears streaming down his face as he expressed, thank you. Without you, I would have lost this blade, a cherished heirloom from my father. This Leaf ninja was known as Umino Irika, the father of Umino Irika, although Yamasaka remained unaware of this connection. Yamasaka cautioned Umino Irika in the future. Refrain from making wagers lightly, especially with your sword as the stake. It holds great significance. Umino Irika nodded solemnly, gratitude overflowing as he replied, thank you. He then rose and departed. At this juncture, the surrounding crowd erupted in cheers, celebrating Yamasaka's victory and the new record he had set. Terumi Mei gazed at Yamasaka with starry-eyed admiration, akin to how Noera Rin and others had looked at him before. Clenching her fists to her chest, she thought, this is the man I desire, so charismatic, exceptionally skilled, and deeply responsible with a sense of collective honor. Truly remarkable. Just then, Momochi Zabuza rose from the ground, glaring fiercely at Yamasaka. Humph, what is so impressive? I will surely kill you. Upon hearing Zabuza dare to threaten her idol and prospective partner, Terumi Mei's fury ignited, and she swiftly employed the water prison technique, ensnaring Zabuza within its confines, silencing his raucous threats. On the other side, Uchiha Obito and Might Guy rushed forward, excitedly addressing Yamasaka. Yamasaka, you are truly remarkable, managing to reach the 19th wave and triumphing over the wager with the Hidden Cloud Village ninja. You have brought great honor to our Leaf Village. Yamasaka, I never anticipated that in just a month, your strength would increase so significantly. It is truly impressive, however. I shall not be left behind. One day, I will surely surpass you. Might Guy exclaimed passionately. Well, it's all right. Really, it's just a game. Nothing too serious. Yamasaka replied with a smile, appearing quite humble in the eyes of others, unlike some who become arrogant and boastful upon achieving a modicum of success. This demeanor endeared him even more to Terumi Mei, who thought to herself that not only was he powerful, but his humility was truly admirable. Consequently, Terumi Mei approached Yamasaka directly. Hello, may I ask your name? She inquired, having not seen the rankings and being new to the scene, thus unaware of Yamasaka's identity. Upon hearing this unfamiliar voice and noticing her approach, Yamasaka pointed to himself in curiosity and asked, are you asking me? Indeed. Terumi Mei nodded affirmatively. My name is Kazuki Yamasaka. Kazuki Yamasaka, what a lovely name. I shall remember it. I am Terumi Mei, hailing from the Hidden Mist Village. And I too am a participant in this 5 Kage joint friendship tournament. I look forward to your guidance, Yamasaka-kun. She introduced herself with enthusiasm. What? This girl is actually a contestant from the Hidden Mist Village. Uchiha Obito and Might Guy exchanged astonished glances at Terumi Mei, not expecting such a beautiful voice to belong to a competitor. They discreetly observed Terumi Mei, noting that she stood just shy of Yamasaka's height, which was quite remarkable for someone of her age. Furthermore, her appearance was equally pleasing, and her figure was commendable. However, Uchiha Obito's heart was already occupied by Rin Noera, leaving no room for any inappropriate thoughts regarding Terumi Mei. Might Guy, on the other hand, was solely focused on combat. For him, it mattered not whether Terumi Mei was male or female. His only interest lay in challenging her. Having heard that many ninja from the Hidden Mist Village excel in water techniques, he pondered whether his Leaf Village youth was more formidable than their water jutsu. Thus, Might Guy boldly declared to Terumi Mei, hello, I am Might Guy. Shall we engage in a one-on-one battle? Terumi Mei glanced at Might Guy, inwardly questioning his sanity, wondering if he was akin to a lunatic, approaching her merely to challenge her to a duel, possibly resembling the infamous Zabuza Momochi. She forced a stiff smile, awkwardly responding, I'm rather occupied today, perhaps another time? And what of tomorrow? Might Guy persisted, unwilling to relent. He believed that anyone capable of competing as a contestant must surely be among the elite genin of the Hidden Mist Village, and engaging in battle with such individuals would undoubtedly be exhilarating. A dark line appeared on Terumi Mei's forehead as she pondered whether Konoha also had its share of eccentricities like Zabuza. Thus, she awkwardly replied, "We do not permit combat outside of the matches." "Oh, well, that's too bad," my guy remarked with a look of disappointment. At that moment, Yamasaka inquired, "Do you have anything else to discuss? If not, I shall take my leave." Terumi Mei found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Although she yearned to suggest they go on a date, she felt that such a proposition might be overly forward, especially since they had only just met. Therefore, she feigned modesty and replied, "Oh, I don't have anything at the moment." "Oh, then farewell." Yamasaka promptly departed. Witnessing this scene, Terumi Mei felt no sense of awkwardness. Instead, she found herself infatuated, thinking, "Indeed, he is a true gentleman," exuding an air of aloofness. Yet, even the most distant of gentlemen will lower their guard when they encounter a woman they admire, and I am that woman. With that, Terumi Mei resolutely affirmed her feelings. Meanwhile, news of Yamasaka's success in surpassing the 19th wave quickly spread among the genin. When Kakashi heard this news while dining, he dropped his chopsticks in disbelief. He truly surpassed the 19th wave. This was astonishing. In just a month, he had shattered the record. Kakashi, utterly astonished, never anticipated that Yamasaka's prowess would advance so rapidly. It is worth noting that during this month, Kakashi had been enduring grueling, hellish training, all in pursuit of achieving commendable results in the upcoming competition. After all, no one wishes to lose, especially not in an international contest before their fellow countrymen. Consequently, Kakashi had been training fervently. Naturally, this month-long endeavor had significantly enhanced his abilities, including mastery over ninjutsu, physical stamina, and even chakra reserves. However, upon witnessing Yamasaka's progress, Kakashi's earlier sense of satisfaction evaporated. After all, he rarely observed Yamasaka engaging in training. Rather, he seemed to indulge in a continuous cycle of eating. The realization that Yamasaka, despite his leisurely lifestyle, had improved significantly left Kakashi feeling quite disheartened. He had initially thought that since Yamasaka appeared to neglect training and spend his days solely focused on food, he might have a chance to catch up. Yet, now Kakashi grappled with the unsettling truth. Even without dedicated training, Yamasaka's strength continued to grow, leaving Kakashi, who had been tirelessly training, questioning the very essence of his efforts. What would be the extent of Yamasaka's prowess if he diligently devoted himself to training? In that instant, Kakashi found himself engulfed in a state of existential crisis. Unbeknownst to Kakashi, for Yamasaka, eating was synonymous with training. Thus, when Kakashi observed Yamasaka frequently indulging in various foods, it was, in truth, a manifestation of Yamasaka's continuous training. Theoretically speaking, Yamasaka's training duration surpassed that of others, as he was perpetually consuming sustenance. Moreover, it is widely acknowledged that the enjoyment of gourmet delicacies does not hinge upon the quantity consumed. Merely tasting a gastronomic delight yields effects akin to devouring an entire dish. For instance, if Yamasaka were to savor a single potato chip, it would equate to the impact of consuming an entire bag. The advantage of this lies in avoiding the discomfort of excessive fullness, which could hinder further consumption. Otherwise, if Yamasaka were to indulge in a substantial cake, the ensuing hours spent in digestion would preclude him from enjoying other delicacies, thereby resulting in a considerable waste of time. However, if Yamasaka could gain system rewards from merely tasting a bite of cake, those hours could be transformed into opportunities to relish numerous other dishes and amass a wealth of rewards. This is the inherent benefit of the system. Consequently, Yamasaka has essentially sampled nearly every culinary delight within Konoha. The rewards from first-time experiences differ markedly from those of repeated indulgences. Thus, Yamasaka now finds himself reliant on re-experiencing familiar flavors to accumulate system rewards. This explains why, upon his inaugural tasting of the super pizza gifted by the third Hokage, Yamasaka received particularly generous rewards, given the novelty of the experience. It is also the reason for Yamasaka's rapid advancement. Even though he may miss out on exceptional rewards from first-time culinary experiences, as long as he consumes gourmet food, the system will duly bestow rewards upon him. These rewards are not exclusively skills or techniques. They may encompass increases in proficiency or enhancements in physical attributes, such as muscular endurance, explosive power, reflexes, or even cognitive acuity. Thus, while others perceive Yamasaka as merely indulging in food without engaging in training, they fail to realize that his continuous consumption is, in fact, his form of training. The astonishment was not limited to Kakashi. Others were equally taken aback. Take, for instance, Junji Ito, who was in the midst of savoring a bun. As the former record holder for the Fruit Ninja Championship in Konoha, he had only recently seen his record shattered by Yamasaka last month. Just a month later, Yamasaka had surpassed his own record once again. Upon hearing this news, Junji Ito nearly choked on his bun, teetering on the brink of asphyxiation. Was this truly a mere mortal? In the span of just 1 month, he had obliterated the record yet again. What sorcery was this? Junji Ito was utterly astonished, feeling as though he, the former record holder, had now become inconsequential. This was indeed an exaggeration. He fully comprehended the vast chasm of difficulty between the 18th and 19th waves, particularly having heard the entire account of the 19th wave. He realized it had introduced significant challenges: the addition of oversized watermelons, large durians, counterfeit fruits, and even a minuscule grape. This understanding profoundly impressed upon him the magnitude of the challenge required to endure the 19th wave, especially since he had only reached the 16th wave himself. The disparity in difficulty from the 16th to the 19th wave was as vast as the distance between heaven and earth. Reflecting on this, Junji Ito helplessly shook his head and sighed. Indeed, the Yangtze River's waves push forward the previous ones. Konoha has produced such an astonishing individual, marking a stroke of luck for the village. With that, he resumed eating his bun. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tsukiyakari's ship, who was diligently training in his cutting techniques, was equally taken aback upon hearing this news. However, he quickly regained his composure, as he believed that if he made Yamasaka his target, then the stronger Yamasaka became, the stronger he would also grow. As long as he did not give up and continued to pursue Yamasaka's footsteps, his own strength would inevitably increase. At this point, Tsukiyakari's ship clearly recognized that his abilities had significantly improved compared to before, all due to his relentless pursuit of Yamasaka. Thus, he was harboring a strong determination. For while others remained unaware of his true strength, he alone was cognizant of it. He aimed to astonish everyone at the upcoming 5 Kage Friendship Tournament in 3 days, demonstrating that Konoha not only had the formidable Yamasaka but also a powerful individual named Tsukiyakari's ship. Moreover, he wished to prove to Waigure that he, Tsukiyakari's ship, was equally formidable. Consequently, after a brief moment of astonishment, Tsukiyakari's ship returned to his training, his spirit having grown remarkably resilient. However, he had recently discovered that his body was experiencing some issues. A visit to the doctor revealed a rather serious condition. Yet, it was not without remedy. As the physician was contemplating appropriate treatment measures, Tsukiyakari's ship did not allow this predicament to plunge him into despair. His singular focus remained on enhancing his strength, preparing to shine at the forthcoming 5 Kage Friendship Tournament. Having always maintained a low profile, few were aware of his true capabilities. Now, it was finally time for his talents to shine. Simultaneously, observing Yamasaka's triumph over the 19th wave, Sasori, amidst the crowd, became increasingly resolute in his desire to eliminate Yamasaka and transform him into a puppet. In his heart, he fervently contemplated, once I eliminate this individual, I shall also dispose of the third Kazekage, turning them all into puppets. After successfully securing first place, Yamasaka chose to forego the subsequent 20th round, thus concluding his challenge in the Fruit Ninja competition. Following the receipt of his reward for achieving first place, Yamasaka departed. Although his departure inspired a few others to participate in the Fruit Ninja challenge, none could match Yamasaka's formidable prowess. Consequently, these subsequent contenders were swiftly defeated within just a few rounds, diminishing the spectacle and causing the onlookers to disperse. With the crowd dwindling, Scorpion also took his leave, accompanied by the group from Sunagakure. Just as the Sunagakure entourage departed, the representatives from Awagakure arrived. It must be noted that the location of this Fruit Ninja booth was exceptionally well chosen, situated adjacent to a small square in Konoha, conveniently accessible from the village's main gate. This strategic positioning explains why the villagers from Kumogakure, Kirigakure, and Sunagakure had all flocked to this booth. Now, Awagakure's individuals had also come to explore the setup, though the crowd had significantly thinned. While they found the Fruit Ninja booth intriguing, being primarily adept in earth-style ninjutsu, they possessed little knowledge of swordsmanship and thus did not linger, opting instead to proceed to the accommodations arranged for them in Konoha. Moreover, representatives from smaller nations, such as Kusagakure and Rigakure, had also arrived in Konoha. According to the registration office at the village's entrance, all participants from various nations intending to compete in the 5 Kage Joint Friendship Tournament had now gathered. At this juncture, the ninja from each village had settled into their respective lodgings. The Kumogakure team was convening a small meeting to discuss the upcoming competition. During this gathering, They reviewed the intelligence gathered on the competitors from each ninja village. Upon discussing Konoha, they came across information regarding Yusaki, which detailed his physical characteristics, his voracious appetite, mastery of slashing techniques, and notably, his status as Konoha's strongest genin. To their astonishment, it appeared that he truly was the mightiest genin of Konoha, positioning him as a key player among the Konoha competitors. Yuzuki, arms crossed and studying the dossier, exhibited an expression of anticipation. The tournament format consisted of both individual and team competitions, indicating 2 phases of contests, a preliminary team competition followed by individual matchups, culminating in rankings for both categories. This dual format emphasized the significance of teamwork and individual prowess, a result of deliberation among the 5 great nations' leaders. After all, ninjas often execute missions as part of a small team, making collaborative combat a frequent occurrence, hence the inclusion of team competitions. The remaining individual competitions naturally devolve into one-on-one duels, a perfectly ordinary occurrence. Each participating team designates a leader, typically the most formidable member, though some teams may choose the most esteemed or intellectually gifted individual for this role. However, it is predominantly the strongest member who assumes this responsibility. The leader, distinct from the team captain, is generally an experienced shinobi who oversees the team. In the case of Konoha, due to the home advantage, the leadership role is somewhat flexible, allowing Yatsuka to take command, although there will still be a seasoned shinobi responsible for leading the team. For instance, the strongest representative from the Mist Village is none other than the renowned Terumi, while the Sand Village's champion is the formidable Scorpion. The Lightning Village is represented by the resourceful Yuzuki, and the Stone Village is led by Deidara. In Konoha, the captain is unequivocally Yatsuka. There exists no dissent regarding Yatsuka's leadership. Apart from the female participants, the majority of the lower-ranked shinobi have fallen before his prowess. While there may be disagreements regarding other aspects of Yatsuka, his strength is universally acknowledged. It is likely that any opposing voice would find themselves incapacitated by Yatsuka's blade. With today marking only 3 days until the commencement of the 5 Kage Summit Friendship Tournament, the opening ceremony is scheduled for the 4th day hence. Consequently, each team is currently analyzing the skills of their opponents. The fact that Yatsuka is the captain of Konoha has piqued the interest of not just Yuzuki, but also Darui, Killer Bee, and several others. They have recently witnessed Yatsuka's extraordinary swordsmanship, gaining insight into his unique capabilities, which predominantly lean towards close combat rather than traditional ninjutsu. In confronting such a combatant, it is essential to maintain distance and employ wide-ranging ninjutsu to counter him effectively. The delegates from the Lightning Village are well aware of this strategy. Although Yatsuka's swordsmanship is exceptional, he is not insurmountable. As long as they keep their distance and utilize ninjutsu to prevent him from closing in, they can hold their ground. This type of ninja exhibits both pronounced strengths and weaknesses, making them relatively straightforward to target. Now, I shall turn my attention to the next individual of note, Kakashi Hitaki. After a brief pause, the U-Wood individual continued, stating that in comparison to the formidable close combat prowess of Yatsuka, whose ranged abilities were rather lacking, Kakashi Hitaki exhibited a more well-rounded skill set. While he may not excel in any single area, Kakashi is remarkably versatile, proficient in melee and ranged combat, ninjutsu, taijutsu, and even genjutsu. This versatility implies that he possesses no glaring weaknesses, making him a challenging opponent as there are no particularly suitable strategies to exploit against him. Thus, one must strive to leverage their own strengths in combat with him. As for Asuma Sarutobi, the situation mirrors that of the Hidden Cloud Village, as the Hidden Mist Village is also analyzing the competitors for this tournament. Their conclusions align closely with those of the Hidden Cloud, advocating for a strategy of ranged combat against Yatsuka and a fundamental approach against Kakashi and his peers. After all, Kakashi and his comrades represent the archetype of traditional ninjas, utilizing ninjutsu, thereby engaging in relatively orthodox combat. In contrast, Yatsuka and Might Guy, with their overwhelming close-quarters lethality, possess distinctly pronounced strengths and weaknesses, which can be effectively countered. Be mindful of this individual, Scorpion remarked, pointing to a photograph of a figure named Kagyuki ship. Aside from Yatsuka, this person's slashing techniques should also be formidable. Maki nodded in agreement, stating, according to our intelligence, this Kagyuki ship tends to maintain a low profile and rarely engages in combat. However, investigations reveal that he frequently spars with Yatsuka, losing each time. Yet, from this, we can deduce that he is exceptionally competitive, persistently challenging Yatsuka, and growing stronger with each encounter. Hence, while he may not surpass the top-ranked Yamasaka, his repeated confrontations with him will undoubtedly enhance his skills and cutting techniques, which are likely quite formidable in their own right, albeit overshadowed by Yamasaka's brilliance. Therefore, we must remain vigilant regarding this individual. Upon hearing Maki's analysis, those around him largely nodded in agreement, recognizing the soundness of his reasoning. They understood that becoming overly fixated on one individual could lead to significant losses, a mistake they could ill afford. Maki himself is akin to Kagyuki's ship. His own prowess is commendable, placing him on par with Kakashi within the ranks of the lower ninjas of Sunigakure. However, due to the overwhelming strength and talent of Scorpion, Maki's own brilliance has been eclipsed. In truth, Maki harbors considerable potential. His wind techniques are outstanding, and his combat intelligence is quite high. Furthermore, he excels in gathering and utilizing intelligence, serving as the cerebral force within the Sunigakure representative team. Meanwhile, the role of the strategic mind for the Konoha team is temporarily held by Kakashi Hitaki. Ideally, the Nara clan would be best suited for command. However, there are currently no lower ninjas available from their clan. The leader of the Konoha team is Minato Namikaze, with Shursui Uchiha as his deputy. Neither has provided extensive information regarding their opponents to the Konoha participants. The competition at hand serves as an opportunity for the participants, particularly the lower-ranked shinobi, to hone their skills through self-analysis or spontaneous engagement. In numerous encounters, adversaries seldom provide advanced information regarding their capabilities, necessitating a continuous process of exploration and analysis during combat. This scenario exemplifies the necessity of tactical intelligence in the heat of battle. Consequently, Minato Namikaze and Shursui Uchiha refrained from overly intervening, allowing the Konoha Genin to operate with a degree of autonomy. Such an approach bears significant advantages. It either fosters their on-the-spot improvisation, thereby enhancing their practical combat skills, or encourages them to independently gather intelligence, thereby refining their reconnaissance abilities. Their primary concern lies not in the outcome of the competition, but rather in the personal growth of the participants. In contrast, nations such as the Cloud Village place greater emphasis on the prestige associated with the tournament, highlighting a notable distinction in priorities. Nevertheless, Kakashi and his companions managed to acquire pertinent information regarding competitors from other nations through various channels, subsequently convening with the other participants for discussion. Although they informed Yamasaka, he opted not to attend, citing a preference for direct engagement as a means of testing his improvisational skills and enhancing his mastery of airflow perception. Thus, the remaining contestants gathered in a conference room within the Ninja Academy to engage in a thorough discourse. In the conference room, Kakashi pointed to a photograph of an individual, stating, "This person is the captain from the Stone Village, named Deidara. He excels in earth release techniques and utilizes explosive release to create various forms of bombs, specializing in mid to long-range combat. When confronting him, one must either close the distance for close combat or employ similar elemental attacks to suppress him. Exercise extreme caution with his bombs, which may possess inducement properties." Next, Kakashi indicated another ninja from the Stone Village, saying, "This individual also employs explosive release. But in stark contrast to Deidara, his technique is tailored for close-range combat. Anything his palms touch can detonate, granting him formidable explosive power in melee situations. Therefore, one must adopt a strategy entirely opposite to that used against Deidara, opting for ranged attacks." Kakashi then pointed to a ninja from the Cloud Village, remarking, "This is the Trojan from the Cloud Village. He possesses a unique magnetic release ability, enabling him to imbue objects he touches with magnetic force. When these objects come into contact with you, they will transmit the magnetic energy, causing subsequent physical attacks to relentlessly pursue you." "What does that mean?" Obito Uchiha inquired, unable to grasp the concept. Thus, Kakashi provided an illustration. Imagine he imbues a shuriken with magnetic release, and then flings these shuriken towards you. If you attempt to block them, in making contact, you inadvertently acquire the magnetic force as well. Consequently, no matter the direction in which he launches his weapons, such as an oversized shuriken, they will inevitably hurtle towards you. This implies that evasion is futile. You can only endure the assault, thereby becoming ensnared in his rhythm. In essence, one must avoid any contact with the projectiles he hurls, correct?" At this juncture, Uchiha Itachi interjected, "Precisely, to contend with him, one must either eliminate him in close combat or refrain from any contact, utilizing ninjutsu to vanquish him. The fundamental principle is to avoid touching anything associated with him. Truly, there exists a myriad of abilities. Indeed, there are always individuals beyond one's comprehension, as Saratobi Asuma mused, recognizing that many possess unique powers. However, those from Konoha are equally endowed with techniques such as shadow manipulation, body flicker, insect manipulation, Byakugan, Sharingan, duplication techniques, and more. In fact, the Sharingan and Byakugan are coveted ocular jutsu by other nations. Therefore, it stands to reason that Konoha need not envy the special bloodline limits of other countries, for they possess many, if not stronger ones. It is merely that some contestants in this tournament do not comprise those with bloodline limits. Consequently, Kakashi and the others continued to scrutinize the profiles of other participants. When discussing Scorpion, they particularly noted that he employs puppet manipulation techniques, emphasizing the necessity of targeting his true body. Otherwise, attacking the puppets would be a superficial remedy. Thus, aside from Yatsuka, everyone else focused on studying the other competitors. Upon returning home, Yatsuka found that his arm had returned to normal. Over the past month, he had indulged in an array of delicacies, albeit having previously sampled them, which yielded no extraordinary rewards. Nevertheless, he did receive significant enhancements to his fundamental attributes. For instance, his physical prowess now surpasses that of a month prior, as he had previously been unable to endure beyond the 18th wave. Now, a month later, he has managed to withstand the 19th wave. While it may seem a mere increment of 2 waves, in reality, these additional waves demand considerable stamina to sustain. Meanwhile, the third Hokage was engaged in discussions with several others. Given that Yatsuka had previously asserted his ability to discern the content of their writings, the notion of him failing the examination seemed implausible. It would now depend on the capabilities of these young ones. Why do I have the impression that Yatsuka may not be entirely reliable? Are you certain he can truly comprehend what they are writing? Tru Kinomoto gazed at the third Hokage, her expression filled with doubt. The third Hokage chuckled as he recounted. I previously sent Mikami Shuji to the Yatsuka household for a test. Mikami wrote down the numbers 9527, and to our satisfaction, Yatsuka answered all correctly. This indicates that he has successfully passed the initial round of written examinations, which is reassuring. However, it seems that this year's participants include several prodigies, such as the formidable puppet master, Sasori, from Sunagakure, who poses a significant challenge. Moreover, Kumogakure has sent 2 Jinchuriki, amplifying the threat. Upon hearing this, the third Hokage scoffed dismissively. Do those fellows from Kumogakure truly believe we are unaware of their tactics? We have been privy to their machinations for quite some time. At this juncture, T-Rune Koharu interjected. Furthermore, intelligence reports suggest that Kumogakure seems to be preparing for something substantial. They have devised meticulous plans and accumulated considerable resources. Given the scale of these preparations, I suspect they may be contemplating war. War? The third Hokage exclaimed in astonishment. Surely, they cannot be serious. It has barely been a decade since the conclusion of the Second Shinobi World War. How can they possibly entertain the notion of conflict again? They are flanked by Sunagakure, our own Konoha, and Kirigakure. The third Kazekage is reputed to be exceptionally strong, and with the desert acting as a natural barrier, any attempt by Kumogakure to strike at them would be folly. Additionally, Kirigakure has recently undergone significant reforms and boasts a wealth of talent. Any assault on them would surely incur substantial costs. As for us in Konoha, given our previous victory, an attack from them is highly improbable. Pausing momentarily, the third Hokage continued, it is likely they are contemplating an assault on the nearby smaller nations. I believe Kusagakure and Yungakure are both situated close to Kumogakure, making them prime targets. After sipping her tea, T-Rune Koharu scoffed. The denizens of Kumogakure are akin to war fanatics. They instigated the last Shinobi World War and, despite their defeat, here they are, a mere decade later, eager to ignite another conflict. They are bound to meet their own demise through their reckless pursuits. These matters are beyond our control, the third Hokage replied, visibly relieved. If they choose to wage war against Kusagakure and Yungakure, it does not concern us directly. It is worth noting that only 10 years have elapsed since the Second Shinobi World War, a period that has given rise to a new generation of talents that must be nurtured. After all, the war inflicted considerable losses across all nations, including Konoha, which suffered the loss of a Hokage and a prospective Hokage, underscoring the war's brutality. Kumogakure, too, lost its second Raikage in battle. Yet, if not for the Second Shinobi World War, Sarutobi Sasuke would never have ascended to the position of third Hokage. Meanwhile, on the other side, Natsuko lay in bed, pondering what to eat the following day. Having savored all the culinary delights of Konoha, I find myself at a loss for any new gastronomic experiences. It seems that to discover novel flavors, I must venture beyond the borders of my homeland. Once this competition concludes, I shall embark on a journey to explore various nations and indulge in their distinct cuisines, which I believe will significantly enhance my abilities. However, the prospect of traveling to foreign lands is fraught with challenges. To leave Konoha, one must possess a legitimate reason, and the desire to taste unfamiliar delicacies would undoubtedly be deemed insufficient. Most valid justifications revolve around mission assignments, while a select few individuals, often of high rank, can depart the village without explanation. Figures such as the legendary Three Ninjas or Konoha's White Fang enjoy such privileges. Thus, the endeavor to traverse to other countries is no simple task for me. Moreover, even if I manage to leave Konoha, gaining entry into another nation presents its own hurdles, particularly as I lack any compelling rationale. If I were to tell the guards of a foreign land that I seek merely to indulge in gastronomy, they would surely dismiss me as mad. Therefore, I have resolved to seize this competition as an opportunity to achieve commendable results, thereby persuading the third Hokage to assist me in my quest to travel abroad. Yet, while I entertain such aspirations, I remain oblivious to the fact that my ability to answer all 20 multiple-choice questions amounts to a mere 40 points, which is insufficient for passing. Failing to achieve a passing grade in the initial written examination would preclude my participation in the subsequent stages of the competition. My notion of casually answering a few questions to pass the time is a misguided fantasy. On one hand, I am far from an academic prodigy, lacking the intellectual aptitude for such endeavors. On the other hand, the difficulty of the questions presented is of a hellish caliber. Relying on my wits to navigate this examination will yield little success. Even individuals from the esteemed Nara clan, reputed for their high intelligence, would struggle with these questions, which were intentionally crafted to be insurmountable. The very purpose of this examination is to assess the ninja's capacity for reconnaissance and information gathering. Otherwise, who would go to the trouble of organizing a written test? However, the third Hokage and his associates remain unaware that I cannot even discern the characters inscribed on the paper. I, too, am oblivious to the fact that obtaining the remaining 20 points is well beyond my reach. To comprehend the writings of others, I would require more than mere control over airflow, while mastery of air currents may allow me to amplify faint sounds through uneven mediums. If I were to rely solely on auditory perception to decipher what others have written, I would find myself at an insurmountable disadvantage. This falls within the realm of sound. If we consider the ninja from the sound village established later by Orochimaru, he could indeed discern what others were writing through sound. After all, Yasaki can perceive the vibrational frequencies of sound. However, Yasaki is unable to interpret the characters represented by these frequencies, necessitating the recognition of audio frequencies. This skill is unrelated to the manipulation of airflow. Therefore, if Yasaki wishes to advance further, he must cultivate his abilities in the realm of sound. Fortunately, this is quite simple. By sampling various unfamiliar delicacies, he can effectively enhance his skills. Time passes swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 3 days have elapsed. At last, the highly anticipated opening ceremony of the 5 Kage Joint Friendship Tournament has arrived. The ceremony is held at the first stadium in Konohagakure, which accommodates 50,000 spectators. Additionally, live broadcasts are provided, allowing many to watch from the comfort of their homes. On that day, Otsutsuki Shomu managed to secure tickets for Yasaki and hurried to the venue. "Yasaki-kun, you must do your best. I will be cheering for you from the stands," Shomu exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with excitement. "Rest assured, none of them can defeat me. I have that much confidence," Yasaki replied with a chuckle. Earlier, Shomu had brought him a box of dumplings filled with lobster, scallops, and green onions. It was Yasaki's first time tasting them. And these dumplings were also a creation of Shomu, marking her inaugural attempt at making them. Consequently, Yasaki was immediately rewarded by the system with a skill called Iron Body. As the name implies, this skill enhances physical defense, currently at a basic level. With Yasaki's continued indulgence in culinary delights, the potency of Iron Body will progressively strengthen, eventually enabling him to withstand numerous attacks without sustaining damage. Moreover, in the later stages, this skill will feature an active effect known as Iron Curtain. This ability is formidable, granting Yasaki a state of invincibility for 5 seconds during which no attack can inflict harm upon him. However, there is a drawback. During these 5 seconds, Yasaki is completely immobile, and this state is enforced, consuming a significant amount of chakra. It is a defensive supermove. While in the invincible state of Iron Curtain, virtually no attack can affect Yasaki, be it Amaterasu, tailed beast bombs, meteors, or even Kagaya's Shin Zanshu no Jutsu and K-10 Zanshuan. Yet, certain exceptional abilities can counteract this power. For instance, during these 5 seconds, Yasaki is entirely unable to move, allowing Uchiha Obito to use Kamui to transport him to another location. However, Obito's technique can only transfer Yasaki as a whole, attempting to remove him in parts, as Kakashi did with Deidara's arm, would be entirely ineffective. The invincibility of this Iron Curtain state stems not from enhanced defense or spatial capabilities, but rather from a manipulation of time itself. In this state, the very essence of Yatsuka's life is momentarily suspended at the instant the Iron Curtain is activated. Thus, during these fleeting 5 seconds, Yatsuka's body exists in a realm of temporal stasis, operating on a different temporal plane from the outside world. Consequently, no matter the nature of the assault directed at Yatsuka during this brief interval, his physical form remains locked in the state it occupied at the moment of the Iron Curtain's initiation. This grants Yatsuka a form of invulnerability, although he has yet to fully attain this level of mastery. Currently, if Yatsuka were to engage the state of the steel body, he would find that ordinary external injuries would largely fail to penetrate his defenses. For instance, if shurikens were hurled at him, he could merely stand still and absorb the impact without harm. Conversely, should a decapitating sword strike towards him, while it would inflict superficial wounds, without the steel body activated, he would be cleaved in two. Furthermore, the steel body not only provides protection against physical harm but also shields against magical assaults. For example, should Yatsuka withstand a basic fire technique, such as the Great Fireball, he would only sustain minor injuries, whereas an ordinary individual would be incinerated on the spot. This exemplifies the formidable defensive capabilities of the steel body, which surpass those of the earth-style defense of his counterpart. Moreover, the steel body possesses a distinctive characteristic: it is impervious to elemental weaknesses. Unlike the earth-style defense, which is vulnerable to lightning techniques, the steel body remains unaffected regardless of whether the attack is lightning or wind-based. It cannot be breached. However, the steel body is not without its limitations. Its defensive capabilities are primarily surface level, rendering it less effective against penetrating attacks. The most direct example of this would be shockwaves, for instance. The explosive shockwaves generated by Deidara's bombs would indeed harm Yatsuka, as the steel body is designed to counter collision-type damage or direct contact injuries. In contrast, it struggles against shockwave-type attacks that penetrate the body. This is akin to the rigid defenses of the Golden Bell cover. Nevertheless, this limitation arises from the fact that Yatsuka has only recently acquired the steel body. As he continues to indulge in culinary delights, the strength of his steel body will progressively enhance, transitioning from superficial defense to a comprehensive fortification of his entire being, including his internal organs, aligning their defensive strength with that of his exterior. At that juncture, his defenses against penetrating shockwave attacks targeting his internal organs will be significantly bolstered. Presently, his steel body merely reduces the lethality of such shockwaves by 20%, which is commendable, as any defense is better than none at all. Soon, the opening ceremony of the Five Shadows Friendship Tournament commenced with the resounding blast of cannon fire. The event began with a speech delivered by the third Hokage of the host village, Konohagakure. His address primarily revolved around the customary platitudes regarding the promotion of peace and camaraderie among the various ninja villages, content that generally fails to capture the interest of the average individual. Fortunately, the third Hokage kept his remarks brief, concluding his 10-minute speech with the time-honored phrase emblematic of the Will of Fire. Following this, the leaders of the other 4 great nations took turns to speak. However, due to their significant responsibilities, none of the actual leaders were present. Instead, they communicated through their shadow clones. This arrangement allowed all 5 leaders to address the audience, thereby elevating the prestige and significance of the tournament considerably. The convergence of the 5 great nations' leaders, even if not in their true forms, carried substantial weight. Next came the presentation of the participating teams, organized by the host village, Konohagakure. Traditionally, the host team would appear first, with stronger teams taking the stage earlier, while the less formidable teams would follow. This year, however, Konohagakure decided to alter the order, intending for their representative team to close the event. Consequently, the earlier teams consisted primarily of lesser-known and weaker squads. The first team to take the stage was from Takigakure, a relatively small nation with limited strength. Despite its modest status, Takigakure once produced formidable ninja, such as Kakashi, who infamously attempted to assassinate the first Hokage from 800 miles away, ultimately failing and being slain in the process. Kakuza managed to escape back to Takigakure due to the distance, but faced retribution from Konohagakure, which pressured his village to sacrifice him and his surviving associates for the sake of their own safety. This betrayal fostered a deep-seated distrust in Kakuzu, leading him to rely solely on monetary gain. Consequently, Takigakure suffered greatly from this historical animosity, leaving it in a state of decline, regarded as a lesser ninja village. Thus, due to this historical grudge, Takigakure was scheduled to perform first. The audience, witnessing such a lackluster representative team, expressed little interest, resulting in sparse applause and leaving the participants from Takigakure feeling quite awkward. However, given their reputation, they had not anticipated a warm reception and were not particularly fazed by the lack of enthusiasm. Following them were the competitors from Kusagakure, which shared a similar standing with Takigakure, both categorized as lesser villages. Like their predecessors, the participants from Kusagakure received little fanfare. The subsequent entries included representatives from the land of rice, Yuan village, the land of crafts, and Hoshigakure, among others, all of whom were on par with Takigakure in terms of status, eliciting little interest from the audience and resulting in a rather tepid response overall. Just as the audience was on the verge of slumber, the much-anticipated highlight finally made its entrance. The first to take the stage was the representative team from Yunin village, led by the formidable Yamu Rin, with his companions Kalabi, Daoyui, Sammy, and others following closely behind. Their arrival instantly generated a stir among the audience, transforming the previously subdued atmosphere into one of exuberant applause. The people of Yunin village, known for their robust physiques and expertise in ninjutsu, presented an imposing sight, exuding an aura of strength and security that garnered widespread admiration. Sensing the audience's enthusiasm, Yamurin beamed with confidence, contemplating to himself, "This is the power of Yunin village. Our entrance is nothing short of spectacular, and the audience's response is fervent. Yet, this is merely the beginning. When I claim the championship, the applause shall be even more thunderous." Meanwhile, Kalabi, with a rhythmic flair, engaged the crowd with gestures and playful banter, further amplifying the excitement in the air. Observing the warm reception afforded to Yunin village, representatives from the smaller nations that preceded them felt a pang of envy, having experienced only scattered applause during their own introductions. Following the impressive display from Yunin village, the representatives from Suna village took to the stage. While the overall prowess of Suna village's team ranked as the weakest among the 5 great nations, their top-tier talents were not to be underestimated. In particular, the captivating beauty of Scorpion drew the attention of many in the audience, resulting in yet another wave of applause and cheers that rivaled the previous ones. However, Scorpion remained unfazed. Despite the slight smile gracing his lips, he harbored a cold demeanor, often misunderstood as benevolence. His true nature was one of indifference, viewing human life as expendable, leading to a significant misjudgment of his character by those who beheld him. As Scorpion surveyed the throngs of spectators, he mused to himself, "So many people. If only I could eliminate them and transform their remains into puppets, how exhilarating that would be. Yet, I am not yet capable of controlling so many puppets simultaneously. I must first become a puppet myself to execute my secret technique, the 100 machine manipulation." At this moment, Scorpion began to contemplate the intricacies of his grand technique, which, while still in the conceptual phase, required him to first transform himself into a puppet. In the realm of puppet mastery, Scorpion had become well-versed in theory, with only the practical application remaining. He needed to practice by creating puppets from others before he could undertake the transformation of himself. Currently, he had already procured the body of his first intended puppet, a corpse that, while not his ideal choice, sufficed for his needs. It belonged to the elite ninja, Yuliang, from Suna village. Thus, Scorpion's secret plan was to commence the creation of Yuliang's puppet immediately upon concluding his journey in the Forest of Death. He has aptly named his inaugural puppet Scarlet Flow Amber. This creation serves as a formidable vessel, adept in both offense and defense, designed to house his true essence. According to the original scheme devised by Scorpion, should fortune favor him, he would return with the lifeless body of Kakashi Hitaki, thereby granting him the possession of 2 puppets. However, the complexity of this endeavor is exceedingly daunting.